light is a photon. It, in your rhetoric, travels so fast, but I don't actually feel them.
Pew pew.
Yeah, it's all Kabbalahism.
It just makes you try to comprehend a reality that you can't see or feel or anything. So you just spend a lot of time thinking about stuff that's not actually happening.
I just want to ask the person that was on the opposite side of this. Where does the photon come from?
They just appear.
Like diarrhea after Taco Bell.
Yeah, they appear when you accelerate a particle.
They just pop into and out of existence. They seem to instantly
When they
appear.
do, they bounce off of atomic nuclei and reflect off of the surface of another sphere.
Okay, so now where do they go?
I guess we'll have to depend on them for that, right?
You could always put it in counter space.
Oh!
We'll keep the lights on for you.
I don't think my kitchen has
I've been having a good time researching this stuff, and just, I hate to say that I really want to throw it all out, but that's really what I get when I look into it.
I think the best read that I've recently divulged into was Horror Cycles. That was pretty cool. So Horror Cycles of Light and a
We need to distinguish elements in reality, not on a quantum level. Like, I could tell what water is and what gold is on this level. When you bring it down to an atomic level and you tell me it's massless spheres, that's when it starts getting confusing.
Right, because when do those spheres start to get mass? When do they start to turn into stuff?
Technically, the sphere has to turn queer.
But when you break things down below, and I'm not being facetious or insulting, when things are broken down beyond your ability or your knowledge base or your understanding, why just deny it? Why not consider, there might be something to that. Maybe I could look into it and learn more about it, and then I would understand it.
There are people smarter than you that might understand this stuff.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
You don't believe, you don't understand. If you don't accept it, it's not because you disagree. You just don't understand. That has to be it.
Well, here's the thing. It's never been demonstrated to actually be 100% true. How sharp of a knife do you need to break something down to get this to its atomic BB, so to say?
Chemistry. A chemistry knife.
A chemistry knife.
Yeah.
So that's where this argument goes to. You know, who has broken things down to that level to say?
I don't know. It's like that's such a. The answer is vast. It's
nobody
like
has.
I don't know what is it. What could I go grab and pick and show you that would represent what you want to see? I mean, there's so many things. So many things that would represent that. Yes, they can.
No, you can't. You can't cut something down so small.
Oh, no. His ability to deny is much stronger than your ability to show him something.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to throw out particle science like 3 weeks ago. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers, I was in a call with Whitsit here, and I wasn't ready to throw it out, but I kept researching, and I'm still researching. Like 3 weeks in, I'm not ready to throw it out. I just think it's funny that it's like, really hard for me to accept it now.
What it is, it's just a framework. Because you can cut things down pretty small, not so small to actually prove that, but theoretically, if you could, that's what they propose, that's what it is. It's just their framework for this idea.
Yeah, this isn't about bias or, wanting something to be true. I have no problem accepting atomism and flat Earth at the same time. I really, like, when I first talked to Whitsit about this like a few weeks ago, I was like, wait a second, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean photons aren't real? And I challenged him, I broke it down for myself, and I came to these conclusions, man. It's not really me at this point. I'm being just some kind of autopilot when I research this stuff.
So to be clear, you're getting an understanding about nature from Witsit.
No, he's
He
getting.
gave me the idea, and then I went and looked into it myself.
Yeah, he's questioning the reality that he's in.
This was before the
and
Ether
go
video.
research it
Me and Witsit actually
himself.
talked about this like a week and a half before the Ether video.
When good conversation continues and things start to question, your basis of reality, you start to do research and look into the what ifs and everything.
I wasn't ready to throw out the globe. I wasn't ready to throw out the globe either. Like, I literally debated my brother about it for like 3 years before I ever came to Discord. It's kind of fucked up. But there's things I'm not ready to just crumple up and throw out. I need a whole lot to get on this side of the fence.
I mean, not
Rip
even,
it off like a Band-Aid.
It's hard to think about things being that small, that are making everything. And the way that mainstream science portrays it to us, to me, specifically, it just doesn't make sense because it's never been demonstrated. Well, if it's never been demonstrated to actually be true, then how do they actually know that that's what it is? So I do a lot of research into what they say, into what it could possibly be. I look up every little possible thing.
Okay. What's the minimum?
I'm open to a degree, but I have some conclusions in my own head.
So what is the minimum size of something to be that you would accept it? And then if it's any smaller than that, I deny it now.
Well, take a plant or a leaf, for instance. Okay, when you look at that under a microscope, what do you see? You see all its little cells, the nucleus, all this stuff, right? You can see all the mechanical aspects of a leaf.
Okay.
Now, when you start cutting into those cells and all the other little debris, and you keep cutting and you keep cutting and keep cutting and you keep cutting, do you eventually get to one single atom?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. Nobody's ever demonstrated.
I think he asked what's the minimum size that you would accept. I don't think that was an answer.
I don't even know.
I mean, so you keep cutting and you keep cutting. Eventually, mainstream science says you reach an atom of certain size. At what point do you stop accepting that that's the size and then it just no longer can be smaller?
Well, mainstream science says that an atom is round and it's made up of 99.999% empty space. So if we can get down to that, I'd be happy.
I'm not sure that was an answer, but
if you can show me a cluster of maybe, because I don't even know exactly how small atoms actually are. If you can show me a small cluster of atoms, I would be happy.
I mean, I think somebody did in a previous image scroll up. I think they did, but that won't matter.
I've seen because I was doing research on it. I forget what the material was. I do believe that they did have a picture of an atom, but there was an artist's rendition underneath it. So it was just a model, really. It wasn't the actual thing. I think I still have it in my internet browser. I could look it up and post it for you then when I'm not driving.
Carnivore posted a picture of a hydrogen atom at 4 different energy levels about 20 minutes ago.
See, I have an issue with that.
Of course you do.
Yeah, well, what is hydrogen?
I mean, so you wanted a picture of an atom. We give you a picture of an atom, and now you want something else.
No, well, here's the issue. I have a discrepancy with why.
So, okay, what would you accept? What would you accept? What do you accept as evidence?
What state of matter is hydrogen?
It's a solid, it's a gas, and it's a liquid,
I mean,
depending
it depends
upon
on the
temperature.
Depends on temperature and pressure.
Which state did they have this in?
I don't know that it matters because the atom would look the same, I think, regardless of state. The individual atom will look the same. The state matters on the arrangement of multiple atoms, but individual atoms look the same regardless of the state.
Okay. Got what I was going to say. Okay, so even if it was a solid, okay. Now, how did they break that down to get that image? What instrument did they use to get that image as well?
Scanning electron microscope.
See,
Are atoms considered solids?
I think they're considered atoms. I'm not sure about their matter state because obviously, depending upon, you need more than one atom for a solid thing to make, or a liquid thing to make, or even a gas
atoms
thing to
aren't-
make.
So atoms
I'm
aren't
not sure,
solid?
basically, Jeremy.
No, I hear you. I'm just wondering if anyone, like, what is it? I'd have to imagine it couldn't be classified as anything because no matter what you would have said, I would have, obviously been able to.
I'll be back, guys. See ya.
I think you can say that you can have an element, and it can still be an element and an atom because it's an atom of something.
That question was very interesting, Jeremy. Atom solid. Like, how many atoms do you need to join to becomes a solid?
Haven't you heard
Well,
that?
the thing is,
there's a whatever a demonstration or whatever you want to call it, where if a atom is the size of a soccer stadium, football stadium, whatever, the nucleus is the size of a basketball in the middle of the stadium, something like that.
Thank God for the electromagnetic force, otherwise we'd be able to put our hands through everything.
So they do say there's a chance for you to put your hand through stuff, the probability-wise, however small that may be. Anyways, nonetheless, this atom thing, it's matter, right? An atom, it's matter?
Yeah.
There's only four. There's only. What's that?
I'll certainly say yes, it's matter.
Yeah, so there's what we know. There's certain types of phases of matter. Right now, it's time to pick one for the atom.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
If the answer is, if the answer you received, I don't know, then randomly picking one of them is kind of silly, isn't it? Because none of us know.
No, not you. Some of these guys are geniuses.
I said that. I said pick one. It doesn't matter.
I thought that was just a pun.
It was, but it actually turned out to be correct too. So there you go.
So I can just pick whatever one I want, and that's the truth.
Sure.
That's crazy talk, bro. It's crazy talk.
Well, maybe that atom can belong to more than one set. You thought of that?
You're saying that it can be gas and a liquid and a solid, or a gas and a solid at the same time.
I don't know. Things get weird when they get small. I mean, you have a dated a really short girl. But I'm just a dumb motherfucker. I'm not a genius like everybody else in this room.
You
I haven't
know,
really
Well, you know
fucking
how these
insulted
guys.
Jeremy.
That's right, bro.
No, I'm just saying. You know
Things
how these
get
guys get
weird when
down,
they
Trust.
get small. That's right.
That wasn't an insult towards you. It was kind of a punch towards them, you know,
I know,
because
George.
everyone's a fucking genius in here.
I actually don't believe there are any stupid people. I just think there are people who've learned how to think and those that haven't.
oh no, there's some dumb people.
Yeah, brain accidents and that kind of thing. I agree. Yeah, it can make people pretty broken. I think the first thing you need to do if you're going to learn shit is have a consistent standard of evidence for all things that you approach.
Dross, do you think atomism
So
is
some Google Earth.
Dross, do you think atomism is dependent on what the Earth is and what the cosmos is?
No, I think it underlies what matter is made of, or stuff is made of.
So the Earth not being a globe, and if we're in a realm, you think atomism could still be a thing in your viewpoint?
I think we've got good evidence for it. We've been able to sort of examine it in some detail. Have we got it exactly right? Who knows? Not that level of physics, but I don't think it makes a difference.
You don't. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you were able to do yourself absolute physical verification measurements of lack of curvature, that wouldn't change your view on atomism. You would still subscribe to that?
Yeah, I don't see that has anything to do with the only thing that you would probably be doing is you'd be having to find another reason for why things fall downwards, because it wouldn't be gravity, it wouldn't be things seeking their lowest energy states, which is why large things tend to form into sort of fairly spherical objects, because that's the lowest state of energy you can get.
I'm not saying this is the case, but I mean, it couldn't still be that in terms of, the small mass is attracting to the mass of the planar Earth.
No, I think you'd need a different reason. It wouldn't be mass attracting mass, because a flat plane wouldn't be the lowest energy state, and it would vary. So there are lots of things. Things wouldn't be pulling towards a center point where you have the most amount of mass between you and the center. That's why things fall into sort of sphery kind of objects under sort of the gravitational laws that we understand. So yeah, definitely gravity wouldn't work on a flat Earth at all. But I don't see the problem with sort of atoms or quantum, especially.
Yeah, well, I mean that theory of gravity came along with this globe idea. So yeah, of course that would be thrown out with it.
I think dropity came. I mean, you can say that Newton sort of developed sort of the observation and sort of codified it. But I think people have realised things fall to the ground for quite a long time. But yeah, I mean, you can sort of say it is post us understanding the shape of the Earth. I don't know,
but people had ideas as
connected.
to why things fall to the Earth way before any globe idea was brought in, and then the theory of gravity, as it were, gravitation, the various claims that were told in history that led to that, and then how that leads to today. But the part of it that links to the Earth being a sphere and that gravity having that effect of clinging things to a ball only came with the sphere. So I'm just saying
What came before Newton's theory on Newton's theory on gravity?
Well, that's a much bigger question. I mean, you believe that if you're believing that narrative, and then you're asking what would come before that narrative. That
I was just wondering what were the preceding ideas, because you said there were preceding ideas. I'm not aware of them, so that's what I was asking.
So you think humans had no ideas as to why things fell to the ground, and somehow, like, that was the first time, Newton or something? Is that what you're trying to claim?
No, I think people just assumed that it happened. And I know
was-
it's the same way with Archimedes and displacement. And he realized, if I dunk myself in water, I'm going to displace my weight in water, and therefore, if I know the volume, then I know, how much of me is in there, kind of thing.
Were you trying to say something, Jeremy, or were you?
Can I read something?
No, I was going to say that must have been one of the first things, not the first, but I mean, it must have been up there on the list of why things falling down, First guy to throw a rock or see an apple drop or anything, anything.
Why did it take 5,000 years or whatever of humanity to come to reach the answers that the conclusions that Newton came to?
Newton was wrong. I don't know if you knew that or not. Newton got it wrong with the law of gravity. That's out.
Well,
Did Newton invent the word gravity?
No, that was about before that. No, Newton did get it wrong. I mean, that's why Newton's equations are actually inside.
So what did gravity mean before Newton?
Relativity. Newton just described the effect and try and describe the cause.
So what made Newton so smart?
I don't know. Maybe he had a lot of carrots and broccoli.
Newton was smart. He came up with calculus. He was no joke. But the
that.
point is, Newton was way wrong on gravity. He said it moved at instant speed. We know it doesn't move at instant speed. Well, we think we know, right? He also said it. What else? There's many differences. Even Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, said Newton's law of gravity is wrong because they should work everywhere, and it doesn't. You know what she was doing? Doesn't matter what she was doing. She won the Nobel Prize.
But has she been there, Jeremy? If you've got to have your consistent standard of evidence.
I feel you, and I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that bullshit, though. You do, right? You're the black hole guy.
I don't have to believe anything that I don't believe in, Jeremy. Should know me better than that.
That's
in the
brilliant.
Book. You got to believe in this and all this stuff.
Cool. Then I can subscribe to every idea that every other flat earther has ever had about the flat Earth, and you have to subscribe to it.
I mean, I hear you. This isn't exactly like you have to, but this is a Nobel Physics Prize winner telling you that Newton was wrong.
Cool. I've not read her work. I don't know what she's done. So
you also
no
got
idea.
Feynman. You got Feynman telling you he
was
wrong.
Feynman. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, Feynman's cool. He got some shit wrong himself. Obviously, none of these people are infallible. Obviously, we all are.
We're all fallible. But the thing is are we any closer to having a better understanding? And that's the way I look at science. I don't look at science as being right. I look at science helping us gain a better understanding, with physics of the world around us. So Newton's laws of motion, Newton's laws of gravity work pretty fucking well on Earth. We've seen that and repeated that. Cool. Maybe he wasn't right on the outer limits of Beetlejuice on a Sunday afternoon at 3:00. I don't know. But what I do know is that I can apply the description that he gave, and it predicts things really accurately for me.
Well, it's not only on the outer limits of Betelgeuse at 3 p.m., it's also right here on Earth in the quantum realm, which is everywhere.
Well, we've got no
So-
synthesis between quantum mechanics and gravity, so no fucking surprise there, mate.
Well, I mean, it just. It's not that you don't have a synthesis, it just doesn't work on that level.
No. We have no theory that joins quantum mechanics to the macro world in a meaningful way. This is why they're looking for the unification theory, Jeremy, and they have been for the last sort of 78 years. Maybe we'll find it, maybe we won't.
They're never going to get it. What makes you think it's that easy? Where you just find one thing in it, and it, I don't know. I don't think they'll ever get it.
No, I don't think we'll ever finish the journey. No, that's the whole point. The journey's the fun
It's
bit.
just not there. It's not there. It's not like it's finishable or not. I don't know. I don't think it's there.
We
That's
could
my
be
opinion.
completely wrong and have to rewrite the whole kind of book on quantum. Could be. I don't know. Seems to be pretty well tested so far, and it hasn't disagreed with, again, the predictions they kind of make for that.
It disagrees with Newton's gravity, though.
Doesn't disagree. We haven't found a way of joining everything up. There are holes in it. That's the problem. And Newton's Newton's laws are incorporated into general relativity or special relativity, whichever one it is. You should know that because I've thrown that fucking Leonard Susskind Stanford lecture video number 1 at you like about 20 times over the years.
I know, but we got tons of citations on our side saying that Newton's been superseded and Newton was wrong. So, I mean, this is what happens. This is what happens when you do pseudoscience and you're in the pseudoscience realm. No one can get a fucking straight answer.
You flat earthers should stop doing pseudoscience, and what you should do is actually measure shit, get the data, the tools involved, clearly articulate your method, and then guess what? You'd have an actual argument. But what you do is you eyeball shit, and all you try and do is discredit the globe rather than demonstrate anything to do with the claims you're making. And that's why there are virtually no flat earthers left, and you're all globe skeptics.
There's tons of flat earthers. What are you talking about? Hey, call it what you want. I mean, Bev says he's not a flat earther. If you're not going to tell him.
I don't know the shape of the earth, but I know it's not a globe.
Well, it can't be if there's no, you don't have to know the shape, right? If there's no curve, there's no curve. It can't be a globe if there's no curve.
So you need to measure that and show there's no curve.
I mean, you need to measure it and show there is. So
I think there's lots of data that says that.
It's all wishy-washy, willy-nilly, seat of your pants.
I know that's what you think.
I've went over it with you personally. We've been over it.
But neither of us are surveyors. I've read into a bit on surveying, so I can at least understand what they're trying to do. But the trouble is you have, at least there is something. If I go and ask a glober, show me the data, show me the tools, show me the method, they go, yeah, no worries. When I go and ask a flat earther the same thing, for them to demonstrate their claim of the flat earth, that that topology deviates from a flat plane as opposed to a curved plane, I get run around, I get insults a lot. I've been booted off about 12 different flat earth servers for asking that question.
What are you asking? What are you asking? You want to wait?
It's a very simple question. Yeah, I said it's a very simple question. Do you have measurements that the Earth is actually flat or deviate or topology deviates from a flat plane? If so,
I mean,
if so, I've got to finish the question. If so, can you show me the data, the tools that you used, and the methodology so it can either be critiqued or repeated?
Yeah, I can already tell you right now, neither of us do. Because neither of us can make a straight line, which is what you would need to differentiate between if it is straight or if it's curving. So neither of us do. Don't act like I don't have it and you guys do.
So you're not a flat earther, then you're on I don't know.
I believe that it's flat. You believe it's a globe. I'm a flat earther. You're a glober.
I'm a flat earth skeptic, and I'm less skeptical of the fact that it might be a globe because at least people can produce data, tools, and methodology, which is something I don't get from flat earth. Again, you can think that's an opinion, Jeremy. Until you have data that opposes it, it's an opinion.
I have data that you can't make a straight line, and that's what you would need to know if you're on a straight thing or a curve thing. Anything you come at me with is going to be refraction based. Now we're in willy-nilly land.
No, that's what you want to think. But the thing is can you quantify what that error would be and how much that would affect the measurements you're taking?
Sure.
What if you think about like a lake or a pond?
All we need to do is get a baseline. All we need to do is get a straight line for our baseline, and we'll know how much it's off. Do you have that? I know you don't because we just went through that.
Yeah, we've done. I mean, I've seen evidence for that over sort of, 4 to sort of 600 sort of feet, 1,200 feet. People have been doing that.
What about if you're at one end of the lake and at the other end of the lake? Do you agree that both are is there like a change in elevation from one side of the lake to the other?
No. There's no change in elevation.
Right, so then that would mean that the water is level, right?
Yeah, and level is concordant to the forces that act upon it. So what we're trying to figure out is whether that level is actually horizontal or not.
Okay, so there's no change in elevation from one side of the lake to the other, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what happens when you go bigger? Let's go to the Mediterranean Sea, for example, or Lake Michigan.
What's elevation on the globe? How do they describe that?
At what elevation? I'm talking about the elevation of
elevation is height
one
above
side of
mean.
the Lake Michigan to the other side. Does it change in elevation?
Listen, when you say elevation, you're saying height above mean sea level. So that's the same. It would be this. You're talking about changing a horizontal or like what?
That's the right question.
So, like, what changes over like the Pacific Ocean? When is there a change in elevation from one side of the body of water to the other? If it happens on a small scale, does it happen on a small scale?
You could say the tides would be differing from mean sea level, so there would be changes.
Yeah, but the Atlantic and the Pacific do have different mean sea level elevations, don't they?
Yeah, very, very slightly.
I think it's like 3 feet or something, huh?
Yeah, that's due to density and also.
Wow, if 3 feet, and that's basically just because of waves, then you can guarantee that the whole fucking thing is level.
Yeah, we don't disagree. Level.
So then that means that level of Earth is like a flat surface, man.
No, because you're not using. You're equating level to horizontal. That's the problem.
Yeah, the argument I told you yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. This whole argument's about if level curves or not, or if level is straight. Like that's what it all boils down
to the other. How much elevation is happening over the waves and the topography of the water? Like, what are you suggesting is happening there? If it goes right back to the same elevation.
Yeah, the fact that level is on a globe, level is effectively the distance between you and the surface. So, I'm 5'10". So if I was on surface if I was at mean sea level, then I'd be 5'10". My top of my head would be 5'10" above the sea.
Like, where is this mountain of water representing Earth curve?
It's not a mountain of water. It would be level on a globe model. That's the problem.
8 inches per mile across the Pacific Ocean.
Tangent.
And there's no change in elevation from one side to the other, according to you and me and maybe someone else.
No, because again, if you're going to invoke the globe model, then you have to utilize the language it uses. So if you're going to disagree with it, so on a globe model, level conforms to the force of gravity. So it curves. And the argument that they use for that is when you compare plumbs to each other, they're not parallel. And when they take curvature measurements, like doing an Al-Biruni type experiment, then that seems to conform to the angular differential between your plumbs. So that's kind of where they're going with that argument. So if you look at surveying book, if you look at surveying literature, level is described as a curve. It's not described as a flat plane. And this is the problem that kind of Bev has and a few others have introduced. Is this
All you just said was, yeah, there's a curve. That's basically what I heard. Is that you just are stating there's a curve.
No, I'm just saying if you're invoking the globe model and how the globe uses the term level, it's not flat. Level does not mean flat when you're looking at geodetic surveying. I can show you a picture if you'd like that describes it from a surveying manual, if you're interested.
So what are we doing? The plumb lines aren't parallel thing, or what did you say?
Yeah, I mean that's one good bit of data I think that they have.
Yeah, and how are they making
That's
their measurements?
data.
They're making their measurements optically where the light's bending in between, right?
Yeah, but they're doing it over very short distances, and if you do it at elevation, then that
The light's
refraction
not bending?
is absolutely tiny, and it can be averaged out. So you can average out the refraction. You know what the plus and the minus of that refractive difference is going to be, and therefore you could include it in your calculations, which is what they do.
Have you made a straight line at elevate? Have they ever, not you personally, but have they ever made a straight line at elevation to
Yeah, they've
have
done
a
it
base
optically.
to have a baseline?
Yeah, they've done it
She's done
optically.
it
I mean,
optically, but optically is the thing in contention, though. I'm telling you,
well,
need
that's
to check
the thing
that
that you have. That's the thing that you have in contention. I don't know if that's a valid argument unless you can repeat those measurements and show that refraction is a serious issue. For what I've seen of the calculations and the way that they do it, they take that into account.
No, we went over the main surveyor's one exactly. I remember that. And what I'm telling you is they have no baseline to know that if it's serious or not. They don't know how much the error is, how much it's off by, because they don't have any baseline.
Yeah, we don't have any opposing observations to compare it to either.
You have no baseline.
But isn't it weird that every time they do these measurements, and you say that this refraction is such a widely varying thing that we cannot rely on, we always seem to come out with a really, really similar answer. Really similar.
Or
really
maybe
close.
it's refracting the same way every time. You have no baseline to know or not because you've never made that straight line to have your baseline.
Again, that's where you need to do the experiment to show that this variance is a problem.
Well, how do I make a straight line?
Because they've taken these measurements thousands and thousands of times, Jeremy. I've been looking at some tables. I wish I'd saved the one I found a few weeks ago. But it was basically done at multiple different places, at multiple different altitudes. I think the one I was looking at was in Colorado, where they were showing, the refractive index taken, over loads and loads of different days. And what you found is everything seemed to go right towards the middle of the graph.
All right.
And I found that quite interesting. So, if we know we've got a refractive index and we know that we can sort of have a good idea of what that tolerance is and if that would affect our measurements, and it's tiny. That's the thing. It's my favorite term, square root of fuck all effect.
I hate when you say that. So you want me to go do this?
Wait, I always need to know, what is this tiny little bit thing we're talking about?
Oh, it's arc seconds of difference.
Okay, so you want me to go do this myself, and I'm going to go and get a measurement?
No, I'm not saying you need to do it yourself, but I think that would be a good experiment for Flat Earth to do.
Just hold on. You want us, us to go do this, right? And I'm going to go do it. I'm going to get a measurement, but I'm not going to have a baseline to know where the thing should be as opposed to where I'm seeing it, because I don't have a baseline to judge it against, which is exactly what you guys don't have.
Got 2 points of if you know your 2 points of elevation, Jeremy, then you know what you then can determine what your variance is over multiple sets of measurements, and that's going to give you your plus and minus.
It's going to give you the plus or minus for the amount of refraction for that day. Maybe it's up a little bit one day, maybe it's down a little bit. You still don't. That doesn't change the fact that you don't know its actual position because you've never made a baseline.
You do, because you've got 2 points of equal elevation that you're judging it from. As long as you know the elevation of point A, And as long as you know the elevation at point A and point B, you're golden.
Okay, so I want to go see if something's higher than another thing from where I actually see it. Right, and I don't have a baseline to tell where the object's actual position is as opposed to where I'm seeing it. Nothing you can say is going to change that. You can talk about same elevations or.
Well, so say for instance you got two rulers. Yeah, and both of those rulers, the base of them are at an equal elevation. Or you know exactly the difference in that elevation between the two. And then you sight from one ruler to another ruler, and you see where your sight line goes. And you notice, oh, it's 0.001 lower here. And then 2 days later, it's 0.001 higher. And then the third day, it's 0.00001 lower. So you start creating your table. So you know where it should be, and you can see where the differential is.
You know where you think it should be. You think, oh, okay, Earth's a globe, it should be here. We're seeing it here. You don't know where it actually is, though. Where it actually is, you don't know.
Yeah, basing your observing curvature off of where there could possibly be a change in perspective because of refraction or the density of the air.
Yeah,
kind of makes you think that which one are you saying is causing curvature?
Well, I mean, again, what I look at is we build really, really big bridges, especially, the ones. Oh, what are they called? Suspension bridges.
The big bridges picture stuff, man.
No. I'm just talking about suspension bridges. I'm not talking about shit like Lake Pontchartrain and that kind of shit. And they need to know the angle between those two upright columns because of the weight that they're holding, and it has to be really fucking accurate. Things like the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, you can intentionally build pillars at an angle, but that doesn't make the surface you're building on curved.
Well, according to Jeremy, you can't know that because refraction could be screwing you up all the time.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, fuck that Lake Pontchartrain shit. Whoever started that shit's an asshole.
So, as I say, I think that's what Flat Earth needs. It needs actually some decent data demonstrating its point. And that's why I'm a Flat Earth skeptic, because I keep looking for it and I don't find it. All I see is excuses why the globe measurements are incorrect. I
just want to say, Dross, it's glad from you listening to us all this year as we got you off the globe and onto the fence. All right? I'm happy to hear it.
No, I just got fed up defending the Earth. I just got fed up defending the globe because it got boring, and I thought this is a more interesting way of tackling the topic. Plus, it kind of means that we have civilized conversations, and people don't need to, attack me. Not in here because you guys are generally pretty fucking civilized. But it did stop kind of like the immediate vitriol, which was nice. Because I like nicer conversations. I even get on. I even get on well with Domestic Primate now. And we used to fucking butt heads like mad.
That guy's a dumbass.
But no, I think we have definite dumbasses out there. There's no denial that, or people who have a very annoying way of engaging. And I think you can look at both the globe side and the flat Earth side for that. Xanax frustrates the living fuck out of me. But then again, so
Xanax is great.
And then so does Jin, and so does Demok. Rumpus annoys me a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah,
there's some people that just don't bring anything to the table. Demic does not bring anything to the table. Domesticated Primate would rather answer you with memes that are obviously wrong than intellectual conversation.
Let's not start throwing shots at people. All right, I did just shot at Soundly. Apparently, he either can't talk or wasn't listening. But
Soundly's a horrible human being. I really dislike him. Oh God, he's here. I didn't know that.
I would say the one flat earther by a country mile is definitely Jeremy.
I'll certainly say he tries to think through a problem. and I think that's a good thing to do. And you've taken a shitload of shit over the years, and generally, you haven't let people drag you down into the mud too much. But then again,
I went down pretty low at one point.
Hey, Flat
I
Earth
know.
skeptic.
Blame Jeremy. Jeremy at least tries. He doesn't get it, but he tries, and that's commendable.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Flat
That's
Earth
what's called a backhanded comment.
Yeah, I know.
What'd you say? You asked me a question or something?
I'm just wondering, like, are there pictures of water surfaces curving? Can I see these?
Yes, there are.
Yeah, go outside, turn on your hose, and let it dribble onto the ground. There's water curve.
I was gonna say you might want to refine that question.
Yeah, I mean, which one of my thousands of photos do you want to look at?
Yeah.
Like, is there a hump to Lake Michigan?
Well, yeah, there is, but you need something to reference it, like a bridge going across it at equal elevation, sort of like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Why
That's
do
a
you need
good one
something
to
to
look
reference
at.
it? You can't take a picture of it?
There's actually a bridge over Lake St. Clair. You could go check
You don't have
out.
a reference, then
It's-
what are you comparing it to?
You need to
I think
build a
it's
curved structure over something to
18
determine
miles.
if the water's flat?
There's a bridge over Lake St. Clair that's 18 miles. You go check that one out.
You got that backwards. You build something level over the water, and you notice that it curves. If you don't notice it curves, you've still built something level. So,
You
the
level or horizontal.
conclusion you draw isn't dependent on what you build, but what you build does give you a conclusion as to the shape of what you built it over, especially if you build it again.
So the
level.
water's
Right.
level, the
I
bridge is
asked
level.
for a
Now how do
picture of water curving, and you started talking about bridges.
Yes.
Well,
So
actually,
the water
the
water is
hose.
clearly curving under those bridges. You can see it.
Yeah.
So yep, that exists.
Yeah.
But
No bridge, please. Can I see this without a bridge?
Sure.
It's hard to see
But
without a bridge. You can put
it's going to be a
buildings
lot
on
harder to draw a conclusion based off of it, but sure, you can.
Why is that?
Because
it's
you
one
remove
debris every
everything
60 nautical miles.
That's like trying to look at all an image of all one color and try to make out what shape it is. It doesn't make sense.
I mean,
That's like,
yeah.
If it's
like
there,
saying,
I
hey,
can
is this
see it.
line?
Stop saying I wouldn't be able to see it, please.
No, you're saying, hey, is
Yeah,
this line parallel? And we're like, compared to what? And you're like, compared to nothing, man. Just is this line parallel? It's a dumb thing to say without a reference point.
No, it's dumb when I ask for a picture of water with a curved surface, and you start talking about bridges.
No,
Well,
that's not dumb at
go
all. It
outside,
gives you a reference point.
turn your hose on, and then take a picture of the water coming out of it, and you got curved water.
Honestly, I'm not satisfied with you guys' answers.
All right, well,
Don't care.
who cares?
Think of it like this. Say, for instance, you got two 1 meter poles. Yeah, you put one of those poles at 90.5 degrees, and then you put the other pole at 89.5 degrees, and you set them 300 feet apart, so you can see both of them clearly. Could you tell that they were not parallel to each other or not? That's your problem. And I'm being really generous because
Is
I
there a
actually
change
should
in
have said,
elevation between two sides of a lake?
well, again, elevation is above mean sea level, and the globe model, the mean sea level, curves
Get
with
as
the
close
Earth.
to the shore of the lake.
What?
Who gives a shit about
Get
the
really
bottom
close
of the
to
lake?
the water, dribbling up onto the shore of the lake. Is that right there the same elevation as the other side?
Yes, elevation is curved. Thank you. Next.
I mean, it could be.
Excuse me? Oh, gosh.
Elevation is
Y'all are
the
reachy gods. Y'all are reach
relative.
gods.
Elevation is relative to mean sea level.
I mean, all you're doing is asking questions and then acting super incredulous when we give you answers.
Well, you give,
Yeah, I mean,
you give
even
incorrect
Jeremy's
answers.
tried to correct you on this, Evie.
All right, go ahead and try to discredit me and not what's being said.
Elevation is measured relative to mean sea level.
All right, that's like the end of the discussion right there, man.
Yeah,
There's
pretty
no more.
much. It's
You
over.
didn't say anything.
Actually, I did, and it's over. It's not flat. That's the thing.
I posted a picture for you. There you go.
Maybe if you asked better questions, you would get better answers.
Okay. What's your background in science?
Talk to him, Snack.
Oh, no, I'm talking to the guy that was asking for curved water.
Well, I
what's
posted a picture of curved water. I'm just wondering why.
It's you guys that claim that water curves.
Electric,
So optically,
Electric, I posted a picture of the water for you, man.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure no one in any science class that I ever did when I went to school was like, "Yeah, water's curving, guys. This is the water curving." No, we just
to
know
what?
that we just know that the
Right, so the
surface.
guy claiming water curves left, and you came in. That's what happened.
See,
That's
water
cool.
conforms.
You should just interrupt me instead.
Water level is relative to what? Remember? Mean sea level.
Again, you can ask for water curving all day, and you can get pictures all day, and you can be like, "That's not what I meant," because what you mean is very ambiguous, and what you actually
no,
mean
it's not.
is
It's actually quite clear.
No,
it's
I
actually
posted a
quite clear
picture of
for
it.
It's actually quite clear for anyone who doesn't have their head. Excuse me, I have to speak in the sand. Excuse me. There.
I posted a picture of it in chat. I still haven't heard a response yet. So
It's just super silly to think that like there's some
Such a
intrinsic
simple question makes you want to resort to insults. My bad. Dyslexia. Resort to
silly to think
insults.
that there's an intrinsic property of water that must be seeking its own level, like most flat earthers say, or that it can't curve, which is just silly because you observe water curving every day.
Actually, water as
I think it's silly that you claim it curves, man.
Conform to the forces that are put upon it.
I mean, I asked for a picture of it curving. If it curves, you should be able to
You want
have
a picture?
that, right?
You want a picture of
I
curved water?
posted
Okay,
the picture for you already. You've
Started
ignored.
talking about fucking bridges. I asked for water
You've
curving.
ignored me multiple times, Electric. But I posted it for you
You
already.
should ask the same again. Maybe we'll give you the same pictures and the same answers again. Let's
You
try
know,
that.
dribbling on trying to insult people doesn't make any fucking point.
Is my mic muted or something? I mean, it's just
No,
like he's
definitely
ignoring
try
me,
asking
huh?
it again.
Yeah, he's just
Here you go.
ignoring me.
they ain't recognizing. They don't know who it is, Sal. They tell them you better bow down and kiss the chucks.
A picture of curved water, just like you asked. Anything else?
You're an idiot.
What? You asked for a picture of curved water? I gave you a picture of curved water.
You posted blue marble data.
I didn't post blue marble data. I posted the blue marble.
Show me the surface of like a lake curving.
I did, Electric. I already showed it to you. You keep
All
ignoring
right, I'd like to see that for real. Yeah, thank you for taking me serious.
Well, now that he's moved the goalposts, we can post the picture link Pontchartrain, and he could be like, "Oh,
Big ass
wait,
bridge
no,
proving that's because of perspective, dude. Come on.
No, it's not perspective. That's
perspective.
That's
exactly
because of
what
the
you expect
bridge.
to see on the globe.
You're just
No.
wrong.
You're just wrong.
Being wrong isn't a solid argument.
No, being upset that this is an argument doesn't do anything for you.
It's not an argument, though,
It's
because
not
we
an
give you a
argument at
very
all.
clear and concise answer and reason for it, and you're like, no, nuh-uh. It's because of quote-unquote
My
perspective.
reason for the bridge curving is perspective. Yours is earth curving.
Electric, I posted another picture for you where you can see the 3D model matches the photograph. Okay, you're welcome.
Perspective does not cause things to curve. Perspective works in straight lines. Nice try, though.
Oh, gosh. You guys just claim the most random shit out of nowhere.
This is not claim. I mean, if you
I am very firm on my stance. I don't really change what I say. You got me repeating myself.
Really? I
Of course
posted,
not.
I
You're
posted a
impervious.
3D model, and that's random.
Y'all got to throw random shit into the mix every once in a while.
Yeah, you're impervious to facts. I understand.
Yeah, here's a 3D model.
I only got to
There's
make
no
a few
photograph
fucking points, and
matching.
it triggers all of you because you don't know what to say to it.
Again, there's my 3D model, and there's my photograph.
It's not really something that's worth it.
And unfortunately, you have to say the same things over and over again because
I mean, there's a lot of things being bounced around. Somebody's claiming that there is no rebuttal, while people are actually rebuttaling, and
Somebody
then a
post
lot
a
of
picture of
stuff
water
being said.
curving at the surface without a bridge in it.
You asked for a picture of water curving. I sent you one. Now you move the goalposts again. What do you want now?
What's wrong with the bridge?
Please. You asked for a
What's
picture of water
wrong with the
curving.
bridge? What's wrong with the bridge?
The bridge destroys his ideas, so that's what's wrong with it.
And so does the blue marble. So he has to say no and ask for move the goalpost and ask for another picture.
Yeah. Hey, weird guy. The blue marble is a picture of a lake. It's just zoomed out really, 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 really.
Yeah, it's a really big lake.
All right, so you're blindly accepting shit that you can't prove. That's all that is.
Actually, we can prove it. There's provenance on this picture. It was published in 1969. We know who took it. We know when. We have the negatives. What more do you want?
I think you really are a shill, bro.
What more do you want?
That's
I
cool.
think
Your
you really
opinion
are a
means nothing.
master shill.
Your opinion means nothing. In the face of fact, your opinion means nothing.
I mean, I posed the 3D
I think it's funny,
model,
man.
GPS coordinates that match it, and photographs that match that. I don't know what else you can expect. I mean, if that evidence doesn't convince you, then well, none will.
Yeah, you can feel however you want, man. You've been presented with facts and an overabundance of
A
evidence.
cartoon of a bridge and another picture of a bridge.
If you think that you are unwilling to change your stance and that we care, that's a you problem.
Yeah. You guys never posted a picture of curved water surface without a bridge in it.
I just posted one without a bridge.
You
I
proudly
posted you one
proclaimed
without a
that
bridge. Actually, there was a bridge somewhere in my picture, but it was really quite small and probably not very visible.
Yeah, I reject your request because it's ridiculous.
It's pretty clear.
You also proudly proclaimed that you don't want it, that you will not change your
You're just
mind.
avoiding the challenge, I guess.
Therefore, why would we continue to jump through your hoops when you've already said you're never going to accept?
You don't gotta address anything I'm saying. You could move on.
All right. Well, we're moving on then. Thanks.
Appreciate you talking right over me, though. That was cool.
Water's still level, guys.
So, Jeremy,
Yeah, it is level. It is level. We agree. It's level.
Yes, water's level. Very good. Thank you.
Jeremy, what do you think of this clown that is invincibly ignorant to facts?
Okay, let's not call names. Let's not call names. First of all, we're not going to start off.
I didn't
How about
insult
I
you
ask
guys,
you when
really.
to stop
Like, why are
beating
you
your wife?
insulting me?
Okay, do you like that? Huh?
So, what do you think of his stance, Jeremy? You agree, disagree?
I already told him everyone agrees water's level. The question is whether level is curving or horizontal.
The question
Well,
was,
are you
what do you think-
redefining level?
I don't think it matters if it's level, isn't that right, Jeremy?
Are you redefining level?
Well, you know, they're claiming they already did. They're claiming that it's curved. Yeah, that's what they did.
We have
so
the
now
definition.
the argument's over that.
We have the definition. It says that it's following the curvature of the watery parts of the earth. You know, maybe you've seen that. Oh, here we go. Here's curved water for you. How about this one?
Nah, but then the water has to like go all the way under our feet, and that's just ridiculous.
Water has to go under our feet.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the fact that down is
Good. We can move on from that. It's fine.
he doesn't understand that down is a relative direction.
Yeah, you forfeit so much stuff, right? It's like, oh, look, it looks like this. But then if you have to think again, be like, oh, but that would mean that somebody would be upside down under my feet. So there's probably a better explanation for that bridge looking like that than somebody upside down under my feet.
No, actually.
Could you define down, please, right the hand?
Right, but you're upside down to someone else right now, and it total to you. And you don't feel upside down, do you? So it's kind of a silly point to make.
Well, because none of us are upside down.
You are in relation to the person that's opposite of you on the earth. But since your point of view is always from your point of view, and you are standing with your feet to the ground and your head up to the sky, just like everyone else is, relative to the earth, you will always be upright. But relative to someone else, say antipodal to you on the earth, you are upside down to them and they're upside down to you. It's not a hard concept.
You believe that?
Yeah, I get the concept. It's just I don't believe it. It's bullshit. It sounds illogical.
That's what we observe.
Wow.
You don't observe
When have you
upside down
ever
under your feet.
observed this?
We observe
I've been to Australia.
gravity. We observe gravity pulling things towards the center of the earth, and if that is held true across the surface of the earth, then why wouldn't I think that? Because
no, you don't observe the center of the earth.
That is the force holding your feet to the ground and your head up to the sky.
Again, when have you observed gravity pulling towards the center of the earth?
So you don't need to quibble over what gravity is. We observe acceleration towards the ground.
Do you?
Yeah, and we measure it every day. It's silly to think otherwise.
You mean when something falls down or you let go of something because you lift it up off the air?
Yeah, that right there.
Oh yeah, so I mean, there wasn't any kinetic energy picking it up, right?
The force that it falls down with, same force that holds the atmosphere down,
Let
same
me
force
ask.
that holds the water down.
I have
same
a
force that
rock.
holds you down.
I have a rock on my desk that I took from a 14,000-foot mountain. Why, when I release it, doesn't it fly back up to the 14,000 foot?
Is that rock denser or lighter than the medium
Well,
around it?
according to you now, it should have all this energy that I took from the 14,000 foot. So why didn't it fly back there?
Were you on that 14,000 foot?
Uh-huh.
Now, are you still up there?
Oh no! Even hold on.
Oh, so you came all the way down, didn't you?
You say that rocks remember where they're positioned.
No, I didn't say they remember. Did
Yeah,
I
you
say
did.
that? That's a straw man.
Yeah, you just said that. No, you just said that a second ago.
What did I say?
You
Exactly.
said that the reason that things fall down is because you pick them up.
Yes.
So I picked up this rock on a 14,000 foot mountain. I brought it down. I'm pretty close to sea level
you
now.
brought it down.
Yeah.
So you did bring it down. So
well, now
when it was up there, you brought it down with you.
According to you, it should remember its kinetic energy and fly back up there, right?
Dude, did I say that?
Yeah, actually.
No, I didn't.
Well, you didn't, but it's part of your
okay,
philosophy.
so now you strawmanning me. You admit it.
No, I'm not strawmanning you. I'm just showing you how stupid your argument is.
That was a stupid argument. What you just made. Of course, if you strawman me and make it a stupid argument, it's going to be.
Stop! It's not a strawman. This is your argument.
No, it's not.
Your argument is that things will go back to their original state.
No, they're not. I did not say that.
Yes, you did. Well, you said when I pick something up, it falls back down.
You pick something off of the floor.
Yeah.
Stop.
And then it goes back to the floor.
Why?
How about you let Flat Earth guy make his actual argument as to why things fall down?
Check. Hey, can I get a mic check?
Looks, I hear you.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, we hear you, Travis.
All right, stop feeding the troll, man.
All right, so random Flat Earth guy that somehow thinks that gravity doesn't exist and things fall down because you picked it up. What is your explanation for it?
Okay, he's not a random Flat Earth guy. It's Elbow.
I don't know his name, so he's random Flat Earth.
Dude, you're a random glober. I don't know if you're a Snack or
that doesn't
Lewis
fucking
or what.
bother me, Jimmy. It doesn't bother me. That's fine. You gonna answer the question, Flat Earth guy? Or are you just gonna not?
I don't need to go down because you.
I just feel like I'm never gonna get the last 15 minutes of my life back.
Yeah, it's pretty much. That's what it looks like.
Well, it sounds like he's not gonna answer. So, anyways, that's how we know.
I don't have a claim to why things fall. I just know that if it's medium around is a lot less denser than what it is, then the item it goes down. Otherwise, it'll flow up.
Trying to make a claim based off of knowledge that you learned in middle school, maybe? I don't even know. You're talking about density and buoyancy like most people do, and things going back to their equilibrium, which is just silly. It's gravity, man. It's been observed. It's been measured. We understand it very well.
You haven't observed gravity.
Can I ask, Nidhogg, do you?
Yes, we have. What's on your
Observe the rock falling, not gravity. The rock falling is what you think gravity is.
What's holding your fat ass a chair right now?
Hold on. There's somebody else speaking. Yeah, speaking all over him.
Yeah. So, Nidhogg, do you think that flat earthers don't know that rocks fall to the ground?
I think flat earthers don't know why rocks fall to the ground.
I didn't ask about the why.
Well, that is what I think. Do you guys know rocks fall to the ground? I would sure hope so. But you don't demonstrate a cognitive understanding of it, which again, I don't think flat earthers understand why it falls.
So that is a non sequitur because they didn't ask that. So we all know that rocks fall to the ground. Cool. Why was Elbow being strawmanned about rock memory?
Yeah, that wasn't me. I didn't say it was strawman. I asked him to clarify his point because he was screaming at
Was I screaming? Was I saying he was strawmanning me?
Yeah, you were out of control.
Mildly annoyed with the person who was dishonestly debating him, right? So I wanted to ask you what you think about those debate tactics, if you think they're legitimate or if they help.
What, screaming at each other? I don't think it helps.
No, I'm going to say it a second time. Do you think that dishonestly debating is helping the discussion?
Well, I would have to say yes, because if I said no, no flat earther would be able to debate. So there you
Right. Okay. So you're only
Yeah, we
the
got
only
another
way
troll.
the only way
Got
you can
another
be
troll
honest
here.
is by throwing shit. I think this is the problem that we have with you guys, is that it's all about ego and it's got nothing to do with truth.
no, that's actually, you are right. It is about ego, but it's the fact that flat earthers' ego won't allow for the truth, which is why
Yes,
you constantly get shown evidence to the contrary, and you make up stuff like gravity doesn't exist in order to support the fragile ego you have and your non-understanding of most things that have to do with the world you live in.
See, this is the problem, is that now, because we have two dishonest globers who basically use the same tactics, the only thing they can do is say, no, you, whenever something legitimate about their demeanor or their behavior is brought up. That's all that's happening. I don't know why we're bothering with these guys.
Exactly right. Right.
They're not here for the truth.
Yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on. So there's no need to engage in these guys. At least these two, they're.
Yeah, you wouldn't know the truth. You guys wouldn't know the truth if it bit you in the ass.
Go ahead and explain how we don't understand gravity. Then.
No, we just established that there's no need to talk to the two of you.
I got
Somebody
you.
else.
Yeah, I know. You want to
Can
talk
I
to me
ask
because
both sides of the
we're
question?
deadly to you. You know, show you you're wrong, and you say all you got to say is nuh-uh.
Can I ask both sides of the question real quick? Maybe help get us back on track. Can both sides define the word down for me?
Sure. I'll let the
What is down if I'm in America and someone else is in China? What is down over here?
Yeah, and when you turn down into every direction, right? When down is a 360-degree sphere, no matter where you are, down could be its own unique direction. So down is the direction in some people's models. It's every direction.
So hold on a second. If you don't know what down is, if you guys don't know what, okay, give me 10 seconds. If you guys don't know what down is, please go find your nearest 2-year-old and ask them. They will point the direction that we call down.
And that will be a line which you turn into a ball. How do you turn a line that is straight down from A to B, down? You turn that into 360 degrees.
It's actually the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, in all reality, you know that everybody has to go out, and there's a good way to find out. And if it's so freaking obvious, then why the hell do you need a plumb bob? And if it's so obvious to you, they're like, oh yeah, it's just a straight line. It's the same exact everywhere. Why the hell you need a plumb bob?
A plumb bob is a straight line.
Where the hell did Meisty crawl out from?
So we have a plumb bob.
Dude. So here's the question: why does it need? Why do you need to actually find a plumb bob?
Yeah, because it's giving you guidance as to where that exact direction is. But the previous question wasn't where is it? It was what is it? Right? There's a different question. So I would say that the objection that the hand brought up is a fair one, because actually down is all directions on a globe, whereas down on the globe has only.
Well, here's a great
down
point.
is a relative direction. It's
and
different.
Here's the great point. You can only find down based on the forces acting on an object and where that object ends up going. That should be a good freaking indication. You find me one freaking way to find down without looking at the forces or observing or feeling the forces on an object. Go ahead, I'll wait.
All right, you can just look down. You just take your eyes, you look down.
You're turning down into this head.
You're moving your head. So what? You look down. That's not a force. That's just looking down, dude.
You use the bones in your head to determine which direction was down in.
Great.
That's not a force.
What is down to them?
He said, show me showing down without the force, and we just did.
Yes.
We just looked.
No, you didn't. You used the force acting on your earbuds.
There's no force. He said to look down.
It acts on your earbuds.
Hey, hold up. Based on the forces on the vestibular system in you, or could you even figure out down? Now, if you want me to mess up, hold up for a second. If you want to come in my airplane for a little bit, I'll show you how I can.
Well, hold on. We're gonna define force
system to the point you don't know what from down.
Hold on. We're gonna define force.
Icy, can you tone it down a bit, buddy? Tone it down.
Everyone relax.
No, I'm not gonna have people talking over. I'm not gonna have people.
Pump
I
the
agree.
brakes.
I agree.
Pump
We're
the
not
brakes,
talking
Feisty.
over people. Yo. We're not going to talk over people one at a time. If we can't handle it, maybe say over and out when you're done talking or something. Okay, let's all relax.
I go on mute. I'm cool. I'm just not gonna have people talk over me and then tell me to calm down. Nah.
Calm down.
I don't recall anybody talking over you, and I waited until there was a spot where you
did.
Okay, you're obviously triggered. I just asked
I'm not triggered. I'm just telling you, I can mess with
You
your
just interrupted him, dude.
to the point that you can't tell up from down, and then you want to tell me, oh, it's not the forces in your vestibular system that help you tell up from down? You're full of shit.
It's not. Because there is no force inside your head, right? There's liquid, right? So liquid moves, and that's what tells you. You're interrupted. You're interrupted. Chill out. Chill out. I know this is very new information.
Oh, I'm good.
You're excited. So if you're good, so just chill out. So there is no force, like there's no force in your head. There's this liquid, so that when you change orientation, the liquid will tell you when you come back down. So there's no force. It's a liquid.
What liquid do it? Is the liquid moving?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So why does it move? I'll give you an answer. Things only move because forces act on them.
No. Okay. So the liquid, when I turn my head, that movement, that's a physical motion. That's why because the liquid is physically touching the physical container that it's in. So when you physically move the container to the one way, it will push the water, and then the water will have a physical reaction to that. There's no force. Force is a conceptual word that you just keep instituting like a religious doctrine. The mechanics, there are physical mechanics at play with the inner ear.
You just said that it's going to move downward when I'm sitting there and I want to actually know which way is down. You know to look down. Even just sitting there still, you still know which way is down. You know why? Because there's a force acting on your vestibular system.
There's liquid. Liquid in my ear.
What's liquid doing?
Liquid and not a force is just silly, man. A force is anything that influences an object, the motion of an object. So you're turning your head induces a force on the water.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Listen, when you hold on, listen. When you have water in a cup, right? You have a cup and you have water, and you move the cup, right? You're holding the handle to the cup. You know why the water moves? Because it's touching the cup.
And the exerted a force on it, man. Arguing this is just silly, dude.
When you say
this is easily looked up, man. This is easily looked up. Arguing it is dumb. Arguing
you're screaming. You're just screaming at me now. Let me get my point.
Arguing that forces aren't the reason things move is silly.
Well, you think it's silly. You personally think it's silly.
I don't think it's silly.
No, you don't.
It is silly. It's
okay,
silly.
But you're just interrupting me.
I don't know what's going on.
Hold on. Even if you think it's silly, keep it to yourself. Right? So the cup.
How are you talking about?
Wow, bro. Look at these guys are triggered. See, this is what happens when you attack people's personal beliefs. He has a personal belief about
let's get back to your point.
He just cannot handle. He just can't handle it.
So here's the point. Can somebody now that he's failed at this? Can somebody find me an example of finding down with something that is not moving with an object?
Okay, so we've left force, so we don't need a force to find down. You agree now?
Show me how you find down without a force on an object. Go.
But I can use again. A force is not a thing that you have in your head. It is liquid and a container. So I can use liquid and a container to find down, and I will never use a force. Right? If I have a container of water, I will know where down is.
Why did the liquid? Hold up.
You literally need medium and intensity.
Why did the liquid move to the bottom of the container?
Why is not a force? Why is your don't interrupt, please. This is very I know. I knew he was going to interrupt. That's why I said it. When you ask
him around the water.
When you ask why, right? Let me come on. When you ask why, you're getting into a philosophical question, right?
Okay. So how did the liquid move to the bottom of the container?
Holy shit.
Physically.
How?
What do you mean how? You took you either
How did
poured
the
it out of
liquid
either
get to
out of
the
a
bottom of the container?
either
The
out
rock
of a
is more dense
faucet.
than the water.
Maybe you took it out of a pitcher. Hold on. You know that rock, hold on. You know that rocks fall to the ground. Do you know that liquid fills cups?
How did the liquid get to the
force
bottom of the container?
By pouring it through a pitcher. Do you not know how liquids do? You have coffee in the morning. How you pour your coffee into the cup? How do you, that's how it gets in there? What are you? You're so dishonest.
Yeah, how did the liquid move to the bottom though?
Because you poured it and there was nothing else in the cup. There was air.
Right,
Hold
hang
on.
on.
Without, come on. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You asked the question.
Hold on a second, you guys. This
Come
is a
on,
lot
bro.
of interruptions. Hold on. I'm just muting you guys for a second. If it gets crazy like this, I might have to do temp mutes because otherwise we can't hear what's going on. So let's just let one person speak at a time, please, and try not to interrupt. So RC, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. Thanks. So my question is, you said that I have to pour the liquid into the thing. That, aka liquid moving, helps me establish which way down is. Thank you. You proved my point again. Next, can you find me a way that I can establish down without a moving object?
Okay, but now you've left your original claim, which was a force, and you've left that and said moving object, which was my claim. So you very subtle attempt at a trick, but you've actually now sided with me, because at first you were saying, show me down without a force, and I said, I can show you down with the motion of an object. And now you're going, show me down with the motion of an object. And I'm going, yes, listen to this man. He knows what he's talking about. Congratulations, RC. You've just converted to my side.
Exactly not, because you're saying that, okay, everything that moves because of force. We already established that. You're telling me
I didn't say that. No.
Hey, you're not going to interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. I went on mute, so hush your mouth. So, since we've already established things move because forces act on them, cool beans, now you're telling me I'm going to watch water move from somewhere to the bottom of an object. Since we know that things move because that force is acting on them, you still haven't asked me or actually told me how in the world did that water move from where you were pouring it to the bottom of the container.
Yeah, I didn't agree there's a force, right? So
thank you.
You're either doing this intentionally or you're just, I don't know, because I never said there's a force.
The water is more dense than the air around it, so it found its equilibrium below the medium of air.
All right, equilibrium is defined in physics. Equilibrium is defined in physics as an equalization of forces on an object. So here we go back to, you can only find down the forces acting on an object.
The air experiences entropy, and it was displaced very easily by the dense water.
Can something move without a force acting on it?
Yes.
No.
What is a force? What is a force? Hold on. Before you're going to say that the only way an object can move is with a force, we're going to need a very clear definition of what force is. Now, online, when I look up force, it is the conceptual, in dynamics, it's the conceptual push or pull of a physical object. So
How about
you have a different definition of force. So if you're going to say that
in physics, a force is an influence that can change the motion of an object. A force causes objects with mass to change its velocity. For an example, acceleration.
No, how do you wait? You say influence. What does that mean? How can you influence something without an object? Hold on, bro. You're interrupting. I didn't even get my whole thought out. You guys you get triggered because you know what I'm going to say, right? Because you're not stupid. So you know. Hold on. You're still interrupting. You're still interrupting. You're still interrupting. Just be civil. You know the point I'm going to make because once I start speaking, I say the first 8 words. You're like, holy shit, right? So then instead of letting me make the point, you get triggered. Right, and then you try and get me off the topic.
This is your problem because you said you looked up a force, and a force is described intuitively as a push or a pull. That's cool, but what you just did was you wikied what a force was, and you ignored the first 3 sentences before that one and the sentence right after that one, which is the full definition of a force, and not the cherry-picked one, which doesn't include influencing or changing the motion of an object, which completely blows your argument up. That's why we have an issue.
So let's hear it. I was asking you. Here's the thing. I never introduced the word force. You did. You said an object cannot move without a force, and I'm saying no. I can grab an object with my hand and move it, and then you're just going to say your hand is a force, and I'm going to say no. My hand is my.
What you quoted. Here's what you quoted.
Bro, I'm still talking. Define force.
Intuitively as a push or a pull. That's literally what you said.
Okay. No. I said that was the definition that online gives you. So are you okay with that definition?
But that's not the full definition.
So then give us the full definition of what you mean.
You start interrupting. Good Lord.
When you say force,
in physics,
what do you mean?
A force is an influence that can change the motion of an object. A force can cause an object with mass to change its velocity, as an example, to accelerate. Force can also be described intuitively as a push or a pull. Note, that's the only part of the definition you told us. A force has both magnitude and direction, making it a vector quantity. That's the full definition from Wikipedia on force as defined in physics. That's not the definition you gave us. You gave us 1/4 of it.
Okay, so it still did not define what a force is. It said it has magnitude. Hold on, dude. Look. Really the bigger issue, okay, is you have a personal belief and I'm attacking it. And you're taking it so personal that you literally cannot let me get the words out. This is how I know that you are triggered and in a belief system because you are not in control. So please either mute your fucking mic or just learn self-control whiy I speak. So hold on. I had to teach you how to be civil. Now I'm going to get my thought out. You're still talking. So now that I
one more time,
right the hand. The only reason he didn't interrupt you is because I had him muted. You guys, we're just going to do temporary mutes. It's the only way that this conversation can even be listenable. So just please try not to interrupt. Yeah, Nithug, even if you think he's wrong, just let him finish his point, man. Then we can hear his side and then you can respond. Otherwise, it's just chaos and we can't hear what anyone's saying.
Thank you. So when you're saying it has magnitude, it has a vector, these are not definitions of what it is. So when you say all this garbage, we still get back to what is a force? What is this thing that has vector? Is it a physical thing? Is it a non-physical thing? How about we start there? Is it a physical object that I can hold?
It is a physical thing. And to claim that I did not give you a definition of force when you literally said part of the definition as your definition of a force just means that you're not very, I'll be nice. But to sum up, I gave you the definition of a force, the literal definition of a force. If you don't like it, that's not my problem. If you don't understand it, that's also not my problem.
I do understand it. It's incomplete. Because again, it never said what, so it would be like define, this is what you're doing. It would be like define a moose. Well, hold on. It has direction. It has a vector. It can influence an object. And they'd be like, yeah, but what is the moose? So again, when you take your argument and you frame it with anything else, you can clearly see how you have not defined what we're talking about. We don't know what can influence something. We don't know what has magnitude. You're just saying it, like we should know what this it is. So again, what is the it that has magnitude? And you're going to say, you said it's a physical object. So you're saying force is as physical like a rock.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Well said, right the hand. That was exactly what I experienced when I asked both sides to define down. One side went and they told me what the other side thought, but never told me what down was. So, well said.
I did. The entire point of this was highlighting the fact that always define down based on the equilibrium or the forces acting on an object. Now, the only reason we got into the idea of force or motion was because every freaking example you gave me was based on the motion caused by a force acting on a freaking object. And so you've gone away from that question because you're too freaking scared to realize you don't have an answer to it. There's no way to find down without appealing to the fact that shit moves. And you can't explain why.
Yeah, I can't touch it. I touch a rock with my hand and it moves, right? You're gonna say force like I manifested something. There's my hand and there's the rock. There's my physical hand and the physical rock. So this Star Wars force that you're talking about, where is it?
No one, right the hand. No one really cares that you don't understand what forces are, dude. It's inconsequential to the conversation. Go
No,
back
but it
to
is.
theory. Learn
So
what a
I'm
force is.
asking my original question again, since you keep evading it. Show me one way to find down without using an object that has forces acting on it. Go.
Okay, I'm sitting at a table. The cat is down on the floor.
All right, hang on. Whoa. What forces are acting on you while you're sitting at a table? Just tell us.
That wasn't the original question. I answered our.
Yeah, but you're going to try and explain.
I answered. No. Anybody from my side can feel free to correct me. If I did not answer RC Micey, anyone from my side, feel free to correct me.
Yeah, that was the same thing I said. I said I can find down with a cup of water, and he was going, "Oh, well, you use the force when you use the water." No, using a
Show
cat.
me one way to find down without using an object that has forces acting on it. Go.
No, well, see, now you're just instituting your personal beliefs that all objects have forces acting on them.
Right. So I'm just gonna repeat myself again. I'm sitting on a chair, and the cat is down on the floor. There you go.
Okay. So what?
How do I know the cat is down?
Are you on the same? Are you on the same plane as the cat? Are you higher than the cat, or are you lower than the cat? Because if you're lower, okay, if you don't understand the difference between higher and lower, I don't know how to help you, RC.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Yeah, like basically it's on a lower plane. Like your head is on a higher plane in elevation rather than the cat. Therefore, the cat is down compared to you.
So I have to presuppose a plane in order to define down. Thank you.
No, it's a reference. Hold on. No, it was simply the use of a colloquialism. Okay, the cat is on the floor. You are on the chair. Those are not on the same. What should I say? They are not in the same position. Are you okay with that?
Okay, but I could say that you are to the left of me and you are to the right of me. You're also not.
Okay, so now,
don't interrupt me. So my question is, how do I differentiate right from left versus up from down without using an object that has forces acting?
Okay, great. Right or left? Are you okay with describing that reference as lateral?
Yeah, because all of that is just in reference to my. Hold up. That's just in reference to my head, right?
I didn't ask you to extrapolate. Are you comfortable?
I don't give a shit what you ask me. I'm going to answer your question.
You're dragging this out. No.
So when the
answered my hold on. You answered my question by saying yes. You then wasted time.
And Copernicus, you can get over it. You can get over it.
Moderator.
So when the cat changes position and
hold on, Travis
on a shelf,
hold
is
on,
now above me.
Hold on, dude. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, I'm just gonna make my point. Okay, so RC brought in a different reference. Now he was saying right or left. Okay, so in my world, right or left is a lateral distinction. Right, left, up, down is a vertical distinction. So I'm not really sure why he brought in something that's not vertical into this discussion. I answered the question very simply. I am in one position. Hold on. I am in one position. The cat is in another. I am higher. He is lower. From him, I'm up.
How do
Hold on, I'm almost done.
You determine up
I'm
and down?
almost done. From him, I'm up. From me, he's down.
So when the cat climbs up onto the shelf, the cat is now up. So down is now up and up is now down because it's all relative to cats, right?
I have no fucking idea what you just said.
Copernicus,
Cat's on a shelf, up on top of the refrigerator. So now cat determines down. Down is now the opposite direction to where it used to be, since the cat is now in a different position relative to my head, right?
So he is making a good point, Copernicus. Let me show you how the insanity of this, right? Is my left always your left? No. The answer is no. My left is not always your left, right? Those are called relative directions. Now,
Hold on.
hold up, Copernicus, stop. Because my left is not always your left, those are relative directions. Now, you just tried to make that comparison, and in so doing, you did the thing that you keep criticizing. You just said, well, wait a minute, now is up and down relative? That's our point. No,
I did not say is no. I did not say is up or down relative. The word relative never came out of my mouth.
You said left and right is relative, right?
I said it's a different reference point. Okay, so listen, just real quick. Okay, just real quick, Meisty, just real quick. You ready? Your left is never. Okay, hold on. I wasn't finished. Hold on. Your left is never my left because I'm not you. We're never going to occupy the same space. So that was a false equivalency right there. So if you'd like to try to make some sense,
silly point.
If you would like to make some sense,
you
go
made
ahead.
it, not me.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
All right, cool then. So now that we can't use left and right in order to establish our up and down, like you were trying to suggest before, thank you for admitting that that's nonsensical.
There's no way we're going to let someone hijack sense and sensibility.
Hold up.
I did not bring in. I did not bring in the reference points of right and left.
Hey, hold up. Now you literally said that up and down is perpendicular to right or left. That's how you told me I can find up and down. Now my question is, since that's nonsensical to try to do, now tell me, how do I find up and down without using the forces acting on an object?
Okay, once again, it's going to be difficult to go back and unpack how illogical you are making your argument right now. I did not bring into this discussion the terms right or left. You did.
You brought in position, and I said, well, position can be right or left. And then you said, oh, well, I can just define up and down based on perpendicular to right or left. I was like, okay, cool beans.
No, I did not say perpendicular to right or left. Those words didn't come out of my mouth.
So you said up and down versus right or left.
Well, horizontal versus vertical. I mean, you could say up and down.
How do I find horizontal? Well, we can even just do that. How do you find horizontal not based on the forces acting on an object? I'll even go with that one.
Okay, how would I find horizontal? Okay, I would establish a equal elevation between 2 points.
Cool. How do you establish the elevation?
Well, if I'm going to use 2 points, I would have to establish 2 vertical points. Okay, so let's say I drive 2 stakes into the ground, and then I mark off 6 inches, and then I cut those stakes at 6 inches, and determine that both of them have the same elevation from the ground. They are that gives us a horizontal reference point.
Great. So you're back to now proving vertical, aka up and down. Cool beans. How do you know it's up and down?
Well, the top of the spike is higher than the bottom of the spike.
That's circular reasoning.
But RC, he is answering what you originally asked for, which was how to find horizontal and or vertical without necessarily forces acting on something. He's just using points and elevation.
Yeah, and those points could literally be anything, and those references to those points could literally be anything.
No,
right?
They can't.
So I'm asking you, because you guys constantly say, well, look at water. And
no, they can't.
The water example, right? Because you have to pour the water in something. I was like, well, why the hell did it go
you just
down?
make illogical statements all the time. You can't
that's
use
not natural
any
debunk.
point.
It's just your emotional response.
No, I don't have an emotional response right now. I'm trying to be very specific. You can't just use willy-nilly, like you just said a moment ago, any 2 points. No, you can't.
So you're going to answer my question or not?
I already have, and the host.
No, you haven't. You just went in a circular. You did circular reasoning.
Okay,
You
well
did
then you can.
circular reasoning, and then
Okay, well,
told me up is down and down is up just because up and down is up and horizontal is horizontal. And you didn't tell me how you found any of them.
We have electrical gradient on the
all
Earth.
right. So, if you want to have now a debate between you and the host, because the host seemed to affirm the fact that I did answer your question, so I'm good.
We have electrical gradient on the Earth.
Wow.
Just saying, it's so weird how you guys just want to flat out deny that local gravity is a thing.
Are you going to cry, or do you have a claim or a question?
Really
Gravity's
that easy.
nothing more than
Yeah, it's local
incoherent
gravity.
dielectric
You can tell
acceleration.
where down is. Down is relative to local gravity. It's that simple. And none of this other nonsense that you guys have said is repeatable across every possible scenario. But local gravity being down, yeah, that works.
That's electrostatics.
What is
No,
gravity?
Actually, can you come in a minute?
How do you
I've got
measure?
some questions.
Hang on. How do you measure electrostatics? What unit of measure do you do?
Are you denying that electrostatics?
I'm asking you, how do you measure electrostatics? What's the unit of measure?
There is no demonstration, no measurements, no data that support that.
Hang on. Let him answer. What is the unit of measure for electrostatics?
It's a little meter, a little static meter.
Yeah? You don't know the actual SI for it? You're just going to say the little meter?
Well, this is really actually a little more nuanced than that because you have to properly define what electrostatics is. So,
So
I
you're
disagree with what
replacing
you think.
gravity with electrostatics. So why don't you clearly define what you're talking about then?
Okay, no problem. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, meaning the very thing, the causal mechanism for matter itself, what comprises matter and holds it together is electrostatics. We have an electric gradient on the Earth equal equipotential increase of 100 volts per meter. So that as you have positive charge increasing, you have a negative surface charge, so that gives you the up and down. Electrostatics
Okay, whoa, stop right there. So we measure electrostatics in volts. Is that what you said?
I was actually talking about atmospheric electricity.
Well, you said, what is the unit of measure for this electrostatics? You said volts, and then you said it's more nuanced than
Electrostatics is coulomb. Okay, I said that.
Perfect. How much do you weigh in coulombs?
Okay, so we don't measure weight in coulombs.
That's right. So that must not be gravity then, because we measure gravity in weight, in kilograms,
We
not
measure in
coulombs. So when you try to replace gravity, which we measure with coulombs in electrostatics, you have to show the how much you weigh or the direct ability to go from one unit to another, which you can easily do if they are in fact transferable. And you cannot
All right,
ever
now-
tell me how much you
Lewis,
weigh in coulombs.
is it
You
Lewis
can't
that's
tell me how much
talking
you
right now?
weigh in
Dig-Dug, is
coulombs.
that Lewis? You got to give people a chance to respond. You can't just talk over them with your
Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me how much you weigh in coulombs.
Okay, so that's a non sequitur.
It's not.
Retarded. That's a
You
ridiculous.
replace gravity
You're
with-
interrupting me again.
Yeah, you can't interrupt, bro. I'm going to mute you if you keep doing that.
Okay, so that's a ridiculous question. So weight, quote unquote, is what you think mass times gravity. Now gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration agreed upon average. Okay, now that agreed upon average of downward acceleration is not a phenomena that just you have or something. I also have it. We're actually disputing what the causal agent of that downward acceleration is. Okay, so we can use the same mechanism to, determine our quote unquote weight, which is pressure over an area.
Right. So where did electrostatics come into play? Because you're directly trying to replace gravity with something else. And if you're not, that's fine. Gravity exists. Perfect. I don't understand
You just didn't. You didn't respond at all. So
You didn't really get it.
Yeah.
You didn't get it. But yeah, you're right. You're replacing what you call gravity. Your acceleration does have a reason beyond your spinning ball, and that's what you're missing.
Right. So the downward acceleration is not exclusive to you, Nidhug, or the globe, or your claim of gravity. Okay, it's a phenomena, and it's an agreed upon average. Not everything goes down, but when they do, it typically goes around the same accelerative rate. It's agreed upon average. Now we both have that phenomena. Now the dispute is what is the cause of that phenomena. So our construct that we use to determine weight is the same on both sides. The question is, what's the causal agent? I just told you that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So if we were going to try to test this and see if this is true, we'd be like, well, if that is in fact the cause of weight, then we would be able to manipulate that cause And if we can manipulate and vary that independent variable, and it was the cause of weight, then it would change your weight. Well, we can do this with a Van de Graaff generator. We can literally make things float, right? We can make things weigh less or float with the Van de Graaff generator with the manipulation of electrostatics. So we can actually demonstrate that it does affect weight objectively. Now, can you manipulate gravity and make things float?
All right, so we're unpacking all of this. Number one, you're claiming electrostatics causes gravity. Is that right?
Yeah, well, gravity is nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration. So yeah, the acceleration is intrinsically dependent upon the electrostatic nature of the matter and the medium it's within.
Why don't you answer his question, though? Answer his question, though. We can manipulate it with electrostatics. We manipulate gravity and change the weight.
Shit, were you the one I was talking to, Jeremy?
He'll never answer that.
No, he's saying that you should answer the question. How do you manipulate gravity to prove gravity is the cause of anything? Manipulate your gravity. Can you do that?
He asked a good question. I didn't think it should go by unanswered.
Well, he can't.
I said I was unpacking it because he threw a lot at me. So first off, you're claiming electrostatics causes gravity. Is that right?
Downward acceleration is intrinsically electrostatic. That's right.
But things are denser as well.
How have you shown that is true?
That are you disputing that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature?
No, have you shown it?
Yeah, you can measure coulombs, bro. We just discussed that, Left Lane.
So yes, you can measure coulombs. That's cool. How have you shown the direct correlation with measuring coulombs and a downward acceleration?
Okay, because first of all, not everything goes down, right? But when they do, I bet if you keep interrupting me, the Earth will become a ball. So not everything goes down, but we have downward acceleration. Okay, now we're asking, what's the cause of things when they go down? I just explained to you, well, the object's electrostatic, the air's electrostatic, the Earth's electrostatic. So when an object falls down to the Earth, it's objectively electrostatic acceleration. Now, if we wanted to test this, we would manipulate that variable and see if it actually is the cause of the effect, science. Well, when we do this with a Van de Graaff generator and we manipulate electrostatics, we can make things float. What that proves is that electrostatics does in fact change whether or not something goes up or down, or how fast it does that, or more so how strong that downward force is. So we can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. You're claiming that it's gravity. Can you manipulate gravity and make things float?
So, first off, no, you can't manipulate gravity and make things float. And secondly, you haven't explained how electrostatics causes the downward acceleration. You've just said it does, trust me.
No. Okay, so when an object is more dense than the medium that it's in, it will go down. And if it's less dense, it'll go up. The cause of density is, well, the compactness of matter is intrinsically electrostatic, because what holds the matter together, admittedly, across the board, is electrostatic attraction. So what makes things go down is its relationship with the medium that it's in. So things don't always go down, just when they do, we have a rough average of downward acceleration. We've used that convention or that construct to determine a process to measure weight on a scale, which is pressure over area. So I have explained it, and now I'm asking you a question, and you did answer. You said no, so you lose.
Large bodies do not have any electrical charge, therefore electrostatics plays no role whatsoever. Molecules, well, some atoms have electrical charge, most atoms don't. Like in a gas, they do not have electrostatic charge. So because you've found a force, that doesn't mean to say there's magnetic force. You might as well be saying, I can show magnetic force makes things float, therefore gravity is magnetic. No, you have to show that there's an electrostatic charge on things if you wish to show they're being attracted. And what's more, there isn't. So you've been invalidated. Electrostatic forces are not the cause of gravity.
You're wrong. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
But gases don't interact electrostatically because they're neutrally charged.
They're neutrally charged?
And a large object, like a human being, is not charged. Therefore, there is no electrostatic attraction to a human being. So you're
Okay,
wrong.
so
neutral charge.
again, you're wrong. All
absolutely correct.
molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do I need to cite
Gases,
it?
yes, but there are no forces at the molecular level on neutral atoms, and a human being is neutrally charged. Therefore,
About to
there
decay
cannot
again,
be
interrupting
any
people.
electrostatic forces upon us. It's very simple.
Yeah, you're just literally not addressing the actual
I am.
argument.
You've got to show that a human
Still
being is
interrupting people.
charged
Nip
if
this
you
in the
wish
bud
to
immediately.
show that it's being attracted.
The only way they can debate is to interrupt. So,
Well,
human.
you ignored the point I make. You've ignored. I've made the same
Yeah,
point
my
3
God.
times. For an
Yeah.
electrostatic force to exist, one of the items has to be charged, and a human being is neutral. Therefore,
Like a
it is
boulder down the
not
hill.
attracted by electrostatic charges.
The
Really simple.
Okay.
the material composition of a
fair
human.
warning. If you keep interrupting, I'm going to mute you, just to let you know. You can't just talk over people.
The
Yeah, go
material
ahead.
the material composition of a human is 100% held together by electrostatics. That's objective.
Based on what? How about you cite a reference that says
Okay, I'll cite Purdue University. Does that work?
Does it say that humans are held together by electrostatics?
It says all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Does it say humans are held together by electrostatics?
Are you
which is
saying there's no molecular interaction within
I'm asking
humans?
for what you claimed, which was humans are held together by electrostatics.
All molecular and inter. You don't know. You don't get it.
Like, how does he does. He's just being dishonest.
You're saying intramolecular or intermolecular?
Sure. Yo, when you guys are done, can I get like 5 minutes of Rumpus when this is over?
Well, yeah,
Go
but
ahead,
don't
keep
forget
going.
about Paul. Paul wanted to get in here too.
I gotta get at
Here.
Rumpus, bro. I gotta get at Rumpus.
Rumpus is gone because he didn't want to be muted.
Oh,
You still
come
haven't
on,
explained.
guys.
You haven't explained the mechanism for how electrostatics produces the force. You've blatantly disregarded the fact that neutral charge objects which exist on Earth would somehow be immune to this particular attractant. You haven't shown why it's a downward force, not any vector force. Why don't two electrostatic things in the air move towards one another versus down?
Okay.
You have so much work to do with it, and all you've
No, I
done
don't.
is just repeat the same thing you've said over and over without actually giving any scientific experiments to back up your claims, any papers that back up your claims,
like gravity?
anything about what you think happens.
Okay,
Wait a minute. Austin, before you say that, I want to say this to set it up for you. This gentleman asked at least 2 questions that are not merely asking about cause and effect. I'm sure he has the acumen to understand that when you ask about cause and effect, you're describing the event. You're describing what did this and then this happen. But he repeated the question how and why about the cause, how causing the effect, instead of asking what caused the effect. If you ask the question how did the cause the effect, that's beyond the causation inquiry method. You're not asking merely about what caused this. Now you're asking about the uniformity of nature. What caused the thing to behave the way it does?
I want him to explain
But
how
Witzit's
electrostatic.
actually giving an answer to the why, and their definition of gravity. They have no way of manipulating gravity, and therefore cannot answer that. But they're demanding
Right.
an answer on their side.
Actually, we do manipulate gravity by
And then
more
lastly, the
more
last
and less
sentence
mass,
is
but okay.
By reifying the idea of gravity and assuming it to be there by begging the question. And I do
It's
have
not
to say it's
reifying.
very interesting. I know that NASA's going to interrupt, but it's very interesting, just like New Perspective pointed out, that they are very critical of what I'm saying. They want to know every little detail, and they want science, and they want...
Yeah, we want science. Yeah, we want science. Yeah.
Well, we do kind of want to know.
When it comes to the bending and warping of space-time, they don't have any proof for it. They can't bend and warp space-time. They can just say, look, more mass. I can reify the question, and that's all that they're doing. Now, I explained to you that electrostatics is very weak, okay? So it's just creating the bias. A helium balloon creates a buoyant force that's much stronger than electrostatics, so it's going to overcome it. We're asking what creates the intrinsic up and down and what holds something together, which is what gives its weight.
Everyone knows
No,
helium is dense in
For
air.
electrostatic forces to exist, you need oppositely charged charges. They do not exist in the case of a helium balloon or a human. So you're just talking utter rubbish. And I've been
That's
called
not
back
true.
here because Jeremy apparently wanted to talk to me.
I just cited it, Ruif. I cited it.
Just saying it's rubbish or saying that we already know helium's lighter than air is not even addressing the point he
You can't claim
made.
it's electrostatic when helium atoms are neutrally charged. You can't keep on repeating this. Electrostatics is about the reattraction between opposite charges. Helium atoms are neutrally charged. They do not attract one another electrostatically. You can't make that claim unless you're an idiot.
You can't understand what he's saying is the problem.
I can. He's claiming that things are electrostatically.
Go ahead and explain it again.
Okay, yeah,
Hold on, guys, please. I just have one yes or no question for Rumpus, and then you guys can go on with your stuff. I've been waiting a week to ask him this. Rumpus, can you use Snell's law to measure refraction in the atmosphere? Yes or no? Okay, perfect. Back as you were, guys.
Okay, so even with the helium, right? Now this is, of course, reifying the atomic model, which is just a model. And then you're reifying electrons and protons and neutrons within that. But of course, they say helium does have electrons.
What does that mean, reifying electrons?
That means treating a concept as if it is definitively
So you're
real
denying the existence of electrons now?
Okay, so the electron is just a concept.
You don't believe it's a real thing?
I don't believe in the. I believe it's
so
a real
irritating.
It's a real phenomena, but your interpretation of the phenomena is not real. They claim that the electron.
So you do believe it's a physical thing?
No.
Rumpus, just try to interrupt him then. We don't want to have to let you.
Well, he's been speaking more than anybody else, hasn't he? I mean, he must be about 80% of the speaking has been him, and other people.
You keep jumping into straw man. You keep jumping into straw man.
But he's spending so long talking, no one else is getting a chance to talk.
This is why you get muted, Rumpus. You yell in. You come in yelling and expect not to get muted.
80% of the talk is from him.
Because you're interrupting his answer. You don't deny that.
80% of the talking is him.
But then he starts talking, and then you come in and rumpus him per your name.
Let's just move on one at a time. One at a time.
Go ahead with it.
I motion that Paul has a time to speak because he asked like 10 minutes ago to get in here.
That's good.
Go ahead, Paul.
Whatever happens, do it one at a time, please, guys.
Okay, Paul's not here. Go ahead, Whitsit.
Yeah, to clarify, I mean, of course, the only reason I'm having to talk so much is because I gave it succinctly in about 30 seconds, and then they just keep asking me to reiterate it because they don't understand it. But Paul, I think
you've been validated. You keep on making claims about electrostatic attraction, which cannot exist without opposite charges, and you've ignored this point that's been made to you about 5 times.
There's no such thing as opposite charges. Anyway, Paul, go ahead.
Oh my God! You hear that, everybody? He's denying the existence of opposite charges. This is the guy who's denying electrons and now denies that there are opposite charges. I mean, what's the point of talking to him?
Okay, back up your statement, Whitson, about no such thing.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as negative or positive charge. It's only charge or discharge. But since we want to mathematically describe discharge, then we have to put a negative there. It's a mathematical construct. In reality, it's just charge and discharge. And then pressure mediates and causes acceleration towards the null pressure point between the two.
There you go.
This is just null pressure point. There's no such thing.
Yeah, it's not your language. You don't understand it because it's not your language that you've been indoctrinated to think it works only one way. It has to work only one way. That's the only way.
Yeah, Rumpus, you've got.
Go ahead, Rumpus.
Yeah, you got the floor, so go ahead.
Right, there's no such thing as null pressure point. He's just made up stuff that contradicting science. He's just made up stuff out of the top of his head. The point is he's making the claim. He's just denied the existence of positive and negative charges. He is making the claim that gravity is caused by electrostatic charges, which you then have to show that we know in that actual reality from things like electroscopes that you have to have opposite charges to attract. These things do not exist. If you have a neutrally charged object, it is still affected by gravity. You can put things inside a Faraday cage, which means that they do not subjected to electric fields or magnetic fields, and yet they're still subjected to gravity. So we can completely dismiss Whitsit's delusional, non-scientific, wishful thinking claims that he's just made off the top of his head without any scientific basis whatsoever.
So his response is to just mock what Whitsit said instead of asking him further questions to understand further and to reiterate the science.
I just pointed out Faraday cages invalidate what he claimed. I've been very specific, and I've been given evidence-based argument I've been giving, and you've just ignored that, or didn't you understand what I said?
Oh no, hey Whitson, I think you should. Yeah, go ahead, Whitson, about the Faraday cages.
Yeah, a Faraday cage doesn't attain zero. It just attempts to control the variable of electrostatics. You can't actually eliminate the variable because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic, which means material.
And there aren't there aren't not.
God, he is so pathetic. Wow.
He lets you speak, Rumpus, and now you're just interrupting him.
Yeah, go ahead, Whitson. I muted him.
All matter is intrinsically electrostatic, and if you look up the most expensive Faraday cage in the world, it will tell you you don't actually attain zero. It's just they try to get as close to zero as possible, theoretically. That's just objective.
Right. So you should be able to float inside a Faraday cage then, right?
What?
You should be able to float inside a Faraday cage then, right?
That's his claim, effectively, yep.
Well, you would have to put a ton of electrostatics. When you say you would be able to float, you could, like, to make a human float with electrostatics, you would have to kill them.
But you're claiming that's the cause of gravity. So you have to have an enormous charge on them to have gravity accelerate them as they do if it was electrostatic. They do not have huge charges on them. Therefore, your claim that gravity is electrostatic is false. Obviously false, ridiculously obviously false, and only an idiot could. You must be delusional.
Again with the ad hominems. Enough with him.
Yeah, just saying someone's delusional doesn't make a point.
It is in fact false. There is no science to back this up.
Paul, you're just gonna have to jump in here, Paul.
Hang on. Almost
Go ahead. These people are just going to keep cycling their same sophistry and chanting.
Hold on,
he can
before Paul goes real quick.
Hang on, Jeremy. He could just as easily be saying that it's magic, not electrostatics, and he would be making the exact same argument with the exact same amount of evidence.
I literally just said that you can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. I didn't say magic. I didn't say you make it up. You can manipulate that variable and show that it makes things...
We can eliminate electrostatics by putting you in a Faraday cage, and yet gravity still works. So you've been invalidated.
Okay.
That doesn't eliminate all electrostatics, though.
So stupid.
It does. It eliminates all electrostatic forces. It doesn't eliminate quite all magnetic fields, but it eliminates all electrical fields.
Side it.
You don't even have to eliminate all of it. You can put someone in a Faraday cage and put them on a scale. They'll weigh the same amount.
Exactly. So at least, the very least, it would supposedly affect the electrostatic force, and the gravity does not change. The acceleration downwards does not change whatsoever by going into a Faraday cage.
That's right.
Okay,
no
so
effect
Rumpus, you need to cite the Faraday cage that actually eliminates all electrostatics, like you claimed.
Right, but even if it was only half, okay, let's just for the moment just say it only eliminates half. That would mean you'd be half the weight in a Faraday cage than you would be outside the Faraday cage. That does not happen. That mere fact alone invalidates Witt's delusional, wishful thinking.
That's incorrect.
Okay, wait. So you're going back on your statement. You're saying that now you're saying maybe it eliminates half, but before you were saying it eliminates all.
No, I did that as an argument. I did that
for the sake of argument. Then it doesn't. You agree it doesn't eliminate all.
It does eliminate all. A proper.
Okay, then you need to cite that.
Will eliminate all electrostatic fields. It will eliminate. Or it will not eliminate all magnetic fields. It will reduce them significantly, but not all magnetic fields. But the point is, the principle. It would affect the gravitational acceleration, and it does not. Therefore, his claim is completely and utterly ridiculous. And as Nidhug said exactly right, he might as well be talking about magic for all the evidence.
You're still not understanding.
Nope.
So electrostatics.
You're still not understanding. Let him talk.
Electrostatics is very weak, right? So
in which case, it can't be the cause of gravity, can it? Because that's a really big force.
But it's still stronger than what you claim gravity is.
Yeah, like
nobody says gravity is a big force.
That you'd have to be charged to a ridiculous level to be accelerated because electrostatic force is so weak. And now you're saying, no, we can't. So you've got a contradiction here.
No,
you either believe it is a strong force and cause of gravity, or not. And I've just pointed out it can't be the cause of gravity anyway because it's not affected by being inside a Faraday cage.
Okay. The point is, Rumpus, he can manipulate He can manipulate what he's talking about. You can't even identify or manipulate your gravity magical force that you're trying.
Let me just say that. Let me defend Rumpus.
You can move a mass.
Let me.
What do you think a Cavendish does?
He's going to defend
in the
Rumpus
Cavendish experiment,
right here,
you do manipulate gravity.
Okay.
You make things accelerate by moving a torsional bar with balls on it. So you can manipulate the force of gravity. You move masses about.
Reification fallacy. And you just demonstrated to the entire room that you know nothing about this. You said that Faraday cages eliminate electrostatics. I told you that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's very, very, very weak. Although on the smallest scale, it is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. Now it's very weak, so it just gives you up and down. So material, when it's more dense than the air, it goes down. And that buoyant force is significantly stronger than electrostatics, right? So it's what's holding the matter together itself is giving you electrostatics that gives you the up and down, and things go up and down relative to density, which is stronger than electrostatics. So when you say the stupid claim, I'm almost done. When you say the stupid claim about how, no, because outside of a Faraday cage you should float or whatever nonsense you're saying, that isn't true. You're not actually even understanding the postulation, which is that everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It creates the upward and downward directionality, but it is very weak.
No, you're going back on our original claim when I said if electrostatics causes up and down, then you should be able to weigh yourself in coulombs, and you can't. You can't weigh yourself in coulombs. It's not the cause of up and down. You're just wrong.
I think you're misunderstanding still, Lewis.
Just
no,
because
go ahead.
let
Joe say something.
Wrong.
Just because you
can
can
just say he's wrong, but that doesn't make any difference. Go ahead.
float a frog. Just because you can float a frog, that doesn't mean you found the cause of things falling.
Wow, very profound.
It's clearly connected, though. It's a
right,
part of it.
How is that connected?
Let's play a game. I'll cite a source that claims that gravity exists, and you cite a source that claims that electrostatics causes gravity. And the first person
is not facts.
The first person to run out of sources wins.
So you're appealing to majority, but Ghost, let me
more sightings of reification fallacies. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ghost, let me explain this to you, bro. Okay, so the way that we know it's a variable is because everything that is matter is electrostatic. Like there's no exception. Like wood, glass, any insulator, it's all electrostatic. Everything that exists. So if something falls down, it's automatically electrostatic acceleration.
No, it's not. You just made it up.
When you say when you say a rock is electrostatic, what does that mean?
It's electrostatically charged.
It's not charged. It's not. You just lied. Then it's not charged.
Rumpus. What does that mean? Explain the difference between a rock and an electrically statically charged positive or electrically statically charged rock. If I just think a rock is a rock, now you think it's an electrically statically charged rock. What is the difference between what you think of a rock and what I think of a rock?
Okay, first of all, it's just a rock, and every rock is held together with electrostatic acceleration.
No,
attraction.
You're just saying this, though. Like, when I look at a rock, I don't see electrostatic... Hang on. When I look at a rock, I don't see... When I look at a rock, I don't...
Look, what you're getting confused with between what happens inside an atom. Inside an atom, there is a positively charged nucleus and a negatively charged electrons.
Yeah.
Those things attract one another. That does not necessarily follow because that means that sums to neutral, that combination inside an atom. So unless you have... I don't suppose you even know what an ion is. Unless you have ions in your rock, then it's been made up of neutral particles, and therefore they will not be exerting external electrostatic forces on one another. I mean, if you look at metals, they do. They have we still do have a sea of electrons.
You know you're in trouble when Right the Hand doesn't even know what the fuck you're talking about with it.
Bro, you think I'm supposed to agree with Right the Hand? He said that nothing exists unless it's material.
I'm asking a question. What property of this rock, right? I have the physical rock that's made of matter. Now, what is the difference between me just thinking the rock is matter and you thinking it electrically statically charged? What would be the difference?
I'm actually acknowledging what's holding the rock together, and you're just saying the word rock.
We're both looking at the same rock. So how can you're saying, I believe... I wasn't done. So really what we... Hold on. Be civil. We can all be civil. I listen to you. So really what we get down to is you're trying to preach your personal beliefs about why you think a rock stays as a rock and doesn't come exploding apart.
No. You can actually manipulate electrostatics. You can measure electrostatics, and we know that everything that exists is electrostatic. We can prove it by any variance of ways, whether that be transference of electrostatics or manipulation of electrostatics. And so we know that all matter is electrostatic, and specifically all molecular and
the
intermolecular.
same number of electrostatic charges, positive and negative. A human is neutrally charged and therefore is not affected by an external electrostatic force, even though it's made up of atoms which internally do have a positively charged nucleus and negatively charged electrons. But a human being overall is neutral and therefore is not subject to electrostatic forces.
Okay, now let me respond. He just said that all humans. Ghost, let me respond, please, man. Let me respond, please, Ghost.
I never got to respond to me.
He just said that humans are wait, real fast. He just said that humans are neutrally charged, therefore they're not affected by external electrostatic charge. Yet, of course, you can introduce electrostatics to someone, and the hair on their head will stand up. So he's just making stuff up.
No, that's when they do become charged, you idiot. Before that, they are neutrally charged, and neutrally charged people still are attracted downwards.
What are these words?
The person with an electrostatic hard
Ghost
hair,
is always just
you
saying
have
it.
introduced them,
Bro,
but
no, 'cause you
generally
guys
human
just say
beings
this
are
stuff.
neutrally charged, and they cannot therefore be the cause of gravity cannot be the result of electrostatic force because a human being is neutral.
Yeah,
You idiot.
if you say that people's hair stands on ends when you introduce the charge, well, you're claiming that the charge is always there. So why isn't our hair permanently pointing towards the ground?
Correct.
So, dude, just because you're in a neutral state doesn't mean there's no electrostatics, okay? There's still electrostatic potential. Even within your little atomic model, there are electrons within neutral atoms, okay?
So you agree we're
neutral.
There are.
They're not attracted by other electric charges. We're still, like, as an audience member, I'm speaking for the audience. Guys are saying electrical charge, positive, neutral. What are you talking about? Which side of the battery? Like, what is going on?
Bro, if you don't know what these words
are, either side of a battery is effectively positive and negative. And if you are neutrally charged, then you are not subject to electrostatic force. And Wittit's just making this stuff up off the top of his head.
No, I just now pointed out.
Man.
Prove it by manipulating it. So you can do it in a Van de Graaff generator. If you manipulate electrostatics, you can make.
I can do the same.
You can make something float. So since we know that everything's intrinsically electrostatic and we can make things go up or down based on electrostatics, we have to acknowledge that as one of the variables at play when something goes down. Now, things don't just go down. Like in the globe paradigm, they claim everything's being pulled down constantly, right? And I'm explaining there's just a downward, like up and down is set. You can call it a bias if you want to, but buoyant force is much stronger than that relative to the density of the object, which is also relative to electrostatics. It's the compactness of the matter itself. So what I'm saying is very simple, and you kind of skate past it, and you're trying to, wait. Last thing. I keep on saying this. You want to try to pick apart my claim as the Globers here, and you're saying, I'm saying I can manipulate it and prove that it makes things go up. Can you manipulate gravity and make something float?
You have one very specific effect you can elicit. That doesn't mean you discovered every other effect you see.
Wow.
You have to hold on. Let me just get this out. You have to set up a machine. You have to do this. You have to do that. So what you're doing is so specific. And then you're saying, hey, look, I've done 1,500 steps with this machine and gotten this one very unique phenomenon. Therefore, I personally believe it is connected to everything else. That's fucking nuts, dude.
No, we can prove that all matter is electrostatic, Ghost. You're
just saying it doesn't make it so.
No, we can literally introduce charge to everything and it transfers it. All the molecules can be looked at and manipulated. We are literally watching matter be held together with electrostatics. There's nothing that doesn't have it. Okay, here you go. It's an intrinsic oscillation within the matter. No matter is actually static, right? Did you not know that, Ghost? Did you not know that everything has oscillation?
Okay, so it's so I'm moving back and forth. Now, what? Okay, so it moves back and forth. That's moving back and forth. That's not electrostatic.
You don't. What is electrostatic?
You brought it up. I never brought it up.
You just told me what it's not, though. So you must know what it is.
I never introduced the fucking term. I think it's like space-time. I think it's a word you're just saying that you don't really understand. Just like the ballers say space-time, they don't really understand it. Right?
Okay, so this is why
let me
ask you a question.
Hold on. This is why I asked
always
you.
Just evolves the conversation to like 5-year-old status.
You're interrupting. 5-year-olds interrupt when they don't like what they're hearing, which is what you're doing. So I asked you, I was trying to get to this bottom of charge, and then you said, well, oscillation. And I was like, oh, oscillation is the moving back and forth. And you said, yes. So then I said, so then therefore, I've asked you what static charge was, and we've got to oscillation, which is moving back and forth. Therefore, fundamentally, you say electrostatic charge is moving back and forth. I repeated exactly what you just said, and then you started making fun of me.
No. So I was explaining that's one of the things that we can detect. Now, Ghost, watch this. This is game over for you, buddy.
I'm sure it is.
There you go. Interrupt me. So whenever I scoop my feet on the ground and then I come touch you and it shocks you, you're claiming that doesn't exist, that the electrostatic charge that shocks you doesn't. Then what is it, Ghost?
I said it doesn't result. That is not connected to things falling up and down.
He can't answer. Hey, is it electrostatics? Yes or no? Is it electrostatics? Yes or no?
Hold on. Your claim is that. Hold on. You're interrupting. 5-year-old. Your claim is that the electrostatics are the cause of things falling up and down. So what you do is you shock me, and I go, okay, you shocked me. That has nothing to do with things falling up and down. Your claim has been dismissed.
Okay, actually, I said it's a variable.
Eviscerated.
I actually said it's a variable at play. What you said, and now you're going to interrupt me because I'm exposing you. You've actually backtracked now, and you've said that electrostatics doesn't actually exist. We're just making stuff up. It's not a real thing, and it's equivalent to space-time. It's not a real thing that exists. So then I said, okay, what about when I scoop my feet on the ground and touch you and shock you? Are you saying that's not electrostatics? Then you backtracked and tried to talk about going up and down again. You've been
because your original. Hold on, I'll address. Your original point was that electrostatic had something to play with up and down, which you've now gone away from. Ironically, and now you're talking about shocking me, which has nothing to do with up and down. So now you're in a desperate panic to try and prove electrostatics. Now I asked you, what is electrostatics? So when you shock me, this very unique phenomenon, is that all you have? Because when I asked you fundamentally what it is, you said it's the oscillation, the back and forth. So what was moving back and forth when you shocked me?
Okay, so you said electrostatics doesn't exist and that it's equivalent to space-time. Okay, that's what you said. Now, I explained that it is objectively a thing. I gave you one example. I can give you 100 examples, like how bumblebees fly and they use electrostatic resonance, or how beetles can do that, or how there's something called spider ballooning, or how we have lightning, or how we know that clouds are held together, or how we know that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, or how I can take a balloon, rub it on my head and stick it to the wall and it stays there, or how I can scoop my feet on the ground and touch you and shock you. These are all electrostatic phenomena that we know to be true. You just said it doesn't exist. Now that I'm pointing out you can't say that, you don't want to in any way address the actual claim you made.
I never said when you said, hang on, you're shocking me, rubbing your feet and shocking me is not electrostatics until you describe what electrostatics is. Now, if you're going to say electrostatics is me rubbing my feet on the ground and shocking you, then you have to say I rubbed my feet on the ground and shock you, because you're trying to invoke some third-party manifestation, this oscillation back and forth of electron or something. This is why I'm trying to get to understand. Don't give me a phenomenon, right? Like when you say I rub my feet on the carpet and shock you, that's a very unique phenomenon. That is not a universal cause across everything, which is what you're trying to do. And please, another thing, the audience, I want to pay attention. Watch how many times Austin says, we know. He almost starts everything he goes with, well, we know that well, we know.
Because these things are testable, he's saying we know. He's not saying it, we know in the way the ballers do, which is like, we know this because I'm white knighting because he doesn't need my white knighting. I'm just reiterating his point. When you were saying there was no up and down thing, when you stick a balloon to a wall, that's actually talking about up and down. It didn't fall to the ground, right?
Phenomenon. That's the unique phenomenon of you rubbing your feet and then touching a balloon and then sticking it to the wall. That has nothing to do with a rock falling. That has nothing to do with clouds, unless you have.
Well, you could say it has nothing to do with it, but are you sure of that?
You say it does. That's your personal.
No, because if you take that rock, if you take the smallest little scrape off that rock and you put it in a Venn diagram generator, you can make it float just using electrostatics, and you can do that with every piece of matter that exists. What's that show us? That every piece of matter that exists is affected by electrostatics. Okay,
hold on, we still don't know. Hold on, first, we don't know what electrostatics is, because you said it's the oscillations, the back and forth. So that's as far as we got on what electrostatics is the back and forth. Okay, hang on. Secondly, just because, and I've said this again, you seem to like to ignore the points I made. So just because you can set up this Van der Waals generator in a very specific situation, in a very unique phenomenon, and make something float, doesn't mean you can then therefore connect that that machine that does that to a rock falling or to a balloon floating.
Okay, so it's not, I didn't claim that it was the sole causal agent. I claimed that it was a variable that we know is present in all matter, so it has to be an acknowledged variable. Now, you're saying nuh-uh and pretending that you're destroying people intellectually. You're just saying nuh-uh. You said that electrostatics was equivalent to space-time. And then every time we start to bring up specific examples that you can demonstrate electrostatics, you say, that's just a specific scenario. You don't even address that it does exist, and you were wrong when you said that it doesn't exist. And this is what you do every time you come in here. You just say nuh-uh on an egregious level, but you don't even actually ever retort the evidence being brought forth. I didn't say it was just oscillation, okay? I just know that if I actually get into the specific technical definition that I have, you'll say it's word salad and you'll freak out, and it'll be a whole hour of you trying to just diverge into all that, which is actually dielectricity. And then what they call the electron is nothing more than the gap of a dielectric field, or the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. And there's pure potential in the background that is here. It manifests as dielectricity, which is interchangeable with the word electrostatics. Every piece of matter that exists is intrinsically electrostatic, and this is all just objective.
Okay, yeah, you could just say it's objective. Now, I want you to say that, but say 5 words at a time, and we're going to go through them word by word, because you say this 50-word thing, and it's very hard to pinpoint all the bullshit in it. So could you say the first, 10 words of what... Because first, we still don't know what... how about this? Again, besides the oscillation, because back and forth motion cannot describe why something goes up and down. So you're going to need to do better than electrostatic charge is oscillation, because that wouldn't make something move up and down. Right? So you got to give me more.
Yeah, so there is an intrinsic oscillation or vibration with all material, right? And so if you want to look, this is what they say, right? It's static, which means not moving. So it's the charge. It's when something has a charge, but it's not in motion, right? And so there's just an intrinsic...
Please, stop.
Someone else talk to him, because this dude sucks, dude.
Well, because you're now charged. You've introduced charge. This is why I said go very slow, so this way when you start introducing new words that are vague, we have the oscillation. It's going back and forth. Okay, now what is charge in terms of the oscillation?
That's a good question. So charge, I just told you that the way that I understand it is that it's actually just dielectricity. So we have little fields, electromagnetic phenomena that's not moving around other than its oscillation, right? And
wait, hold on. Sorry. So I know, but so the magnetic field you're saying is oscillating. So the matter oscillates, and then there's this other. So there's another piece of matter, the magnetic field, that oscillates as well. So you're saying a magnetic field is matter that oscillates?
Did not say that. That's retarded.
Okay, that's what I thought you. Okay, so that's why I'm asking for clarification before you went on. So could you describe that this other oscillation? Could you describe the oscillation in the magnetic field that you're talking about?
I said electromagnetic phenomena that is static. I did not say magnetic field.
Okay, so describe electromagnetic phenomena that is static. Like, what would that be? We have the oscillation. Would that be when the object stops moving back and forth? And it's static, it's not moving?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's always vibrating or oscillating, but it's static in the sense that it's not moving around other than that. Like it has a position that is oscillating. That's why it's called electrostatics, right? And so
I'm standing here, but I'm also shaking, but I'm not moving through space and time. I'm just vibrating.
You didn't know that?
I do know that. I'm trying to understand what electrostatic is. So I get me vibrating as electrostatic. I can understand that completely, right? If there's more to it that I'm not understanding, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. So the way that they would define it in the pseudoscience academia is that it's about electrons. Okay. Now the electron is actually just made up. The truth is that there are just fields of energy around us, and there are little gaps in that field.
Field of energy. So if the electron is made up as a ball, I would say the field of energy is made up. So could you describe? So we have the back and forth, matter oscillates.
I'm going to
field of energy. Field of energy doesn't sound like matter. So can it oscillate? What is it?
Right. So the dielectric field, what they call the electron, is just a little gap in the field. It's like lines of induction, like transference of charge. There's a little gap in between the fields. And since the energy that is making up the field mediates pressure, they're able to isolate that area. Then they make up fairy tales about how it's a little physical particle 100 million times smaller than the atom and all this other nonsense. But we know that there is, in fact, fields of energy around us. If you don't know that, I'm not going to sit here. I have to set a stream up, so I'm going to disengage because I'll be here till 10 o'clock with you telling me everything is fake. That's all you're doing.
No, well, because you'll be like, oh, a wave is not an object. It's what something does, right? And that's the same with a field is not of its own thing. It is the area of something else, like a field of grass or a field of wheat. So I feel like you're being a little dishonest when you'll attack a wave as being not its standalone object. It has to be something an object does, yet you don't apply that same standard to a field where you can't just have a field of, no matter, right? A field means an area of whatever particular thing.
No, we have magnetic fields, and magnetic fields are not made of matter, right? Now, the magnet might be, this is where you don't interrupt me. The magnet might be matter, but the magnetic field is not matter, okay? And so, no, fields aren't made of matter. Now, I agree that fields are just within something, and modern science also gets that wrong. They just define field as math, a mathematical construction of, or convention of a certain area, right? But a field is autonomous exchange of energy, more properly defined, which is not even defined in the highest levels of academia, meaning that it just governs itself. It's an exchange of energy. And the only true field of force that exists is magnetism. Now, that magnetic field is not comprised of matter. There's not actual matter there. It's just,
but you're just saying it's energy. What the fuck is energy? You can't just have, like, when I play a video game, there's like an energy bar, right? There's no energy that is just existing outside. Like, this is again, when you say oscillation, matter moves back and forth. Energy, what is moving back and forth? Is there anything there, right? This is where it starts getting vague and baller like. This is where again, where I'm saying it gets into space-time, because you just can't visually conceptualize it. This is what the whole idea of space, the problem with space-time is. Nobody can understand it conceptually in their head. They're like, it's space, it's time. How do you mix those two? It's the same thing when you just say it's a field of energy. I'm going, a field of energy? What the hell is this?
Yeah, so I just defined field for you. It's an autonomous exchange of energy. Energy, they define as the ability or capacity to do work. I would say it's actually pressure mediation. This next definition is definitely going to trigger you, but I would say etheric vibrational displacement. Either way, we have electricity, bud. We know that stuff exists, and it's not just matter, okay? We have electricity, dude. So if you think electricity is matter, then you're on the globe side, buddy.
Look how he just said we know. Remember, I said he's going to say this a lot because he's trying to.
We don't know we have electricity.
Hold on. His speech is that to indoctrinate. That's why he's going to say we know to as affirm without the actual affirmation. Again, I'm going to get back to, you said pressure. You said ethereal pressure. Is that what you said?
Energy's pressure mediation.
Okay, pressure mediation. And pressure would be, can you have pressure without physical objects touching?
Well, we seemingly can because we have magnetic fields.
This seems like circular logic. I believe a magnetic field is not physical, therefore a magnetic field is not physical. Like, this is just, again, so can you more explain this pressure? What is pressing? Like, because pressure, the root word of pressure is press. And to press, you have two objects that press against each other. Now, you're using this word, totally the bastardization of the word, because you don't have the two objects. You're just saying energy and field, which are not physical objects. You'll go into the metaphysical, and that's what space-time kind of is. Again, so I feel like you're more baller than me.
Well, you're just ignoring the phenomena. Like, you're acting like electricity doesn't exist or something. And when I ask you what is electricity, you'll say I don't know. And when I ask you what is magnetism, you'll say I don't know, but it has to be matter. Although we know the magnetic field is not matter. So you're just saying a bunch of I don't knows, and you're pretending that you have some intellectual high ground.
He's actually, it sounds like you're reducing the whole discussion to absurdity, because he keeps telling you what things are. You keep asking, and when he tells you, when he defines what you want him to define, you keep telling him, oh, what does that mean? It seems like he can't use words to convey what he wants with you. It seems like you want something else.
Well, hold on. He used words before when he said oscillation, right? He said oscillation, matter goes back and forth. Perfect. I was right there because you can clearly understand it. It's when he starts getting, it's when he starts getting into the vague descriptions of like an energy potential pressure, right? I'm going, pressure is two things pressing together. And then he's going, well, you have and then this is where it gets off the rails. You guys come in and say that I'm like trying to sabotage the conversation when I feel like I'm trying to clarify the conversation. When somebody is saying something that I don't understand, I'm sure there's going to be someone else that doesn't understand it. So this energy pressure, what is creating the press?
Okay, so pressure is just force over a given area. you're a materialist, so you don't understand this, but magnetic fields are not comprised of matter, but it is a force. It is pressure because it's a force over a certain area. It results in pressure, meaning that because of that force, it's going to affect the area around it, and the pressure will mediate because everything seeks its equilibrium. That's called pressure mediation.
But what would seek its equilibrium without the physical objects to equalize? What is equilibrium? What is doing this? You're just saying nothing. You're saying that there is no physical objects there, but it mediates and equalizes. Well, that is impossible. That's logically inconsistent.
That's what he's saying, and that's what's happening with magnetism.
Hold on. Yeah,
you just don't want to accept it.
Wow, he's got a lot of white knights. You got a lot of white knights with it. That's
I think everyone just frustrated.
It isn't white knight, bro. It's like you're fucking annoying.
It's like your little slaves. You got slaves that come in.
It has nothing to do with Witsit. It has to do with you completely disrupting the conversation with questions that you're not understanding, and then you keep repeating them. It's not about Witsit. It's about frustration with you,
understand
bro.
So just real quick, hold on. Let me jump in.
I understand.
Let me jump in just real quick because I'm going to go toe to toe with Silent. Okay, I'm actually on right the hand side. I appreciate. Hold on. I appreciate his questions. Okay, so I don't think that he's distracting or taking away from this conversation.
Okay,
because
that's
I'm
fine.
listening.
Yeah, but I bet you can't answer the question either. Is the magnetic field comprised of matter? Yes or no?
I don't understand how is it that we can't reduce every conversation, right? Because if you try to describe a car, a car has tires. What is a tire? Oh, tires are rubber. What is rubber? This is what you're doing. You're just everything that he's saying.
Well, wait, no. Make them answer the question so we can save some time. Is the magnetic field comprised of matter? Yes or no?
Well, clearly, it has to be, because then you're going to say if it's not comprised of matter, then it's not matter, which would be something else.
And clarify, why does it have to? Clarify that, please.
And do you have any evidence of it?
Existence is binary.
Do you have any existence that magnetic fields are comprised of matter?
Well, for existence is binary. You either exist or you don't.
So
can you prove that? Can you prove that, by the way?
Is material. Light is material. It's matter.
Well, vision. I believe in God, right? But I'm not going to assert that God is fact, like I can assert a rock is fact, right? Those are you would have to be just delusional to say that those standards are different because you can't show God, you can't interact with God. That's what you call metaphysical, right? That's the same thing that you're trying to push, but you're trying to push it in, quote, scientific terms. Your ether is metaphysical in the same capacity that God is. It exists everywhere where everything exists. They'll say that about God. God is everywhere. He's where I am as well.
You're just ranting now.
You're just interrupting, though. So again, what you're doing is very religious. Okay, when you're saying that the cause of all this stuff is a metaphysical cause, when Christians have been saying that it's a metaphysical cause, but it's God, you say it's ether.
Okay, do you have any evidence?
I think that's a false comparison, just to let you know, because we're talking about specifics when we're talking about the ether, and there's actually more to it. I'm going to post a document that I made, an answer from Quora. You can check it out. It's all about the ether. There's a lot of interesting things in there that it's not religious in the way you're describing, but I can understand the defense of it. That flat earthers come to hey, you're talking about space-time the same way they talk about space-time. It seems that they hijacked the ether and called it space-time, and there's a reason for that. And so that's what we're trying to get to on our side.
Well, ironically, he has a religious belief, though. He has a religious belief because he believes everything has to be comprised of matter. Now, although I can't actually verify it, I can't tell you what that matter is, I can't substantiate it or find it or detect it or manipulate it, I have to assume that it is. So you have a religion, and it's called materialism. And when I ask you, is the magnetic field comprised of matter? You said it has to be because you reified your religious belief. And I said, what's your evidence that the magnetic field is comprised of matter? Then you monologued about the ether.
Hold on, but what is I feel like you're doing the exact same thing, except you're doing it with a more inconsistent logic, because you're just saying, well, the magnetic field has to not be physical, right?
No, it's just we know it's not made of matter. We can look at magnetic fields.
Well, no, we know it is, right? So I'm going to just use the same argument you do. I'm going to mirror. And hold on, mirroring is a very good technique to show how your debate tactics don't really work. So you just said we know. So I'm just going to say, no, we know it's not.
Well, we can't detect any matter within a magnetic field. So can you tell me how we know there's matter there, please?
Okay, so the only way that you can detect something would there to be a something there to detect, right?
Hey, we can't detect any matter in a magnetic field. Can you tell me how?
Hold on.
You'll never answer.
Yeah, we can.
You'll never
Hold
answer.
on. When you say detect, we have to detect something. We can't detect nothing, right?
Yeah. So can you detect the matter of the magnetic field?
Can you hold on? No, we don't have to detect the matter of the magnetic field because you just agreed that by the sole detection that there has to be a thing to detect. So the fact that you can detect a magnetic field proves that there must be a thing, object there to detect. Thank you, Whitsit. Yes, you're a very good boy, Whitsit.
Imagine thinking that you have this high ground while he says stuff like that out
Imagine not
loud.
responding to my point.
Your point is incoherent nonsense because you're just all
so
your.
let me say it again.
Just keep talking over me. Just keep talking over me.
You didn't. You just said I said incoherent nonsense. So you're saying
Oh my
that
God.
you're saying the magnetic field is a thing that affects the metal, and I'm saying, well,
I'm walking away.
Later, go to your pregnant wife. I'm just letting you know, if I had a pregnant wife, I would not be on here to.
Hey,
I'd be,
dude.
It is a daunting
Do you
task,
cease having
really.
a life when your wife's pregnant? Is that the
Ruhif,
Black Knights?
talk to Ruhif.
The Black Knight.
Rumpus was in here. He told us you can't use Snell's law to measure refraction in the atmosphere. He doesn't agree with you. You're fucking wrong. Boom.
Yeah, Ghost is muted. That was uncalled for. Talking about his wife and saying you're a very good boy, and then trying to act like you have a point. What's it? He's muted. I'd like to hear what you were continuing with if you want.
You heard Ruhif? I know you can hear
a
me.
repeat of yesterday.
Ruhif. Was that Ruhif? Yeah, Ruhif. Yo, is my mic working? Yo, mic check.
Yeah, we hear
You good, bro?
All
You
right.
good?
Ruhif's
Ruhif
in
is
here,
just
but-
probably occupied.
He shook. Remember all that shit he was talking, Gio?
Oh, if that's Jeremy, I put him turned down.
No, you can't do that, bro. I'm a mod. Tell him to turn me up. He's gonna want to hear what I gotta say. Can you hear me now, Ruhif?
Ruhif,
Tell him what I said. Tell him what I said. Somebody tell him what I said.
Because he's a mod, and it's just kind of disrespectful to turn him down and then act like you're going to engage with him or engage in a
I'm not
room
allowed
that he's talking
I'm
in.
not allowed to block him. I'm not allowed to block him. I'm allowed to turn him down. I can hear noise, right? So I'm not going to step over him.
That's for regular
But he's
people.
not capable of having a
know.
conversation, so I've turned him down.
I'm trying to have a conversation right now. Just tell him what I said. I don't care. Somebody tell him what I said about Rumpus with the Snell's law.
Oh, Ruhif, I think I just walked away, but I think he was asking, can you apply Snell's law to determine refraction in the atmosphere?
Yes, you can, but you should use Fermat's principle. There are issues with using Snell's law. But
No. I got
it.
Rumpus saying you can't.
We went through this yesterday.
Who's right? One of
Why
these
turn
guys
it
has
down?
got to be wrong.
So Rumpus said no, so I guess you guys disagree. Maybe you can...
I don't think we disagree.
Well, he said...
just didn't. Tell him what's it.
Yeah, he just said no.
Okay, I'd like.
Yeah, unmute Jeremy. What are you scared?
I'm not
scared.
muting him. I've turned
He's
him
scared of
down.
I guarantee you, this disagreement between Ruhif and Rumpus is gonna turn into an agreement for some reason. Watch,
Yeah,
they're
of
gonna
course.
manipulate the entire conversation into they're both agreeing for some. Watch.
Yeah, Matrix, what they do is
already know that
they
we
talk
agree.
each other through it, like holding each other's hands, and then one of them kind of backtracks their claim as if that's what they really meant the whole time.
Yeah, you can use Snell's law. There are problems using Snell's law, which is why you should use Fermat's principle.
Well, Rumpus says you
But
can't do it, so
treat
somebody's
the
definitely
atmosphere as
wrong.
discrete layers.
Well, Rumpus
So
thinks you can't.
But Jeremy, what'll happen is, just like he said, they'll say, "Oh, well, I was just saying you can't because there are problems using it." And so when Ruhif, when you say that you can use it, you don't mean that you can use it with efficacy or accuracy, though, because there are problems with it, right?
Right.
So you can't
We
use
will
it.
agree. I guarantee you will agree.
So I guess you can use a string that's 5 feet long to measure a lake that's 100 feet long, but actually it's not even good because you actually could technically still do that.
Yes, you could.
So what you're basically saying is you can use something even though it doesn't work.
There are issues with using Snell's law, right? If you can avoid those issues, there's no problem.
How do you avoid issues?
Oh, I'm not going to go through it.
Okay, when we're looking through the atmosphere, what are you going to put for your N1 in Snell's law formula? He can't even hear me. He's scared. He's scared.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well,
Ask him
yeah,
what
I mean,
the N1's
if he's
gonna
not gonna have you turned up, you might as well just like give up on interacting with him.
be. Yeah. All right,
That's the
Ruif.
point of turning him down, right?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Ruhiv, you know that
I don't know
you
that
know
my mic's
he's a mod over here. Why would you turn him down and cause all that commotion? Why would you do that?
I didn't
Ask
cause
him
a
what he's
commotion.
gonna put. Ask him what he's gonna
Commotion did
put
I
for
cause?
N1.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna put for N1
Yeah, of course he is.
because that's the problem, obviously.
I posted
That's what I'm saying. Look, we have to relay messages through other people because you will have him turned down. That
Do
doesn't make
anything,
any
Nathan.
sense.
No one's
He
forcing
can't
you to
even.
do
He don't
anything,
even know
Nathan.
what
You
he's
don't
gonna
have to
put
do
for
anything.
N1.
Jeremy,
he can't
Jeremy, just drop it. Just drop it, bro. He does not want to engage.
He's
Just drop
shook.
it.
All right, no doubt.
Correct.
He ain't a crook, son. He's a shook one.
Yeah, he's scared. It's okay.
Yeah, sure, James.
We know. I'm just confused though. So like with what Ghost was doing, right? It's basically it just evolves the conversation to absurdity. But like even with the Globers, which is crazy, we have flat earthers doing this with the Globers, but it's like we know we have magnetic fields. Okay, we know that. In fact, we know we have one on the Earth, and we know magnetic fields are not comprised of matter. Now, field in quantum, for example, is a mathematical description of a certain area and how there is movement within that area. And we quantify it so we can replicate it and manipulate it and apply it to different things with some version of accuracy. Now, what they do in quantum to explain the magnetic field, because everything needs to be comprised of little discrete particles, effectively, to count them and get their field math, they say that it's virtual particles, that they're not actually there. They've never been the input or output of any experiment, and their existence is questionable at best, but we need it to make the equations balance out. So even quantum would not claim that the magnetic field is comprised of material particles. So the question remains, like, what is the magnetic field?
So having like a definition issue is that was the situation? That people don't like the definition of magnetism?
The definition of magnetism in modern times is I don't know. That's what like higher level academia will tell you, that we don't know. We don't understand magnetism in 2022.
Well, maybe we don't understand what's happening, but we do understand that it happens, and we do have some analysis on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as the magnetic field being, matter or whatever, like, can matter go through other matter? Because we can definitely get magnetism right through matter, right? Like matter doesn't block magnetism, so.
Yeah, well, Jeremy, of course, only like Write the Hand would ever say something that ridiculous. Like the most staunch globe earther in the world, like the biggest quantum fanboy in the world, would never say that the magnetic field is comprised of matter. But they will actually even do mental gymnastics in some points and say that it can transcend other matter and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, like it's just very clearly obvious that the magnetic field is not comprised of little material particles or particles at all. And this is a problem. So either we ignore it or we try to actually address the phenomena, right? I mean, that's our fundamental two decisions. And majority of people, including the Globers and certain flat earthers, are just choosing to ignore it. Like just literally choosing to ignore it. Not now, the honest thing to do would be like, dang, our current construct and convention cannot adequately explain this. We're going to have to adopt our framework of interpretation to something that has some efficacy. So maybe we can properly define and understand this phenomena. Because obviously what we're doing right now isn't working. It's insufficient. It doesn't adequately explain the phenomena. So we're going to have to introduce something else. There's got to be some other way to explain it. Now that's intellectual honesty.
What you said is right, Wilson, but you know what's going to be the problem? The problem is going to be the way human psychology works. Any of us that come up with anything that's new and creative, we're going to be absolutely ridiculed for it. And it isn't going to be because it isn't going to be usable. It's simply going to be because they know us, right? People have this idea that the people that they know for some reason can't be smarter than them. You know what I'm saying? If we come up with a system that works, right, with proper definitions and all that shit, how likely would you think that the Globers would accept it, right? And they're gonna use things like, oh, you're just a flirt, you're just a flat earther, you're a regular guy, simply because we are regular people. It would just, I theorize that it won't be accepted. Anything we come up with.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, well, the primary reason is that it has to be comprised of physical particles within quantum. You can't address like a substrate background within the heliocentric model. It's not even on the table because, it means the Earth's not moving. So we can't do that, like, because our data up to this point shown that if that's there, then the Earth is stationary. So for a vast majority of the world, that's not even an option. It's kind of like someone that's 100% positive that the Bible's real. And they're 100% positive. No one's ever going to change their mind. If you went and showed them that, did you know actually that, okay, let's say this. Someone's like, I know the 66-book canon of the Bible is 100% the truth. It's the complete truth. It is the entire word of God, and it is what it is. And you go tell them, did you know that the original King James Version that you're talking about actually had multiple more books in it called the Apocryphal, and so there are books missing? They will say, nuh-uh, it's not on the table that maybe their first claim is wrong, so therefore they're just going to look for another explanation. I mean, it wasn't the best explanation, I guess. It could have been more concise, but I think everyone gets the idea. It's one does not go looking into things that they think they already know, and these people think that they already know the Earth is a spinning ball. Therefore, anything that doesn't jive with that, or usually relativity also, is not even up for debate. It's not a conversation to be had. Even if that means we just have to say we have no idea and can't explain it, they'll do that before they ever challenge their base presuppositions.
Also, fear. I think that people I think that we instinctively have this thing that we understand what truth is, whatever that truth is, right? And when people when they have the idea that what they're gonna look into is gonna somehow hurt their cognitive dissonance, I think they reframe themselves from engaging in that.
Well, that's just totally wrong, Jay. You're not a scientist. You don't have a scientific mind. That's not how it works.
There we go. Of course, I'm a regular person, or I work every day, so I must not have any sort of scientific quality. Of course, it has to be correct that every regular person alive that isn't some sort of PhD or sponsored by the left isn't competent. We get it. We get it paid.
Evidence, Jay. Evidence, not just bullshit. Evidence.
Yeah, but what's funny is you can't answer the question of what is the magnetic field comprised of. You can't answer it, Mr. Science.
Okay, so it's something they're looking into still. We understand magnetics. We understand how it works.
What happened?
Where did the first scientist study up there, Mr. Genius? Where did the first scientist? What did he study?
I'm a chemist by training.
But wouldn't that be like a little weird with your logic in saying that only a scientist? How did he become a scientist if there wasn't universities available?
Well, you actually have to study. Some people.
But that's curious. Could the regular person just study science?
Yeah,
wow, that's I never understood that. I never understood that regular people could just study things. I never got that.
Haven't, though. You've never done it.
Wow, that's amazing to know. I just realized that. That's amazing. You want me to show you the $3,000 in books that I have there?
That you don't understand. I understand.
But you know what? Even if I don't understand them, I went out of my way to buy them.
Well, you know,
have
you
$3,000
just spent
in books?
$3,000 and
Don't.
graduated high school, though.
You
He
fucking
just wants
douche.
to. But Mike Matrix, he just wants to get into this like low level vibration. Like
No,
low
no, I want
vibra-
to get into the fact that you actually need evidence. But
He
that's
just
what I want
wants
to get
to
into.
personally attack other people,
Nope,
to
I want to personally
self-project
attack
his
other
own
people.
intellectual insecurity and
Look who's
attempt to
talking.
pretend that he
Look-
actually knows what
look
he's
who's
talking
talking.
about. Or
Witsit,
he
all
has
he's
some
doing is
value.
clocking in hours, Witsit. That's all he's doing.
Look
Don't
who's
don't lie
talking.
to yourself.
We
He's
agree.
Yeah,
clocking in
I
hours.
wouldn't
We
even
all
And
know
we have
what
a
he's
wit.
doing
thing,
here.
dude. There's nothing fruitful going to come from it. But hey,
Exactly.
what happened on the after show today? It sounded like after I was undeafened and unmuted, that everything started becoming a little bit more cordial. Like,
Mhm.
was there any kind of conclusion made, or like what happened?
Yeah, so Oakley pretty much didn't talk in the after show. As soon as everyone dropped down, I started like calmly talking and laying out the macro argument. I didn't really say much, and then it came back down to, he said a couple things. He jumped in and he ended up basically saying, you know, the same thing about there's no light there if it's dark. And I said, well, there is of course a non-visible spectrum of light. And he said that he really didn't have anything, he didn't really have any response to that. And then he ended the show quickly and left.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what your schedule's like, but I think it's going to take just like a little more consistency with.
Good morning.
On
Can I
the
get a small chip and a small chocolate cake, please?
If you're hot micing,
hot micing.
to let you know, bro, there's pretty much a 0% chance that I'm ever gonna go in there again. I actually had a lot of stuff to do earlier today. I went in there, and you know, I just was not. You were there, I guess, but I wasn't allowed to talk at all, bro. And every time I started talking, I was interrupted and muted and interrupted, and it's just a very disrespectful thing. I'm not like some little cuck gamma male that lets people talk to me like that. And it's only in this weird realm where someone gets to kind of like treat me like I'm lower than them and all this. And I'm just not going to be doing that. I'm not going to be, if you listened, you saw that it never actually became a productive conversation. Like there was never actual points really gotten to. And there was a bunch of straw mans and, you know, so you mute me, interrupt me, then straw man what I'm actually saying over and over. And I just don't see that being fruitful. I can't waste my time like that. Like I'm about to launch my YouTube channel. I don't have time to go in there like that.
I get it and I agree, but I feel like there's only so much of that they can do before it's too completely obvious that they're avoiding the argument outright. And it's like you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And I think you made major headway today. I think that like literally maybe another show or two, and they're going to have to yield at some point to something because their argument is completely fallacious and illogical. And I think they realize that. So that's kind of why it's to get into the minutia of like all the things they were trying to do pertaining like to quantum understanding. Right.
So what they were doing, right, Daislo, they've been claiming the photon. They've been claiming it this whole time.
Right.
And then they've been claiming the electron too, because they claim the photoelectric effect and parametric down conversion, and they've been bragging about it and talking about it like it's scientific fact and berating people that talk about the ether. Then I did my presentation and I broke down that atomism is objectively not science and it's just philosophical, and beyond that it's actually logically bankrupt and has tons of paradoxes. So now the new narrative is we never claimed that was real. We never claimed that was science. It's just a model. We don't claim that, which they literally were. When you say photoelectric effect, you're literally claiming that the photon hits the electron. If you claim the photoelectric effect proves the photon. So they just dishonestly shifted their narrative. So in that sense, yeah, there was some progress made, I suppose. And the progress overall was made where it's like, well, you're admitting it's philosophy, so just don't berate other people for their philosophical interpretations. And then they called it, like they were being fanatics. Fanaticism, but I don't really see it being fruitful, bro. I'm just being honest. And I went in there because I jumped on Discord. It was suggested to me, and I heard them taking their victory lap and saying, "Where are all the ether proponents? They're scared to come in here. They're talking all that big game, then why aren't they here? I guess they're all scared. And then Oakley said, yeah, well, this is what happens when it gets to the point where they really can't deny they lost the argument. And I guess they're just starting to realize it. They're getting to that point where they know they lost, and all this like bragging and taking their victory lap. And I'm like, wow, where's Dicelo and Napalm and stuff? So I went over there to jump on there real fast, and I couldn't get in the room. It wouldn't let me in the room. It said there was a maximum amount of people, and there were just a few people in there. I'm like, so you guys are bragging about no one coming to defend the ether and how you won, but no one can get in the room. So then someone gave me the link to the queue. I jumped in the queue to wait to get into the room. I was in there for about 15 seconds, and then someone kicked me out of the room. And so only once someone said, what's it trying to get on here? And it was on the air. Right, so it had been put out to the audience that I was trying to get in there. At that point, I was brought on, and I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there. And then I wasn't allowed to talk, and then he just told me about his personal opinions about Bob the whole time. So it's like, there's no way that's going to be productive, bro. Like, I have to apply wisdom at some point. I actually am only engaging in it because a lot of people are asking me to, and I'm kind of looking at it like, oh, I'll take one for the team. But at this point, I'm beyond disinterested. If say Oakley wanted to debate me about it on modern day debates with fair moderation, then I would do that. But I'm not going to allow myself to basically be, I don't want to sound like I'm like whining or like I'm a victim or whatever. Like, I'm good, but I'm not going to let myself be like abused like that, if you will, just to understand. It's disrespectful to myself, and it's actually detrimental to the conversation, because if you go to YouTube, what you'll hear is he's very good at tactically muting and making it look as if he actually won the conversation, or just unmuting me once he hears me eventually personally insulting them. And so just let that part out. So it's like, oh, well, he's saying something intellectual, then Austin just has Adham's back. Just let Austin say no, then mute him and don't let him finish. And so it's like this egregious level of dishonesty and misrepresentation that like it's actually going to become detrimental to the conversation, right? Where when people are kind of interested in it, they're gonna be like, dang, Oakley said that and Austin couldn't respond, even though I actually in reality rebutted it 10 times and it was just straw man and ignored.
I mean, this is all the same tactics that the Glovers used to do back in the day to flat earthers, and he's starting to look like a fucking Glover, in my opinion. I mean, it's pretty evident, like the tactics he was using today, and then muting and deafening me to where I couldn't, participate. I mean, there's only so much of that they can do before it's so fucking evident that they've got no argument and they've literally lost. So
I think whoever doesn't see it, point. I mean, dude, just to say this, because I know I talked a lot, but it's just like the hypocrisy, right? So it's like every single time that I spoke, I got interrupted every single time, and then interrupted, conceded the floor, then start to go in. Oh, you're just trying to rumpus through me, and then I go back to finish my first point that was interrupted. Then it was another person on the panel's turn to start talking, change the subject, straw man, and interrupt over and over and over and over. And if I ever get impatient and start to speak because I've been interrupted, then it's a big deal. You're not allowed to interrupt people. You're also not allowed to insult people, but they all insulted me the entire time. So there's just like this blatantly blatant hypocrisy there, right? Where it's like, I just don't think that it's wise for me to do that. I've learned in my life that sometimes, even when you think you're trying to stand up for what's right, if you give too much energy to something that is so dishonest, you're actually aiding it in a way. And certainly in this situation where you get clicks for it. So I don't see myself doing it. If there was a fair moderation or something, I'd do it. We all know that will never happen. We all know that if I was allowed to do it, just like they said, when you jumped in, Dicelo, they said you were white knighting, right? But it's just me and you versus the whole panel, but yet all of them can jump in and not let me talk and 10v1 me and interrupt me the whole time, and that's fine. Or when I cornered Oakley, they all white knighted for him blatantly. So it's just a hypocrisy, bro. I'm over it. I think it's petty, stupid drama. I'm in Flat Earth to wake people up and change their lives. When people ask me how we know the Earth is flat or what does it matter, I try to tell them about how it changes their life. So like that's why I'm in it. I'm not in it for like this stupid drama. It's really draining my energy. So like long-winded.
Yeah,
it's
I know. I know it was a lot that you invested today. I just feel like you made major headway. I sensed the tone or change in their tonality and their approach to the whole conversation. They didn't seem as bolsterous and like convicted within their argument, and then like talking about all these quantum experiments, like they're fizzling out, and they've been waving this of understanding for years now, bringing up these topics, but nobody's really kind of gotten into it with them and showed the contradictions within their narrative. And it's only up until recently. Like, I've been trying to do it for a while, but I was only one person, and I'm maybe not as good as you are at, arguing the point, but nevertheless, it's like you were asking specific questions that they couldn't logically address, and you could just hear the desperation within them to try and quickly like advert the attention away from that, whether it was Fundy muting you or however it went down. And I missed a lot of the show, but from what I've gathered between morning hours of the live show, between getting muted and deafened to the after show, there was a dramatic change in how they were coming across. So I'm just saying, like, I feel like another show or two, and it's like I think they're going to start changing their step.
Well, hopefully they'll post the after
potentially
show.
looking
If they post the after show, I think that I kind of did a lot of what you're hoping to see. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't post it. I don't keep up with the show. I guess they do it a few days after. The after show goes up a few days after or something. I don't know, but hopefully they'll be honest and post that, and that really kind of, for the most part, attained the most you can ever really hope to attain in that environment. So I would say wait till you hear that, and maybe we'll go from there, right? Like,
did you ask any of your questions like that you presented on your Ether Live talk? Because you had some fairly good, obvious answers to some questions that were like fairly logical, like that you couldn't answer with materialism. So
nah, I didn't
feel
get
like
to anything like that. Like, that would have to be a fair place. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, the last two slides of my presentation and the whole conversation. I gotta go put the chickens up.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see.
I don't think it's possible to have.
I'd love to see Witsit and
conversation.
Yo, Ruhif, my man. Is my mic fucked up, or is this guy just got me on mute and can't hear me talking?
Ruhif, do you mind turning up Jeremy now that things seem to be calm between you?
Huh?
You just talked all over the top of Jeremy. Really?
No,
Hey, he's got me
Jeremy
muted,
talk over
Van.
top of me.
He's got
I
my
can
man.
hear Jeremy, right? I can hear noise, right? I was speaking, and someone started talking over the top of me.
Jeremy started before you, I'm pretty sure. So just let Jeremy go.
Maybe there's lag, but I spoke when it was silent. Anyway.
Or you got to unmute me. I'm a mod. I might have to tell you to relax, or if you're going at it with somebody too hard or something. You know what I mean? Anyways, oh yeah, I'd love to see Witsit and Oakley or Witsit and QE or someone on like a neutral platform like Modern Day Debates or something. That'd be great. Also, someone asked Ruhif which you're going to put in N1 for Snell's law when you're calculating fraction through the atmosphere. You don't know. You don't know what with these formulas. You gave me a 3-page formula.
Anyway,
My man
what I
gave
said,
me a 3-page formula. Didn't know what any
I'm pretty
of
sure I started.
Yo, Ruhif, what's up, bro?
Hey, you jumped all over Rui, Jeremy.
There we go. Anyway,
Yeah,
what I wanted to say was, it's not possible to have a conversation with someone who is actively trying to not have a conversation with you, and that's Oakley all over.
Yo, is my mic good now? We good? Check.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I can hear you, Jeremy.
6, 7, 8.
Oh, you hear me, Ruhif? All right. Now, Ruhif, what are you going to put in for N1 when you use Snell's law to calculate refraction through the atmosphere? I'm trying to have a conversation. I know.
Did you get that, Rui?
He don't want it.
No,
He don't
weird
want
noise.
this beef.
I know what he's talking
Yeah. What are you going to put in for N1 in Snell's law?
When you do
refractive index above the discrete layer. So put in like 1.000200, something like
that. There you go. 1.02378. Sure.
No, 3 zeros. 1.000.
All right. And then what are you going to put in for N2? This is a different medium, right? Can't have a conversation in between bandsaw. Bandsaw's not my messenger.
What's going in for N2, Rui?
1.000300.
Dude, you just
above,
make
300
numbers
below,
up.
and then enter the
He's just making numbers up.
gradient at
Unbelievable.
90 degrees.
Unbelievable.
So my numbers were just as relevant by the sounds of things, ones I put in there.
Possibly. Just lower above, like lower numbers above, and higher numbers close to the surface, and light bends down.
Oh, there we go. Easy.
He's just making shit up, dude. Unbelievable. Can't just make these numbers up. You got to take a measurement or something. This is why Rumpus knows you can't use Snell's law for refraction. Okay, he just told us 5 minutes ago. He was in here. I had Rumpus in here. I messaged him. I told him to come back. I don't know if he's coming or not. But we got to get this sorted out because, I mean, he straightened Zanuck. Rumpus straightened Zanuck out on this, and now Ruhif's in here talking the same nonsense Zanuck was talking. Unbelievable.
Right. Come on, Rui. Learn your stuff.
I know my stuff.
Your people have to get together, right? Work it out. So you're spreading the same message.
Me and Rumpus.
Yep.
I guarantee you that we are.
Okay.
I think we'll both agree that you can apply it, but you should not use it. You should use something that will apply in all situations.
Absolutely not. I asked Rumpus earlier if you could. I said, can you use Snell's law to calculate refraction atmosphere? He said no. Ruhif is saying yes. They don't agree. They're polar opposite on this. The exact opposite stance. Not in agreement. How we doing, Bandsaw? You have your coffee yet?
I'm having it right now as we speak.
Right.
Yep. What are we missing this morning?
I'd love to see Oakley go against Whitsitt on this either thing on modern day debates or some just neutral platform where they both get a chance to talk.
I haven't seen Oakley on a neutral platform in years.
No, he went
on Flat Earth Math.
He went on Flat Earth Math not too long ago. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He ran that shit.
Oh, that's how close. That's how close I follow him.
He was on Flat Earth Math and then proceeded to abuse Flat Earth Math, and Flat Earth Math kind of took it for a while and then eventually shut him down. But yeah, he shouldn't have allowed so much. I think he knew that going in and was at least testing the boundaries.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, get him over here.
Just get him somewhere where he's forced to not interrupt. That's it. And you can push him to answer questions. That's all it's about. Like that's where he'll just fall over.
Well, you just got to agree to time limits, don't you? If you're speaking.
Yeah. And the other person mutes when he's talking.
Yep,
yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to Oakley under those circumstances, but I think the sort of the soft boycott over the last few years has caused his audience not to grow. Like the Globers haven't been on for months, as far as I know.
It has been stagnant, his channel, for a while now.
Yeah, it's
Well, he's
fucking
got it
boring.
popping with. He's got it popping with the ether with Witsit and these guys recently. So
Got a new lease of life.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a kind of a bit of a hot topic, hasn't it? Like, got some fresh blood in it.
Ether with Witsit?
No, with Oakley and his crew. They've been on an ether rampage apparently over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, against Bob. He's trying to stir up some drama because his fucking viewership's falling, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got to look internally for that now. Because Globers just fucking don't bother going on anymore.
Well, the Kardashian model only lasts so long.
Correct. You're a wise man beyond your years, Mandy.
Oh God, I'm feeling my years this morning. I tell you.
Queen was in Gems. Queen was in Gems earlier, saying Bandsaw's the dumbest flat earther out there.
Oh well.
Do you think he's wise for him?
You should know that. You should know that.
Oh, Andy, you're not the dumbest flat earther.
Hey,
No.
that's right. How you going?
There are many flat earthers that are dumber than you, Andy.
I would even say most, Mandy. Most.
Yeah, most.
But they're all still smarter than you, NASA.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
Hey NASA, what's the magnetic field made of?
magnetic field made of? Yeah. What is
Made
it? Tell me.
out of, I don't even understand the question.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What's a magnetic field comprised of?
I don't even know.
Yeah, no one does, so it's okay.
Why don't you Google it? I mean, you got Google at your fingertips. It's your best friend. Now all of a sudden it doesn't work or what?
Jesus.
Oh, it's not really my field. I haven't been concerned about it.
Okay, what's electrostatics comprised of?
Oh, that means that everything's. That means we have the electric universe, right? Because everything's electrostatics. You see, another concept you've misunderstood.
The fuck did you just say?
He just doesn't know what to say, so he started.
No,
Talking
what he
about
says
me
is,
again.
I'm learning from Witsit here. Why do you think my name is Skypush? I'm learning from the great mind of the first quarter of the 21st century here. So
You seem
the world,
kinda
the electric
weird.
universe is real because everything is electromagnetic. That's it.
At this point, it's going to make me much more comfortable if you can tell me that you have a girlfriend or something.
My personal life is none of your concern.
You certainly are concerned with mine, though.
Well, I'm just surprised you actually found a wife, to tell you the truth.
Oh, there he goes right into my personal life. So you don't.
I think you should be able to have a life and a pregnant wife, Austin. That's completely fine.
I guess you don't know the answer.
I feel sorry for baby Witsit.
Oh,
Aw.
seriously, don't go there.
All right, I'll stop. Thank you, Bandy.
Now, so we don't know what the magnetic field's comprised of, and we don't know what electrostatics is comprised of. Is that right?
Well, I mean, you tell me. You're the great mind here.
Okay. Well, according to your paradigm, well, let me not strawman you. Do you think quantum mechanics is legit?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. According to your definite worldview, magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons.
Possible.
Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I haven't studied it much. I've been concerned about magnetism.
What is a virtual photon?
That's exactly what it says. It's a photon that's virtual.
What does that mean?
Well, you tell me. I mean, let's go look up the words. Let's see.
Well, you told me it's possible. I figured that you would have to know what is or isn't possible before making that determination, right?
Well, I mean,
you don't need.
you're getting
That's not
really,
important.
No, he's getting into really arcane stuff that he doesn't understand, QED and that stuff.
You literally just now told the whole room you don't understand it.
You understand quantum?
I understand the nonsense that is quantum.
You understand quantum. You understand
If you
quantum.
think you understand quantum, then you don't know quantum.
Yeah,
that's where I was going.
That's what Richard Feynman said. Yeah, anyone
That's
that
where I was
claims
going.
Okay. So what we're trying to figure out is how would you know that, yeah, that could be possible if you don't know what that is?
Yeah, that's ridiculous, honestly.
I'm sure that you know it though, being the expert in all things physics, right?
I didn't say I was the expert in all things physics, buddy.
Oh, but you claim to be.
That's what he thinks of you.
No, actually, no. He's
Oh.
actually no.
when you
Most of
use
what
the
I take
word-
is whatever Witsit says, and the opposite is probably true.
So when you use the word virtual NASA, you mean make believe, don't you?
No, not quite, but
Not quite.
Not quite.
well, see, the problem is that you guys use these words. You know, you misunderstand words like virtual. And you misunderstand.
So does virtual not mean make believe?
No.
What does it mean?
What's it mean? Yeah. What's it mean? Have you got it on Google yet?
Come on, man. What are you doing?
He'll be an
Google it yourself.
expert in
Google
3 minutes. He'll be an expert in 3 minutes.
Google it
Give him a
yourself.
chance.
Google.
All right, I got you.
Jeremy, why don't you tell me what a virtual particle is?
I got you. I'll define virtual for the room.
You're the
Okay.
physics. You're the physics janitor here. So go ahead.
I'll
tell
define.
Oh,
Okay. Unless you don't want me to, but he said it's possible, but he doesn't know what it is, and so I figured. You said that means it's not real, right? And then he said no. So he doesn't know what it means, but he knows what it doesn't mean. So what's
isn't that what you guys are in the flat Earth? I don't know what it is, but it's not a globe.
Why you keep changing the subject? It seems like you're nervous or something.
Oh, I'm not nervous at all. I'm not nervous at
Okay.
all. You're talking about quantum here, and you barely understand science, let alone quantum.
Let me read it.
Well,
Here.
now you want to go right to virtual particles, which is
Let me read it here. Virtual, not physically existing.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, so it does mean make believe. Who would have thunk it?
Well, see, that's the problem. You also think that fictitious forces aren't real forces, and that's your problem there.
So wait, are you saying virtual
What's a
photons
force?
are real photons?
What's a force?
Oh, hold it.
If you don't know what a force is, then please go back to middle school and come back. I'm
Is
not
a
gonna
force
answer
a thing?
stupid questions.
The force a thing, or what something does?
It's good analogy for gravity, isn't it?
I mean,
Like
we want to go
fictitious
right
force.
to virtual particles here. Let's skip everything else and go right to virtual particles.
It's like gravity is the fictitious force in Newtonian reference frames. If that makes any
They
sense.
want to run from the virtual particles for sure. But so NASA, when he asked you, does that mean it's make believe? You said no. And then we defined it. It means not physically existing. And then you said, well, that's just you stupid flat earthers. You don't understand things. Just like fictitious force is
Correct.
an actual force. So then I asked you the logical follow-up to the implications of your line of logic proposed, which was, are you saying that virtual photons are actual photons?
You okay, Paid Chill?
Oh, I'm fine. It's just that here you are. You're in like way deep quantum field theory, and you basically don't. You're like, let's study this
Quantum?
important. Yeah, he's in quantum field
We're
theory.
talking about a magnetic field, bro.
No, he's
It's
talking about virtual
rudimentary.
particles. He's talking about
Yeah.
virtual particles. Virtual
Yes,
particles is
yes.
quantum field
This
theories
is
and Feynman diagrams.
This is what mainstream says. It says what's responsible for the attractive or the repulsive force within a magnet is the emission of photons.
This cracked me up. You guys are so deep into some stuff and you don't understand the basics of it.
But you
So,
know that everyone
let's
here
just
can
skip-
hear that
let's
you
just
actually
skip
just don't know anything
let's just-
about it.
Oh, I
and
know.
you're-
I know way more than you do. Message.
You just admitted you don't know anything about it.
Quantum virtual. You're talking about virtual particles.
You haven't explained a single thing about
I'm not.
quantum
Well, I'm not in a discussion about. We're not going to skip to the 20th chapter without the first 19. You guys need to start chapter 1, not at chapter 20.
Oh, did you know
Break it
that we
down.
actually aren't going to
What?
look to you to dictate what we talk about? So
I know,
what's
but you
funny
don't
is you
understand
just said that you didn't know what it is, and
But
then
you
you
don't
just said
either.
you know way more about it than I do.
You don't know it either.
Well, I
let's
know
refer
I at
to-
least know what it is.
Let's
don't
refer
know.
to Richard Feynman. What is? You think Richard Feynman knows what it is?
Just tell us anything
Considering
about
how,
quantum mechanics.
considering about Feynman diagrams where virtual particles basically came from. So yeah, he knows a little bit about it or knew.
All right. Well, why don't you tell him what Feynman had to say? What's
All right, I gotcha. Here's the quote from Richard Feynman. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. Richard Feynman.
Excellent. So what's your problem?
I heard abstract, conceptual.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. The problem is nobody likes quantum. It's but shut up and calculate. It works.
Well, you got that
Tell us
right.
something
It
about
works. Quantum works. There's no doubt that quantum theory works.
Yeah, nobody questions the math. Nobody questions quantum's math because that's all it is counting, and their counting is hyper precise.
No,
However,
it's way more than
however, their explanation is complete ludicrousy, dude. Okay,
it works.
The explanation of what's going on.
You are using
it works. It works because you make it work. Did you not hear what he just said? Yeah, that's what he just said.
Works. No, it works
what
because. What do you mean
Feynman
you make
just
it
said?
work?
He said virtual photons are used to facilitate in balancing out equations. What do you think that means?
Equations that work. You understand the device you're currently using, a computer or a cell phone or something, would not be. You could not have that without our understanding.
Yeah, that's questionable at best
that?
too.
You do understand
Okay,
that,
so
right?
here's the deal.
Stop. You can't have transistors without quantum. You understand that?
Yeah,
Yeah, we get your stupid argument.
Well, no,
it's the
then it
same
works.
It's the same
Quantum
as a
works.
flat earther can't use their cell phone if they don't believe in gravity because it has an accelerometer.
That's correct. It has an accelerometer in it.
Right. When the truth is that acceleration is just an effect, and we're actually challenging your claimed cause of that.
You have a cell phone with an accelerometer, and you say, "Oh, gravity doesn't exist." You
See,
turn it another
you're-
way. You go, "Oh, it doesn't exist." I love it. And
No,
now you're saying there,
listen.
"Oh, quantum is all wrong," but I have
This
a
dude's
device that I'm
freaking
using right
out,
now.
dude.
I'm freaking out because you are full of shit, Witsit. You
All
always
right.
have been.
Okay, calm down. So, the reason
Witsit's
that's
always
not a
quick
logical, the reason that's not
you're
a
always quick to
logical
go, oh,
argument.
you're freaking out or you're triggered or whatever.
The reason
What's
that's
your
not a
go-to, isn't it, Witsit?
logical. The reason that's not a logical argument is because acceleration is the phenomena. We don't dispute that things can accelerate downward, or even that we
Why?
can come up with an agreed upon average. What we
Why?
are challenging is what you claim causes it. So if we use the fact that it happens to create technology, that doesn't prove what you claim causes it. That's an entirely independent discussion, and
actually,
that's very, very remedial.
Actually, we've had that, and we know that, and it can be verified. You could do it yourself if you weren't so damn lazy.
The hell it is? What did you say? You're
He
not
doesn't say
saying
Gravity
anything.
has been verified. The Cavendish experiment does quite well proving it. Thank you very much.
Why don't you tell me
Cavendish didn't even
something
account for electrostatics. We're actually not going to divert away.
No, the Cavendish experiment actually proved gravity exists. Thank you.
Okay, so you don't know what magnetism is. You said that you believe in quantum mechanics. Then we defined what quantum claims, and it is the exchange of virtual photons, which is just a mathematical
that's
abstract
part of it.
construct. I bet if you talk
part
through me,
of
the Earth will start spinning. So
it
it's just
does,
a
actually.
mathematical abstract concept used to balance out
works.
equations. It's not
That
actual
works.
reality, the input or
That-
output of any experiment.
Okay,
it's
but
simply conceptual used
You're forgetting
to
one part.
make the
You're
equation.
forgetting one part. What's it?
Oh,
Quantum
Paid. What are you
works.
doing, Paid? paid.
What I'm doing is
Come on, man. You
he's
talked the
going
whole
on.
way through him, bro.
He's
Relax.
going on this huge long rant that was wrong from about the second word, and you just want me to everyone forget what he said 5 minutes ago, and he goes on these fucking rants. I'm just gonna leave before I get in trouble here, because Witsit is just.
You're gonna leave because you know that I'm about to really expose
No, you're
you.
not, Witsit. You're just
You
sitting
gotta,
here
speak in
lying your
shorter
ass off.
sentences.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here because if I get one warning, I'm out for like 10 days because of the moderation in this room.
No, that's no. If you let someone speak, see ya.
Oh boy.
Rue, if you think you can step up to the plate with this one.
I genuinely listen to
With
Kate
virtual
Astor. He never
particles.
says anything.
I have zero idea.
That dude never
Okay,
says
yeah.
anything.
You want to find something interesting? This is for the intellectuals in the room that actually want to learn things. So what's interesting is in the etheric framework, right? We say magnetism and dielectricity are the same thing. They're just different versions of the same thing, like ice, water, and steam, different states, versions, modalities. Okay, now we explain that dielectricity is interchangeable with the word electrostatics. So we say magnetism and electrostatics are the same thing. They're just different versions of the same thing. We can get more technical that the magnetic field is in fact the dielectric dissipation. It's the manifestation of the dielectric field. Centrifugal convergence, in divergence, centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence. But anyway, conjugate geometric expression. So the point is that we say that electrostatics and magnetism are just different versions of the same thing. And people laugh at us and ridicule us and say the ether was disproven by Michelson-Morley, even though I can't even read the title of it and all this crazy stuff. But this is what's funny. Okay, I said all that for a reason. If you look at quantum mechanics, which they all believe, it says magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. Guess what it says electrostatics is? The exchange of virtual photons. Wow. So basically, quantum claims that magnetism and electrostatics are different versions of the same thing. It gets even better.
If I put water in the freezer, it turns into ice. What do you do with magnetism? How do you turn it into electricity?
Well, the way you actually get it's not electricity, it's dielectricity. Those are different things. Like electrostatics is not the same as electricity. Yeah. Okay. So the magnetism is the loss of dielectricity. So there's an intrinsic electrostatic nature to all things, right? And so when you manipulate that electrostatic nature of, say, neodymium, iron boron, magnets, the way you make the magnet is you can introduce electrical voltage, for example, and it'll create a magnetic field. So you have the loss of dielectricity and it manifests as the magnetic field and vice versa. And I just explained it as conjugate geometric expression, centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, two types of motions, pressure mediation. Now, anyway, the point though, that's really funny, is that they claim it's the same thing also. But we'll get ridiculed for claiming it's the same thing. Secondly, if you look at quantum field theory, which is an attempt to explain the problems of quantum mechanics away. So they've upgraded it to QFT. Now that's not agreed upon across the board, but it's like the most popular QFT because it starts to kind of try to answer a lot more things that not invoking fields can't explain. So they started integrating fields. In quantum field theory, they claim the photon and the electron are the same thing. Now check this out. The etheric framework says that the quote-unquote photon and electron are the same thing, just different versions of the same thing. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, virtual particles and virtual photons are similar but slightly different in their narrative. The virtual photon is the magnetic field, and then the virtual particle would be having to do with light. But,
a virtual photon is a type of virtual particle. Go ahead.
That just sounds like they're trying to say energy without saying energy.
Yeah, so virtual photon is a type of virtual particle, right? But what's funny is they do say specifically virtual photons for both electrostatics and magnetism. And then quantum field theory claims the photon and the electron are the same thing, are the different versions of the same thing. Which is interesting. Then what's the photoelectric effect? Right. And then if you look into it, they of course claim that photons can turn into electrons, can spontaneously disappear, all this crazy nonsense. So look at that. They're basically just crawling their way over to the ether reluctantly, trying to do everything in their power to acknowledge it without calling it what it is. Weird.
Yep. And they even admit that's what they're looking for. They're trying to figure out
What is it they're looking for?
how.
You talking about the grand unified theory?
Well, the thing is, the theory, yes, that is what I'm talking about, but I wasn't actually talking about like the minds, like the mindful understanding that is attained when you find what you're looking for, because in order for them
No,
to.
we're talking about mainstream. Like what's the end goal of mainstream's quote
Yeah,
unquote
that's what I'm talking
science
about.
department?
Yeah, exactly. It's to find the ether. And when they find the ether, then they can describe it in one coherent theory, right? Or theorem, or whatever, right? So the theory
How
is a whole
do you
different thing.
get there when they're subdividing everything? Like they say what they're seeking is literally the opposite of what they're doing. Like it's like that's the biggest contradiction yet. I mean, they're looking for this grand unified theory while subdividing all these different fields and pigeonholing them into different things rather than finding the unified connection between them all.
Well, they do that, and then they do the opposite at the same time, because I was watching this documentary on quantum field theory, and they said that the most prominent idea of what a particle is nowadays amongst themselves is that particles are exactly they say that they are like nodes or points of a ripple in the quantum field, right? They're saying particles are illusions that are really just like the indicator of the crest of a ripple, the crest like a wave in the ocean. You know what I mean? It's just a point of sort of concentration. So I mean, they're already there. Like, by their own words, they already consider everything just to be some sort of fluctuation of a field or some
No, they've
background
never
medium.
defined a field, man. They're anti-field.
Well, they call it the quantum field. Not that they
Right.
define that word, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just a fancy way of talking about counter space in the ether without ever talking about counter space in the ether by name.
I mean, yeah, I think that they already made their way back home for the most part. They just really hate that word. They want to pretend like it's something new that they discovered.
Well, I think
yeah,
it's
they
because
got to
they
keep
have to.
their departments open. Sorry, go ahead. Lou.
Well, I think they have to, right? So it's well known that quantum is incompatible with relativity, but they're trying to make it work with relativity still. They're coming up with a theory, right? So like you said, grand unified theory, like gut, like they're trying to find their gut. So that's kind of why they can't say there's an ether. If they absorb the ether from electrical field theory from back in the day, it debunks heliocentrism handedly. So they have to have a new version of it, right? And so that's what the delay and hesitancy is, I think.
How do you get from that to debunks heliocentrism? That's my main curious question about this whole conversation. Like, you're all navel gazing. How does it relate to shape of the earth or heliocentrism?
Yeah, like if the ether from electrical field theory is true, then the earth cannot be moving because of Michelson-Morley combined with Michelson-Gell.
Okay.
Interferometry shows there should be a phase shift relative to the 30 mile per second assumed orbital velocity of the Earth. Yet, of course, the perpendicular light rays, quote unquote, basically get there at the same time, which is a slight shift less than 1/6 of what's predicted. which is where you got relativity claiming, of course, the measuring apparatus physically contracted, time physically widened and slowed down. So even though it had to go further and it took longer, it makes it look like it actually didn't go further and took the same amount of time. And then they dismissed the rest of it to instrumental error. So without relativity, you're in big trouble. If you have an ether, if there's an ether, it doesn't show any type of, let's say, resistance with relative to the Earth's motion. So it dictates that the Earth is stationary because when you use an interferometer to look at light relative to sidereal rotation, it matches the predicted value within 98% every single time, meaning that there is a rotation between the Earth and the sky. There's movement there, which we can obviously see the sky move. So that exists, but it doesn't work with the orbit. And so that being the case, there's only one viable option. It's that the Earth isn't moving, but rather the sky is moving relative to it. So that ether is not on the table for heliocentrism. It would debunk it. And Einstein himself said that it was the embarrassment of the ether, or of Michelson-Morley, that forced him to propose relativity.
Yeah, that was about the only thing that Tesla ever freaked out about, was the fact that Einstein was claiming space could be bent, space and time could be bent and acted upon.
Yeah, he had a lot of critique of relativity. He also said that it occurs to my simple mind that if there exists equal and opposite reaction, then spatial curvature would straighten out because it would be in all directions relative to the Earth. And then, of course, he said that, attributing physical properties to conceptual abstractions, me paraphrasing, is lunacy, and relativity is like a beggar in purple linen that fools mistake as a king, and their proponents are quote-unquote great men, but they are not scientists. Rather, they're metaphysicists that get lost in mathematics. So yeah, he also said he was working on a new dynamic theory of gravity that would dispel the nonsense of spatial curvature for good, and he died. And sorry,
maybe he was killed, assassinated.
It looks that way. So Einstein's quote.
It wasn't hard, was it?
Einstein's quote right here: "If the Michelson-Morley experiment had not brought us into serious embarrassment, no one would have regarded the relativity theory as a halfway redemption." Yikes.
Yeah, assuming that the Earth is moving at the speeds they thought it was.
Yeah, of course.
That's where the embarrassment comes in.
Yep.
So, hey, what about all that speed? Aren't we flying? No, this is embarrassing. I thought we were moving. I thought we were moving very quickly. Boy, is the egg on our face.
And I ask people all the time, do you think the stars are moving? And they always say yes.
Moving relatively or moving absolutely relative to us? Like what?
Yeah, it's natural. Yeah, it's natural, man. Of course they're going to answer that way.
Well, you'll get different answers depending on the context. Like, do stars have absolute motion? Yes. But then, the motion that we see at nighttime over the course of a night is clearly not the stars moving, it's us rotating.
You're saying there's an absolute reference frame we can objectively observe reality from?
Welcome to the ether.
I forgot he can't hear Jeremy.
Son of a bitch. Dude, this is why he got me on mute, because I asked the tough questions that he can't handle. He knows that's not true.
Ruf, do you agree that if the speed of light assumption, like the constant speed of light, or c?
Sorry, can you start that again? I got a notification. Go ahead.
Do you agree that if the constant speed of light, or c, that assumption is actually wrong, then the heliocentric model is also wrong?
No.
Well, that's what relativity is built on. Everything's relative, but it has to have an absolute frame of reference to be relative to, and that is light. And of course, that's how you got all your alleged distances to the stuff in the sky, which means the whole thing would have to be scrapped without the speed of light being accurate and constant.
I don't think speed of light is much of a factor in determining heliocentric versus geocentric.
The current model requires the speed of light. Special relativity attributed a constant speed to light, and that was integrated into general relativity, which is your mechanism for movement, and that's how you got all the distances. If the speed of light is wrong, then your model's wrong.
I disagree. I think it's pretty simple geometry.
You're just going to say no.
Speed of light is just the hysteresis of the ether itself, man.
I always just wanted to say that because the truth is that the speed of light has to be right for the current model of the heliocentrism to be right. And we actually have observations of things going 3 times the speed of light in a vacuum.
Yeah, and I at that point declare that that's not my area of expertise. I've seen that wavefront thing traveling faster than the speed of light. I don't know enough about light to comment on it.
Well, you don't know a lot about light or magnetism. Other than theodolites and sextants, do you have anything else that you'd like to try to explain or debate on?
Sure, fucking curvature. Whatever. ISS. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything terrestrially that we can interact with? And
Sure. I might go and do a theodolite measurement now if you want.
No. I said anything other than that. Like I'm over the whole theodolite sextant thing. Like, do you have anything else in the realm of science that we could talk about?
2 kilometers of Mount San Jacinto and Canigou below the horizon.
Oh God.
Celestial navigation.
No.
No. Too easy globe proof.
No, it's just not my forte, man. I don't really. I try to look at things that I can interact with and really get down to the brass tacks on, not things that are subjective.
Okay. What the question for you then is, given that if I showed you a photo of Canigou or San Jacinto, right, and said this is Earth curvature, and you would obviously say no. The question is then, in your mind, what is a valid test for you to determine whether there is or is not curvature? Or the Earth is or is not a globe? Given that
Well,
you
I
dismiss.
came up with Operation Broken Compass a while back. I thought that was pretty good.
What does that do?
Yeah, we got to figure out how to physically, pull it off. But it is a great idea.
I've never heard
That's
of it.
basically, that's just basically traveling in a single direction, any direction other than north, not using a magnetic guided compass and traveling straight as a crow flies, because obviously the compass is going to cause you to deviate and see where you end up. And every time I've kind of gone over this with the Glovers, they've always admitted that you'd end up in the southern hemisphere any direction you went. So I thought that was interesting.
Unless you're at the equator, yeah. Any other direction, you'll do a great circle.
Yeah, any direction.
Yeah, you go
other than
east or
north.
west. You go east or if you're in the northern hemisphere and you go east or west in any direction, you end up in the southern hemisphere.
Well, here's the
if
thing.
you went in a straight line.
Here's the thing, Ruth. If you were going just straight, it's only your belief that that would work, except for the equator, because your idea is that you could follow the equator in a straight line as the crow flies, and that would it really doesn't matter where you start, because even that would show something.
Yeah, but you'll end up in the southern hemisphere regardless of flat or globe.
No, on
Any
the
great
equator. No. If you start on the equator, on a flat Earth and go straight, you'll end up in the south.
You head east or west.
Literally any direction.
Yeah, on a globe, and the AE map, any route except for tracking along the equator will necessarily end up in the southern hemisphere.
Nah, you're missing it, man. We're talking about going straight on a flat Earth, not following lines of latitude.
Right.
Because on a flat on a globe, you might imagine that's a straight path, but the equator is not a straight path on a flat Earth. So it doesn't matter where you start from.
So you have to start at the equator.
You can start wherever you want. It doesn't matter. All you got to do is go on a straight line.
Yeah, the only point that you will not end up in the southern hemisphere on either flat or globe is if you start at the equator, right? So are we starting at the equator?
No, you don't. You really don't understand how you can start anywhere on the equator of the flat Earth and go straight and end up in the south.
Yeah, that'll happen on a globe as well.
No. If you start on the equator and you go straight east or west, you'll stay on that same line
just
latitude.
clarified with you. I just clarified. Are we starting on the equator and going only east or west? And you said no.
Well, no, you're still not understanding. We're not going east or west and following east or west. That's why it's called broken compass. All we're saying is you start anywhere, so there's ground beneath your feet. You could be blindfolded, spun in circles. It doesn't matter where you end up. Nowhere matters at all. Just figure out a way that you can travel straight in any direction. Just travel
and
straight.
You'll always enter the southern hemisphere, no matter if the Earth's a globe or flat.
Yeah, but in a great circle, you're going to return back north.
Right. Yes.
Right.
But you will always go through the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, we've already gone through this, Riv. Yeah, you'll either end up in the same spot or you'll end up somewhere in the Antarctic every time. So.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. Well,
you'll keep going straight, and you'll hit the southern hemisphere and go, "Oh, therefore flat Earth."
Yeah,
right?
but no, it's not about entering the southern hemisphere. It's about hitting Antarctica. Okay, so if you do a great circle anywhere within the range of 70 south latitude to 70 north latitude, anywhere within that range, you're never gonna hit Antarctica. Yeah, you have to, right? So if you did start literally anywhere within that range and you did hit Antarctica, it would be proof of a flat Earth.
Sure.
As long as, and the trouble is though, because it's called broken compass for a good reason. How could we ever attempt and reliably travel straight?
Don't say GPS. I don't want to hear GPS either.
Yeah, how do we mechanically show that we're moving straight?
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to have some navigation device to prove that you've gone straight, and therefore defeating the whole experiment.
If you have flat land, you can always snap a line if you got like some flat land and shit.
No, well, here's flat land, bro.
Here's the best answer I've heard so far. You need some very rigid and plumb sticks that someone can always stay behind, with at least standing at the position of one stick or right behind one stick with two in their vision. And as long as you can keep in your sight 3 sticks in your vision in front of you overlapping, in your vision, that the next 2 hide behind the first one closest to you. And
dude, use a laser beam that's mounted.
Drones with powerful lasers.
How are we doing this over the ocean?
Drones.
It's drones. You have to somehow prove that your drone's not drifting.
The only problem with a drone,
you can daisy chain them.
The only problem with a drone is like they only stay up for so long.
Well, like I said, you can daisy chain them to where it's like literally connected to a tether that's powered. So like, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it makes sense to me.
How in the world did we ever navigate the globe before GPS? It's a mystery.
Celestial navigation.
Yeah, I mean, no, that doesn't work for flat Earth. They go, nuh-uh.
We're still waiting for anyone to even attempt Toon's challenge.
Wow.
All
you have to do is apply the apparent declination to the sky. Wow, that was so tough.
Please show us how it's done, Austin. Please show us how it's done. 10 G's sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah, but it's not, because it's obviously McLooney Tunes who's one of the most dishonest people I've ever met. So whenever you do it, he's going to say, no, you just took the globes, because it's actually not the globes. It's just an observation, and it's clearly either the Earth is curving down underneath you or there's an optical effect relative to your position. If you applied the apparent declination to the sky, because there's probably clearly like layered medium there, and it's not a vacuum, then you would easily be able to do it. But they'll never actually accept that, even if you went out and did it. I know for a fact that McLooney Tunes would never pay you 10 grand.
Hey, I got a question for you. Why aren't you skeptical that no one's ever been to the edge of the flat Earth before?
Why am I not skeptical? It's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. You didn't know that?
I want to know why you're skeptical of that. Why can't you?
He just said it's illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal law, bro.
According to whom?
The
And who's gonna
Antarctic
stop
Treaty.
you?
There are tons of people that would stop you.
Name
Depends
one.
on where
Basically,
exactly
United
you
Nations,
are.
dude.
Name one.
Whatever country's closest to where you are.
What would they do to stop? What would they cite?
Go look at the Berserker. It was all across mainstream news, dude. It was a sailboat with 3 guys, and they made like 3 separate attempts, and each time they were apprehended by law enforcement and placed in custody.
Who? What law enforcement?
Well, they left. I think it was Norway, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not too sure who apprehended them, but it's all over the news. You can go look at, just Google it. Berserker goes to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Berserker goes there.
Yeah, dude,
They were
people have been really
apprehended by the Australian Navy.
So can I ask you a question now? Why are you not skeptical of the fact that that's the case?
Oh, because I've read the Antarctic Treaty. It has nothing to do.
Have you read the subsequent legislation that point blank says that if you attempt to go anywhere without permission, that you will be intercepted, and that you have to actually request approval, and then you have to give them the specific route you're going to be taking. They have to allow you to do it, and that you're not allowed to bring external fuel or water supply. You must have missed those.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't take legal advice from you. I saw what happened to you at Mount Rushmore.
Wow, good one.
It is a good one. Don't give legal advice, man. Don't say laws mean something to you, because they don't. You don't know them.
Unconstitutional laws don't mean something to me,
When
buddy.
they're told you point blank, you still don't get them. So
Unconstitutional laws don't mean much to
You're
me.
gonna have
That's
to
right.
find me skeptical of you knowing what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, I don't care about
Yeah.
unconstitutional laws. The Constitution is the law of the land. So
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate that you're wrong about it, right?
wrong about what?
Do we need to go over Mount Rushmore and what happened there?
The amendment says you're allowed to freely speak, okay? And they're saying you're only allowed to speak in a controlled certain area that they let you do it on the public forum. It's unconstitutional, okay? It's called prior restraint, but they decide to just do whatever they want to. Of course, they didn't let me be heard out by my peers in South Dakota. It's just a judge that does whatever they want to do. They didn't actually.
That's called the court of law, buddy. I'm sorry.
Did you ever read my motion to dismiss?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So you can talk all this trash, dude. I've had over 10 lawyers not believe that I wrote that myself.
That's
You
not
think
the
it's
flex.
funny? You think it's funny? I don't lie like you guys. Over 10 lawyers didn't believe I wrote that by myself. So you can talk about how stupid I am all you want to, but
Was
the
the motion
freaking
denied?
government's attorneys actually didn't even respond to the arguments, attempted to handwave dismiss them and get it thrown out, saying I didn't have standing, I didn't understand all this stuff because I'm a pro se, I must be stupid, I'm a flat earther. And the judge swatted them down saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And then the judge just said, well, she's not going to change the law. That's already on
Was
the
the
books.
motion denied or was it granted?
Yeah.
Was denied. I just said that
Denied. There we
she's
go.
not gonna. I was telling her to change the law across the nation, so she didn't do it, and that's not the point. We actually have a civil case coming up, and it's still in appeals. And the point is that if you read my motion, you can obviously talk all the trash you want to right now, but if you're honest at all, you have to admit it's a very well written motion.
No.
I'm not talking trash. I'm asking a simple question. Was it granted or denied? And it was denied. All right. So I don't care how good it was. It wasn't good enough
if
for
a judge denies something, that means they're automatically right?
No, it just means you haven't written a good motion.
Oh, so
You're
have
claiming
you
this
read
motion is great,
Oh my
and
god.
it was denied. So I don't care what it says.
This dude's such a clown,
I
dude.
think it's this
Oh.
great
Let's get
motion.
back
It
to
was
the
denied.
point and try to discuss something that you're comfortable with in science.
You haven't read it, but you know it was stupid. Yeah, we get it. You guys are so awesome.
No, it just failed.
Amazing
You're
essay
talking
that the
about.
teacher gave me an F on. That's great, Witsit.
I love when Globers are obsessed with my personal life. Bunch of weirdos.
Oh, no, I just brought it up because it directly was evidence that you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to law or the nature of law or anything to do with reading treaties or understanding rote anything, because you quite obviously don't. So when you talk about the Antarctic Treaty, I laugh and scoff at you.
I understood the law. It's unconstitutional, and the law is that one can disregard anything that's unconstitutional. That's what the law says.
Yeah, but that's just your opinion, bro.
Oh,
That's
so
just your opinion.
wait, time out. You agree with the government saying that you can only have free speech in their predetermined areas, and they have to approve it before you're allowed to freely speak? You agree with that?
Because
think that's the whole story,
there's different types of public forums, and you were in the wrong type.
Oh, so national parks that are literally about political speech is the wrong place to speak your mind freely?
National parks aren't about political speech, number one. And number two, there are designated areas in said parks that you can exercise the very right you wanted to exercise. You decided not to, so you got arrested.
So again, you agree with the fact that the government claims they can make you go to a little area where no one can hear you, or you're not freely speak. You're a good little cuck, bro. Do you vote left? Do you know how to shoot a pistol? You're crushing, bro.
That's what you bring out as soon as you know you're fucked, Austin.
No, I'm saying this dude's defending totalitarian dictation of speech laws. I know tons of Glovers that are like, I think that law is stupid, but you guys just, you have this personal obsession and hatred of me, so I don't care. I'm disengaging now. I'm disengaging.
I would understand it, and I would abide by it, and I would have had my free speech.
I know, I get it. You're a cuck. We can move on.
Yep, you're triggered.
Unfortunately,
when you're triggered.
you don't understand the law, but that's okay.
You're triggered, Ruhif.
Sure, champ.
I would drop the motion here, but you guys won't even read it because you just want to keep regurgitating.
I don't care. It got denied.
I need something to attacking the man personally, though. Like I don't understand that. This is not about Witsit. No offense, Witsit, right? You're a cool dude, but this is not about Witsit. Why you guys make it so personal? I don't understand that.
No, he went against the courts to try to get rid of that shit that doesn't let you. That's amazing. Why not give him props? You guys are assholes.
Dude, they literally been shitting on this man this entire time. They have not talked about the nature of our reality, the shape of the earth. Just shitting on this man. I don't even understand why. Like they don't get that it makes them seem pathetic. Like it makes you guys seem like you guys are obsessed with him. Like it's counter to. I'm pretty sure it's counter to what you guys want, which is to seem like the opposite. But this behavior makes you guys seem like crazy obsessed Stan fans, bro.
No, that's fine. It doesn't. But at the end of the day, if I go to Mount Rushmore and I want to see a national monument, what I don't want to see is Witsit there screaming at my face while I'm trying to take pictures. That's why they have spaces designated for your free speech.
Do you know that the Supreme Court said that it doesn't matter whether or not the crowd wants to hear what you have to say, and even if they get to the point that they're an aggravated mob, it's actually the police officer's job to protect you against them, because you can in no way capitulate whether or not you can freely speak to the consensus of the crowd, seeing as how they never do agree. And in fact, this is the Supreme Court, but in fact, the entire point of free speech is that you're able to say things people don't like when they don't want to hear it, and that free speech zones have never been held up constitutionally by the Supreme Court, and every single time they've been challenged and gone to the Supreme Court, they ruled against the free speech laws, which is why they've been revoked across the entire nation at different universities. And so they are going to lose because it's going to go up in the appeal. So do you have any response to any of that?
Yeah, how much do you want to bet?
Just so you know, real quick, really quickly, just so you know, man, don't expect privacy in public, dude. It doesn't work that way. Like, if you really think that's the case, you're going to be proven wrong every time, because there's no expectancy of privacy when you're in the public setting.
That's the funny thing with it, that you expect to beat them with their own system, bro. They have like a 97 or 98% conviction rate. It's because they're right all the time, bro. It's because they're all crooks, and the system all belongs to them. So if you're not gonna win through the public way, bro. I don't think that's gonna be possible.
Yeah. To be clear, I wasn't really like expecting my motion to be granted. Actually, I was on YouTube saying they're not going to grant the motion. It's going to have to be appealed and go in front of a panel, and then we're actually going to get the real action in the civil suit. That's the only way, and I explained that very handedly. And I agree that they have a 98% prosecution rate because this was the feds, but it's because most people cop pleas. But the point is that either you just cuck like these kind of people do, or you stand up for what's right, even if it seems to be a futile pursuit and costs you many, many, many thousands of dollars and many hours of your life in public ridicule. It's better to at least be a man and stand up for what's right than to run around Discord behind your anonymous names and pretend you're tough and then bash other people when you're secretly obsessed with their personal life. I'd much rather be the person that stands for what's right.
Whitson, and you're a fucking idiot for doing this.
Yeah, you're a moron with it.
You did a good job, man. You did a good job with it, man. Yeah, these guys are low life.
Let's not with the name calling, please.
We can move on.
I think it's just cowardice. Like I mean,
Whitson, hang on. Whitson, there's a park where you were arrested. Can you tell us where the location that they allowed you to do it? How far was it? Like, why was that very undesirable location?
Yeah, so at Rushmore, everyone gathers over in a certain area. It's like this big area. Everyone gathers where you can see the rocks. They want you to stand over in front of the entrance where no one is, so they can't hear you, or they want to put you down at the bottom of this big hill in this huge auditorium where you obviously have to have amplification to be heard. And actually, they even told me I couldn't go there, even though it was a free speech zone, because they had to take a banner down. And then in Yellowstone, the free speech zones are all where no one is, including in the middle of the woods. So all the areas where there's actual groups of people, which is the right to be heard, because like the Supreme Court said, if you're not heard, it's effectively synonymous with eliminating the speech altogether. They've tactically created these places all over the place in parks where you can't be heard by the crowd, and it's actually just up to the superintendent. It's a single person that just gets to decide at their own arbitrary discretion where you're allowed to be heard. It has, of course, already been in conflict with the Constitution itself, which says that Congress is what delegates laws, and these are federal agencies, specifically NPS, that makes their own laws, and it only changes if someone challenges it and wins. So they get to make whatever unconstitutional law they want to, even though it's against the Constitution, and they literally have set it up to. They do the same thing on university campuses where they put the free speech zone where no one can hear you. So that's just effectively not letting you speak. These people are defending it because they just don't like me, so I don't care.
That's what it is. They created their own jurisdiction.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, they created their own jurisdiction, so it's literally impossible. Only if you publicly catch them, like on some crooked thing, and you like accuse them, you might win. But like doing it like the right way, the stand-up way, bro, you're gonna get trampled every time.
Yeah. Well, technically, what I would have done in a normal situation was send in an affidavit of status and an affidavit of fact, declaring that they don't have their presupposed jurisdiction, and in fact invoke personal liability, stepping outside the color of the law. But I didn't do that in this scenario because the worst case was like I got fined and I ended up getting probation and not allowed to go to Yellowstone. And I decided to just take that risk because I knew I wasn't going to go to jail, just in an attempt to change the law to help everyone else out. Like normally you detach from their games and their complicit agreement. It's called tacit agreement after 30 days of an affidavit of fact sent to them. But I didn't do that just because I was trying to change the actual law itself. So you have to play their game to do that. And I knew that it was obviously not going to be very easy for me to change a federal law across the entire nation. But it's unconstitutional. And the last time it was challenged, it was thrown out. So the same law was thrown out for being unconstitutional. And this guy would have been on here talking about how it is constitutional, and I would have complied. And literally it got changed across the whole nation the last time it was challenged. So I played their game just to do that. But anyway, so it is what it is. It cost me many thousands of dollars. They called me and offered me like a $200 fine, and it'd just go away. And instead it cost me like many, many thousands just to fight it. But yeah, I just did it because I thought it was right. I don't care about money. I definitely don't care about what anti-flat earthers on the internet say.
What's up? I think you're very brave, and I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, that's interesting what you said about free speech zones. I wasn't 100% aware about this stuff.
Yeah, yeah, but they're unconstant. Like every time they've been challenged, like actually the government's paid out many hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, as has universities for people challenging these things, and they always settle outside of court, and the free speech zone always gets struck down. But I guess national parks is like next level, you know. That's the federal government, and they kind of think they get to do whatever they want to. And then you just run up into some like triple jabbed female judge that just thinks that she can do whatever she wants to, which of course it says you're allowed to be heard in front of a jury, but they do what's called a bench trial, which is unconstitutional, but it's just up to the judge. She gets to do whatever she wants, which is stupid. And any person that lives in America and thinks that that's a good thing, right? They're not on my team, bro. They're just slaves. They're like happy slaves. They're like if I kicked in the door to where a bunch of slaves are held and they're having their poker night. I'm like, bro, get out of here. The master's gone. We can leave. I'm gonna get you out of here. And then they got mad at me for trying to free them because it's their poker night. And I'm like, dude, you can go to the casino. You can play poker every night. No, they let us play poker tonight. How dare you? It's called Stockholm syndrome. So these people are like laughable, and they would never have the bravery to create the paradigm in which they have free speech at this moment, and so they're literally irrelevant to me.
You see, look at this behavior, right? Like this guy went out of his way to post videos, memes, bro. I didn't even know you had memes out there, bro. That's a whole flex right there. But like to actually do that though, like I wouldn't, like bro, unless I'm having like a personal beef with somebody, I'll probably do and be petty like that. But I bet you he probably has hella memes of most flat. That shit is not normal behavior. I don't understand that, bro. It makes it seem like this is not about information, bro. And to a lot of quote unquote flat earthers, this is about the information. It's about truth. Doing this type of shit demonstrates that a lot of you guys are here for alternative reasons, bro. For fucked up reasons, and it has nothing to do with the truth.
Absolutely. Take paid NASA shill. This is supposedly an Air Force pilot, right? United States freedom, rah, rah, rah. What does he do? He posts memes of Witsit getting arrested for practicing his right to free speech. If that doesn't tell you something, nothing will.
He's also like triple jabbed or something. I mean, he just does whatever.
Despicable behavior like this. Are you American? You sure you're American, shill?
Yo, triple jabs is crazy.
Triple jab loony.
Waiting on the fourth one.
It took me a second to wonder what the hell you guys are talking about.
He's an American, but he's a Democrat, so he's on the other side.
It's embarrassing, bro. People like this walking around, it's an embarrassment to humanity, man. Seriously.
They would download a government app that tells you what you're allowed to do every morning when you wake up, and it gives you a notification. It says you can go outside at 9 a.m. for 30 minutes. They would download the app and then comply. Like
that's why I said Democrat.
Dude, that shit is, bro, you joke about that shit, but that shit is coming, bro. That social credit shit is on its way. So we better go figure out where the fuck we gonna live, because I'm not about to do that shit, bro. I am not the one to be smiling all the time, bro. I can't do that.
You guys seen the movie? It's like COVID 22 or whatever. It's on Netflix. But in the movie, to leave your house, you have to pull your phone out and let it scan your forehead, and the government has to approve you leaving. They would do that. They would literally do that.
Yeah,
if we let it.
There's a movie where they painted you red. If you broke the law, you would be red, and nobody can talk to you. And it was just so classic of what's trying to do now.
And people in here would do it. I mean, it's just whatever. Like, everyone's different. If you want to be a slave, it's like, I think you have the right. You have the right to be a slave. Like, I'll fight.
Maybe a few of us should do that. A few of us is better plan to go like underground, like Demolition Man style, like the movie. How they used to fucking eat rats and shit, because I mean, that's probably what happened in the whole Demolition movie, right? That's probably why there was a whole civilization under the fucking thing, because they probably didn't want to take the jab either.
Well, bro, in that movie, I mean, it's such a prophetic movie. It really is, bro. I see where you're coming from. And just to double down on that, that's the same movie where everyone in the future, like air high fives, regular high fives where your hands actually touch, are like frowned upon, and everyone's bowed down to doing like these like 1 foot apart like air high fives, right? That's social distancing.
Dude, to
They
this
already
day, I
knew.
still don't understand what the three fucking shells are all. I bet you that's like an inside joke that they laugh about because nobody understands that shit. The fuck are them three shells? How you gonna clean your ass with that, bro?
Oh yeah, I do remember that joke when he asked for toilet paper or something.
Yeah, everybody was cleaning his ass like, oh, you don't know how to use the seashells, my nigga? Like, how the fuck, what you gonna do with them, bro?
I don't know, man.
It's pretty obvious to see the direction that certain powerful influences are, what direction they're heading us down. The movies, artists, right? I mean, there really is something special to the mind of an artist, right? There's some very talented, great artists out there. And, what do they do? They go within themselves and draw things out and communicate them. And you can think of them as like predictive programming or prophecy or insight or intuition or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't always have to be like a mockery of predictive programming, right? It can just be a wise individual who just has a sense of where things are heading and wants to give a warning or a very clear demonstration.
I can expand a little bit on that, right? Since we're talking about the artist, since the artist is wise, he would understand that he can't just blatantly tell people the truth, right? He would have to find a creative way so people can understand it, right? Because people could see and resonate with the truth and just understand the truth. Sometimes sometimes it's more what you don't say than what you say, if that makes sense.
A picture says 1,000 words, right?
A picture says 1,000 words. Goddamn right. There's also the expression, those who know, or those who speak do not know, and those who know do not speak. Now, that's on the surface, that sounds like the most ridiculous thing ever, right? People who know something never speak. Like, what does that mean? Well, it sounds retarded because we all can understand if someone's wise, they obviously don't just become a hermit and never speak again, right? So that's not what that expression is trying to communicate. What it's saying is that a wise person isn't going to waste their breath trying to explain things simply and rationally and clearly to people that they know can't absorb and digest information being given to them straightforward. You have to plant seeds. You have to show them images and symbols that hopefully they can reflect on at some later time, and absorb it in themselves slowly. But, a wise man never tries to just bring someone out, out of ignorance overnight or within one conversation because they know that's not the way that they ever got to the place they're at. No one's ever been a fool one day and a wise man the next. It takes work. So all you can do is try to inspire people to take that responsibility onto themselves and just convince them that, growth is worthwhile and you don't have to just stay stagnant and obedient.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Who was the guy that was against free speech in the park? Like that just blew my mind. Why would you be against that? Like what? And no matter how much you hate a person, how can you be against free speech in a country called America?
They also said that his motion couldn't have been good enough or whatever. That was kind of ridiculous too.
Yeah.
Because the judge
you're fighting for the oppressor.
That he didn't make a good enough.
That's called.
That's like
you're freaking Stockholmed. You've been Stockholmed. You're fighting for your captor. Wake up.
You guys remember where this red herring branched off of originally?
No.
Yeah, it came from asking Ruhiv if he knew anything else that he wanted to talk about because he didn't know shit about light or magnetism. The only thing he wanted to talk about was theodolites. And
well, that was a previous route, but where the real pivotal moment came across was them responding to what Austin said by saying, "I'm not gonna I'm not gonna listen to anything you speak about if it involves the law." And that was their response to him saying that independent and free exploration of the 60th parallel is forbidden. And he went on to explain his understanding of that, and they just want to say, well, it can't be true because you're the one saying it, and I don't like you. And then just red herring into personal insults.
Yeah, they didn't even know about the Antarctic Treaty. I feel like that's the first time they heard about it.
Oh, they do. They just got desperate and wanted to use like linguistic techniques to get them out of the corner that they backed themselves into. And it happens all the time. And listen, all of you guys fall for it. Okay, everyone here, you all fall for it. There was a good conversation pinning them into a corner. They made a desperate con artist attempt to escape the corner that you powerfully have them pinned to, and you say, "Oh yeah, I'll let you out of this corner. Let's argue about this whole other thing. I'm completely distracted now."
That's a good point, man. Yeah, they do it a lot, and a lot of us fall for it. Yes, that's a
every
tactic.
Every time, guys. Every time.
Yep.
Which is further evidence to because a regular person looking for information will either not believe it and research it or accept it, and they just seem to maneuver their way out of even talking about the topic entirely.
Yeah, they make their maneuver, which they have no power to fulfill and carry on that direction that they want to go. But then we just let them take us on a ride. They say, no, I want to hop off the ride that you're taking me on, or that we're on together, and I want to hop off this ride and get on another ride. And then we just say, oh yeah, I'll follow you wherever you want to take me. Let's talk about me and I mean, he pointed it out. I mean, they got all obsessed with his personal life. Now, they don't care about his personal life. That was only a tactic. That was only a tactic that we followed them on. We fell for it.
Nice catch. Exactly. He was on about the treaty, and when he was cornered that there was a treaty and the gas and this and that, right away went to the personal. Oh yeah, we're going to listen to you that can't read the law. And yeah, exactly. And it was he fell for it. Of course. Yeah. Spot on. We could only learn from this, guys. Could only learn. I mean, everybody, it's not anybody's fault. It's what they do. And you got to catch them when they do it.
Well, it's ironic. It's ironic because we got flat earthers doing the same shit. Today, Nathan Oakley did the same thing to Witsit. He couldn't answer any of his questions.
I couldn't believe that today. Yeah, that was something else, man. Yeah.
I don't want to spend too much time on that, but forgive me. I wasn't there. I mean, it does pique my interest a little bit in some sort of weird way. What happened there?
Oh, it was just a ether debate, and they had no real argument, so they just resorted to instantly attacks and insults and over talking Witsit every time you try to answer their questions or beat down their straw man attempts to try to reiterate what he was saying in regards to we is in reference, or nobody said, or something like that. Yeah, he said nobody said that in reference to the conversation having at a specific time. And Nathan started bringing up quotes from other people at other times of the past. It was just crazy. It was a big, but I think there was a lot of headway made with the conversation once they realized they had no answer to any of the logical questions and assertions Witsit was making. And so yeah, it was the only way out was to just straw man and make insults and shit.
Thanks, Dyslow. Same old story.
Yeah.
Thanks
pretty
for
bad.
explaining that to me, though.
No worries. I'm sure it's gonna happen again, but we'll see.
Yeah. Unless, well, you know, they're gonna do their part of the equation. But are we gonna complete the equation for them and stand on the opposite side of the equal symbol? It's like if we don't participate, then all they have is an incomplete equation. They need us to complete them. There's the end of a movie where there's this like ultimate villain. I forget what it is. A lot of you might know it because it's a famous quote where like there's some villain or demonic force, and he is so desperate for their fear that he's practically begging them at the end of the movie. He says, "Fear me! Fear me!" And they just decided not to. And then he just has nothing at that point. That he has to beg them to fear him.
Look, to be fair to both sides, right? This ether stuff, it's kind of like a hard pill to explain. Like you're kind of like caught double
Absolutely.
speaking sometimes. It's not an easy thing to grasp.
Not at all. Yeah, and I wouldn't
counter space. Counter. Now explain counter space to somebody.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I know. I know
It's just the
exactly what
dielectric
you're saying,
field,
man.
It's just the dielectric field.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just a dielectric field. Yeah,
I don't think that I can ever like empirically like convince someone of the ether. In no way physically or verbally can I take you there directly. The path to entertaining, seriously the concept of the ether is always going to be indirect as far as like what between me and someone else.
You
Now, I
see
do
my
think
avatar? Look at my avatar, and if you look at that hourglass shape in the very center of my avatar, and you look in the dead center of that, you'll see like this void, like a little black dot. That would be counter space in the magnetic field. It's this point where things are coming from and reciprocating back into.
right on.
No, I hear that, and I've heard you guys explain it, but it just doesn't. How do I say it? It's not satisfying enough for me. That is not an explanation for me, and I'm not trying to shit on you guys, right? I mean, I respect
You're not.
everybody's
No, that's
opinion.
fair. That's fair.
You're totally chill, bro.
But the only other option you've got is virtual photons. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's
you can
another
go with
joke
this
too.
or you can
When
go with
they
that.
Well, that's another joke when they say magnetism, when they try to explain magnetism with virtual photons. I laugh at that too, It's like,
Well, that's the only. Those are the only two postulations being given, like in the history of mankind. Like those are the only two conclusions that have ever been set forth. So until there's like a third viable option, it's either virtual photons or this ether field.
yeah, well, that's just two things that somebody came up with. What if there's a third option? You ever thought of that?
Right. That's what I said. A third viable option is the only other solution to it that would, you know, be logical and concise. Because the second you start falling off of Occam's razor into concept and abstract nonsense based on mathematical operations, then you're no sooner coming to the truth than you are defining anything. You're just conceptualizing stuff that's not necessarily valid, and that's the whole. Is it's all based on
Well, I hear you, and
logical.
I heard Whitson say yesterday that it's both are conventions, right? Both are ideas, and I'll go with that.
He
As
calls
long
it
as
a
somebody doesn't
philosophical.
say this is it, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he calls it a
Yeah.
philosophical structure. I think is how he words it. But yeah,
Well, he said both are conventions, atomism and ether, right? Now, I view them equally because, for example, if I'm going to laugh at spooky action at a distance, right? Well, I'm going to be equally as, um, you know, questioning this counter space of which you speak, which you cannot prove, which you told me last time it's another dimension. Remember that?
Right, right. It's not within the physical realm. It's within the counterspatial realm. There's only two dimensions, and you got spatial and counterspatial, or you've got dimensional and non-dimensional. That's what reality is comprised of ultimately.
Right. Now, how can you even say such a thing? Right? How can you even start to prove or explain such a thing?
Because yeah, because like if you were to take essentially if you were to take a ruler, the lines on that ruler, the 1 inch, the 2 inch, 3 inch mark, so forth, that would be representative of space. Counter space would be the lines in between, which you can subdivide infinitesimally. So it's I don't know. Somebody explained it that way to me, and that kind of helped me for a bit. But yeah, I mean, everything comes from and goes to this counterspatial realm, including energy, and that's all everything really is. Is it's just energy in a different state, including all matter, and that's just the way reality works, man.
Yeah, but you say
I'd like
that
to
with
respond to your
certainty.
question too, man.
Sorry if I interrupted somebody there.
No, I interrupted you.
Well, I was just saying he says it with such certainty. Now, if he was to tell me this is what I think, this is my idea, right? I'd say, okay, fine,
Well,
just like anybody else. But you guys are like, the way I see it, you're like,
careful with you guys.
without any proof.
All right, well, careful with you guys. You know, you're just talking to
Well,
Dicelo
sorry, let
about.
me just say Dicelo and maybe Witsit. But Witsit is a little bit, he says like they're both ideas. So no problem with that.
Yeah, he calls them philosophical frameworks. That's what it was.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
But I
Listen,
also
if
want to
you think a
respond to your question.
gyroscope,
Go ahead, bro.
if you think a gyroscope holds its rigidity in space, and we get deviation from a static gyroscope, you better come up with something else.
Oh, they were doing
If
the
Earth's not
gyroscope thing
rotating.
again.
I'm just saying, if Earth's not rotating, you got a static gyroscope that's deviating. There's got to be something.
If it's deviating, yeah.
If it deviates, yeah.
First, you got to show that it's deviating. Yeah.
I mean, the Bob did the thing; his deviated.
Yeah.
That was with a ring laser one, or
Yeah. I don't know
know.
if, anything about them things. I want to see like a mechanical gyroscope, which I know how it works. And if I see that, and if I see it rotating, well, I've got to start rethinking everything then, because something would
So
be
if you
rotating.
if you see a mechanical gyro deviating while it's still, that would I mean, I thought I showed you that before.
No, you didn't show me that.
No.
No.
Look it up.
Look, I've seen online, which really doesn't prove anything either way. I've seen gyroscopes deviate. Now, when I say deviate, not the spinning mechanism itself, the bottom, right? That's what you're talking about, Jeremy? When you say deviate, what do you mean exactly?
The spinning part, one of the axes, deviates.
The spinning, the top, really? And that was claimed to be what, for what reason?
It's the 15 degrees an hour.
So I don't think you're understanding this, bro. In order for the 15 degrees for an hour to happen, right? When they say if the Earth is turning, it's the bottom that has to turn, because the gyroscope itself keeps rigidity in space. And it's kind of confusing, huh?
Do I gotta look this up, or can I just ask you something, Essie?
Yeah, of course, bro. We're having a conversation, and I'm not an expert on this, right? Don't think that
If I got this straight, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Are you suggesting that in order for a gyroscope to stay static, that it needs to do what now?
A gyroscope purpose is to stay rigid in space. That means
But
if you
do you
spin
need
it up,
electricity to keep it rigid, or what's keeping it rigid?
the spinning motion. So it has to be spinning at a constant RPM.
That would be caused by. Okay, I got you. All right.
Something like 10 to 12,000, I think, is the sweet spot. Something like that. And it'll spin like that all day long. Well, first of all, they put a motor on it, right? You got to keep something.
Wait a second. All these people that claim that the Earth's motion moves gyroscopes, and these things got motors in them. I need to look this up. What the heck am I hearing?
Yeah, well, there's different ways to do it, right? You can spin one up, right, and then let it go, and then it'll stay. I don't know for how long it's been, 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever. But
How does a motor keep your gyroscope static? Like, what is that?
It's not the motor that keeps it static. The spinning function of the gyroscope makes it keep its rigidity in space.
I appreciate
but when it deviates,
when you were a kid, right? You made those spinning top things. Didn't you spin them when they had enough speed? Weren't they staying straight up?
Yeah, that's what
And
I'm
then when
saying.
it
The
lost-
spinning part is the thing that deviates.
No.
No.
Nah.
You see why I'm not.
What's deviating?
There's two things being argued right now.
Oh, hold on a second. What's deviating in the gyro then?
Look, there's two things you gotta know about a gyro, right? One is the friction of the thing could cause it to deviate, but that's not what we're talking about here.
What's deviating though?
When they say that something is deviating, they mean that the Earth underneath the spinning gyroscope is turning, while the gyroscope, the spinning mechanism itself, is keeping rigidity in space.
Yeah, but you only see the spinning thing deviate.
So it's one or the other, bud.
Are you sure about that, Jeremy?
I'm not 100% no. Well, what else could be deviating?
Check it out. You'll see. Check it out.
Either the needle on the gyroscope is moving, or it's the ground moving. I say it's the needle due to field friction, magnetic field friction, also known as gyromagnetic precession.
No, but think about it. They're saying that Bob's gyroscope proved a rotation of what exactly?
Well, they said it averaged 15, but it was anywhere from 18 plus to I think 13.
Yeah, but I'm saying what? They're saying what is that 15 degree or 18 degree? What is that?
Earth's rotation.
Exactly.
Well, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
So that means that the bottom part of the gyroscope rotates.
What bottom part? The part that's on the table or the desk or whatever?
Yeah. Like the Earth itself, man, Jeremy. Don't you get it? They're saying that the whole Earth is spinning underneath the gyroscope, which keeps rigidity in space, which is a bunch of bull to begin with, right? But that's what they're saying.
Yeah, but the way you see it happen is by the piece that's actually you see deviating is the spinning piece, no?
Well, no. Then it would be following the Earth. If the top part is moving, that means it's like turning with. They say that the atmosphere turns with the Earth, right?
Jeremy, they say you're moving around the sun, not the sun moving around you. And you're spinning on your axis,
understand.
flying through space.
I understand what they're saying. I'm just trying to figure out
Been in flat Earth too long, Jeremy.
I'm just trying to figure out which piece on a gyroscope do we see deviating when it deviates. When they say a mechanical gyro deviates, which part's deviating on it? The spinning part.
They say it's the ground underneath.
Yeah, but you can only see
to the ground.
I know, but you have to see this somehow. You have to measure, be able to measure it. What's deviating 15 degrees
Yeah,
an hour?
like is it slow? Is it slowing down the RPM of the gyro?
It's the frame that it's in is what processes.
Nah,
Yep.
it's building up torque. The torque is
The frame that it's in.
Yeah, you have a
That's what
spinning wheel, the spinning wheel, and then that's held within a frame. The spinning wheel stays at 15,000 RPM or whatever the speed, if you have a motor that keeps it going.
Yeah,
Okay.
gimbal, right?
So it moves within the frame. So we measure it by how much the spinning part moves within the frame. Yeah. All right.
Not the spinning part, dude. Jeremy.
Or how much the
Jeremy.
frame moves around. However you want to phrase it. However much the frame moves around the spinning part. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's the part that's deviating, though, is the spinning part.
That's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any? I mean, does anyone have any offhand of the mechanical gyroscopes deviating? Because I honestly don't think they hold their rigidity in space anymore. I'm not so sure. I used to be sure on this, but now I don't know.
I've seen videos and I've seen both things happen. So I really don't know.
So wait, you're telling me the spin of the Earth didn't have an effect on the gyro, on the frame?
I think it's field friction being generated and creating magnetic torque, which is affecting it if it is deviating.
And how do you know when your gyroscope's calibrated correctly? Is it calibrated when it's deviating 15 degrees per hour, or is it calibrated when it's not deviating?
I think that's how they calibrate it. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah. If
That's
it's
what I'm
not
saying. Like,
attaining this,
I feel
it's
like
not working properly. Yeah.
I feel like the whole calibration process is a presupposition, because how do you know?
Doesn't prove anything. It's all it's all a sham.
You're like, oh, we know Earth's rotating at 15 degrees an hour, so when this gyroscope rotates at 15 degrees an hour, it must be calibrated. What's your other metric for calibrating it? Like, what other what other signals do you have to tell you that it's calibrated?
First of all, how do you calibrate a gyroscope?
I asked you. Listen, I had paid.
You set it before you take off.
I had paid triggered when I go. He goes, "You got to calibrate the gyro." I'm like, "Well, is that the same way as calibrating a plumb bob?" He laughed. He's like, "I'm leaving on that note."
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, but seriously, how would you calibrate a gyro when you knew it was money holding its rigidity in space?
You can't how are you going to calibrate it? I mean, the only thing is you got good ball bearings, and I don't. How are you going to calibrate it? There's nothing to calibrate. What are you going to calibrate it against?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Aid was talking about calibrating a fucking.
No, I think what he was trying to tell you is you set the calibration before you take off, and that's your reference point, and then from there on you just account for it. You count for the drift.
No, we were just talking about one on the ground static. We were talking about just one on the ground static, not moving.
It's like saying calibrating a plumb bob, I guess. I mean,
that's what I said. That's what I told him. He got pissed.
The thing spins and it keeps its rigidity in space. I mean, what's there to calibrate? I don't. Maybe somebody knows and could tell me. I don't know.
What if you spin it too fast or too slow? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is there such a thing as spinning it too fast?
No, it's obviously because things weigh different at different places on the globe, right? So they'd have to use different weighed frames and. Okay.
Look, I could give you an example. Those toy ones, the ones that you can. Well, it's not a toy. It costs like a couple of $100. It's called a precise gyroscope. That one, apparently the sweet spot is like 10,000 RPM, something like that. Now, the big ones on a ship, On a gyro compass, those, like, I hear numbers like 30,000 RPM. It takes like a half an hour to get the wheel spinning.
All right. Is there such a thing as spin? What happens if you spin it too slow or too fast? Does anyone
Too
know?
slow is no good. Too fast, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a too fast.
Yeah.
But I know too slow is not good. It has to be like 10,000, 8,000 RPM, something like that. Constant. Has to be constant.
Well, what if you kept the same revolutions per second, but you increased the torque? What do you think could happen?
I really don't know. I don't see why you'd want to do that. Probably throw it off somehow. Thing is, it has to spin freely.
Exactly what it would do. It'd throw it off. But that's what happens. That's what happens when you generate enough friction. When you generate enough friction, you get an effect that is magnetic torque.
According to the NCBI, the mechanical gyroscope, once it is spun, it keeps its axial momentum based off of the reference frame it was spun in. So if you want to put that into real world perspectives, you spin a top on the floor. Its axial rotation is locked in place with regards to the floor. Now,
exactly.
if you pick the gyroscope up and you turn it upside down, its axial rotation will still be the same relative to the floor.
Indeed, that's what I was trying to explain to those people that say the gyro compass always points north. I'm trying to tell them, no, well, you can spin it up and point at any cardinal direction you want, and it'll point like that all day long. So that's a good example of what you just said.
I don't think that happens, SE.
Do you want me to post the video again?
That's what it's designed to do, man.
Point it in any direction.
Yeah, any
Point it in
direction.
Yeah, you set it to north typically, but yeah.
You can make it point west all day long, Ruhiv.
Sorry, exactly west or any direction?
Any direction. Northeast, southwest, wherever you want.
Can you point at 45 degrees and it will say 45 degrees bearing?
I don't know. As far as I know, and I heard an expert say this.
That's a trick question. That's a trick question because 45 degrees is in reference to another point, and we're only speaking in terms of one specific direction.
You can point them north or south, and they'll maintain that. I'm pretty sure they don't maintain east or west, and any other direction they'll end up pointing north.
How do you think it knows
you'll be wrong because according to the expert, he says any cardinal direction. Here, I'll try to find the short vid and post it.
Any east and west, I think you'd be wrong on. North and south, I'd agree.
Fucking guy. Ruhif, how do you think it
Depends
knows
what you mean by cardinal
north?
direction.
Come on, man. Ruhif, you got to unmute me, dude. This ain't gonna work.
Yeah, why do you let him get away with that, man? You're a freaking mod.
I don't know.
There's a lot of good.
Ruhif, hang on a second. Ruhif, are you muting Jeremy?
I've got Jeremy turned down.
It's unproductive.
He's asking you. He's talking to you.
Okay. Am I obliged to respond, or what are you saying?
It's disrupting the conversation right now. He was addressing something to you.
Okay. Am I obliged to respond to Jeremy?
Well, this is worse than what could have happened if you unmuted him.
In my opinion, Jeremy is not capable of having a conversation, so I've turned him down.
That's a ridiculous statement.
I mean, you can't force a guy to have a conversation with you. It's just silly.
Exactly. So I've turned him down.
doubt.
I would have booted your ass, Ruhif, if I was a mod.
It's fine,
Well,
but
if you're a mod, you can do that, Nessie.
No, it's fine.
Jeremy can boot me if he wants. He's a mod, isn't he?
I'm not going to boot him.
Well, Ruhif, it makes it impossible to have a conversation because, like, maybe you say something, someone else, then Jeremy was just asking you something, and then now there's just like this weird fraction.
Am I obliged to respond to Jeremy?
No, but we're not obliged to host you on this discussion if you can't have a discussion with the group.
Yeah, like whether he's going to respond to me or not, I still want to.
He's having a discussion whether he's going to. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine and acceptable.
Well, if you have an open panel show where everybody's talking and then one person just can't hear someone, it's a problem.
I can hear noise. Like, I know when he's talking.
Then why do you overtalk
So I'm not
me?
disrupting.
Again, I
Oh,
just think it's
whatever.
silly you guys want to force this guy to have a conversation with Jeremy. If he doesn't want
Jeremy's a nice guy.
I just don't want to get overtalked. That's all. Like he's obviously not paying close enough attention to when I'm talking because he overtalked me a whole bunch of times tonight.
Well, maybe a good compromise would be, Ruhif, do you mind having him up enough so you know you're not over talking him?
Yeah, like
I
you don't
do.
got to
I can hear
respond to me,
noise.
but you
All
don't
right,
have
well,
to
I know.
respond to me.
We
But
just spoke at the same time then.
you don't have to respond to me. But I'm going to still say things in response to what he's saying, so the audience can hear. You know, if it's nonsense or not.
I mean, okay, I think that's fine and fair.
All right, as long as you think it's fair, Snack, we're good.
Well, I'm not Snack, so I can definitely see where Ruhif gets it from, though. I would probably find you very annoying if we were to have a discussion in real life.
You find
This is
Jeremy
real life.
annoying?
This is real life discussions happening right now.
What have you been doing to them, Jeremy?
I've been fucking them up, bro. They've been getting fucked up.
Yeah,
That's
holding their
what.
feet to the fire. They can't take it. Ruhif just wants to shut it down.
Wow, getting muted from Ruhif, that's a big undertaking. Congratulations.
Wait till I get Rumpus and Ruhif in here at the same time. Rumpus is gonna bring it to him.
So here, guys, those of you who doubt what I said, have a look at what I posted.
Making the spin axis horizontal. And if you want, I'm pretty sure. Nope, don't have it. There's a website that explains all the different kinds of mechanical gyroscopes and their uses.
Yeah, you want to learn about my gyroscopes, gyro compasses? That's the channel. Highly recommend this guy. He's an expert.
There you go. There's the NCBI on it.
So it clearly states that a mechanical gyro compass can be made to point to any cardinal direction, Ruhif.
Another useful application of the physical effect that is exploited in gyrocompasses is when external torques are not applied to the frame, the gyrocompass keeps the angular position of a pointer to north direction, independently of the path followed by a vehicle.
I think he understood that, and he deafened himself for one, but I think he understood that long ago once he asked about 45-degree angles. I you guys didn't catch that.
Are those gyro compasses the ones with software in them?
No, there's no software in the gyro.
No.
Oh, computer chips?
No.
Well, the old ones are just mechanical. That's why they're called mechanical gyro compass.
He just said they can point to any cardinal. You can get them to point to any cardinal direction.
Correct.
Meaning they can be manipulated.
Correct. There's a dial on top of the one that I posted, I believe.
Okay, let me look. Is it Montreal who posted the gyroscope?
Yeah, I'll help you out, man. Description of common mechanical gyroscopes. They have three main parts: a spinning wheel mounted in two gimbals. This allows it to undergo precession motions along the two perpendicular directions. It's mounted in a rigid frame with rotating bearings. The mechanical components in relative motion are subjected to friction, which in turn leads to the measurement drifts over time. The main goal of this is to build a frictionless and perfectly balanced device. For high precision devices, they sometimes use special lubricants or magnetic suspensions to obtain this frictionless environment. And number 3, they quite often have a sensing system where the angular displacement between the adjacent gimbals is transduced into an electric signal and then measured by a resolver encoder or potentiometer so that a computing unit can output the electric signal into something that you guys can read.
And this is why they can never get away from the field friction, which is generated, causing the magnetic torque, which I suggested.
Yeah, remember I told you the only way that the rotating ball can process the thing that's spinning is because of the friction of the gimbal.
Unfortunately for you, Dyslo, the advantage of a mechanical gyroscope is that it's immune to magnetic fields that cause deviations to the pointer angle. So, womp womp.
But the precession,
how so?
I repeat, they say is the rotation of the Earth, not the friction of the ball of the wheel. Let's make that distinction clear.
I'm just curious as to how it could be free of any influence from a magnetic field. That's an interesting one.
I don't think it can, but it's made specifically for that because they couldn't use the compass, right? The regular compass they could on the wooden ships, but on the metal ships, the steel ships, they would have problems, right? Because of the metal. It would steer the compass off course. So that's why they came up with the mechanical gyro compass, which couldn't be affected. Yeah.
Now, why don't you read the website I posted, Dyslo, and you'll learn about it. It even comes with some nifty formulas for how the torque works on precession.
Well, I'm just curious because, I mean, have they defined what a magnetic field is? I mean, it sounds like they're just trying to, obfuscate and protect themselves from the truth that's right there before them.
It's literally how they work. They're not obfuscating things to hide information, dude. It's literally how it works. If it wasn't how it works, they wouldn't have written it as how it works.
So what's the mechanism to diffuse the magnetic field from having any influence on it? Please answer that, at least, if you know this so well.
I didn't claim I knew any of it. I posted a website
got it right there.
that explains how it works. If you have questions about it, then read the website I posted.
Well, I was just
all I read to you was under section 2.2, mechanical displacement gyroscopes. The primary application of gyroscopic effects consists in the measurement of the angular position of a moving vehicle. The spinning mass is mounted on the gimbaled frame, allowing rotation along 2 perpendicular axes. The gimbaled frame and the gyroscope is attached to the vehicle and is free to rotate, while the rotation axis of the spinning mass keeps its angular position during the motion of the vehicle. The variation of the absolute angle of the vehicle can be simply associated to the relative variation of the angle between the rotation axis of the mass and a fixed direction on the frame of the gyroscope. A useful application of the physical effect of this is what is exploited in gyrocompasses. When external torques are not applied to the frame, the gyrocompass keeps the angular position of a pointer to north direction, independently of the path followed by the vehicle. The advantage of such a mechanical system is that it's immune to magnetic fields that cause deviations on the pointer angle. So magnetic fields won't cause it to point anywhere but north.
Yeah, I hear the claim. I'm just wondering the mechanism of how they claim that it's immune to magnetic fields. I mean, that's what I'm asking. And I appreciate you reading that, and you did very well, by the way. But
yeah, it's obviously not. I mean, it's made of metal. Take a huge magnet next to it. You don't think it's going to affect it? Of course it will. It's not immune to any. It's not immune to magnetic fields.
It will. Yeah. It will if you put a huge magnet, but the thing is designed specifically to counteract magnetism, like the Earth's magnetic field, which is weak.
That's what I'm asking. Like, okay. So it's the Earth's magnetic field. I see. Okay, I see.
Yeah, the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah, and simply because of the rotation of the wheel, it's not enough to cause any drift on that. I mean, it's a very weak thing, right? The Earth's magnetic field. You agree?
That's the Gaussian reading, I guess, but it's not about the strength of the field in that large array. I mean, I don't want to get into the specifics of this because it'll diverge from the conversation. But point is you start spinning anything up long enough, and you're going to generate friction no matter what. Friction will cause torque. over time.
It's expressly why they lubricate it and suspend it in liquid.
That's the point to this here, and
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think
the
you're
main
immune from that.
enemy of that is friction, which is all about the bearings and the lubrication. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. What you're saying
But
is
you
true,
can
guys.
never eliminate it totally, right? Never.
That's why they design it to minimize the friction. Yes.
Yeah. This is not rocket science, guys. It's a top when we played with kids. That's all it is.
So Dysel,
And
do you think the 15-degree precession is caused by ether drift, if we use that term, or some kind of movement that's connected to the sun, moon, and stars movement, or do you think it's just connected to the way the ether
I
works
would
and the
call it.
actual torque field itself?
Good question, Gio. I'll answer
I
it
would
like
call
this.
it.
I'm not convinced either way because I haven't seen whether it does or not. So first of all, I have to be convinced that there is a precession. I have to see it myself, and then I can comment. Otherwise,
I mean,
we're going on
it's
assumptions.
different than what. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see this within the micro scale. It's known as Lamar precession, but in the macro, it's known as gyromagnetic precession, which is just essentially, like I said, magnetic torque. And yeah, it's just field friction between the magnetic and the dielectric, which generates phase. And there's this proportional disparity between the poles, and eventually enough torsion that causes flips of polarity over time. And it's the same thing when you spin up a gyroscope. As it spins down, it precesses more and more until it like literally flips itself over, and it's just field torque, which is a byproduct of the magnetic toroid and field friction, which generates torque.
You know that flipping over that you just said? Somebody else told me that they've seen that. Who was it? It was Bev. I think Bev did that, and he got the same thing. His gyro flipped over. I think he told me that once, but I didn't. I gotta question him more on that one next time I see him.
Yeah, I mean, you could spin a quarter. It'll, you could see the whole effect there in front of you.
Yeah, so this 15-degree precession is just a story that's been told. How many of us here have seen that for themselves? Hands up. I haven't.
I have. I don't believe in a precession. I don't believe in a precession.
I don't believe in anything until I see it, right? So that's where I'm at.
That bomb no down one that has a computer chip in it, so it's designed. It's designed to show a drift.
That's not true at all.
Like, you guys are explaining great stuff, and I'm still hung up on the fact that something that you want to be stationary needs a motor.
Well, you got to understand that it's the rotation of the gyroscope that gives it this ability. Once you understand that, you'll understand why you need the motor. Because if you're going to keep it, because after a while, it stops spinning.
I plan on looking this up, my bad.
No, it's simple, bro. You just got to keep the spin up for the rigidity to be maintained. It's not hard.
Yeah, attaching a motor to it doesn't change it. I mean, try changing the rotation of a spinning piston at a few thousand RPMs. You're not going to do anything to it, but you can keep energy input into it to keep it rotating, and you'll be fine.
But
That's
like I said, it's not about the consistency of the RPMs as much as it's about the increase and decrease of torsion and that, like the field torque, which is what I'm talking about.
You keep saying that, but it's negligible.
Well, yeah, that's why you get such a slow precession.
No, it's designed. No, you don't get a slow precession. 15 degrees per hour isn't slow, dude.
So then, Dysel, in your mind, how is it connected to the fact that the sun moves at roughly 15 degrees an hour? Like, is it because in your mind, like the entire toroidal field, which is part of what the sky is connected to or is part of, and then that's also happening, on the plane of the Earth as well, or how do you see that?
Yeah, everything's connected to magnetism, the magnetic field, and the dielectric field. Man, this whole ether field is one, and it's all it's a reciprocating hyperboloid, back to a toroid, within the magnetic field, and that whole movement is taking place. So it's not a stationary at rest thing. It's very dynamic, and so this is the result of that.
Can you point to any experimentations that have been done to affirm that?
Well, I mean, you could probably talk about Michelson Morley.
Do you think that would be proof of it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's denoting the fact that the Earth was spinning and that the celestial body around us, the field around us, is rotating, and that's the same, effect that you would get with the gyroscope. It's one or the other.
It's interesting that you think that.
And then what about in a ring laser where there isn't necessarily the mechanical torque? Like would your viewpoint on that be that the field itself is causing the light to have
a ring laser gyro works on computer chips?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about ring laser gyroscopes. I never really dived into that one.
I think the two paths of laser light make a beat frequency, regardless of the computer chip. The computer chip is there.
Your mic is real quiet, Jesse. We can hardly hear you.
That's funny. It was put up by my ear because I was eating. Thank you. I think the two paths of light going in opposite directions do make a beat frequency, even without the computer chip. The computer chip is just there to count the beat frequency to translate it into a rotation.
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere, dude. I wish you could repeat that if you're willing to.
Oh, sure thing. I think in a laser ring gyro, the two paths of light, there's two paths going opposite directions in the same fiber or cavity, whatever. Those two paths of light still make a beat frequency that's proportional to gyro rotation. It's the computer chip just counts those and then converts it to a number that is usable. But I think the laser beam still makes the beat frequency even without the computer chip.
Yeah, for me, it's the same problem you have with the Foucault's pendulum. If it's really spinning, you wouldn't need to swing it. It would be delicate and accurate. It would swing by itself.
No, you just don't understand.
See, who was saying before how they switched the conversation? See, we went from ether to gyroscopes and gyrocompass. That was well done. Right? We were talking about the ether, and then all of a sudden,
It's okay. We can talk about both. I made a mistake. I made a point that you don't need computer chips to show rotation. If it's rotating, it's going to rotate. It can be a balanced machine. Doesn't need computer chips. Doesn't need motors or physical swinging. And if you can't tell with that, then maybe it's really actually not moving.
Yeah, the one that Jesse posted, that's the one I was talking about, the gyroscope. And apparently ain't good enough to detect motion.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is turning quite slow, right? It's only one rotation per day, you know?
That's what they say. Of course, I don't believe that, but that's what they say.
But there's something that's one rotation per day, because when I used 3 aircraft grade heading indicator gyroscopes, they all showed 15 degrees an hour of drift differential, and
Yeah,
all in the same direction at 2.
I can tell you what rotates once per day.
What's that?
The sun.
But how does the sun rotating rotate my little brass wheel that's in my basement with no sunlight shining on it?
I don't know.
This is what I'm saying, guys. If the gyro is holding its rigidity in space, we need to think it's, you have
Tell
to come
us
up
how
with
your
something else.
brass. Hang on. Tell us how your brass wheel works. I'm interested.
You mean the spinning part? Here, I got a whole video that shows.
Can you start from the beginning? Just think of if you're explaining to a layperson that's never had one or used one.
You mean, why would a spinning mass try to maintain angular rigidity in space?
It's just what happens. I already said
It's funny. Like I asked him to tell us about it, and he's just like he can't answer the question.
No, I'm
Tell
trying
us
to.
how your thing works. What is it, and why does it work? And you can even tell us why you think it works. But tell us what it does and what you use it for.
Yeah, and start off by telling Jeremy what actually spins, what you think actually spins. Please start with that.
How would I know what actually spins? I just know what experiments I do, and I know what results I get. I'm asking you guys what's really going on.
In the precession, what exactly is precessing? This 15 degrees an hour or whatever you're measuring. What's actually precessing?
It's processing in relation to the frame that the gimbal is held in.
You said it is. What is precessing?
Gyroscope.
The spinning
Is it the wheel?
thing at a time.
He wants to know if it's the wheel that processes.
Well, I don't even know that it is precession. It could be apparent drift.
Oh boy!
Whatever you want to call
we got
it.
an expert here.
Whatever you want to call it, drift, deviation, precession, whatever the name you want to use for it, I'm fine with that. But what is it that's precessing? Is it this thing that's spinning at 8,000 RPMs or whatever?
Could we call it drift?
Oh my goodness, yes, drift. It's
Okay.
drift, yes.
Well, no, it's a technical thing, but precession is a change in angle in one axis due to a force in another axis. Apparent drift is what appears to be drift, but it's caused by observer rotation, not by
Dude, are
any
you getting
force.
15 degrees an hour drift or deviation or whatever you want to call it on this thing?
On which thing?
Your spinning breast, whatever you were just talking about, the gyro.
The aircraft ones or the toy from Britain?
Let's make this simple, dude. The 3 ones that you have, right? Something spins in them, correct?
Okay, the 3, yes.
One in your basement with no sunlight. You just brought it up.
You got a wheel in each one that is spinning, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said before that those wheels are designed to keep their rigidity in space, correct?
No, I said they try to.
They try to.
Yes.
Okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, Jeremy, so I suggest you get your info from somebody else. Sorry, Jesse, man.
I don't know why it's so difficult. There's something.
Hang on, you just brought up your wheel. You said it spins in your basement. Tell us how it works and what it's doing.
Okay, so I've got 5 people asking me 6 questions. Pick one, and let's go.
What's drifting? What is drifting?
The angular orientation of the axle of the flywheel as compared to my basement.
The axle of the flywheel. Okay, so that's not this thing that's the thing that's spinning.
The axle runs through the center of the thing that's spinning.
And it's connected to it.
Yes.
So the spinning thing, yeah, all right.
The axle doesn't have to be. In some gyroscopes, the axle actually doesn't spin. It just has bearings, and the weight is riding on the bearings. But the axle is still along the axis of rotation of the spinning mass.
Like I said, Jeremy, try to get your information from another source, bro.
I don't know.
Well, check out, I've just posted a video called, oops, I posted the wrong one. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Do you have a video? Do you have a video of this thing drifting? That's what we're calling it.
Okay, I think, there we go. Yes. It shows my setup, it shows the theory, it shows the gyroscope, it shows the insides of one of them, and that's a good place to start.
Read what it says there, Jeremy. Read what it says there. Mechanical gyroscope shows the Earth's rotation of 15 degrees per hour.
Okay,
So on the
SC, watch
video,
that.
he knows what's rotating.
SC, watch that video. Just skim through it real quick and see if you can see what is actually deviating on the thing. Oh yeah, they already know before they fire this thing up or it's rotating. But let me ask this guy. What was that guy that has the gyroscope?
Jesse.
Jesse, how do you know if your gyroscope is calibrated?
If you watch the video, you'll see that I do a double run, which is self-calibrating.
It self-calibrates itself?
Well, no, my procedure did. I ran them with their axle pointing at the North Star, and then I rotated them, and with all other conditions being identical, I ran them with their axle at right angles to the North Star, because these gyroscopes, because they only have one flywheel, they have an axis of non-sensitivity. If you rotate the frame around...
and you knew it was... Hold on. And you knew it was gyrated. You knew your gyroscope was calibrated because... Finish the sentence.
I calibrated it against itself. I measured drift.
It's like a self test.
How did you know when it was
and then it
calibrated?
works, then he points it the other way, then it goes back to where it's supposed to be pointing.
Jesse, how did you know when it was calibrated?
That's not even a valid question. There's no answer to that.
What do you mean? You have a tool you have to calibrate. When you calibrate a tool, you know when it's calibrated because
of three of them, Jeremy. Yes, 3 of them.
Knowing how your gyro is calibrated is not a valid question.
It's like this. Let's say you don't have a bathroom, you have a bathroom scale and it's not calibrated or whatever. You don't know if it's calibrated. You put a test weight on it. The weight goes up by 5 pounds. You're taking the difference. The scale might read 15 pounds just with nothing on it. So you write down 15, then you take and you put your unknown weight on the scale, and it reads 20. So you're like, 15 out of 20 is 5. The difference is 5. You don't have to zero the scale to know that the difference is 5.
Good point. I like this.
Yeah, let me help you. Okay, so how do you know that weight is 5?
So if I'm going to calibrate my scale, if I'm going to calibrate my scale, hold on. Hold on, man. No, forget. Listen, if I'm going to calibrate the scale, but I put my test mass on it that weighs 5 grams, let's say, and it says 5 grams on the scale. I know the scale is calibrated because I know that this mass I put on there weighs 5 grams. Right now, how do you know your gyroscope is calibrated?
You mean, how do I know that it turned 15 degrees in that hour?
No, I'm talking about how do you know it's calibrated?
You can't get there from here. That's an invalid question.
I don't know. You said it had self-calibration or something, and I need to know, how do you know that it's calibrated properly? Like, say I was going to calibrate a gun. Okay, I would get a scope. I was going to calibrate a scope on top of my gun. I get the scope, I point it at the thing, I hit the target or not, I adjust the scope, and then when I hit the bullseye, I know that my gun's calibrated. Right? Like, we know. Oh, Jesus Christ, I almost fucking karate chopped you in the throat. Don't ever do that.
What?
That was
Oh, shit. You jumped out like a ninja. I'll be right back.
Jeremy got his shit scared.
Dude, we're in a pitch black fucking school, all right? All the lights are off. This guy hops out like a fucking ninja. Dude, how do you know the gyro's calibrated? When we calibrate something, we know when it's calibrated or why it's calibrated because we did something. How do you know that the gyro's calibrated? Should be an easy one.
I mean, he did answer you.
No, he didn't. What was the answer?
Well, actually, I did answer you, but you don't know enough about gyroscopes to have picked up
Tell
on
me
the
the
answer.
answer. Maybe I missed it. Say it again.
So I told you what I did was I ran it with its axle parallel or perpendicular to the North Star, at right angles to the North Star, and I measured I recorded its rate of drift in that angle, and then I turned it so its axle was pointing at the North Star, and I recorded its amount of drift at that angle, and then I subtracted the two, and that gives me the difference, which was caused by the fact whether the spin axis was pointing at the North Star or at right angles to the North Star.
All right, so you got drift. You got the correct amount of drift that the globe presupposes, and you presuppose that your gyro is calibrated.
No and no. I got drift both ways, okay? I took the difference between the two, and that was the 15 degrees per hour.
And why was there a difference in drift, supposedly, that you got?
Because my bearings were more free moving than the unit was balanced.
What? You mean just by turning it a certain amount, the load on the bearings changed? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's the whole point, is if you watch the video, you'll see I had it on a very, very level glass plate, so that when I turned it, the load on the bearings remained the same. The only
what
thing
would be the difference? Oh, sorry.
The only thing I changed was the orientation to the North Star. There's something special about the axis of the North Star. A gyroscope that's pointed at the North Star is affected differently than a gyroscope that's pointed at right angles to the North Star, and that difference is 15 degrees an hour.
So you're saying if I point a gyroscope, the axis, to the North Star, and if I pointed, let's say, south after, there's going to be a difference in drift of 15 degrees?
Yeah, if all else is equal, and if the bearings are free enough moving to allow it to even track such a small rate, then yes.
15 degrees is not small.
Per hour.
You said it's different. Isn't it supposed to be the whole thing 15 degrees? Now, you're saying a difference of 15 degrees, whether you point it north or south?
whether I point it at the North Star or at right angles to the North Star. That could mean different things depending on where you are on the globe. Or whatever it is.
Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty on the globe. See? It's all presupposition.
I knew you'd like that, Montreal.
I indeed did. It took you long enough to say it, though.
Well, if it wasn't the globe and it was just right angles, that wouldn't change his observations of it.
Right. The fact is, there's a North Star, and you can point the compass spin axis at the North Star, measure drift, turn it at right angles to the North Star, keep all else equal, and measure drift, and there will be a difference of 15 degrees an hour. Now that does happen to make perfect sense on a rotating Earth. It does not make much sense on anything else.
So you're saying I'll get a 30-degree drift if I point it at a 90-degree angle to the North Star? You're saying at the North Star it's 15, and then if we put it at a different angle, it'll be 30-degree drift per hour? Is that what you're saying?
90, 180, 270, 360, right? So.
Well, whatever the
Wait,
drift is in
270?
one direction, it'll be 15 degrees an hour more or less in the other orientation.
You're not backing this guy up, Grim, are you?
Well, I think I see what he's saying. Like, if you're putting the spin axis at the north, then you're already right. You're already pointing towards basically the equator. Or no, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about the never mind. I swear I thought he was talking about the rotational axis, like the ecliptic or whatever of the spin, not the actual.
He's saying a gyroscope will detect 15-degree Earth spin if pointed at the North Star, but if you point it at a 90-degree away from there, it'll now detect a 30-degree per hour spin.
Or if it read 0 degree per hour with the axle at the North Star, then it would read 15 at right angles, or whatever. Or it could read, if its inherent drift was minus 7.5 pointed at the North Star, then it would be plus 7.5 at right angles to the North Star.
This is new cutting edge stuff. I never heard this before. Jesse, way to go, man.
Yeah, I don't know. In relationship to your where you are on the grid, I'll call it. Lines of latitude and longitude.
My latitude. Yeah, and that's why you can see in the video I tipped the whole thing up to simulate being on the North Pole, or in the center, where the axis of rotation is straight up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look at this video at all. And I came in late.
Is anybody else backing him up here? Ballers?
I mean, you haven't really said there's anything wrong with his observations yet.
He said there's a 30-degree drift if you point the compass in a different location.
A difference of 15 degrees per hour.
No, what he's saying is like, right, at one point is 0, right? The other is the 15.
No, one is 15. What they say that the Earth rotates, right? The famous Bob, 15 degrees per hour, blah, blah, blah. Now he's saying that works if you point it at the North Star. But if you point it 90 degrees away from the North Star, then it rotates, the Earth rotates at 30 degrees per hour.
Oh, because of the gyro.
Not what he said. You did
saying
not
That's
listen.
exactly what he said.
No, it
yeah,
isn't.
I'm confused because
That's
I
not
didn't
what he
listen to
said.
that.
Say it again. This time, pay attention, Montreal.
The difference in drift is 15 degrees an hour. So if the inherent drift of the gyro was 15, then turned right angles would make it 30. But if the inherent drift of the gyro was 0, then turning it at right angles would make it 15. If the inherent drift was minus 15, then turning it to the right angle would make it 0.
You see? He said it. He said it again.
It's not the absolute drift of a single test that I'm talking about. It's the difference between running pointing at the North Star and at right angles to the North Star.
Exactly. You guys heard it, right?
Yes, but you're the one that brought up 30.
I was going to
Well,
say,
if it
yeah. So
started
where
off
did
at,
30 come in?
I asked you, it started off at 15. I clearly asked you at the north, when you pointed that to the North Star. And then you said an additional 15, and I told you 30, and you said yes. Now you realize how ridiculous that is, and you're walking it back. But you just said it again. If you're at 0, you'll go at 15, you said.
Yes, why don't we go with
Which
that?
is the same thing, from going from 15 to 30.
Yeah,
Which
but
is
how is when you point to, is it, so if you're on the North Pole and you're pointing at the North Star, you're not going to see a drift.
He doesn't know what he's saying, Grim. He
Yeah,
doesn't know what he's saying,
it
bro.
starts at 0, right? If you're pointing at the North Star, you're basically seeing no drift. I mean, from that location. I mean, where are you? Are you on the equator? Because then you're obviously going to see some drift, and then you got to do a Bessel function calculation for that because it goes around in a fucking circle.
Grim, according to your ball theory, I don't want to say ball fantasy, but according to your ball model, the Earth spins constantly, 15 degrees per hour. Now, Jesse here just changed your model. Boom. Just like that.
no, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
How many
Well, no,
times?
he pointed the axis.
How many times does he have to say it? You are not listening.
No, look,
He
I can
pointed the
I
he
can
aligned
guarantee
the
you.
axis with the Earth.
I
So
can guarantee you that we could ask every Glober in here, and every one of you will contradict another Glober. Not one of you has a solid story to fucking fit along.
if you
Not one.
ran the alignment with the Earth's axis, then you would get one rotational wobble every year, right?
I mean, a really solid argument that you guys have zero answer for is reciprocal zenith angles. So.
Well, I didn't hear any answers as to why I'm getting a 15 degree per hour difference in drift rate either.
See, he's saying it again. He's saying it again. He got a 15-degree difference drift per hour. That
Yeah,
means the Earth,
from 0
where he was pointing it, had a different drift, different spin, whatever you want to call it.
Well, Montreal, I think that's what I'm getting at, right? Like when he started off at the North Pole. So I mean, pointing it to the North Pole, that would be a 0. So it's not starting from 15. There's no worries about getting to 30 ever on that.
Right. It's just you're not understanding.
No, he clearly said
I
at the
did hear
North
him.
Pole
I
when he
did hear him
pointed
say
it,
it.
he got drift. Clearly, you guys maybe didn't understand it, but I did. I was
No, I
listening
heard him
carefully.
say it too. I was just thinking that he had to be mistaken to say that he picked up a 15 drift, you know, uh,
That's what he said, Grim.
from that position. But it did sound like he switched it to okay. I'm on the North Pole.
Yeah.
You know,
Now I'm at 48 degrees north, so that's why. And if you all had watched the video, I explained it. You would have seen that I had the whole gyroscope tilted up so that it would either be pointing at the North Star or at right angles to the North Star. Pretty close. Obviously 48 isn't exactly 45, but it's pretty close.
it would have been. I think it'd be cooler if you just aligned the aligned it with the actual, spin of the axis of the Earth, right? And aligned it with the, I guess northern star. You know what I'm saying? On its own, and then you'd have to actually you have to use the variable of your 48th degree or whatever 40 where are you at
48, yeah.
right? You have to include that in your modeling.
Well, by tipping the gyroscope up so that it's at the axle's at right angles to the North Star, then it would be measuring the full rotation speed. So I wouldn't have to compensate for or model my latitude in any other way because I already aligned the gyroscope's sensitive axis to the Earth rotation axis.
See, presupposition. He presupposes a spin.
Well, it just so happens that there's exactly one known cause for a gyroscope to show this phenomena, and that is its body being rotated around its spinning mass. So it's not an unreasonable idea to pursue. If you've got another idea, let's talk about it.
So you're saying the Earth is spinning under the gyroscope then, correct?
Well, I'm saying that there's only one known cause for a gyroscope to show this phenomena, and that is its body being rotated around the spinning weight. So it's, if you were going to create a list of evidence of Earth rotation, this would be about as good as it gets, as far as local observations.
Right, so you're saying that it's the Earth rotating under this gyroscope, correct?
Looks plausible to me. Have you got another idea?
There you go, Jeremy. There you go, bro.
I mean, at least I think it's rather indirect because the change you obtain or measure is always in relation to the still Earth. So the Earth really hasn't moved, right?
Wrong.
Yeah, I think I just don't understand.
No, well, you're equating something rotating, a gyroscope, with the Earth turning.
When you guys can make that sort of prediction on your model, then you might have, evidence. But at the moment, this is evidence for a rotating globe.
I can prove you that you're going to double speak right now. Let me ask you something. Something is spinning, the Earth is spinning under this gyroscope, right?
Sure, yep.
15 degrees an hour?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, so if I get a hot air balloon and hover it, will the Earth spin under it 15 degrees? Let's say I put it right under the gyroscope.
Jesus Christ, SE. How many years have we had to explain Coriolis to you, champ? How many years?
Man.
How many years have we had to explain Coriolis to you?
Why do you think the hot air balloon
under this gyroscope?
Why? Hang on, SE. Why do you think the hot air balloon would not be moving with the Earth?
Don't ask
just
me
answer the
questions,
question. Just answer the question, please. Come on.
What answer the question? You're going to tell me that the Earth, the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, correct?
Yes.
Which has nothing to do with Coriolis or gyroscopes, SE. Nothing to do with it. Ignore the atmosphere.
I never said anything. I just asked you a question. If the Earth,
the fact
you
that you're
said that
asking
I
it
asked
means
you
that
a
you
question
haven't
that the
listened
Earth,
for
you're going
5
to,
fucking
which
years,
one of us,
SE.
you go ahead. Tell me when you're done.
I'm finished. You haven't listened for 5 years.
Okay, so you said when I asked you what is spinning under the gyroscope of Jesse, you said the Earth, right? And then I asked you something else except the gyroscope, something else, let's say a hot air balloon, or pick another thing. That also spin, the Earth will also spin under that also. And you said no, you started going crazy, Coriolis, this, that. I knew you were going to say that. So the only thing that spins under the Earth, I mean, the only thing that we can detect the Earth spinning is this gyroscope. Nothing else spins under the Earth. Only this gyroscope.
The fact that you're asking that means that you haven't listened for 5 years when we've told you what Coriolis is.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Now go to Coriolis. Right.
All right. Do you think there would be a noticeable deviation just by hovering a flat Earth balloon or a drone or whatever?
Was there a
Do you think?
noticeable deviation under Jesse's gyroscope?
Right. And a flat Earth.
Right. So that same deviation, I would expect
No,
to
not
see
the
it
same
everywhere
deviation. You're
else.
talking Coriolis. You're talking Coriolis.
I never said the word. This
The
deviation
fact that
that I
you
witnessed
said,
under the gyroscope, I want to see it under everything else.
the fact that you said hot air balloon, right, or a drone or whatever, you're trying to conflate this with Coriolis. It's not the
Never
same,
mentioned the
and you have
word. No.
no
Never
idea
said the
what
word
Coriolis
Coriolis.
is.
Ever.
Okay, what do you expect on a rotating Earth if you hover a drone or a hot air balloon? What do you
I
expect on a
expect
rotating
to see the same thing that you see in the stationary gyroscope. If I make whatever, a hot air balloon or a hovercraft or whatever, make it stationary in the air, I expect to see the same deviation that
What is
you
that?
see
What would you expect to
under the
see the
gyroscope.
hot air balloon do?
15 degrees per hour rotation. That's what I expect.
Do you expect a hot air balloon to look like it's on an angle after an hour or something? 15
I
degree angle?
expect to see the same exact thing that I see under
And
a
what will
gyroscope. Are
that
you
look
hard of
like?
hearing, Ruhif? Are you hard of
What will
hearing?
it look like? What will
The
it look
same
like?
exact thing that you see
What
under the
will it look
gyroscope,
like,
we're going to
SE?
see a rotation. The same thing.
Okay, are you expecting the hot air balloon to go upside down after 12 hours?
I'm expecting to see the Earth spin underneath anything. A hot air balloon,
What
a
would that
hovercraft,
look like, SE?
anything. It's
What
going to
would it
look
look
like
like?
rotation.
Right,
No,
but
what
why
would it look like?
Do you know what rotation looks like when you see something moving?
hang on, man. Why are you
I
expecting it
know
to look
a
like
gyro.
a gyroscope, though? Gyroscopes are designed specifically to have an independent axial rotation that you could compare to the rotation of the Earth. A hot air balloon does not. So why would you
Yes,
expect that?
you keep it stationary. Forget hot air balloon. Take another thing. Take a hovercraft. That
Why, a hovercraft doesn't have
It's
an
the same
independent
question,
axial.
SE.
are you saying we can't do that?
Why are you
What would
expecting
you
a
expect it
hovercraft
to
to
look
do
like?
this?
I expect Earth rotating under it. Are
It
you?
And
is.
what would that look like? For fuck's sake, SE, you're avoiding the question.
You don't know
Do you
what
expect it to turn
rotation
upside
looks like?
down? Do you
You don't
expect
know
it to
what
fly
function
off
of
to the
rotation?
west? What do you
In other
expect?
words, I'll tell you what it will look like. If there's a
No,
pole
you're
there,
not.
it's gonna move. It's
Yeah.
gonna rotate.
So
If
what?
you have a stop talking for 30 seconds, can you do that?
Go ahead. Sorry.
You
Answer the
have
question.
your drone. Your drone is hovering, stationary, just like your gyroscope. You tracking? Are you
Well,
tracking?
because our gyroscope is rotating along an axis and our hovercraft is.
No, it's not. It's staying rigid in space.
Yeah,
You're not
it's
tracking, are you?
rigidly rotating on an axis, dude. That's what a gyroscope
No,
does.
it's not. It's staying rigid in space. It's
Is the
not rotating.
gyroscope spinning? Is it spinning? Yes or no?
The gyroscope is spinning, but it's designed to keep its rigidity in
Is the
space. Are you
drone
not
spinning?
familiar
The
with that?
Is the
gyroscope
drone
is
spinning?
locked in radial rotation with respect to the inertial frame that it was initially rotated in. A hovercraft does not have anything like that. So why
What's
are
the
you?
A
purpose?
drone can
What's
make
the
a drone
purpose of doing
hover.
that, Nidhug?
Can you make a drone hover in space in one location? Yes or no?
Yes, it can hover.
Okay, so now you got a hovering drone. You're tracking so far. You're starting to understand. The same way as a gyroscope keeps its rigidity in space.
Oh, they're not the same thing, SE.
Same thing, man. You're conflating two completely different things. The hovercraft moves with the Earth's
Not a
axis.
hovercraft, a drone that we agreed could keep its rigidity in space. Don't change the story.
The
Drone
Earth.
keeps its rigidity in space. The drone's not rotating, SE. The drone
Doesn't
doesn't
matter.
have it
It's
all.
doing the same thing. It's staying
It's not doing
stationary.
the same
Yes?
thing.
It's
It's
the
not
exact
doing the
same thing,
same
baby.
thing.
Exact same.
Stationary relative to what?
Yeah, you keep saying it's doing the same thing except for that pesky part where it's not rotating.
All right, here's the thing.
It's just
So, like,
keeping. He's just saying it's
I'm
keeping a
saying,
fixed
I'm
position.
look, guys,
Position.
I just posted my Twitter. Let me hear it. Come on. Tell me how it can't do it. Look, if you guys want to watch the little 18-second video that I posted, that is from my drone above my house. It stayed perfectly still. Yes, on its own. It was just, I didn't touch the sticks. It hovered in place.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. Just
So,
like the gyroscope.
Nothing
For 18
nothing can
seconds.
stay stationary in space. That's the claim now.
For 18 seconds. Wow. That proves a lot.
So
no,
you hear
no,
me?
no, shut up. You don't understand what I'm saying. The video is 18 seconds long. It took more than 25 minutes to do it. It's a time lapse video. So it's of a moonrise with the blanket of stars that you can see moving along with the moon. Like it's I didn't quite catch it as early as I would have liked to. I tried to time it with time and date, but I didn't realize that once I got up in the air that I would have to be essentially looking earlier into time.
Yeah, why is
If I
that?
wanted to.
Why is that, by the way?
But
Why do you see further
hold
from higher up? Why do you see
Real quick,
further from
what if
higher
you
up?
why
what
don't
if
you
you
just
have
watch the video before you want to fucking try to discriminate on every little word that I say?
Oh, hold on. What if you have a helicopter, right? And the helicopter blades are spinning, right? Does that keep its rigidity in space or no?
No.
Doesn't matter
Why?
what's spinning. Don't fall for
Can
these guys.
anything stay stationary above
A
the Earth?
drone hover in one spot. Never mind what these guys say. They're squirming. You can
Only a
make a
gyroscope?
anybody that
Really?
Well, they
you
want
can make
something
it hover
spinning. Essie,
over one spot. They know this.
They want something spinning. I'm thinking a helicopter. You know, the blades on a helicopter are
Okay, give them a
spinning.
helicopter. You got a helicopter and it's covering. Can a helicopter hover in one spot? Yes or no? X
If
marks the spot. You
the
mark it
blades were independent from the helicopter, then it wouldn't stay upright in the air now, would it?
Excuse me?
You're
Can a
comparing-
helicopter hover in one spot? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can a gyroscope stay rigid in one spot? Yes or no?
The gyroscope precesses.
That's not what I asked you, sunshine. Can a gyroscope keep its rigidity in one spot? Yes or no?
And when you spin a gyroscope, it remains
yes.
it remains
They are.
rigid.
You see how dishonest these people are? You see what you got to do?
I'm explaining
They know
why
the corner
that's
and
why
they
you
just
claim
can't
you
answer a
use it.
simple question, man.
Because it's not a simple answer, dumbass.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we
So
bother,
now sit down, be quiet. I proved my point. You know exactly what I'm going to say next. And you're going to tell me no, it only spins under the gyroscope, aren't you? Say it. Come on. What?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same.
Oh, now it's not the spin of the Earth.
It's not the same principle.
they're not comparable things. That's all we're saying. You're trying so desperately to have a helicopter be a gyroscope, but it's not.
You're trying so desperately to tell me that a helicopter can hover, my friend. Exactly what it's designed to do.
You ever flown a helicopter?
same
See, even a simulated helicopter?
Yeah. Here comes the SR-71 pilot. Yeah.
No, not the
Squirm
SR-71
for me. I want you guys to tell me how the Earth only spins under the gyroscope. Go ahead.
It doesn't spin under the gyroscope.
Or the football or bullets. How is the football
Exactly.
different
Or the
than a
football,
helicopter?
or the bullet, or the hot air balloon, or the plane, or the car, or when I jump
Well, it
up in
does
the
on
air. Come
the
on.
helicopter.
How are they different?
You physically
We need to know.
fly the You physically fly the helicopter relative to a position when you're hovering relative to a position on Earth. So you're basically
But hot
flying.
air balloon? Hot air
It's
balloon.
under mechanical power to stay in place. A gyroscope spins.
Air balloon.
The
Hot air balloon.
gyroscope
We're not
is
talking about hot
under
air balloons right
mechanical
now.
power as well. That's
Hot air
exactly
balloon is
right.
powered flight.
The
glider.
hot air,
a glider is a powered flight.
does a hot air balloon, when you lift off in a hot air balloon, does it suddenly go eastward at 1,000 miles per hour?
No, the Earth isn't moving.
Thank
Why
you.
would it do
Actually,
that?
the Earth is moving, and it
Oh,
when you cut
why?
the when you cut the
How
helicopter,
do
when
you
you cut
know?
we
How do
know
you know
that.
it's moving?
Oh, so we're going to go on to this one now, huh? No, we're talking about
Well,
helicopters. We're
you
not going
just
to talk
said
about
it.
that.
Well, you just
We're
said
not. We're
no.
not going to talk about that now. But the way the helicopter works is you physically fly it. You hover it in a
You're telling
position.
me what we're not going to
You're
talk
constantly
about?
making. You're constantly
That's what
making
you're telling
movements.
me what we're not going to
Ewok, I'm
talk
going to mute
about.
you for a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ask
Hold on,
anybody
guys.
that has
One at
$100
a time,
drone
that's
please.
funny.
and tell them to hover the drone, and your fantasy ends right there, my friend.
It
Everybody has a
stays in
drone.
position
What
Just
we're
relative
put
really
to.
your
curious
drone on
about.
H mode and
Yeah.
laugh at these guys.
And
That's all
how
you
does
gotta
that
do.
work? How does that work, Jesse?
Yeah. Well, no. Well, I'm really curious, right? You just said that the Earth is in fact moving,
Jesse,
and I
how's
asked
that work?
how. I asked how, and you said we're not talking about that.
Of course
How
they
do
can't
you
talk
know?
about that. Of course not.
How's that work? How do you
That
get
will
that?
Because
kill
based
their
on what
fantasy.
How's
you
the drone?
just said is that when things take off, and they should, based on what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we should observe this, but we don't. And based on what you just said,
We do. We
I said
observe
because Earth
Coriolis.
isn't
Thank you.
moving. But then, you have Earth-based. Where do you see Earth-based Coriolis?
All the time.
Observing Coriolis just means that you really
Tornadoes.
see the Earth rotating under you. What the fuck?
I'm in Florida. I see Earth-based Coriolis every time a hurricane comes through.
Correct.
Hurricane.
What,
Just
I
shoot a
don't think you
bullet.
understand.
Fire a naval gun. Ballistic trajectories most of the time.
So wait, so hurricane is moving in a straight line, while Earth moves underneath it.
Rotation.
It's the
Why does
rotation
it
of a
rotate?
hurricane.
It's the rotation of a hurricane caused by Coriolis. It's tethered to the atmosphere, which is tethered to the Earth, which is demonstrable. You guys saying it isn't, it's just silly.
Please demonstrate to me that the Earth is attached to the ground, or the air is attached to the ground.
Sure, you have 1,000-mile-per-hour winds.
Grab a bucket and put some nitrogen in there, and then turn on a drill, and you'll see the nitrogen spin inside the bucket, because what you do physically to air can move it because it has mass.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Great. Where's the bucket around Earth?
You don't need a bucket around Earth. It was you asked for a demonstration.
You just said, yeah.
If you can apply the
use
concept
a bucket.
to reality,
Can I do it without a bucket? Is it possible to do without
I
a
got
bucket?
one. Yeah. How about a fan? Use a fan. Same idea.
Again, don't ask for it, then bitch when I give you one.
Earth is a fan? The air is moving with the fan?
Similarly to the fan, yes.
Oh, this is too funny. This is too funny.
I know, SE. You got a small mind. I understand.
Yeah, it's called fluid dynamics. You should, I don't know, read a book or something. And
I did, but can you do
I
fluid
get it.
dynamics without
Dude is
can
in
you
planes
do
all the
fluid
time. He doesn't
dynamics?
get enough fucking oxygen.
Can you do fluid dynamics without a container?
Yes, you can. Because air is a fluid.
And you just said use a
that's
bucket.
where your argument ends, because air gas in general is a fluid.
Yep. And you just said use a bucket. Where's Earth's bucket?
So I said, okay, take away the bucket. Just spin a drill in the air. Turn a fan on. The fact that the air moves around you is because air acts like a fluid, because air is a fluid.
Okay. Now, can you do that? Can you do that same demonstration inside of a vacuum?
Because it's a fluid, thank you, it has friction. And because it has friction, when the Earth spins, friction drags it along with the Earth.
And you can show me moving air with the Earth?
Is that really your retort? You can show me moving air?
Well, with the Earth connected to the ground.
Do you have 1,000 miles of wind right now?
Because air is a fluid, and you can demonstrate that fluid can move when you apply friction.
In a container.
In anything. You don't need a container.
When you use a fan, if you use a fan, it pushes the air away from the fan.
The fact that it pushes it means that it is friction. And if you have friction on a fluid, then you have just shown that the Earth's rotation can affect the fluid.
What Earth's rotation? Where do we see spinning air with the ground?
Hurricanes?
That you don't have 1,000 miles an hour wind.
Connected to the ground, you guys.
I just
actively not
you don't have.
To the ground.
You are unwilling to accept the notion that it's possible, and that's not my.
No.
He cannot give you an answer that will satisfy.
You're unwilling to provide proof that your claim is valid.
Go try it. Go turn on a drill and drill in the air, and you'll notice that it makes a vortex.
I already know that
It makes
that's
a
possible.
vortex in the direction of the spin of the drill. Hence, that
I
fluid
already
dynamics are in
know.
fact a reality that we know
I'm not-
about. And since air is a fluid, it stands to reason that if the Earth is rotating, which it is, then the atmosphere moves with the Earth, which it
stands
does.
to reason. But okay, again,
What?
there's the container, and you just said if it stands to
Don't need a
reason, which it
container.
does.
You don't need a
I mean,
container to do this. You can
well,
turn a fan on and have it blowing outside if you want.
Okay.
You guys get so
So
hung up in containers. Containers are really useful, but they're not required.
I agree, but your proof of your claim is going to be required, because when you say something like, when you can't demonstrate that it's rotating, but yet you're claiming that it is, and just
Don't say
saying it
that
stands
you
to
can
reason as your
gave you a
standard of
very
evidence
clear
and proof.
demonstration.
That's not really good.
I just gave you a clear demonstration, and if you want
You
more,
gave me a demonstration of something in a container.
Dude, go spin a drill outside. Where's the container?
A drill outside. I don't see any spinning air with a drill outside, bro.
You can feel the spinning air. If you want, throw some colored gas in the air and then turn the
He
drill
said it.
on.
He said the air is spinning. There we
Yo,
go.
the
We
air
got you.
doesn't move in lockstep with the drill,
Like,
though.
With the drill, exactly. I was just about to say the next problem is that I don't see the air traveling with the drill. I see it traveling, the drill traveling, and then the air trying to catch up to the drill in like a
fuck's
vortex
sake.
type fashion. No, for
Right.
fuck's
Is
sake.
there
That's how it
a
works.
friction? Yes.
Is that how it works? The
You
edge
have
of the
drag.
vortex is
There would be
traveling at
drag,
the
yes,
same
Ozzy.
as the center. Come on.
Yeah, this is easily understood by most children. I don't know why you don't get this.
I do get it.
Then
Demonstrated
why
on
are you
Earth happening.
arguing
Let's fucking
against
move
it?
on.
Why are you arguing against it if you get it? Because
I'm saying it works, but you're saying it's moving in lockstep.
I didn't
And it
say
does
anything
that.
about lockstep. I said that friction drags the atmosphere with the Earth's rotation, which in fact it does. Easily demonstratable with the demonstration I gave you.
Well, you demonstrated something on like a toy with a container, and not something
Yeah,
massive without a container.
I demonstrated that a fluid like the atmosphere can move with friction. And guess what
Like the
happens?
atmosphere.
Fluid dynamics.
I'm so sorry. When you said fluid like the atmosphere,
The
so
atmosphere is
in your example of the fluid like the atmosphere, did that have a gas pressure next to a vacuum?
The atmosphere is a fluid. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem.
Fluid dynamics dictates that there would be drag. Is that what we observe on Earth? Is there drag?
That's the friction.
There's drag. So when we go up, we can see the drag.
It's why planes can fly and why things have air resistance.
No, there would be drag, dude. Every side of the mountain, there would be drag all over the place. It would be very noticeable.
I don't know what
we
you're
don't
talking
see
about.
that. You have that. You guys have the atmosphere. You guys have the atmosphere moving at a super rotation. Once you get high enough, that's the opposite of what fluid dynamics dictates.
What are you talking about? No, it isn't.
Well,
Give me
it
proof.
is. They compare it to Venus.
Right.
They call it a super rotation.
Give me proof of what you're saying.
You got a drain of water.
Find it right now.
Are you saying that the middle of the drain is moving at the same speed as the outside of the drain?
Not talking about a drain. Drain has multiple vectors.
Fluids. Fucking fluid dynamics, bro.
Yeah.
Water is a fucking fluid, right? Yes. A fluid going down a drain.
And it's affected by drag. The conversation ends. Until you can disprove that fluids are affected by friction, your conversation is over.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Who's disproving that? What are you talking about, dude? You say that the Earth, the atmosphere. You say that the atmosphere is pulled with the spinning Earth, right? Due to friction.
It is a fluid. Fluid is a
fluid. Okay, and it's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. Correct? At the equator, this fluid, which friction is dragging it along with the Earth. Correct?
Yes, it moves with the Earth.
Okay, so what happens now when I go upstream Let's say I take a plane and I fly upstream in this fluid which is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. What do you think would happen logically?
Since you're retaining the same momentum that the fluid is, not much. Relative to you, not much happens.
You're not
So
maintaining the same momentum as the fluid. You're flying
there's no Coriolis then.
in the other direction, sir.
Are you moving with it? If you're still maintaining momentum, which you are because you're also on the Earth, then not much happens.
Do bullets
So I
maintain
gotta
momentum?
fight through this fluid. My plane only has the capability to go 500 miles an hour, but this fluid is coming at me at 1,000 miles an hour.
Coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour. You're going 1,000 miles an hour with it.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
I
coming at
got
you
it.
at 1,000 miles per hour.
right?
I got it.
It is not coming at you at 1,000 miles per hour. You're going through it at 500 miles an hour.
You guys need to take
I'm gonna post it in
Wow.
the
So you think that you can go
Wow
take
is
your
wow.
boat?
No, you're the one that's wow. There's not 1,000 mile per hour wind.
Hold on, I got it right here, guys. Listen, let me read
Go
this real quick.
upstream on a river that's going.
Let's go, Jeremy. What's up?
Yeah,
This is why
everybody talk at the same time. Fuck it.
There's not. No, you don't understand. When you take off, you are imparted with the momentum you have when you left the ground. You don't suddenly lose this momentum. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, okay. All right. Take a stream now. You're in a stream, right?
We're not in a stream. We're in the
You're in
air.
a stream of water fluid, right? You're in a boat. The stream. Let's see if I can get a
He just
sentence
said
out. Let me try.
1,000 mile an hour wind. He just said that.
I want to read something when SE's done. Go ahead. I'm going next. Go ahead, SE.
Yeah, it's very simple. If they give me 30 seconds, I can get it. You're going up a stream that's coming down at you, let's say 30 miles an hour water, but your boat can only go 15. How do you expect to travel upstream of that water? Tell me. Excuse me?
Seriously? Do you understand that when you take off, you have the momentum of the Earth that you're on?
Can I just read this
Very
thing
simple.
real quick? Because I mean, Nidhogg,
Jeremy, read it.
What's up,
Nidhogg,
Jeremy?
you agreed there would be drag, right? However, that's not what we observe on Earth. I'll read this is from sciencefocus.com. There's many citations on this. I mean, the professionals don't even know why this happens, but bound to Earth by gravity, most of the atmosphere spins along with it as a result of friction with the ground and the viscosity or stickiness of the different layers of air above it. Above 200 kilometers, however, almost done. Last sentence, dude. Last sentence. Above 200 kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. That's not drag. That's the opposite. Not fluid dynamics.
At 200 kilometers, where the amount of actual atmosphere is so very thin, you're saying it doesn't spin with the Earth because and we're gonna go out on a crazy limb here and say that the frictive force of the Earth rotating is so low that it doesn't. Is that what you're saying?
Spins. No, I'm
what's
saying
the pressure
that
at
you would
200
expect
kilometers,
to
Jeremy?
see drag.
Jeremy, what's the pressure at 200 kilometers?
Shut up.
What's the pressure at 200
I'm
kilometers?
saying you would expect to see drag. Guys, come on. I'm saying you would expect to see drag, which you agree to. However, we don't. What we do see is it's spinning faster. The opposite of drag.
What are you talking about, Jeremy? We see drag here on Earth just fine. You're talking about 200 kilometers above Earth, which is technically in space.
Yeah, you're 70 nanopascals up.
Listen, there's drag. You agree to this. There's not drag. It's moving faster.
Almost at space shuttle altitudes.
Oh my God!
You're
you
in
guys
space.
not?
You're
Are
in
you guys
orbit.
not hearing me or what?
No, you're not hearing us. You're in space. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah,
okay, so why is the air that's supposed to be in lockstep with Earth rotating faster than it should be? Not definitely not because fluid dynamics. Because if that was the case, there would be drag.
I want you to think about your question, Jeremy. Why is air 200 kilometers away from the Earth not being influenced as much as air right at the surface of Earth?
I don't know. Hold on, let me think about that.
No, I'm telling you that if it was because of fluid dynamics, you would see drag the higher up you went. It would be going slower.
No.
Drag
or lagging, or it would either be going slower or lagging behind or something. That's not what we see at all. What we see is it's going faster. The opposite.
How fast is it going, Jeremy?
Dude, faster. Doesn't matter. Not fluid dynamics.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, because if it was
Ignoring
fluid
his point.
dynamics, there would be drag.
Again, why do you think there would be drag 200 kilometers up above Earth?
That's what they
Because
said.
that's how fluid dynamics works. There would be drag. You got a body spinning.
How
in
much
air.
drag
There's
were you
gonna
having
be
with
drag.
70 nanopascals of pressure, Jeremy?
Bro, who cares how much drag? There isn't any. It's the opposite of drag.
Like zero drag.
Jeremy, I'm just
Zero.
going to put
Okay, it's less than zero drag because it's going faster.
Jeremy, we stop worrying about drag once we actually get into orbit. That's why we stop using drag, because it's no longer applicable. We have to orbit in order to do things. There's not enough of the stuff up there to make drag a thing. That's why you can't fly planes up there.
200 kilometers is
The
twice the Kármán
atmosphere-
line, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're
If
like almost
this
to
was,
the
if
moon,
this was
dude.
due to fluid dynamics, there would be drag. Like I've said time and time again, there would be drag. As you try to overtalk me, I know this is gonna make Earth be a sphere if you keep interrupting.
Oh, this is
So
hilarious.
if it was because of fluid dynamics, there would be drag. It would be going slower. It would be lagging behind. That's
Yes,
not what
you're
we
just-
see. What we see, I know, guys.
Well,
I'll tell
I mean,
you what, I gotta go. Why don't you
not
fix-
listening to
put your
any
thinking caps on?
explanation. You're just
Why don't you
steady.
put your thinking caps on? I'm not listening.
You
to
guys
nothing
can't let a
you're saying.
sentence come out, man. It's unbelievable.
No,
Yeah,
man.
let Jeremy,
Jesus.
You're
make
at-
your point. Jeremy, make your point again, and you guys address the point of Jeremy's article. He's bringing up an article. Address the article.
The pressure at 200 kilometers is like 1 times 10 to the minus 11 psi. It's like no pressure.
Definitely didn't say paid National Shield start talking.
There is zero pressure up there.
Definitely didn't start saying. Jesus Christ.
So, if it was due to fluid dynamics, the atmosphere would be lagging behind when you got to that height. It'd be going slower, lagging behind, something to do with drag. There's not drag. What we find is it's actually going faster. Okay? Not fluid dynamics.
So address this article. Is this article full of nonsense, or what are they talking about?
Talking about the 70 nanopascals, 1 times 10 to the minus 11 psi at 200 kilometers, which is technically in space, which you guys say doesn't exist. So, I mean, it's kind of funny that you're arguing this thing. For
Who
fuck's
cares
sake.
how high it is or how little gas it is?
Pick an argument. Either we can get to 200 kilometers or we can't get to 200 kilometers. Because
Listen.
we're now 100 kilometers above the Kármán line.
We're in your paradigm right now where space is real and we can go up there and Earth's rotating and all that, right? Now you're saying it's because of fluid dynamics that the air rotates with the Earth. However, that's not what we see.
Because a moment ago you said it was definitely fluid dynamics. And
Do you understand
now-
there's like no air up there?
Fluid dynamics are similar to how air works.
There's like no air
far
up
more accurate
there.
to use,
You're in a freaking
It's
vacuum.
far more accurate. Far more accurate to use pneumatic principles.
You're in a freaking vacuum at 1 times 10 to the minus 11 psi at 200 kilometers.
Who was that?
You're talking
I was
about-
talking in the conversation. You guys are still on fluid dynamics, and
Yeah, I was going to address what you said. Who was that? Was that Dyslow or Perspective? You guys sounded like a little bit.
oh, it was Dyslow.
Dyslow. All right. So does this thing you just said, would that have the air rotating faster than the Earth, or?
No, the air would never rotate faster than the Earth. If it's the air is not the cause of it, it's always gonna it's never gonna precede the rotation of the Earth.
If the Earth rotating
Why
was
would
the
that
cause
be?
of the air,
What if the Earth's slowing
exactly.
down its rotation, which it is?
Well, yeah, if it was slowing down, then for a moment of time, the air could potentially, exceed the.
What
Fine.
rotation are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? I don't see the Earth rotating. Where is the Earth? Can you demonstrate the Earth rotating? Because
Yes.
Weight
Focal
change.
pendulum. Do it yourself.
I
Do
was
it
only
yourself.
speaking hypothetically.
you must
it
have
yourself.
seen
Focal
Mitchell from Australia. Did you see his video?
And he had a broken one.
Shows the,
In the meantime,
a
do it
broken-
yourself.
Yeah, okay,
Go
broken.
ask Bob
That's
Nodell
easy.
and go borrow Bob Nodell's gyroscope. That worked. That proved it too. But okay, good.
It's
Okay,
the ether,
so-
NASA. It's the ether.
So yeah, I've been
critical
watching.
thinking
I've been
would be
watching
a-
Witsit. I've been watching Witsit. Everything's according to the ether.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, the reason
Look up pretty cool thing.
the reason that the airflow is faster at 200 kilometers is because of the ether. I got that from Witsit.
Well, whatever it is,
make
we know
ad
it's
homs
definitely
when you
not
have
fluid
nothing.
dynamics.
Perfect.
Whatever it
Sorry,
is,
what?
we know it's definitely.
Well, I'm not.
Whatever it is,
I
we
mean,
know it's-
Witsit. I'm telling you, I'm learning a lot from Witsit.
And we're telling you the evidence for rotation.
Yeah, pendulum. But yet,
Yeah.
the
And
Earth
weight
rotates
changes
under a
latitude.
pendulum,
I'm so sorry.
but not under
Hey,
anything else. It's
Actually,
amazing how you
Let's
guys
see.
just
actually
repeat
saying
the
that the
same
Earth,
old garbage every day, man. It's
actually
crazy.
saying the
Oh,
Earth,
same old
yeah,
misunderstanding.
yeah,
hey,
same
Nancy,
old
real quick. How do you have
misunderstanding.
a pendulum is a weight and a string, correct? Ball and string. How do you have a broken pendulum?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
You just
Showing
said
something else moving isn't demonstrating the Earth spinning. That's not how that works.
Bob, what up, Bob? How do you calibrate
Weight
a
change
pendulum?
with latitude demonstrates centrifugal
Ruif,
force.
did you hear me?
How
Is
do
my
you
mic
have
fucked
a
up?
broken
Showing
pendulum?
something else moving is not demonstrating the Earth spinning. Those aren't the same thing. Try
Actually,
again.
it is. Actually,
Nope.
it is. But yep,
Nope.
it is. 100%.
Nope.
It is.
Only way
It's
it works.
not at all.
It is.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Say nope all you want, but everybody else disagrees with you.
Hey, how do you have a broken pendulum? It's just a string, right?
It's a little more complicated.
I don't know.
How do you
Hey,
calibrate
how do
your
you
pendulum?
how do you calibrate
How do you calibrate it?
Oh, you have to take it to the official.
Hold on.
You have to take it to
Guys,
Witsit
no.
and have him officially bless it.
Shut up. Paige, shut up. Okay. You just said I could do it myself in my backyard. So how
Not your backyard.
complicated how complicated can it be if I can do it myself?
Well,
You got to get it calibrated first.
Yeah, you have to go to Witsit and make sure that it's officially blessed by Witsit.
Take it seriously.
You
I'm
point it
just
to the
going to
North
give you. Come
Star.
on, seriously. You just said you could do it myself, and I said broken. You said broken pendulum. How do you have a broken
apparently
pendulum?
the pivot up top was worn or something.
Yeah. Mechanism they use to keep it in motion
Wait,
was
pivot,
somehow.
I thought it was just right. I thought it's just a string.
Well, there's the different ways. Yeah,
It's a mechanism to keep it in motion.
the original one.
I've actually asked Sciencebase to put up something on their
So
website to say,
a
look,
moment
this
ago,
is what happened.
a moment ago, you said you didn't know how you would have it broken, and now you know.
Well, I do. I was being.
But so before, when you said you didn't know, that's a good question. You didn't know. You knew them, but you still said, "I'm really confused."
Speculating now.
Yeah, I know.
We don't know why this specific one was broken. No. I hope that Sciencebase answers.
How does a pendulum get broken?
There is a mechanism that keeps it in motion. I don't know about it, but it can break.
So how am I supposed to build one of those mechanisms in my backyard?
You don't need one. You don't need one for the focal pendulum.
How does it break then?
Oh, see, this one is
We
in a
don't know.
museum.
I'm fucking asking them to put something on their website to say this is how it broke and this is how it's meant to work.
So
see, the one in the museum was fairly short too.
Mechanism, and it can just actually just swing there without the mechanism. How exactly?
We went over this on.
Hey.
For it to be in constant motion, it needs added energy, but that added energy can't imply any torque on it, right?
They have a pendulum somewhere
How am I
in Canada,
supposed to do this in my backyard? How am I supposed to do? People say I can prove this myself. Paige just said I can do this myself. I don't have the means to build this mechanism.
No, you don't need to. The problem is that most of the ones in museums are they want to keep them in motion, so they have to.
How do I do it in my backyard then?
Well, you wait till a calm day, of course, and you get a nice.
And I do it inside.
I do it inside, but
do it inside.
I've seen people do it outside, but
So in Mitchell's video, it wasn't inside in a glass container.
Yes,
that was calm.
And it
that
has
was
a
pretty
mechanism
calm.
that keeps it in motion.
Again, it had a mechanism, and I'm not exactly sure how it was broken, but it was broken.
There was
I've asked Sciencebase to put some explanation on their website.
So, but how am I supposed to make that mechanism in my?
You don't. Fuck! Just swing a pendulum. Yours might swing for half an hour, maybe.
So the original one is breaking. I don't understand. Why can't they just?
Well, neither do we. We've told you we don't know how. How many times are you going to ask us and we say we don't know, and you're going to continue to say we don't know, and you're going to say, well, why is it broken? And we're going to say we don't know because guess what? We don't fucking know. There is.
There was a museum in Canada.
But you don't still see. The reason I keep saying is I hope that you're going to see your contradiction in explanation.
No, there's no contradiction.
Absolutely, there is.
No,
you just said I can do it myself. I can prove it myself.
Yes.
I could make a Foucault pendulum, but then I just said a Foucault pendulum. How am I
Well,
supposed to
see,
make the mechanism?
you don't need the
How
mechanism.
are you fucking listening? Are you
Well, no,
hearing the
you guys
words that we're saying?
apparently I
You
can't.
don't
So how am I
need
supposed
the
to? So how
You don't.
long?
Okay, you don't
So
need
how
boosting
long am I
mechanism.
supposed to do it?
You can do it for
How
like
long
Half an hour.
Why are you not listening
Get
to
a
him?
big.
Hold on 1 second. Like
and
he's asking, like if I want to make a pendulum, does it have to be a 1 kilogram weight? How do
it
I
would help.
make sure
No, it
that
would be
it's
the
exactly
bigger
1
the weight,
kilogram?
the
Does it
the
have to be
bigger the weight, the
a
longer
1
the
meter? Does it have to be a 3
the
meter, a 3 meter, 5 meter rope? What does it have to be? How?
it has
What?
to be
The longer the better, and the heavier the better. All right. Look up how to launch it without applying torque.
Okay,
Right. That's
you
we.
just
That.
giving
and then how?
nothing when you give these answers. This is stupid.
what we said.
Well, you're
The
not
bigger the
listening to
weight,
what we're fucking
the
saying, right?
longer the string.
That's scientific to you.
There's
Sure.
There was
this
a
guy does.
museum in Canada. There was a museum in Canada, and the guy, the curator, whoever it is, the guy in charge of keeping the pendulum going, the thing broke, and he was pushing it with a stick every day. I mean, we went over this.
This is a joke. Believing something swinging could prove that the Earth is spinning. I mean, it's
And it does.
comical.
No, you can say no and say I don't believe it all you want, but since about 50 I think it was, it's pretty much considered the proof. I mean, at the time the people
But it's a
were.
logical fallacy. You realize, right?
What's that?
That's a logical fallacy.
A logical fallacy? Why?
It's an affirming the
Geez,
consequence.
talking
Appeal
about
to
formal
authority.
proof.
No, it's
Not
not
formal
affirming the
proof.
consequence.
It's an affirming the consequence.
It's
No,
not
it's not
formal
affirming the
proof.
consequence.
It's also no.
Oh,
It
okay.
was
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I forget.
appeal to
I have to be pedantic on this thing. Since 1850,
It's an
it has
appeal
given
to
evidence
popularity.
of appeal to people who know as opposed to people
Yeah,
who don't
that's a
know.
people appeal to authority. Then, yeah.
No, it's not. It's appeal to
Let,
people
let
who
me
actually
explain.
know,
A claim
as
to
opposed to
know.
people
Claim
who
to
don't
know.
know.
It's
No,
actually not.
no,
Get proof
no.
then.
Let me
Yeah, there's
explain.
plenty.
It's not
There's
formal
plenty.
logical proof. We understand it's
Let
not
me
formal logical
No.
proof, right? We understand.
let me explain why it's a affirming the consequent fallacy, right? So if Foucault pendulum deviation at different latitudes with different deviation than Earth's rotation.
No, the Earth
That's
rotates.
what it is.
Therefore, there's different
Yeah.
rotations of the Foucault pendulum at the latitudes.
Yeah, you're starting off with your affirmation. It's like it's
No,
classical.
we're not. We're not.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
the
You just
textbook
started. You
affirming
just
the
formed.
Well, what
consequent.
If globe
it's like
spin,
that's like
spinning globe.
oh, how can I know I'm moving 60 kilometers per hour down this highway? Oh, look at my speedometer. Fuck. What
No,
kind of
this
shit
is
is
this
that?
Foucault
That's not the
this
same.
It is
this
exactly the
Foucault
same.
No,
pendulum
that's
thing
not
is
the same at all. If the wheels move at a certain rate, which I'm measuring that they do, then that would mean that I'm traveling at this speed, which is measurable.
Yeah,
Bro.
well, you can measure the
this
rotation
is
of the Earth.
this Foucault thing is textbook affirming the consequent.
No, it's not a textbook. It's a
Doesn't get
textbook.
any better. Yeah, yeah.
Textbook class is a textbook experiment. They've done it all over the world, even at the South Pole, and
If I get
it's
different
working.
deviations in a Foucault pendulum at different latitudes than Earth's rotating, I do get different Foucault pendulum deviations
Yeah,
at
that's
different
called a
latitudes.
hypothesis. That's correct. That's a
No,
hypothesis.
no, that's
A
not even
hypothesis.
close.
Yes, it is. That's a hypothesis, and they test that proves the hypothesis. Thank you, Jeremy. It's not affirming the
But that is
consequent.
not a hypothesis
Test
at
it and
It is
all.
a
validate.
hypothesis.
What's the independent variable of the experiment?
Oh, thank you,
The weight
QE.
Earth's
change of
rotation,
latitude.
right?
Oh
Earth's
no, I'm
rotation.
happy to do the weight change of latitude one.
What's
You have to have
Independent variables of
independent
latitude.
measure,
Independent
I
independent
missed
variables.
the
variable.
independent variable.
Guys,
I missed
hold on, Fuzzy. They
Latitude.
have
The location on the Earth.
they have to have Earth rotation.
No, we've
Yeah,
shown
they
Earth rotation.
have to
Bob,
have
that's
Earth
Bob Nodell.
Hardwood.
rotation.
Yep.
That's Bob Nodell. Thank you, Bob.
You have
Start with your ad homs with QE and Bob. Go ahead.
What? Thanks, Bob. Bob proved it.
I got
That's
it.
all you
QE
have,
is the one.
man. That's
QE is
pathetic,
the one
bro.
who.
Come on.
QE is the one who always says you get you. I mean, you guys always parrot QE and his how experiments work.
So there was no proof of the Earth spin before flat earthers.
There's no proof of
I'm
the
sorry.
Earth's spin
Is he wrong?
since
Is QE wrong about how experiments work? Because it
Yeah,
wasn't
basically.
QE.
Yes.
He actually was
Yes,
quoting
he
a whole
is.
bunch of
Yes,
other people.
he's very wrong. He's very wrong.
So all the people he cited, those people are wrong
Well,
too.
see, he cherry picks really well. He cherry picks at about a 6th grade level.
By the way, just by the notion that your name is Paid Nasty Phil, and you tell
No, it's
people
just
that
it's Sky Push.
yeah, great. I'm so loving your story when you were talking after I was started talking.
Well,
Jesus
you said
Christ,
something
okay?
wrong.
Fucking shut up. Okay? You just said we parrot people when all you do and all you can do is parrot what the mainstream narrative tells you. All you can do is parrot what Nasty
Yeah,
tells
just
you.
parrot the
Correct?
truth. I understand. Yeah.
Oh, the truth. Okay, that's what we're asking for, and you still have yet to provide it.
I've told
beyond
you.
a speculation or a logical fallacy.
No, there's no speculation, no
We
logical
would all still
fallacies.
be here
I've
if you
told
had anything.
I have told you what to do to prove that the Earth is A, round, and B, rotating to yourself. Very simple experiments. You refuse to do them because you'll blow your little head in your little religion that the Earth is flat.
The problem is I don't
Any
know how to build
evidence of
mechanisms.
the is there? Hang on, is there any evidence of this magic bungee cord yo-yo string that's holding the Earth to an elliptical orbit around the sun? Where is this magical string that's tying them together?
You mean gravity? Is that the magical string?
Magical string?
Yeah, your elliptical orbit is holding it.
Ooh,
in
how elliptical is the
orbit.
orbit, by the way? How
Yeah,
elliptical
and
is the orbit?
it doesn't even matter if it's elliptical. What's
How
holding
elliptical is the
it's an
orbit?
orbit? It's so powerful.
How elliptical is the orbit?
You got to think about the forces involved. Like it's holding the Earth to an orbit around the sun.
I know. I know. I know. It's just that's a
Where
big
is it?
concept. That's a big concept that you just can't grasp. Your incredulity means that. Therefore, since you think it's wrong, it must be wrong because you say so.
No.
Your incredulity.
These two things together.
From now on, whenever anybody comes up with any sort of scientific theory or investigation or anything, we'll come to you and ask if you believe it or not, and you're the final arbiter.
All right, hold on.
Is that all you have to say?
I'm really
you
confused.
don't want to answer the question. Where's the evidence?
Yeah, where's the independent variable? Still waiting on. Is QE wrong about the independent variable? Really?
Yes.
You really don't think that you can do an experiment without an independent variable?
There are many other kinds of experiments and many different kinds of experiments, and QE is basically at a 6th grade level or maybe a 9th grade level.
Oh, so when he's a scientific experiment. Like obviously we're not talking about when I'm experimenting with baking flavors. Right? Obviously, we know that.
That can be science.
There was another ad-hom without an explanation of why he's wrong. Tell us something wrong.
I'll explain, right? QE gets the hypothesis mixed up with the experiment. The end.
I'm talking about an independent variable. That's what I'm asking.
Independent variable latitude.
Sorry, we vary the latitude and measure the rotation. And guess what? It abides by a simple law. Amazing.
Except for when it doesn't.
It does.
And it shows zero rotation.
It shows zero rotation at the equator like it should.
Forget the Earth spin and the curve of the Earth. What's holding the Earth to the orbit around the sun? Where's the evidence for this?
What do you think, Carlos?
Yeah, I was going to actually respond to that. Now,
I think it's bullshit.
Because what he's saying is, I mean, okay, if you don't have any actual verification or validation of something orbiting something else, then to claim that it's happening, the only way we know that could happen in real physics, not pseudo-physics, but real physics, is to attach a string to two balls. Then, yes, you could whip it around. We all know you could do that, But without that, so what he's asking is actually valid. Like you guys are claiming, it's like there's an invisible string because there's no physics that accompanies that other tn fabricated physics.
No,
go and watch Jupiter. You can see the moons orbit Jupiter.
Look at the moon.
They're not orbiting around a sphere, in my opinion.
Yes, they are.
And in the observation of it, you see lights that are shifting, that are phase shifting. They're moving in their position in the
hold
sky.
on. These moons go behind.
You're assuming they're going behind something.
No, I'm not assuming it. They're going behind. Then they come in front and they actually cast shadows from the sun onto the planet. So you know that they're real. The real objects going around.
Are these NASA shadows, or are they from your backyard shadows?
You can film
from
Jupiter
your backyard
rotating
shadows.
Can you show me that?
Galileo discovered it. Galileo discovered it.
Can you show me that? If you take it
Well,
from your backyard,
if you don't have a telescope yourself,
get a
go
thermometer.
find the local telescope, the local astronomical society.
Yeah, control
Well,
a
okay,
telescope.
well that's like having balls on a billiard table and saying that everything in the sky, like the Earth, the table must be round because the ball's are round. It doesn't make any sense, and there's no correlation. Just because you're looking at the moons around Jupiter doesn't mean that's the relationship between the Earth and the Sun.
It's a demonstration of orbits.
Well,
Something you
that's
can see
another good
yourself.
point. Even if, let's just say that that's happening. Let's say that whatever you believe, whatever you've seen of pictures that you believe of whatever's happening, in terms of like Paige, you're talking about these balls going around balls. Even if that's the case, you still can't just make that as some, like, it's not a valid argument for this concept of the Earth being a sphere and the Earth going around other things.
No,
It
actually,
demonstrates orbits. It demonstrates orbits.
Well, the fact that the Earth is a sphere is more easily done, and it's been done, for what 2,500 years now. So, I mean, the
No,
fact
it
that you guys
demonstrates
are
the assumption of orbit. Sorry, it just
no, not
depends.
You can
assumption.
see an orbit. You can see
If I
moons orbiting around Jupiter. You can see it.
Yeah, I don't
You
agree
can
with
see
that.
Jupiter
see the
itself
illusion of
rotating. You
you
don't
can
agree with your own fucking eyes. Fair
no,
enough.
I
We have
hear what you're saying.
artificial.
Maybe
We have been putting artificial satellites around the Earth for the last 70 years now. Almost 80 years now. Coming up on 80 years.
The funny thing.
here's what
Sorry,
they
go ahead.
say.
Sorry.
Satellites 57, excuse me, 65 years.
I was going to say something very shortly. Funny thing about the orbit. What you said about the string. You said we don't see the string. How do you know what's happening? But it's actually that thought that Newton used to come up with the universal law of gravitation, because he didn't know. That's exactly what he didn't know. He didn't know what the force was, but he knew it was something that was behaving the same way centrifugal or central pedal force works. So we just plugged that formula in to the observation, Kepler's third law, and he came out with the universal law of gravitation.
And then they came up with the n body, the three body problem. When you add a third body to that whole system, the whole thing messes up.
It becomes approximate. It doesn't just mess up.
Yeah. Oh well, it becomes unpredictable.
Because it becomes a
Over
more
very long periods of time. But yeah, two body problem's fine. It's good enough.
But we don't have. We have more than two bodies up in there.
I understand, but the effect of the other bodies is very small. Okay, they can all be modeled as two body problems and get pretty bloody close, right?
I don't know. How do you prove that you're right with the sun, moon, and Earth?
If you have sun, moon, and Earth,
most
right?
obvious.
You can forecast sun, moon, and Earth out thousands of years, right?
That's a perfect example, because that's actually one of the solutions. There's plenty of solutions for a three-body problem, but one simple solution is to treat two bodies as one system. So you can reference what the
Barry Center.
Right, and what the Barry Center, these objects are going to do in reference to orbiting the sun, and then you can talk about them in relationship to each other. That's one way of getting an approximate.
Yeah, the fact that you can forecast eclipses within a second, years out, is tells you that three-body problem isn't really a problem.
Well, I mean, just because you've seen a pattern happen over and over again, and people just call a pattern a prediction, is not really the same thing.
It's not a pattern. It's not like a number pattern, right? It's
No,
a
it is
modeling
a
of
pattern.
3D bodies.
Eclipses are correlated with the cycle of the new moon and full moon, along with the nodes of the moon. And the nodes of the moon make a 19-year retrograde cycle. So it's known where they are. The exact degree of the sky, it's always known, like it's in the ephemeris. And when eclipses happen, either a partial or a total, the sun, the moon, either in a new moon or a full moon, lines up with those nodes. So all you have to know for that is just the very simple, in a 360-degree circle, the degree at which those four celestial areas are: the sun, the moon, north node, and the south node, because there's two nodes to the moon. So you don't need any of this heliocentrism or any of that. It's just simply a 360-degree circle and the actual position that they're in.
Actually, to calculate it, the accuracy we have today, you do need it. And the solar cycles can tell you when an eclipse will occur. It won't tell you where or what time. It's very In order to get the accuracy we have, you must have a heliocentrism, a spherical Earth, and a spherical Moon.
Where did the solar cycles come from?
Yeah,
Well, how
you,
many
can,
solar
you
cycles?
can get
How many
the
solar
exact
cycles? How many solar cycles are there?
the exact time is already known by the actual, like I said, the position of the nodes in their. When I said they're in a 19-year retrograde cycle, it means it takes 19 years for them to make a 360 degree, a full 360 degree cycle.
How many solar cycles are there? Did you know?
So that's happening it takes 19 years for it to happen. It's always in retrograde. It's never moving direct. So those points, they're 180 degrees from each other, the two nodes of the moon. So those are just like right where they are. And it's just when the new moon and full moon aligns on it, you get the eclipses. So all you need from that is just the timing of those. Like I said, within a 360 degree circle. Now, where it happens on the Earth, now you're going to get into some globe, because they're going to claim on their GPS and the maps that they claim. And then you're getting the question of maps and the coordinate systems. But that is also known because the actual position you're in is in a particular relationship to the equator and to the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. And that eclipse is going to happen somewhere between the tropics. And your position on the Earth is going to correlate with exactly how you'll be able to view it.
Yeah, except that we can predict that a whole lot more than these solar cycles can.
Well, the globes are going to claim that because they claim that they have the map, and then they're going to claim that, hey, we know exactly where it's aligning because they've hidden and stolen, I think, the real map of what the Earth is, and are keeping.
Show us that real map, then. Show us that real map.
Of course, they're going to give that and then try to push it to get people to believe in their cult.
You keep appealing to this map that doesn't frickin' exist. Show us this map if you think it exists, right? We've stolen some map, right? Show us that it exists.
He just said that it was stolen. How can he have something that was stolen?
Yeah, and being kept by billionaire psychopaths that control the entire military and police force.
Okay, champ.
And governments after World War II, of course, as well.
Hey, some of them are probably
and the entire banking system.
I'm sorry. What does the banking system have to do with lunar eclipses?
But we could make our own map, Ruhiv. So we don't really need anyone else's map.
Do it.
It just takes the time, energy, resources, money, and energy to get the crew together to do it. And obviously, if the military are keeping us from certain areas, then that's a problem. We won't be able to get the whole.
You've got all the data you need, Gio. We've had this conversation a dozen times. You've got stellarium. You've got flight times. You've got anything you need, sun angles, whatever. You've got it all. You don't need anything else. You don't need any money. You've got the data that you need.
About a model that you can find on your computer. You're not talking about reality.
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah, that model matches reality.
I'm talking about the actual
model, stellarium. The angles you get in stellarium match reality. You can use them to construct your map.
Why would you look at the sky to map the ground, bro?
Oh God, are you really that dumb?
Why would you map the land by looking at the sky? Are you
really?
Because you can.
You really don't think that's an honest question?
Yes, I think that's a dishonest question.
What would you like to do? How else would you like to do it?
Hold on a sec. You think it's a dishonest? If I'm trying to make a map of the land, you think
how do we determine north?
You think it's
not have you ever been? What's a good way to determine north?
How much land do you see up there?
Excuse me. How do you determine north? What's one of the easiest ways to determine north?
I'm so sorry.
What's one of the easiest ways when you're in the northern hemisphere? That is.
Super simple question, Paige. How much land do you see up there?
You guys are not listening to each other.
Again, how if you're out in the northern hemisphere, what's a great way? One of the best ways to determine north, true north.
Well, Fuzzy, what I would say is that the position of the stars is related to the Earth.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying, but if you're making a map of the land, you're not going to look at the stars to start out.
Well, what Ruhiv's talking about is in highly populated areas that he would be in, like a city, different areas like that, the angles to the stars on stellarium will match. So he's convinced that somehow that means that the entire Earth system across its entire face of it and the entire sky are correlated all the way through and through, just because he's pulled a couple angles in local, highly populated areas that are limited.
I've done this in areas where there are like nobody. I've been out with in like wildernesses, and guess what? It works. The sky, the sky doesn't change just because you're in the city. What you think? There's
Yeah, Protothad just went on a cruise.
I mean, they do cell navs on ships across the ocean, airplanes
So
going
what I'm
across.
saying is that you can take, like, okay, if you have a planar Earth and then a planar field of stars above it, you can take that, and let's say you wanted to push a globe model. You can create a globe model. Of course, they would be cutting out lands in the south and changing certain things, but you can align certain patches of the sky with stars in the highly populated areas, like I'm telling you, places,
Any areas, yeah.
you have to adjust other parts of it. So they can be selling you a system that will match. This is why, like the MC Toon thing, where he's like, "Oh, the angles match," but that doesn't prove a globe. You're still making a leap of assumption that those systems are actually accurate 100%. So if they're only accurate 90, 95, 85, etc., there's a problem. You guys are just jumping that it's 100% just because you have verified very, very limited number of readings.
I like that you talk shit about Toon's challenge, but no one's attempted it.
I never talked shit at all. You just claimed that. I was just responding to the fact that that's why he feels confident in it is because of what I'm describing. And the only way to disprove what he wants, and I've said this a million times as well, is for us. It could be him, could be me, could be anyone to go out and actually do the actual measurements and verify it to the Earth, all the GPs, angles to stars across the entire surface. Then you would actually have the accurate system. He's taking a limited one that he's given a government sort of, et cetera, like the WGS 84, that model, doing just a limited number of sites to stars, and then somehow asserting that the entire Earth is a globe from that, and that the whole thing is 100% accurate. And the only way to do that is to actually verify the entire thing. Otherwise, you're just making a leap of assumptions.
And they did that for years, for like hundreds of years. That's the main way they navigated, was by celestial navigation in areas that didn't have a lot of people in them because they're out in the middle of the fucking oceans.
Yeah, Gio, when you actually try and attempt the challenge, you will realize that you can't do it on a flat Earth. That's why people won't attempt, because they're scared of why they can't do it.
For you to make assumptions that someone else is experiencing an emotion called scared because of this is bizarre. There's really nothing to do with anything. We're talking about the actual information and what it would take to actually verify it.
Well, it seems every flat earther is very hesitant to do the actual challenge. How far did John
I told you what he's requesting
to avoid doing it
unless you have the accurate map of the ground and the sky. And I think the planar,
Sailors had it, right?
That will be prevalent in that. You can't use the globe map to show how you can't use the actual pre-assumed globe model to accurately describe how it's working on the planar Earth.
It would be a permanent of the consequent. That's what that is.
Yes.
Did sailors a couple hundred years ago have a map? What map did they use a couple hundred years ago? They had a map, right? Apparently that map worked.
Yeah, the way that you make maps is that you freeze frame a time, like let's say 3 a.m. or something. You freeze frame it, the position of the stars, and then you have to adjust 4 minutes every day to make sure you're seeing the exact same position of the stars. So you adjust it by 4 minutes, and then you just, using the GPs of those stars, get all the GPs by measuring them, and then building distances out from those GPs. So you're basically building concentric circles, and you can start mapping out any region. You have to map a large enough section of it to really start to see But those circles, if on a sphere, they would all those circles would be mapping onto a sphere. Of course, on a planar Earth, they're all going to be coplanar. So that has to actually be done in the physical world. We were all brought up in this modern day world where we're just sold this globe information, and nowadays the internet where it's all just there. But actually going out on the Earth and verifying this is where it will show the discrepancies.
Sorry, I just got into the cafe. Anyway, navigators have been using a map for hundreds of years. Get a hold of it and do Toon's challenge.
Like what I would say is this, from what I understand of what he's requesting, the only way would be, like, you wouldn't actually have to map out the entire Earth technically. You could just map out the section of which you're, referring to. But you'd have to at least be able to get a GP of a star yourself and the circles of equal altitude and have a large enough distance to be able to have enough GPs and enough circle of equal altitude to show the actual geometry. And at that point, you could then use what he's asking for, which is quote unquote planar mathematics or planar angles and calculations. But you need the actual correct way in which the soil of the Earth, like the ground, the rocks, and the actual on the ground, how that actually maps to the sky. Not just a pre-assumed one coming from a computer that you've got in your house that told you that.
Thanks. All I'm going to say again is that navigators have been doing it with a map for hundreds of years. Why can't you do it? So instead of just talking, why not just do it? Attempt it.
Wait, what's
I
your
think you're
question?
worried about what you might find out. Why don't you actually attempt the challenge, given that navigation has been done for hundreds of years?
How are those related? People have been navigating.
Yeah, you seem very hesitant. Yeah, you seem very hesitant to actually do what people have been doing for hundreds of years. Why?
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hesitancy. There's no hesitancy. I am in full support.
Are you going to do it?
Of this? Well, we'll get it done in this lifetime. Yeah, it's going to take some time because it's going to take an entire crew and vessels and a lot of high tech equipment. So, yeah.
I mean, Toon's challenge. Why don't you do Toon's challenge?
I thought I just explained that in the last 20 minutes of the.
Yeah, but given that people have been
of my immediate capacity to have a correct map of the Earth, I don't have it right now.
Okay, but it exists.
None of us in this room do.
Yes, we do. I can navigate by the globe map. Navigators for hundreds of years have done so. You seem to want this new map that doesn't exist yet.
It's not exact, but I think it's pretty damn close. Let me try to find it. I don't have it here. Let me try to find it. Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about, depends on when you're referring to when you keep saying navigators. I mean, depends on what time period and all of that. But
up until GPS, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, people have been using planar maps since the dawn of time. I mean, you lay a map out on a flat surface and you start correlating it with the physical land. So it depends on what time period you're talking about, but these guys are not carrying globes and they're not carrying jacked up projection flat maps when they're traveling around. They're using XYZ coordinate systems in relation to the stars. You guys have been sold
latitude and longitude.
Yeah, you've been sold a current latitude and longitude that correlates with a sphere model that you're given. You've seen it work in certain local areas and limited areas, and somehow you're making the larger leap of faith, basically, that that's actually what the Earth is.
Again, rather than just
the map is posted for anybody who wants an accurate map. It's not exactly accurate, but it's pretty damn close.
You seem very hesitant to do the challenge. Right? You'd rather talk about why you won't do it, what you need to do it. Because once you try and do the challenge, you realize you can't do it.
Notice how big Antarctica is. It's the biggest continent. Notice that.
Yeah, Ruhif, since you're so into this YouTuber guy that you keep talking about, why don't you state what it is if you're so into it? It sounds like you're desperate.
Which YouTuber guy?
So what do you think? What do you want to say about it?
Sorry, what YouTuber guy? I can't really hear Godric that well. So what YouTuber guy?
You said this guy MC Toon.
He's got the challenge is for $10,000 to just do celestial navigation on a flat Earth without using the globe. No one wants to attempt. No one wants to do it. Why is that? I mean, I'll offer the same challenge if you like.
Well, I think I just explained it literally 5 times. That's what I was trying to clarify. Is that really what you're asking again? He's asking to show essentially how the angles to stars match on a planar Earth.
Yeah.
With planar Earth, yes, with planar Earth geometry and calculations. Meanwhile, he's assuming his globe model is true and then correlating it to the globe. What I said is that if you wanted to show exactly how the land matches to the sky and get correct angles, you'd have to map it yourself unless you already have that map. And I don't know of anyone that does. So to fully respond to do what he's asking, like do what he's asking, you would have to have let's say at least I'm going to estimate $3 to $5 million with a crew and boats. You'd have to pay people full time for at least a couple of months, if not longer. It would be a full project. So his $10,000 is zilch, literally nothing compared to the actual resources it's going to take to actually get this done.
And I keep saying to you, for 200 odd years, they've had this map. They've used this map to find out where they are. You don't need to do this, and it's an excuse.
What map are you talking about? That's what I was asking you before. Which map?
The globe.
That's not a map.
Yes, it is.
The globe? There's a bunch of different map projections. Which one are you talking about?
It's not a projection, the actual globe. That's the only thing that works with celestial navigation. And if you attempt the challenge, you'll realize why.
I think I can poke a hole in that pretty simply. Like, people were sailing with the stars long before they ever thought the Earth was a globe. So,
yes.
Your logic is wrong, sir.
Please point to any examples of these ancient civilizations taking angles for 3 stars to work out where they are, right? Ancients did not do that. They sailed by latitude lines and various other techniques. They did not use this technique.
What? Dude, I mean, nobody ever used of or thought of a globe Earth for literally eons of time until this very recent globe Earth idea was brought in the way that it has been. So, I mean, I would say that navigation has always been done in an XYZ coordinate system with the sky above, the Earth being an extended plane, and then mapping it out from there. That's why maps are, like I said, they're always laid out flat. You map the coordinate systems. It's all with the XYZ axis.
No, celestial navigation works by lat long.
You can create latitude and longitudes from the correlation of the positions of the ground and the sky, like a dartboard going out from the north. So yeah, you can create those, the authentic ones. I think the ones that we've been given are not 100% authentic, and they've been sold as they are. So I think you're kind of just making the leap of faith that the whole thing's correct, like I said before.
Yeah, let me ask this. What are you saying?
We can keep talking, and you can keep making excuses for why you won't do the challenge, right? But I can see that you don't want to do the challenge.
Hold on.
Is what you're asserting that people, even though they didn't know the Earth was a globe, were actually following globe like navigation charts? They accidentally created these charts and accidentally created like a way to get from place to place on a globe.
The last few hundred years, right, where you take angles to 3 stars to work out where you are, only works on a globe. Right? That is the challenge that MC Toon has set.
No, look, none of us, nobody, look, I know it's a small circle inside of Discord, Flat Earth versus Globe Earth and all that, but seriously, nobody gives a shit about McToon at all.
If you saw 10K on the ground, would you pick it up? If you saw 10K on the ground, would you pick it up?
Well, yeah, Ruhif, you're asserting some kind of relevancy that isn't there. So, that's why I was asking before. Like, it seems like it's a YouTuber that you're really into, and I hear you. Like, but like, it's not really relevant to any actual discussion.
If you saw 10 grand on the ground, Theo, would you pick it up?
I'm not interested in any money from McToon, if that's what you're asking. Not a penny.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not. All right, I'm gonna have my lunch.
Karmically, I would never want to be involved in what he's involved in. So right there, that for me, I have no interest in engaging in any type of interchange like that.
I'm gonna go on.
Nonetheless, I've already explained it multiple times. In order to do what he's asking, you would have to have the crew and actually go out and map it. So in a way, it's really just a non-relevant. It's like a non-applicable thing that guy's requesting. It's just non-applicable to any unless we had the time, money, resources, everything to do it, which we will at some point, but that's not available at the moment.
That's okay. I mean, that's totally right. No one does that. It's all irrelevant.
And I'll get it done in this lifetime for sure. And if it shows spherical, then I will absolutely look at that.
Things will stay precisely as they are, and that's not a problem at all.
Yep. If we actually go out and do this and it shows a spherical coordinate system, then I imagine it would be
There'd be no net change for anyone.
And if it doesn't, then you can live with my sister.
What?
Well, that's why it's interesting that you guys are so into this and defending it, because you really should be in the position of being super calm and relaxed. Like you guys should actually be in the position of like, but it's usually the opposite.
Well, I'm super calm.
I mean, you guys really like
at least today.
If it wasn't true, you really wouldn't even be involved in it. But we all know that. I mean, it's like how popular would like a pigs, like we've always said, like we've talked about, like a pigs can fly community. People talk about pigs can fly. You're not going to get people in there like anti-pig flying shills or whatever. It wouldn't happen.
If they really believed it, they probably would be people in it.
You would dedicate as much time as you've dedicated to this shape of the earth discussion to a pigs can fly community just to try to convince them that pigs don't fly?
I'm not trying to convince you.
Something you're claiming is false. Now, if you were to take a position and say that you're on the fence to some degree, okay, then that would make sense. But to say that you know 100% then means that you would be the guy literally trying to convince the people that pigs don't fly, and that's the kind of dynamic you'd be engaging with.
Hold on a second, sir, because I have to go in a second. I was saying very quickly that I know my brew has said this as well, but I'm not trying to convince anybody anything. And I would be in that community if it facilitated the same sort of opportunities for the conversations that this one does, because we end up talking about the same kind of stuff I like to talk about. So if bringing in pigs to fly led to them to have the same kind of conversations, and yeah, probably I would be in there, but if we're boring, then probably not.
Your mic is real muffled, but I think I did hear what you said.
You got the TV on?
I'm watching porn.
If the people who what you're trying to say is if the people who believed pigs could fly also had a bunch of other amazing knowledge and wisdom and things to drop to you and interesting conversations, that you would hang out with them even though you disagree that pigs don't fly or that pigs fly. Is that a summation of what you said?
I just posted the Mark Sargent map, the flat Earth map. The oceans are a lot bigger. That could be why people get lost at sea, because the oceans actually are bigger than they really are on the globe.
The Mark Sargent flat Earth map. Are you saying that Mark Sargent is like responsible for our map?
No, we don't really even have a map. At least he has one.
Okay, just wanted to see.
No, I think Mark Sargent is in a great area because he's more like into like conspiracy theories. He's selling his closed cosmology. He doesn't know if it's closed, but so a lot of people have problems with him.
The next Flat Earth conference
But he has
in
a map.
North Carolina, Mark is going to be on the billing again after a break of a while.
He always goes to those, the Flatober things.
Last ones he hasn't. But it's like Mark is back. So it looks like he hasn't been there for a while since the Logan Paul thing and all that sort of stuff happened. Been for years. Should be interesting. I won't be able to go, but actually, you know what? I don't know that for sure. Hang on, let me look at the calendar.
Yo, Ruhif, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just
Check
eating
this
lunch.
out. Can I read something for you? The Coriolis effect only applies to objects in relative motion, specifically motion that changes the distance from the rotational axis. A hovering helicopter cannot see this force.
Yes, it can. I'll explain when I finish lunch.
Helicopters don't feel or see Coriolis, bro.
Yes, they do. Give me like 15 minutes.
Okay. Found another article saying the same thing. If I find 3 more, I'm going to have to conclude that helicopters don't feel Coriolis. And that's being really fair.
Can you find 3 articles that say the Earth is the sphere? I'm being snarky.
They claim that if you're in the air and you're stationary in a helicopter, that you will still be dragged by the Coriolis effect. I'm finding citations that say that you won't.
It's a good one, isn't it? No, it's things in motion, and not and helicopters. You won't even notice because you're under powered flight. If it's just like a bullet or something like that, that's
Even if you could notice Coriolis, quote unquote, that means that you are being dragged with the ground. So you wouldn't be noticing motion. It makes no sense. I'm sorry if I sound impatient.
no, it's okay. Yeah, no, I get it. If I do the run it in my head and take off on a or just shoot a bullet or something, and the Earth is rotating. I mean, it's been measured, hasn't it? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to look it up. But I don't think they would invent it for no reason, and then support it for no reason. They just
Well, I think there is a Coriolis.
invent a
There is a
an
Coriolis
invisible force.
Yeah.
I think it's connected to the toroidal field and the vortexes within the ether. There is a Coriolis, but it is a mild effect that's connected to the movement of the ether.
Yeah, this specifically says that it's moving weather patterns and ocean currents.
Yeah, and
I was just going against the claim that helicopters, planes, drones, they all deal with Coriolis as well. So you wouldn't be able to see something passing under you if you were in the air. Yeah, that kind of defeats that. But yeah, you're right. There is Coriolis, but I don't think it affects helicopters.
I don't think so either, but I'd be willing to entertain information to the contrary.
It wouldn't affect a helicopter much at all.
Well, how it would. Oh. He's got me interested now. I've got to stay.
Yeah, but to your point though, is that when you said before that, I think they've measured it, right? They must have measured it. But no, that's part of the problem. Einstein even said there's no optical measurement or device we could ever do to measure the Earth moving.
That was optical, and that was. Read the next line. Come on now.
How? Oh yeah.
Read the whole quote. Read the whole quote.
And just because he says it does it? He also then in the next part of the quote said that pigs fly. Does that mean that they do? And where does he have the validation or proof to say that thing? Just because his name is Einstein doesn't mean everything he says is
No, absolutely not. You're absolutely correct. It doesn't mean everything he says is absolutely true, but
That's why I
if
left
you
that part out, because there's no validation or proof to say the thing that he just said.
right, but Einstein is used. People use Einstein to both disprove and prove flat Earth, or just yeah. It's, in one breath you're saying Einstein was a shill or he was a Freemason, and then the next moment
we're using it one way to point out that even Einstein even your own story goes against itself. That's not us claiming, and we're just pointing that out.
Yeah, and,
I don't know.
I mean, the whole history of
story,
Einstein
so.
is the whole history of Einstein is also kind of interesting with everything that was going on at that time, and the world that came before his time, and then the kind of position he was in, and then how he got propped up and all that. I mean, it is strange because yeah, he's clearly at odds with the understandings of the way things were, and then somehow he got hoisted up as he was correct or something. But it's really far from the truth. Because he was aware of that, like the entire world functioned through the understanding of the ether, and that he was trying to push these ideas. I think that were given to him. That he was pushing these ideas that were against all of that, and then,
that's what you call a narrative. Is you've got this idea that Einstein came along in order to get rid of the ether, in order to establish gravity, in order to establish the globe. That's a narrative that doesn't exist in history. You put in those two things together and saying, well, this happened to this year, whatever it would be. So you did, whatever, high altitude nuclear bomb. Then the next year, NASA was formed, and the next year, you make these conclusions, putting these lines together, making these connections that aren't there.
It sounds like you're then going to put the mainstream narrative above any alternative view.
Ether, I mean, I'm
you're picking a narrative,
honest,
just like you're trying to tell us that you shouldn't pick a narrative, but you're picking your own as well.
I'm picking. All I'm doing is I'm picking and choosing where the evidence leads. If they come along and they try to establish there's a thing called ether, that was only a theory. That was only ever a theory, and they tried to establish that ether existed, and no one could establish that ether exists, and so it was dismissed. There's no then this happened, or ether had to be removed in order to supplant it with something else.
See, now I would say that that's a narrative that you believe, that that's what happened, that somehow the ether was just some concept. I mean, it depends on what you're actually referring to. The word ether goes back eons of time since the dawn of humanity. I mean, it's essentially an anagram for Earth, EARTH.
Yeah, it's an idea that they had, and it was proved wrong. They had all sorts of ideas that were proved wrong.
You have Earth and ether; they're elements.
Ether does.
The understandings of ether go deep into the history of humanity, literally since the dawn of time. Now, there's a luminiferous ether thing in the 1800s. That's separate.
That was another idea that came.
That's some propaganda that I know that you might think that they disproved that, but that was not the first understanding of ether whatsoever. That was just a very small portion of the whole thing.
No, yeah, I do get it. Sort of. I mean, I haven't read it, very very recently, but I remember going through all the information, and the idea was an ether, and then people try to find an ether. They couldn't find anything remotely even hinting at an ether, and so they thought, okay, there's no ether. There's all sorts of things. Like I said before in one of the chats, I was subscribed to I think it was a podcast or a website, and it was Science News. I don't look at it anymore, but every few days it would have an article saying, new discovery or new something rewrites the book, or everything we thought we knew about X, Y, Z, whatever it was, has been rewritten, and it turns out we're completely wrong, and we've had to go back to the drawing board. That happens a lot in science. They get these ideas, they come up with theories, they postulate, they have symposiums and write books and papers and all the rest of it, and then it turns out to be a dead end. String theory is one such thing.
Well, for example, so you're talking about like a mainstream model, like this idea that the ether, and then they just debunked it. You're going from that. Let me just give you like a slightly different example. And I'm not trying to take it into this whole other topic. It's just being used. I'm just going to use it as an example. So in our world today, the mainstream opinion is that certain plants are toxic, have no medicinal benefit whatsoever. I'm talking in particular about visionary plants like magic mushrooms, peyote, ayahuasca, etc., DMT, a lot of these compounds. So those are claimed to be on Schedule 1, illegality, meaning they have no medicinal benefit. They're just terrible, whatever, all the propaganda against those. And of course, that's so far from the truth, because those plants, since the dawn of time, have always been used for medicinal purposes by shamans in various different ways for deep healing and physical, mental, psychological, multiple levels of healing. They've always been seen as medicines. They've been revered and utilized in a sacred fashion and so on since the dawn of time. So if you were to just go off the mainstream, you might say, oh yeah, psilocybin's, just some bad drug or something, but that's the opposite of the truth. So when you're saying some of these other things, like in some of these narratives, like, oh yeah, they just threw out ether, the fact that the one I just described is absolutely patently false, how can you then just make that leap of assumption that that all of the things in the mainstream are true? I guess that's kind of my main point.
Because they do that with all sorts of different things. Hemp, for example, somehow, I can't remember.
Yeah, cannabis. That's another.
Yeah, that's a really good example. I watched a documentary on it. They used to make hemp cotton, hemp clothing. And then it was suddenly went out of fashion or something. I don't know. It was linked to drug. I don't know what happened.
Big agricultural took it out. Yeah, big
agriculture took it out. There you go.
Genetically modified cotton and all kinds of shit.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
they've
run so much propaganda against cannabis and the hemp
plant.
Exactly. Very, very good example. I like it. And that happened. Absolutely. So no, it does happen. I totally agree with you, Gio. We've been down trails like that before. There's some things I'm on board with you 100%. The hemp thing I saw the documentary. I was like, absolutely blew my mind. And now hemp is just associated with beatniks and people with desert wellies and things.
No, yeah, hemp is amazing. It grows faster. It's more sustainable. Then it's more useful.
And somehow, whoever it was just decided, oh no, that's got to go, and it went. That was it. It's gone.
And in all honesty, there is sort of a change in idea of the beneficial application of some psychedelic substances. So.
Yeah, it's finally changing now. Like within the last 10 to 15 years. I mean, there's articles and
it's not squashed. Yeah,
the New York Times, everything talking about actually the benefits of psilocybin and
it's really refreshing. I'm really glad about stuff like that.
Ayahuasca, yeah. Well, of course, I mean something like ayahuasca, it's not illegal anywhere in South America, for example.
I've not even heard of that. What is this?
It's not only legal there, but I mean it's utilized, and has been for many centuries and beyond centuries, really.
I don't even know what it is. It sounds like an Indian tribe.
Ayahuasca, you never heard of that?
Is it not an Indian tribe?
No, it's a plant brew. Okay. It's a mixture that's made usually from two different plants, a vine and a leaf.
Oh, okay.
The Banisteriopsis caapi vine and the chacruna, which is Psychotria viridis. So essentially it's a leaf and a vine. The leaf contains dimethyltryptamine, DMT, along with other alkaloids. And then the vine contains MAOI alkaloids, harmine and harmaline in particular. And the harmine alkaloids, the MAOI alkaloids, create a condition by which the DMT in the leaf is orally active. So it's the plants are boiled down into a liquid, and then you generally take, like, let's say about a shot glass worth when you have a dose of it. You drink, so it's a tea like that, but it's pretty bitter. It's not a tea that you like slowly sip on. And it basically allows for the DMT to be active in your system for about 3 to 4 hours, depending, of course, on the dosage. And then the vine also, there seems to be like a combination of the two that create the actual ayahuasca spirit that has multiple layers of healing and wisdom and knowledge to share with those who
Yeah, that I want to piggyback what you're saying, Gio. That specifically, there's something super interesting about the inhibitor and how you have to. It's orally inactive unless you have a certain kind of leaf that's also in the jungle, and to be able to find this leaf and combine it with the other one with like the millions of species in the Amazon, it's kind of amazing how they're able to combine the two and discover this. Wait, I gotta explain that better.
Sounds like they just took a bunch of different combinations and just tried different combinations over and over again until they found something that did something.
The odds, it would take a really long time to do that.
Well, what is interesting about these is that it there seems to be something very unique about like what people refer to as like the ayahuasca spirit that seems to be in the two particular species that I mentioned. You can make there's like what's called ayahuasca analogs, which means there's other versions in which you can combine plants that contain DMT and plants that contain similar alkaloids, like the MAOI alkaloids, and you can have sort of an experience with that, although it's not necessarily ayahuasca at that point. So it is interesting that the two specific species I mentioned seem to be the foundation for the actual ayahuasca spirit itself that to be there, and then there can be other plants that can be added in, but it's like those two need to be there for that to occur. It's interesting.
Yeah, this is completely unrelated, but when I talk to people about evolution, one of my favorite things about it is you'll have an animal that has features that on their own are useless, but when combined with other features from other animals, become something. There is a beetle, I forgot what it's called, and it has two pouches in its belly or its back, the two pouches contain two different chemicals, and when the beetle, whatever it is, squirts them, they combine and produce this noxious, pungent sort of acid that it spurts at an enemy. And I just love, I don't get into the evolution versus creation debate at all generally. What I do like to do is just mention things like that and just imagine how the heck that would develop on its own. There's a few other creatures that I absolutely I love that have sort of similar sort of features, and how would that develop on its own with no directionless changes over time? I love it. I love that. So yeah, again, those plants act in a certain way, but doesn't work unless you add this other plant in this certain circumstance. There's definitely
and with ayahuasca, it's even more complex because not only those two initial plants I was talking about, but there's actually a whole series of what are referred to as master plants, which can be blended with the brew. But those are only specific ones as well. So you can't just go willy-nilly throw whatever like that. Those have to be specific. And it even goes deeper. Certain of those plants are connected for certain types of healing, like depending on what the person may actually need in terms of the healing, actually connected to certain animal spirits that have certain healing capacities. So the other plants that are added actually bring like unique energies to the actual. So yeah, like to know all of those and to have the understanding of which ones actually can be blended for those purposes.
Yeah, what often happens is some of those things get dismissed by modern science and medicine as sort of hokum, as spiritist nonsense, mumbo jumbo, and all that sort of thing. And so what they do is they often, and they did this in Europe, they'll sort of regress, and all of the people who learned about the herbs and the things from the land and all of the medicinal qualities of these different elements and things that they bring from the land, the knowledge of all that sort of gets lost. And then in Europe, for example, you get the situation where the people wouldn't even, they get to the point where they wouldn't even bathe. And remember in the Middle Ages, they used to wear these things called a ruff. It was like a big wide neck thing, a white ribbed thing that they wore around their necks. And they just got bigger and bigger over time. The style just got bigger. And the reason they wore those, it was called a ruff, R-U-F-F. If you just look up the ruff, Middle Ages, or you look up that you've seen from Shakespeare, War Rough in his pictures.
Yeah.
They actually that became a style because people wore them in order for the stench of their body not to get into their nostrils.
That's fantastic.
Yes, they lost the desire to bathe. It's just mind blowing. I was so advanced, and yet there's some of the things that they lost. It's such a shame.
Well, do you know how the fact that actually when you if you bathe with like soaps and all of that? I mean, I do use a mild soap myself, so I'm not saying. I mean, but what you're referring to, I think in nature, like you would just swim. Take a swim once in a while, and this idea of bathing. What I was going to say about it is that like any kind of harsh and all that kind of harsher type bathing stuff, like it actually just removes like a layer of your skin that's actually needed for your immune system. So it's actually better not to disrupt that, excessively.
I'll pay that. Bring in salt water. Hey, Electric. Are you there?
I'm just saying the most you would do in nature would be you would just you might make like a mild soap from a plant-based kind of soap, maybe some moisturizing like plant oils, and just go in the river and bathe off a little bit. I mean, so
I just put a quick link in the side chat. I think you know what a rough looks like, but that's when it got really excessive. So they didn't have to smell their own stink.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, the Coriolis thing, the hovering of a drone or whatever.
Oh, you put up a picture?
No.
This I want to hear.
Yeah. So when the drone takes off, right, it maintains the momentum it has on the ground, right, and that momentum might be linearly like 200 meters per second. Okay. When the drone gets to an altitude, the radius of that rotation has increased, right? So in order to keep above the same point over the ground, it would need to be need to have a linear speed faster than it currently has, right? So it would drift backwards, or drift to the west. Right? That's still Coriolis, right? Because it only keeps the momentum it had when it took off, and at higher altitudes, it would have a higher rotation speed that it doesn't have.
And also, what happens when you go flying around for a little while and then you come to a hover? You go left, right, up, down. You're going all over the place. And then you come and stop and to rest at a hover. Like you've kind of shaken all that off, haven't you? Does it just stick with you no matter what you do?
Well, you've applied a force, right? So you got to take that into account.
It just sounds a little too perfect. Like only in math can that work. You know what I mean?
Well, it's very small. That's why you don't really see it with drones. Very, very small. You can see it on the big scale, like with hurricanes and shit.
I mean, I have a drone license. Like I posted my drone video earlier. So like I'm not familiar with like all the logistics of the internals and everything, but I do have firsthand experience with them, and I'm just saying it just doesn't seem to work. Like this idea that it's moving at, I don't know, in my latitude like 700 and something miles per hour. Like I can go and bring it to a stop at any time. I can go in any direction for miles, come back, like this thing just stops on a dime and stays where it is, and it's just always because it's got the Earth's momentum hovering up in the air no matter what I do with it.
Yeah, it's so tiny that you're not going to be able to distinguish it from wind or anything.
It doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't add up. I'll never get it. You can go ahead and keep reasserting it, and I can tell you I don't agree, but we're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's such a slight force that you don't experience in your regular life ever.
Let me read something really quick. Okay, I'm gonna read what I read before, and there's a little more after. The Coriolis effect only applies to objects in relative motion that changes the distance from the rotational axis.
Yep.
A hovering helicopter cannot feel this force. Do not confuse the Coriolis effect with wind. The Coriolis effect is the consequence of us pretending the Earth is not rotating. Under this assumption, we interpret the effect of rotation of the. Okay,
As
no,
a
I'm gonna
force.
stop right there. I think I read something. I think I didn't get that part.
Yeah, it's a fictitious force. Yeah, the force, like if you imagine the deviated path, like the curved path it would take because of the rotation, you have to introduce a fictitious force to account for that if you are in a rotating reference frame, or you're viewing it from a rotating reference frame.
Don't say fictitious. Say emergent.
Well, it is, isn't it? Emergent.
Well,
Well,
don't be afraid.
When you
Don't
say
be afraid of the terms. Don't be afraid
when you
of the
say
terms.
That's
when you
literally
say
the definition of Coriolis. It is defined as a fictitious force.
It
You
is.
just
yeah, but
you want
when you say
I didn't even want to bring that up.
when you say fictitious in this group to this group, they immediately say, "Oh, look, it's fake," and it's not.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's also known as a pseudo force. What is a pseudo force?
If you
Like I said, that becomes
fictitious force.
That's why I say, I don't use.
If you don't want to go with fictitious, a better word then would be pseudo. What is a pseudo force?
No, a better one would be emergent.
No.
Yeah, because it emerges because of the.
You want us to accept your definition instead of anything we can look up.
Well, see, the problem is when you say fictitious, your little flat Earth brain says fake, and it's not.
That's not what, dude. Did I say fake?
He didn't. I don't think he said that.
Well, if you did, the other people did.
Okay.
The other people.
It's very easy. If you were in Nathan Oakley's chat,
NASA, are you making an argument?
A QE, they just it would be messy.
NASA, are you stating anything? Are you going to claim something?
So you understand that the fictitious force is a very real force.
Well,
so you're changing the definition of fictitious.
That's
why it's called
the word real is worse. The word
It's
real
not that-
force
it's
is
not
worse.
Dude, that would be a good one for a soundboard right there.
A fictitious force is a very real
just
force.
because the fictitious doesn't mean it's not real. That's what you just
That's
said.
correct. That's why it's very. Now listen to me once again. That that when you make a turn in your car and you feel that force to the outside of the car, that's a fictitious force, but it's very real.
Yeah, I think the word real is worse.
No. We're gonna get back into words. It's an apparent force.
That's why.
Apparent is what you want to use. An apparent force.
Let's do that.
Emergent,
I like
apparent or emergent, whatever you want to call it.
I would say it's the way vortexes work, because when vortexes spin out, there you have the centripetal and centrifugal flows of that, flow lines of that.
I had a good analogy this morning, actually, which I threw out there. The analogy is centrifugal force from a rotating reference frame kind of equates to gravity in a Newtonian reference frame, if you know what I mean. Good analogy?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Very good. Who had the article there? Why gravity is not a force? One of the big science YouTube channels had a video about that a couple of years ago. I think
Veritasium.
it was Veritasium. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't call it a force at all.
Well, it is a force.
Yeah, but in a Newtonian quote-unquote reference frame, it's a force. I think it's a fucking great analogy.
As far as Coriolis goes, if it has to be described as pseudo or apparent or fictitious, then why are we calling it a force at all? It's just deceptive.
Because it acts exactly like a force.
No, it's not actually. It's not actually a force. It just shows itself like it is a force. That's kind of what they're saying. Like from your perspective, you could view it as one.
There you go.
Well,
yes.
fine.
Matter of fact,
when you're in your car,
Coriolis effect. So there is a force causing the effect. That's not saying that the Coriolis effect is a force.
When you're
It's
in
a
your car
fictitious
and you
force.
make that turn, that force to the outside is a fictitious, emergent, whatever you want to call it, apparent force. But you telling me you don't feel it?
I don't think it's a force at all. I think it's just the fact that the way you're moving through the
But
environment, and
in your reference frame of the car, there is definitely a force flinging you to the outside. You disagree with that?
Yes, I wouldn't.
Well,
I personally would not define that as a force.
Well,
No,
it is.
this is the very definition of semantics, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one can.
Well, you can.
Everyone here agrees that something happens. That thing that happens, we call a force. You call it, magic. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it is
So-
still something we observe.
Really didn't even want to bring this part of the argument up. I didn't have to. Should more focus on the fact that helicopters say they don't experience Coriolis. So if I were to take a helicopter up, just stay stationary or rigid with space, the ground should move under me then, right?
No.
Yeah, but it's very, very tiny. And I've
It's very,
explained
very
the mathematics behind it.
And
so then, what's the
counteraction
difference between a helicopter and a gyroscope?
The amount that you'd have to counteract the
honestly don't
helicopter
understand.
itself would just make it null and void.
If you don't understand the difference between a helicopter and a gyroscope, is that what I just heard? You honestly don't understand the difference?
If you could fix yourself in three-dimensional space.
Don't play word games.
If you could fix yourself in three-dimensional space, you would feel a very slight lag behind the rotation Earth because you're actually higher. However, that amount from a hovering helicopter is practically, for all purposes, zero.
Yeah. Go and do the maths on it, actually. I'm sitting in my car.
I've
But the
done the
maths,
math.
it'd be millimeter. Yeah, no, but the flurf is right. Do the math. Flurfs.
It would be minuscule.
Yeah.
When you take a tight turn,
Hey,
when you take a tight turn. Oh, hey, what's up? So
Well,
when you take a tight turn.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay, right. Okay, so when you take a tight curve with your car, sorry, a tight turn with your car, you accelerate towards the car from the perspective of the car. That acceleration can be turned into newtons, which is a measure of force. So you can definitely treat it as a force.
Well, when I was using it's cool you brought back to force because that's what I was going to respond to. When I was using the type of force I was referring to is when you like something that's exerted upon something, or something's driven or propelled against a particular resistance. And in that sense, if you're in a car and it turns, I hear what you're saying. Like you're definitely being pushed into the side of it, or your body's pressing against the side of it. But I wouldn't say that there's there isn't anything that is pushing on you. You're pushing up against the wall because you're moving in a circle and your body is giving resistance to that actual vortex curve that you're making. It's not really.
That's why we call it.
On it. You're just moving in the environment. It's not.
That's why it's called fictitious force.
Exactly.
Well, that's why you guys
That's
want to
why
call
it's
it
called a
fictitious.
pseudo-force.
Then why even call it a force at that point?
But it is
because
a force.
we can treat it like a force to make predictions.
You could get a scale there and measure it.
Yep. You could.
Exactly. We can make predictions if we treat them like a force. So we can do math. We can design things.
No, you cannot get a scale and measure fictitious forces.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
You cannot.
I'll tell you what. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do, Lou. Get a scale. Get a scale. Put it between you and the wall. If you're in America, then you have to make a right-hand turn to press you against the door, and see what that scale reads when it's pressing you against the door as you make like a really sharp turn to the right.
All right, I'm just because I didn't choose
if you're in England, you have to do it. If you're in England or Australia, you have to do a left-hand turn.
Meaning you cannot.
England, Australia, why England? Same.
You drive on the left.
Why are you using the word?
Okay,
why are you using the word fictitious? This is the definition of fictitious: of relating to or consisting of fiction, imaginatively produced or set forth by the imagination. Why are you using a word that's created with the imagination to then link that with a force? That is
because in this context, it's
not solid mental.
Because you guys like
scientific definition, Joe. Scientific definition.
Which is why in this forum I don't use the word fictitious force because it's of exactly that.
I stand
emergent force, apparent force, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I guess fictitious forces go along with a pseudoscience, right? It makes sense.
Call it pseudo force too. It's not a. It's not
pseudo
real force.
physics,
It acts like a real
fictitious forces. I know you guys.
It's a real force. But it's a real force.
Okay. I think the best word we can use
It's
is
real
apparent.
and fictitious. This is just beyond contradiction for you guys.
But it's happening. You can measure it.
It's not a force. It's the effect of a force.
It is a
and the
force.
effect is that you cannot see the force. How funny
You
is
can
that?
measure it. You can calculate it. You can measure
This is
it.
great.
I think the best term would be inertial force instead of apparent force.
Yeah, inertial, emergent, whatever you want to call it.
Say a better definition would be a pressure effect by the fact that you're being propelled.
What's pressure?
You're being propelled in a curve so that your body has the centripetal for. Yeah. I almost said forces.
Yeah, you almost said force. What's
Yeah, but
pressure?
Gio,
Pressure, force over area.
The term will only make sense on this particular example. It then wouldn't make a lot of sense in other examples of pseudo forces. That's why we wouldn't call it the way you just did, because
I'll
it doesn't generalize.
from the fact that you're moving through the environment at a curved direction.
I'll give you an example of a word, all right, that isn't even used in science to this degree. The word is cleave. Okay, cleave has two meanings, and they contradict each other. One is in cleaver, which tears things apart, and one cleave means to cleave to. In the Bible, it says to cleave to, I think it is your wife or someone, which means to bring together. So picking out a word and saying, "Oh, it's fictitious," therefore, and then just reading the dictionary definition. Come on, Gio, you're better than that.
Right. The same can be said with the word sanction. It has two different, in fact, opposite meanings.
English is just odd.
Dude, you guys are basically just saying, trust us. We know what we're talking about. That's all you're fucking saying.
We're saying
see the force. You can observe the force, measure the force.
The fact that some words have multiple meanings that are opposing each other doesn't necessarily mean that you can just redefine what a force is and just not use the actual definition of force.
You're trying to do, Gio.
That's what you're doing here.
Exactly what you're doing.
It wasn't about force.
It's still nonsensical.
Well, actually, he's referring to the word fictitious. Yeah, he was referring to fictitious, not to force.
There's a certain category of forces that we label as pseudo forces or fictitious forces or whatever. It's just a category of forces. You guys just get stuck on the name for some weird reason. Like it somehow is a refutation of the fact that we still experience and measure those forces. It's silly, asinine. It's not an argument.
It's not even something that we can say, like the shape of the earth, at which I'm standing in my kitchen. I can't prove right now. But I can prove a fictitious force in my kitchen. It's just so basic, so rudimentary.
Okay, so define a fictitious force for us. Go ahead.
Okay, a fictitious force is what we said. If you were in a car and you were driving and you have a cup of tea in your hand and then the driver turns sharply and the tea goes all over you. What happened? Why did the tea go all over you?
This isn't what a fictitious force is. You're trying to give an example of Coriolis, and it's a terrible one.
Coriolis.
Yeah,
that's an example.
You asked what their definition of fictitious.
No, he asked for a definition.
I know what it is.
Can I actually finish my? Can I finish that?
Your example. It's not a definition. You said you were going to give a definition, but you're just giving an example of a certain type of fictitious force.
Will you let me finish in that case?
Okay, go ahead and continue your example.
I appreciate that. So in this example, you would term the effect of the tea going all over the place, right? That is a force, but it isn't a direct force as in like you blowing on the tea, right? So that is what a fictitious force is. That's the definition.
I mean,
I think can I try a different definition?
Is that acceptable or no?
That's not the definition. I don't know why you had to finish that way. That is not the definition.
The flat Earth's own dictionary. Pseudo force, a physically apparent but non-existent force felt by an observer in a non-inertial frame. I mean, how much more clear can this get?
It's really semantics.
I would say just that it's
Dave Nogley's honesty. I did.
I'll just say that it's a force.
That comes with this whole globe cosmology. Ironically, it comes with Einstein, and so it's linked to your guys' whole thing.
Right. It comes with understanding.
No, it is.
I know
it's a lot simpler than that. It's just a force that is caused by you being a non-inertial frame of reference. That's all it is. If you're not non-inertial frame of reference, that causes some things to accelerate. That's what you call pseudo force.
I can literally just scroll through just the first page of Google. Pseudoforce is a fictitious force that's experienced. There's no physical interaction, hence the pseudoforce is not considered a real force. 5 pseudoforces examples in real life by Studious Guy. What distinguished physical and pseudoforces exists? Coriolis is one. I mean,
all right, then what's your definition of force? Is it something that's driving or propelling something against resistance? What is your definition of force then? Because if so, and if there's any force involved with the tea coming out of your cup or whatever, then you would have to define what that force is. What I would say is it's just because of movement. Like you're in an XYZ axis, and if you're moving in one direction, let's say 20 miles an hour straight, and then all of a sudden you start turning, yes, your body has to be moved with the vehicle. And if it's done at a sharp enough rate, it's just movement and acceleration. There's nothing pushing that to occur.
That's what fictitious force. Yes, that is a fictitious. That's what it is.
All right. So my initial question was, what's your definition of force? Because the definition of force is something that's driving or propelling something, etc. So how are you using the word force then?
Forces are influences that change the motion of objects or objects with mass to change velocity.
But that's the problem with Coriolis, which is your example, is that there's no object here that is moving. It's not changing its direction or velocity. It's continuing on a straight path. But because you are moving, it appears to you to deviate from a straight linear path. And that's what you call a pseudo force or Coriolis effect.
100% correct.
We got
that. A force is just.
So are we?
Force is just something.
I'll fully understand that.
You see the curve, right? There needs to that's only curving because you are in a rotating reference frame, and to explain that curve, you need to introduce a force. It's a fictitious force.
All right, so are we done quibbling over the pedantry of what a force is? We all clearly understand that forces exist. Whether or not
I'm sure we'll have the same conversation tomorrow, though.
I did enjoy that. I enjoyed particularly Geo reading the definition of fictitious.
Yeah, I mean,
the
words
definition
can
of
mean
fictitious
things. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you have a different definition, I guess you can. I mean, I'm not saying the dictionary is the end all be all for words. I mean, words are just sounds that we make out of our mouths. I mean, there can be all kinds of different conceptions and ideas. I was just, looking at the dictionary and trying to point out that using that term fictitious next to force are just completely logically, incomprehensibly illogical to combine. Now I know that if you guys want to believe in a mainstream story or whatever it is,
it's not mainstream.
You need to defend it and back it as if you're like lawyers for this model or whatever. So if you feel like you need to defend it, that's fine. I'm just saying my viewpoint on it is that it is not logically sound.
Yeah, well, that's not how languages work. When you have two words forming a new term, this own term on itself has its own definition, and it's not completely dependent on the words you're using to create that term. So fictitious force is a term on itself, so it has its own meaning. And it's not a meaning that is going to be precisely given by just the definition of the two words that make up that term. It's like a new word, just combining two words.
The dictionary literally has fictitious force as an entry. Like, why did you bother looking up fictitious when you could have looked up the actual term we're talking about?
That's what that.
I posted it already in the chat a long time ago. I mean, the first sentence of this, it all comes from Newton as well. A fictitious force is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference, such as an accelerating or rotating reference frame. It is related to Newton's second law of motion, which treats forces for just one object. And then, it goes on to describe pseudo-force as well and how it's connected to the current mainstream, I would call pseudo-physics, even though I know some people think it's physics. And connected to Newton, talks about Einstein. This is not just right from the Wikipedia. Talks about, of course, the Earth rotating. So it's part of this whole physical, this kind of modern day, if you want to call it, physics, which I think is pseudo-physics kind of paradigm that's being pushed right now.
All right. There's only one physics. It's the physics that works. So you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, there's real physics and there's pseudo-physics. Pseudophysics could be
I
a
would
belief.
disagree with
What's
that.
real physics then?
Pseudophysics could be a belief in a physical concept that doesn't actually exist, whereas real physics can be
Hang on.
demonstrated and immediately tested and
Look
measured.
up pseudophysics in the dictionary and let's see the entry for that.
Gio, how would you define a force?
Let him look up pseudophysics in the dictionary and give us a definition of it. Because I think he just made that shit up.
Getting away from the subject, but do you have your own definition of force field? So
there's no
because I
such
don't
thing
think
as physics.
I wouldn't necessarily say
I
it's
think
my own. I think my understanding of how I would define force would be a combination of the dictionary definition that we all know, that is sort of well known in that sense. I don't really disagree with any of the dictionary, at least not that I've seen. I mean, I'd have to look in more detail. Maybe there is some stuff that's been added, but and when it comes to physics, yeah, a force is something that's actually acting upon something else.
in your understanding of force, how would you quantify it?
It depends. I mean, if I pushed you down to the ground or whatever, then in that case, my hands hitting you is an active initiation of your body flying the other way. So in that way, I've acted as a force that could be measured in the pressure of my hands touching your body, could be measured as the speed at which you fly through the air.
Okay, so how would you quantify it?
But I mean, a force is something that it's something acting upon something else, essentially, if we're talking on this level, like in terms of the way I would understand it in terms of physics.
And that's subdivided into two categories.
I mean, it's like they knew this thing wasn't a force. They just needed a name for it, and then they needed to link it to the globe. So it just seems like it's part of like this.
Let's go with the example. Let's go with the example of pushing someone. If two people push two different people, like person A pushes person B, person C pushes person D, how do you determine which one pushed with more force?
Oh, you could have a little, sensors on your hands or something.
What kind of sensor?
Measure the pressure.
Well, what kind of sensor measure? No. What kind of sensor measures pressure?
There's a lot of different kinds. Yeah.
Like what?
You mean the technologies that could be used?
Whatever device we know about. Like, what device do you know do you know any device that you could use that you already know, or you would have to look it up?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. We're back. We're to this idea of pushing someone, right? So like someone shoving someone to the ground. Is that what we're talking about? And then the pressure we're trying to you're trying to talk about measuring the pressure at which the force of that person's hands impacts their body. Yeah, you could measure that with different devices. Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to know the force, not the pressure. Like, I know they're related. But like I'm trying to understand your understanding of force. So I think playing with mental experiments might help me understand how you understand forces. So how would you figure out the amount of force that was applied from a person to a person?
By measuring the amount of pressure impact between the hands and, let's say if you pushed them in the chest or something, and the hands pushing the chest. So it would have to, and yeah, I mean, you could probably do it in a very crude way with like a scale, if you like a little, like a scale, with an actual spring. But there's materials like metals and LEDs and kind of like there's like solar panel type materials that.
I'll help you out, Gio. There's they used to do this for ropes to tether ships to port with. They put these ropes under immense tension, and they use a force gauge to measure how much force the rope can reliably hold before it snaps. So you can use a force gauge to measure how much force is on a particular object.
Yeah, so this from the Wikipedia page says the pseudoforce on an object arises as an imaginary influence when the frame of reference used to describe the object motion is accelerating compared to a non-accelerating frame. The pseudoforce explains, in quotes, Newton's second law mechanics, why an object does not follow Newton's second law and floats freely as if weightless. So yeah, I mean, I understand like the way that pseudoforce is being used is a real thing. Like if you're going in a car and then you turn whatever, like, and you press into the side of the car, yes, there's definitely a pressure occurring there. I just don't think it's a force. And so they had to call it a pseudo force. They wanted to link the term force to it. And of course, once again, it's linked in with Newton and with the
What would you
kind of physics, this basically pseudo physics that they're pushing.
What would you call it?
Yeah, it's right. Just a different. That's a good question.
Indirect effects, sub force.
Here, one second. Like this car example. So, like, let me get this straight. You're a passenger in the car. You're not buckled in. You're in the back seat, and you're all of a sudden the driver takes a wicked left turn, and you get slammed against the right side. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that it's a force that slammed you against the side?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they're calling that this fictitious force thing. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like I said before, there
The
were
other
two
end of the
forces. The term force has two distinct categories: real forces and fictitious forces. The latter in the car is a fictitious force, but it's still a force.
Right, and
No,
if you
there was no
label,
force there was no force exerted to you. So, like, the force was exerted in the vehicle when it made that left turn. You, as a free floating passenger, continued in your direction and velocity. Right. The vehicle turned into you.
Right, exactly. Right. You would have continued going straight if the wall of the vehicle did not press against you.
You just described Newton's second law of motion.
Yeah, we're not stupid.
We're just talking about.
I know, but just
that's
Newton
exactly
what
you're making a case for it, though, with you arguing about fictitious forces.
All Newton did is quantify it and give it a name. That's all he did.
Yeah, but I don't see any reason just to agree that guy is somehow connected to that concept. Just because somebody sold that story doesn't mean that he's like the first one to be aware of that basic thing. And I think labeling it like his laws, if he's some god of laws, is kind of absurd. I think humans have known about these motions, movements. Or any guy named Newton who was an alchemist and a Freemason and an occultist and a cult guy, a guy involved in cults, had anything to do with this.
I mean, that's just your opinion, dude.
It could have just been King James.
He's a cult member, part of royalty.
Okay.
Story of the story we're told.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter if he masturbates every night. His laws are still something that we adhere to and hold to be true because they are demonstrable.
You might, if you're in that religion, but he's not relevant.
You don't. You don't want to call
this functions doesn't have any. It's just because he labeled this something doesn't mean that he's like an authority on the topic. That's what I'm pointing out.
Well, he's dead, so he's not an authority on any topic. But it's been tested and repeated ad nauseum. So we know.
That's what we were talking about. Like Lou was saying, where is the force that's acting upon the person when you're moving in a car and it turns? You guys still haven't. I know you guys want to call that a pseudo force, but that's where it's just illogical to use that term.
The forward motion of the car is the force. When the car turns, the forward motion of the car is still a force. So that forward motion imparted on you by being in the car is still a force, even when you turn the car. And unfortunately for you, if you're not strapped in tightly, you'll ram into the side of the car as it changes its vector. Like, I don't understand how you guys don't understand this.
But the problem is
I don't think anyone doesn't understand it at all. I think we have
what I said only words. We understand it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Okay, then what's your issue?
There isn't an issue. We're talking about the ideas. It sounds like you're fixated on convincing someone of something, but we're actually talking about the ideas themselves, not whether someone believes it or
You're quibbling over the word fictitious.
We're talking about ideas. It's not a quibble. We're actually talking about the ideas, not whether someone believes or doesn't believe, whatever.
So you are sitting here right now saying that you fully understand and believe that fictitious forces are real forces that we experience, right?
No, that's the one thing about fictitious forces is that they are not real forces.
They are real forces.
No,
That's the whole.
no. That's very specific. They are not real
Quibbling over
forces.
words. You're incorrect. You are quibbling over words because you hear fictitious and you go, that's not real." Well, that's not the definition of a
Well, there's a
fictitious
reason why
force.
they use that word specifically, right?
No, they use pseudo force, they use apparent force, emergent force, fictitious force. There's a whole slew of different categorical labels you can throw on it. It doesn't change the fact that it's still a force that you experience. And if you think you don't experience, then what would you call it?
To me, it just means that they haven't truly identified what's causing the force.
Well, they have.
I would refer to it as vortex field pressure.
Vortex field. And how is vortex field pressure different from calling it a fictitious force?
Because vortex field pressure, in my mind, actually makes sense. Because what's happening is if you're going straight down the road in a car, like we're talking about, and if the car starts turning, then essentially now you're moving in a circle, like a radius, and that's what a vortex is. It's a circle. And so at that point, now your body has to be pressing up against the side of it because now you're turning. You're making a circular motion. You're beginning to make a circular motion. And so there's pressure because the side of the car is pressing up against you. So you're experiencing the pressure of making a vortex movement through the environment.
And how is that different from what we experience? Like,
It's
what
exactly the same.
Different.
He's calling it something different. So here's the thing, Gio.
No,
So
you guys are calling it something different. Newton and Einstein and fictitious force all came up in your modern day paradigm.
Okay.
I'm talking about my understanding of just the actual physics of it.
All right. So let me make a point here, if I may. You're calling it vortex something. Okay, fine. That's what you want to call it. Totally fine. Totally cool. No problem. But if you have a conversation with someone in 3 weeks from now, right, who lives in Australia, and you say those words, he won't know what you mean. You're going to have to explain it. However, if you have a community of different people and you all agree on a certain term for a certain effect, then that's what you agree. That's what you're just going to call it. That's what Newton's second law is. It's just a common term that people use. So when you say Newton's second law, you know exactly what is meant by that. That's all it is. It's not implying that he's not a Satanist and It's none of that. All it is simply having a common vocabulary.
Yeah, I mean, this is why they push lies, so that they can get their vocabulary into people's minds, and then we take that as some kind of baseline. So, yeah, I understand why they do that.
Yeah, in instances where they're promoting lies, that's exactly what they do. However, when they're just simply describing what you actually see and can feel and can measure, then no, that's not what they're doing.
Because it's not like your definition explained things any differently from Newton's. So when you say they're pushing lies, you're literally just describing the lie using a different name. So you either have to concede that it is in fact what's happening and you're just relabeling it, which is essentially all you've done, or you have to concede the fact that it is and can be a fictitious force and it's understood using common terminology, not because it's some weird Satanist bullcrap, but because it's communication. And when you say words and you're communicating effectively, you use common terminology.
I will definitely agree with you, though, that if you wanted to push a lie, in instances where lies aren't being pushed, then that is what they do. You're absolutely correct. But in the instances of just simple physical world and what we observe around us, you have a hard time making a case for that.
Right, but we're talking about two separate things. If we're first talking about the effect of traveling in a car and then, pushing up against the side of it, that's one thing. This term fictitious force partly relates to that, but then it's partly woven and wound into, just look at the Wikipedia page. Like it talks about the globe Earth, it talks about Foucault, it talks about Einstein, it talks about Newton, and so on. So, I'm saying this specific term, fictitious force, is not just a simple thing to describe, the physics of, like we're talking about centrifugal, when you are being pushed against the side of the car. Like, for example, if you put water in a bucket and then you tie like a rope or whatever to the handle, you start whipping it around, you know how the water like stays in it? Yeah, the centrifugal dynamics of that. And yeah, that is often referred to as like a centrifugal force because this term has been used for that. But the fact the water holds in there is its own physical thing. And yeah, there's many names. But what we're kind of getting into more with this fictitious force thing is that, yes, there's a lot of just additional ways that they've integrated this into the current paradigm that you guys are referring it to. And somehow you're trying to link it to the thing we all know is real, and then somehow create this validity for it because it comes from something that's real, like your body hitting the side of the car. You then want to somehow claim that this fictitious force thing is some kind of valid authority that now we need to think that this is part of physics, and then how it links into all this other.
Well, it is
bendy, warpy space time.
There isn't an alternate physics anyone's come up with until that time. Then that's what it is, and that's what it's called. And you know, I mean, and unless you can rewrite physics from the ground up, which I suggest you start now if you want to do that. I suggest you start tonight.
Well, they
just because it's not real doesn't mean you shouldn't consider it. Because, like I was saying earlier, it does. It is going to present itself to you through observation, based off of your perspective. If you're going to believe in your look, this is me, like flat earther, pretending I'm in your heliocentric model. But if that were all true, like, then what I'm saying, like, you should be agreeing with me right now. So, like, it's just a perspective thing. It's not that these things are actually changing direction or making any arcs or any turns.
Yes.
They're going in straight lines. It's just the way that you view them.
It's exactly as you just described. The term for that used in physics, there is a term for that. And the term they use is fictitious force, because it isn't actually a force. So they call it fictitious. And anyone who refers to it and says those two words knows exactly precisely what is meant by that term. Not that the word fictitious means it doesn't exist. It's that
apparently not, man. Look how many people are disagreeing about it.
Well, that's because you guys are dumb.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the word gravity. For example, the word gravity means, weightedness, weight, etc. I mean, there's the definitions of gravity and so on. But this current kind of pseudophysics paradigm took that word, linked it to these theories of not only, they link things falling to the ground, something we all know is happening, and linked that and took the word gravity and linked it to this totally other concept of things clinging to a sphere, and then things orbiting and all of this other stuff. So now I agree with you. When you walk down the street and you say, hey, man, gravity, whatever, that's what they're gonna think of is things falling to the ground, and then they're probably gonna mass attract mass and all this stuff. So that word gravity now honestly, they took something that was real physics, gravity, what that was. Now what people know of as gravity is pseudophysics. They've somehow redefined the word gravity to get everyone to brainwash people to believe that now gravity means something that's pseudophysics. It's crazy.
What do you think brainwashed? What is different about gravity in our understanding of it that is quote unquote brainwashing? Because
it should be called the theory of gravitation. Is the most theories of gravitation.
That's what it's called.
Yeah,
right. It's colloquially called gravity, because when you walk down the street and you talk to Joe Schmo and you talk about the theory of gravitation, he's going to go, what do you mean? Because that has the universal law of gravity roped in with local gravity on Earth. Whereas Joe Layman, you hear gravity, he's going to go, oh yeah, the thing that, things go down towards the ground. I mean, what more do you want other than terminology that people use, which is what's going on?
And the other thing is, if you're going to object to it, what you have to do is come up with alternatives that can be explained by multiple people in multiple ways.
I mean, that sort of is correct, but here's the thing is, if you're going to assert certain things as though it's truth, you need to back it up first.
That's been done.
What's not true about gravity?
Well, the onus now is living in a world where there's established science, like it or not, wrong or right, there is established science. You're living in that world, and everyone uses that language. So what the goal then is, if you object to that, and there are certain things about certain language that I object to, so I can understand. So the onus is on you then is to provide alternative explanations and a common terminology and a vocabulary that you can use amongst yourselves that will be able to explain the same things, but from your different viewpoints. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what you need to do to have that is you need to have a large number of people all agree on the basic tenets of what you are saying. So if gravity isn't mass
You want us
attacking mass,
to
you've got to come
you
up
want
with
us to believe that
what
the
it is.
globe is the starting point? You want us to pretend that?
No,
Because nobody experiences a globe. Like we've been
all
asking this
experience the
all
globe.
along. Flat earthers want to know if you can show us just one measurement of actual curvature, like an actual measurement, not a calculation. Measurement, physical measurement of curvature.
You can go take reciprocal zenith angles right now in your backyard.
You could drop
that
two plumb lines, drop 2 plumb lines a mile apart, and measure the distance to the top of the plumb line, the bottom of the plumb line.
How are you going to measure that?
Do it. Don't ask. Just do it. Just go and do it. Just.
How are you going to measure it?
It's up to you. Go and do it.
No, you just told me
stuff like
you
that.
just want to give me half of the fucking
dude. This
half of
21st
the
century.
You can't just give me half the test and say good luck. Fucking, how do you do it?
Okay, here's the thing: we're in the 21st century. All right. If you have alternatives, if you have a different viewpoint, and we're respecting that by being in here and not screaming at each other, which I appreciate. If that's the case, then the onus is not on us, because we have all the established science that's already been done. You can go look it up. What I cannot do is, though, I cannot look up flat Earth science. That's up to you to provide that. You can look up globe science, globe definitions, right, and globe physics. But what I can't do is I can't go anywhere and look up flat Earth math or flat Earth physics or flat Earth anything.
Physics really don't change. The physics you're referring to is this like theoretical and astrophysics, like things that can't be tested, things that are only on computers. And
but Lou, you've been saying this for half a decade, but that doesn't.
So we agree on real physics. We should be agreeing on actual testable physics, natural science, and that. Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, we agreed on something tonight. That was good. We agreed on the fictitious force of having a cup of tea in a car.
Right, but everything else is unprovable. And yes, you should be admitting that as well, because all of your priests do too.
That's not true.
Because I won't concede, because first of all, you call them priests, which is derogatory, and you say it's unprovable, which it isn't.
No, it literally by definition is. You can't manipulate any independent variable or anything like that. So it's not actually testable. Therefore, it doesn't fit within the scientific method.
What are you even talking about? What independent variable in this random made-up science experiment that's going on in your head did we not provide something for?
When it comes to things in space that are intangible to you, you can't test them.
Yes, we can.
Until
we do.
You can.
Astronomy is one of the oldest physical sciences known to man.
You won't.
Hard to say.
It is testable. It's just you won't test it. There are things that are testable, but there are barriers, either self-made or natural barriers to testing them.
Okay, well then, if you're claiming that something in this realm that you're talking about can be done to validate a globe and be tested, what have you seen or done yourself to bring you to that belief?
Reciprocal zenith angles prove without a shadow of a doubt that we live on a globe.
Okay, so then share with us what you want about that.
I mean, is this the first time you've ever heard of this particular term?
It's humorous.
Absolutely not. I am fully aware of this. I'm asking for you to share what you would like, what you found, what you did, if you used equipment, how you did it, whether you did it, whether you watched a YouTube video of someone else doing it, whether you just believe it, etc. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not interested in your education about anything, but I am interested to hear what you came to and how you came to it.
So here's the deal. I just told you that the sky is blue, and you're like, well, what tests did you do in order to do that? I don't need to do tests, because I'm not the one that needs to be proven to that the sky is blue. When I say reciprocal zenith angles prove the curvature of the Earth, that's not something I just made up. That's something that's proven and tested and shown.
And so that's what I'm asking for you to show us what you came to.
I'm almost there. Just hang on one more second, and I'll get done with it. So when I say that reciprocal zenith angles prove the curvature of the Earth, I didn't make that up on the spot. And I also don't have to go out and show you a demonstration of me personally doing it, because things aren't contingent on me doing things. Reality doesn't comport to my whims.
Okay,
Reality is reality, whether I do it or not.
All right,
But people
let me be clear on what I'm. Okay, let me jump in now. Let me be clear on what I'm asking you. I'm not asking for you to prove anything to me. I could care less about that. I'm asking how you came to the information and how you believe it. So your answer might be, oh, I did it with this equipment. Or it could be, I watched a YouTube video and I'm just kind of going with it. It could be whatever it is. I'm asking how you came to the conclusion. I'm not asking like in a court case for you to prove it or anything. Just let me know how you came to it in detail so I can understand how your mind came to reciprocal zenith angles and how you think they prove a curve.
All right, here you go. First off, I don't think they prove a curve. They definitely show without a shadow of a doubt that there is a curve. But to answer your question in full, I didn't know jack squat about reciprocal zenith angles until I heard flat earthers mouth off about there's no measured curvature. So I did just the most basic research into how you can show that the Earth is curved. And there are tons of them. And one of them just so happened to be that geodetic surveyors use reciprocal zenith angles in order to measure the curvature of the Earth. I thought that was pretty interesting. So I looked into it. And I went, oh, wow, that seems to be a definitive proof. So you know what I did? I went down to the local schoolyard because I worked in public schools back then. And I asked one of the geodetic surveyors there who was surveying the body of water across from which the school was built for constructing a sidewalk on the side of it, what this particular thing is about reciprocal zenith angles. He goes, oh, yeah. You just use this instrument here. And he had one. He set it up and he said, if I had another one set up downrange, you sight them in, and then you can see without a shadow of a doubt that 90 degrees and 90 degrees never equals 180 degrees. And that's because we live on an Earth with a curved surface. And I go, oh, well, that's really cool. Thanks, man. And now I'm here telling this to you so that you can disbelieve me entirely and go, nah, you just made that up.
All right.
Quit making shit up. No.
What's up,
So to summarize it, you looked it up on Google and you asked a guy on the street so far, right?
Yeah, I couldn't come up with a more dismissive reply if I tried, Gio.
Sure. Yeah, sure. If that's what you got from that, then sure.
I've heard a lot about this Jesse Kozlowski guy today. And I think you just brought him up, right? Jesse Kozlowski? Is that what you're talking about?
Gio, we need to be perfectly clear, though. I looked up a search term that had nothing to do with it, and I asked a homeless guy drunk at a Wawa. That's what happened. Let's just be clear.
All right. Well, the question was, and we were talking about any type of validation or verification for a globe Earth. You said the words reciprocal zenith angle. And then I was asking you for your testimony of how you came to the conclusion that reciprocal zenith angles are indicating a spherical Earth. And that was your response. If you have more, you can add more. But it sounds like that's where you're at so far.
No, I laid it out, I think, very, very well and very eloquently. And I tried to be as terse as possible. And you, being very generous, gave me an equally terse answer.
What did you lay out about reciprocal zenith angles? I'm just wondering.
So reciprocal zenith angles are the things that you can measure, quantitatively here anywhere on Earth that show without the shadow of a doubt that we live on a surface that is curved. Because when you take two plums, and plums are 90 degrees from where you take them, and then you add the angles together when you sight them in, and it never equals 180 degrees, the only conclusion you can draw from that is that you're not on a horizontal plane, you're on a plane with a slight angle, and that's just because it's curved.
You can polish a terse, but it's still
a little hard to follow.
You just said a plane on an angle. That's called a slope.
How is it hard to follow? So if you're on a flat Earth, any two angle measurements you take 90 degrees from where you're standing, which is what plumb is, should equal 180 degrees. That's like basic math. Can you agree with that?
I will. Go ahead.
Addition.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Addition. Exactly. So if you're standing a mile away from me and I say, hey, flat Earth guy, did you take a plumb measurement? Yep. I got 90 degrees right here where I'm standing. And I say, okay, perfect. Sight me in. So you look through the theodolite and you look at me, and I look at the theodolite and look at you. And, perfect. We look it in 90 degrees, sighted in on each other. Oddly enough, you're slightly lower in the crosshairs from me, and vice versa. I'm slightly lower in the crosshairs from you, but we'll just ignore that for the moment. We go ahead and we take the angle measurements in, and we come to an odd conclusion, which is that when we add the angles up from our 290 degrees, they are greater than 180 degrees. Isn't that weird?
Yes, you keep it.
So do you have any questions? No? Perfect. The Earth's curved. Welcome to what everyone else already knew.
Oh, so actually, it was.
Has your shtick ever worked?
Take
It seems
that
like you're trying to convince
Right.
people. Has it ever
So-
worked? Or is
so how much would that
a
drop you? You said
condescending kind of rude vibe that just goes nowhere for you?
I mean, what is your answer to that? What is your refutation? What issue do you have with it? It's literally
So,
done.
like, if two people are a mile apart and you look at them, it should be an 8-inch drop.
Remember where I
Anybody
said,
could do that,
oddly
then,
enough,
right?
Zenith angles.
Anybody
What
should
about
just
zenith
be able to
angles?
do that right now. Yeah.
remember when
Talk
I
about
said
zenith angles. Don't
slightly
go to 8-inch drop. Just talk about angles.
like
It's not
the
talking about
angle.
GPS. We're not talking about GPS.
Oh,
We're not
so
talking
it's
about
not going to
satellites.
be an 8-inch drop when you're a mile away.
We're not. We're not taking. No, we're not talking about satellites or 8-inch drop. We're not talking about anything. We're talking about the
Oh my
angles.
God, with the ASMR talking, dude. Speak from your diaphragm.
I can't
Talk
talk
from
very
your
quiet.
chest.
I can't talk very loudly. My family's in bed.
Damn it, I
Sorry.
can't hear you. You sound like you're.
I'm sorry.
And you can say 8 inches per mile squared, but that has nothing to do with the real measurements that you
Yeah,
take.
sure it doesn't, man.
By sighting two theodolites in on each other and noticing that, the angles don't add up to 180 degrees, which you and I and everyone else here both agree that on a flat Earth, there's never a reason they wouldn't equal 180 degrees.
My apologies, Jamin.
Until you reconcile.
What's up, Grim?
I had to turn down a little bit. I apologize to Hugh Janus.
No,
I
his
was giving you
voice
a hard
was
time.
pretty low.
I'm sorry. I got the mic closer to my voice, my mouth. I have to keep it quiet. I don't wake up wifey. She'll be upset.
There are actually a myriad of things that can explain that. For example, refraction, foreshortening, just perspective in general. There's a lot of things that could interrupt the sighting between
That's a
those.
good start. I'm sorry. That was
Yeah,
funny.
definitely. And the validity of
Yeah,
the
I wanted to say
as
the word
well.
perspective, but I knew it was going to trigger someone.
There's nothing about perspective that changes the angle that you view.
I was triggered too, but I didn't say anything.
And you're talking about refraction. You could do this in a valley, dude. You don't even have to have the horizon visible, and you'll still make the exact same measurements. It's just silly to say otherwise. This is beyond the shadow of a doubt.
I have a recommendation. If you're in a chat and you get frustrated, take your finger off the push to talk, shout at the person as loud as you can, and then hit push to talk, and then just keep talking. You'll get over your frustration.
Dude, that's actually, oh my God, dude, there should be a training seminar. You should just have individual sessions with all the people who tend to do that and help them out with that. Yeah, all they have to do is just take off their push to talk, throw their
just shout
eruptive fucking
scream and shout, call the person a stupid effing fool, do what you want, call them what you want, and then come back in. All right, let me explain it.
Well, that essentially happens. Like, there's been times where, like, if you mute someone, then it'll, you know what I mean? If they're in the middle of screaming insults and you mute them, and then once you unmute them, they're done doing the insults and they're just back to actually trying to respond to whatever it was.
That's one of the few funny things in Jem's channel chat, because Jem, what he does is he shouts at someone, "You stupid, I'm going to mute you," and they'll say, "Jem, calm down." He says, "Okay, I'm calmed down now." He gets amped right up, and then he just goes right back to, calm, cool, calm, and collected in like a second. It's weird.
Yeah, it's sociopathic a little bit in
So
my
I'm
opinion.
gonna give you
It's
guys a
not far
challenge.
wrong.
If
That's why I'm here, not there.
if reciprocal zenith angles just don't do it for you, my challenge to you is to make measurements and have them equal 180 degrees. Just one proof that the Earth is flat. Just go for it.
Are you talking about spherical excess?
That is exactly what reciprocal zenith angles are. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it done, man. I'm sure you'll be here. It sounds like you're very dedicated to this discovery, so you'll be here when it all goes down.
Let's face it, we all are, aren't we?
You're all
we all
everyone's on
invested.
board for this journey, so
we're all invested in our paths.
Try as you might to write people into your worldview, probably will never happen. But you'll be along the journey. You'll see all the stuff that unfolds. We're all in it together.
Yeah, if this theodolite is able to see curvature or whatever, and the Earth is 27,000 miles in, or however much they say in circumference, why wouldn't it show 8 inches per mile?
Because inches per mile is an area measurement.
Really?
There's only one forum. There's only one place you can come, and anyone says 8 inches per mile squared, and that's it.
8 inches per mile squared is a parabola in math.
You can even then go farther away, and you're still not going to see it.
Yeah, you'll see it.
How they say it should be, like the right measurement to the Earth's size. Where are they extracting 24,000 miles from that?
That's from the horizontal line, though, isn't it?
One
I have no clue what you're talking about.
69 miles. It's 1 degree.
Yeah, 69 miles is 1 degree. I mean, you can extrapolate the circumference of the Earth using reciprocal zenith angles. You have to
69
assume
miles is 1 degree. Okay, that's where you got it from.
you can take the measurement, and then you can blow it out. Just like that's how Eratosthenes got the rough circumference of the Earth using just 500 miles for his well sighting that he did.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that I think you can really do spherical excess is to create physical triangles on the Earth, so the optics are not involved. And
it's the big triangles, dude. But yeah, I agree. Absolutely 100%. I agree. There'd have to be huge triangles, though.
And the way to do it, as we've been talking for months, like brainstorming, but would be to have like a small one that you could measure that would be planar, like a perfectly 3 points coplanar triangle that you could measure on, and make sure it's use water levels, various different things to make sure that's absolutely planar in nature. And then you create larger triangles, and because because the first one is it's like a prototype, basically, it's like the first one, and then you can create larger triangles off of that one by physically squaring up your sides, your 3 sides, and keep making larger and larger triangles. At some point, if the Earth is a sphere, that the 3 points, those 3 coplanar points, will not fit on the sphere. Obviously, the kind of the bulge of the middle of the sphere starts coming up in between. The lines will start sort of deviating, like this kind of spherical triangle, as they call it. Those lines will start deviating, and this triangle will no longer be able to be a coplanar triangle. And if that happened, and if it was a sphere, it would be, coplanar all the way out until the first one. You would be like, oh, now we're getting a deviation. Then if you did another one, you would get more deviation. The next one, more deviation, and you could actually measure the curve that way, if it was curving. And of course, if it's not, then it's just going to continue being planar. So
what? So I got a question for you too.
Wouldn't measuring rotation at all, logically proceed you to accept the rest of it, because that's the reason why the sun sets and the moon rises and the back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, so if there was a rotation, then that would explain why those things are moving, because everything moves at a basically basically the same rate depending on its relationship with the the model. So if it was rotating at all in that direction, I mean, wouldn't that just pretty much? I mean, I'm just saying, like, for me, it would be like, okay, well then, maybe they are telling the truth, and this, these objects that are in our heavens that are going around the Earth and all of that are going around like the furniture in my room when I spin in the middle of my room. They're not really doing what they look like they're doing because I'm moving. Right? Anyway.
Gio, I got a question for you, man. Why is it that most flat earthers will only accept measurements if there's like some rigid tool that they're using in order to make these, like you talked about gigantic triangles? Why is that your standard that you're willing to accept instead of just understanding that you don't have to build that in order to take an angle measurement? We use angle measurements all the time using laser sights, or I mean, it's like I just don't understand why go through the trouble.
Well, there's a couple questions there. You started out something asking about flat earthers. It's not really relevant, or why people that you call flat earthers are requiring something or something. But the second part of what you said, what I'm referring to is what it takes to actually to accomplish it definitively. I'm talking about what it would actually take to have this be a closed book, as it were.
What is not?
I'm not saying that one idea is the only one. I think it's one of many, and it's
arguing for the flat Earth, right? Hold on a second. Arguing for the flat Earth, I would say, because these optical measurements that we have optical problems that are in question. Optical, the way light might be working across this certain mediums and things like that are in question here. That's why I think as a flat earther, they're saying that's why you see a horizon, because there's some sort of a wave undulation or something that's going on with the light that isn't well understood.
Horizon right now, Grim, and to that point,
optics are a factor, but I also haven't seen anyone do like an actual modern day, even with optics, successfully. I mean, there's that one that a lot of you guys want to quote from like the 1800s, but there's also a huge margin of error when you're trying to claim that you're doing, especially to have a large enough distance. If you're talking about spherical excess, to be able to measure that like optically, there's the one in the late 1800s you guys stand by, but even to this day, you guys don't even have any, modern day ones that are at long enough distance.
Gio, by that standard, giants are real because they kept on digging up giants in the 1800s and putting it in the newspapers. By the same standard of evidence.
Gio, what do you mean you don't measure spherical excess? Like daily, geodetic surveyors do that, like on the reg. You can call up a geodetic surveyor right now, depending on where you're at, what time zone you're in, and be like, hey, spherical excess, have you measured that recently? And they would probably tell you, yeah, one of my site surveys, I had some spherical excess when I was measuring things out. Like, I mean, that's commonplace. And as far as optics go, I can agree with you that if you only took one measurement using optics, I would say, you know what, your end value could be higher. But that's why we have literal hundreds of thousands, if not more, measurements done over the course of our understanding about what geodetic surveying is and spherical excess is. It's not just one or two site measurements. Should we rely on this? Like, we have taken so many over the course of the hundreds of years that we've been doing this, that it is a known fact and it is a quantitatively accurate measurement. You don't need to build triangles, dude.
Okay, yeah, it's a bunch of information that really no one else in this community claims.
Well,
so it's kind of interesting that you're saying that. I mean, geodetic surveyors don't measure spherical excess; they calculate it. And they use meter measurements. I've never heard anyone even try to push that.
They don't make
known fact for 14,000 years that sacrifices would bring the rains.
Wait, I'm sorry, Gio. Did you really just say they don't measure it? They calculate it.
Yes, geodetic surveyors calculate curvature. They don't measure it. They don't measure one lick of curvature. They use planar surveying equipment to measure in sections of planar surveying sections, and they link them together with various calculations. the WGS84 models that they model it to. They usually are doing that because they're, in like cities and highways and things like that, where they have to link into the rest of the grid system. So they're linking into that. They're using various calculations, and absolutely they calculate the curvature of the Earth. They do not measure it.
Well, I mean, even on the most basic level, and it's acceptable calculations. I mean, if you're calculating by you're taking straight line measurements and then you're drawing the dots together and seeing that you have a curve, then I mean and technically that's a calculation, but I mean it's still a direct measurement.
Yeah, it's a measurement, Gio. You're just being pedantic right now.
They're calculating the curvature, not measuring it. They're measuring things that they're then using those measurements to put into calculations to plug in radius values to then give them a curve result. That's not actually measuring a curve.
Gio, when I measure one wall in my house and then I measure the adjacent wall and then I come up with the surface area of the room, I have measured the surface area of my room. I don't have to literally go to all four corners. That's the cool thing about calculations. It cuts out all that wasted time that you guys seem to think is necessary to arrive at an accurate number.
Well, it sounds like you don't want us to do it for some reason, because we're going to do it. Even if you think it's overboard, that's fine. You won't have to put in a penny. We'll fund all of it. You don't have to be involved either. So your distaste for the fact that we want something actual definitive, or I could speak for myself that I do, that isn't calculations from geodetic surveyors. If you want to believe that for your cosmology, that's fine. But I highly doubt you're going to get others just to blindly jump on board with that if they haven't.
Are you
the other 99% of the population?
30-kilometer triangle?
No, 99% of the population don't even know how many times the Earth turns in a day.
That's fine, dude. I totally look forward. I look forward to you doing it. It is August 31st of 2022. I'll mark it on my calendar the day that you do this and come to the conclusion that the rest of us came to a few hundred years ago.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, I think you've been told a story that you believe, and you somehow think that because a bunch of other people were indoctrinated as well, that somehow gives it validity.
Yeah. That's a very tired posturing, Gio.
What were you saying, Grim?
Oh, nothing. I was talking. My wife is talking to me. Just now, or like right before?
I mean, what we're talking about is actually physically
yarn.
Yeah.
I was saying
that actually is definitive.
Yeah. What's your timetables for doing this, Gio?
For myself or for just the whole in the world? I mean, I would say in general. I mean, if
the project you're talking about, building these triangles and taking the real world measurements.
That's not necessary. I think Gio's being very, very polite.
Oh, I agree. Making these triangles is not necessary, but I'm still asking him for how long.
I'm just saying, being sarcastic, dude.
Oh, I know what you mean.
This is much better than, honestly. This is wonderful compared to what we deal. Compared to the crap I dealt with in GEMS.
Oh yeah,
I deal with this all day long. This is great.
I know.
Sorry, I got tired. I really got tired of it in there.
So Gio, I know.
If I had to throw a general estimate, I would say within the next, 5 to 10 years is when a lot of this is going to be going down. I think some will be happening before 5, but we're in a period. I mean, if that's what you're asking for, my prediction as to when this globe model will be fully disassembled and
no, so like
broken
Gio,
down and shown to not be the case, and then the people that are in power are going to lose their position of power. I mean, are you talking about that bigger picture of it all, or are you just talking about the actual measurements themselves?
Yeah, no, I you put projects together, and I have to budget it out, and I have to put a time frame together of start of project and completion of project. So
the way I see it happening is like
triangles. What is the time to completion for it? How long is it going to take? How many resources is it going to take? That kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, these are things I think about every day, and yeah, exactly. All of these components.
Gio does have a point. In one respect, I think you have a point that the lack of resources, it does pose a big problem. It really does. If you compare what NASA's budget and all the other space agencies' budgets and all the surveyors' budgets and all the rest. You add it all together, it's a massive, massive undertaking, right? So to combat that is also a massive undertaking. So it's
Well, if
fair
there
to
were just
say.
more successful flat earthers, man, I mean, it would be easier.
It's going to take millions. I mean, what you have to do is be able to have like more than one.
I'm just backhanded. I'm kidding.
Like I'm feeling your plight, Gio, because even the most rigid material over a mile is gonna flex. So I'm not sure. First off, the cost alone is going to be very prohibitive. But even if you do manage to find someone who's willing to shell out the millions it would take in material to construct these 2-mile-long triangles, there's no great way that you're going to have to make sure that the material is going to stay rigid, because you're on an Earth with gravity, and that sags it at weak points. I mean, it's almost inconceivable.
No,
You're going to
the
do
flat earthers don't have gravity. That's not going to happen.
Oh,
well, I mean,
okay.
The structure of doing it the way that I'm interested would be to have like let's say you had a couple. Let's say you had a massive amount of acreage. Let's just say 20,000 acres or more, even. But you have a very, very large. Well, it depends on. It may even need to be more than that, depending on what sizes and what we want to do. But to have massive land like that, and now whether you own it or whether there's some way to combine with, there's various ways of doing that, but and then set up on that land actual like demonstration sites where you're not doing just one way of measuring but multiple. So instead, you would, when we've talked about many of the different ways of doing it and all of the kind of game plans for it, but with this you have a huge patch of land, and then you can do multiple things to cross verify all of them. So it wouldn't just
you can make a theme park out of the whole deal, right? And it's have
that too, yeah.
I'm measure with my big rubbery measuring stick over here.
Well, there's lots of different ideas. Yeah, I mean, it could actually be like almost like a combination of like monuments, pleasure and enjoyment, live music. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas of what you could do with.
Oh yeah.
To kind of have like sites that people would actually want to come to as well.
We've got 40 acres, man. We can hold a venue over here.
Okay, so just to put a bow on it, how are you overcoming the material issues with constructing a mile-long triangle?
Segmenting it into segments and then laser guiding short local distances, like several meters at a time. Because we're pretty sure that we're getting our best results. Short, very short distances with the laser. But we're not getting a lot of those bendy optical effects until a bit further out. So we could slide a short laser line rule across it and use a segmented mechanism or something like that.
Segmented. I thought the whole point was you were going to have one solid object that was crafted to be,
Well, that's the thing. We're getting ridiculous. We don't need it to be one solid object. What it needs to be is one straight object, right? So the object can be segmented so that like logs in a line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it needs to be straight. Yeah, it needs to be straight and solid.
But you're gonna have rails anyway, right? You're gonna have rails anyway. So you're gonna have pipes. You're not gonna have a pipe that's that long ever. So you're gonna have to put pipes together. So you're gonna have to. It's gonna be segmented. There's gonna be couplings. You think about this thing for real. I mean, from an engineering standpoint, brother.
Right. Well, originally we were talking about with the spherical X system. If you were to build a triangle that was a perfect planar triangle and all the sides are equal, and it's small enough that you can use everything from auto levels, like multiple different ways to get that. And then when you build out from that one, you're not just drawing a straight line out of the blue. You're building the larger triangle lines, the 3 lines of the larger triangles off of the smaller one. So you're really just, and it's kind of what you're saying, Grim, yeah, because you have to be able to do that. But you're basically just squaring them up against each other.
Exactly. That's what I mean by
in this
segmented.
idea.
That way, it doesn't have to be one continuously long, bar worried about being bent and all that. There'll be, pulls into the ground before
So
the
how are you gonna
bar.
confirm that the angle measurement you take at the apex, the actual right triangle corner,
Like I do
is
when
the
I'm building
exact
a cabinet.
same angle at the where the arm of the triangle ends?
The same way you build a cabinet, man. You start with one end on the straight, or I'm sorry, the line that you're going to use, your laser line or whatever, and you just keep going out from there. And if you're getting further away from the ground, that's because the ground is moving away. So you just build longer, supports to keep, you know what I mean, railings or whatever
So
that go to the
you
ground.
need supports now in order to hold this up. Is that right?
Well, you wouldn't you? What
I
material can you think of?
I would, yes, I would have a support to hold it in place.
That's
But
called
if
a
you build
segmented.
a support to hold it in place, then it's no longer one solid piece that's being held up. You're basically just
I
building a
already threw
bridge.
that away a long time ago when last time you tried to bring it up. I said no, segmented.
Right,
Nobody's
but dude,
asking for one
you're
solid
just
piece. That's not
building a
even.
bridge at this point. What's the difference between what you're talking about and building a bridge?
A bridge isn't designed to be a flat line. It's designed to go across the, whatever the arching of the waterways and all that kind of shit. Not all bridges are the same anyway, so I don't even understand why you're saying I'm building a bridge. Nobody's going to be crossing it. A bridge is something that people are crossing. So I'm not really building a bridge at all. I mean, unless there's an ant or something that wants to go across, and it'll be a land bridge, right? I don't think you're making any sense.
I don't think you're quite understanding what I'm saying. So,
Ants
No, you
can
keep
build
trying
bridges
to
out of ants.
strong arm the conversation into this one
to
rigid
have a
pole.
rigid you're trying to make a rigid angle measurement using a physical object that spans a mile. Now you already understand that that is feasibly impractical because there's no material that can hold its rigidity over a mile with the influence of gravity. It will bend. So instead you want to build struts or pillars to support it at points on the angle that you're on the line of the top of the triangle that you're doing.
Yeah, I mean they're
What you're
basically like just their
There's
coordinates.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, what do you think is wrong with that?
well
Like if you were
when
to
I
take,
when I
they're
say
really just hold on. Let me just say something real quick. They're coordinate points. So how there's a lot of different ideas of how to do this, of course. But if you were to do what I was saying, like have a triangle, the initial one, and let's just say you have 20 points along each line. So each line you have 1, 2, 3, 20. Well, as you are going to make a larger triangle from each point of those 20 points, let's say you're going to go out, a quarter mile or whatever it may be, then you're going to measure that out, and then you would have 20 more points. Of course, on the larger line, they're going to be more spread out. So eventually, maybe you would do 40 points or 50 points. So it's the points that are important, like the actual coordinate systems in the XYZ sort of axis. Now, whether we'd be building an actual physical wall of some sort or an actual physical thing, whether there would be markers, etc. But all you're looking for is from that initial triangle to be able to expand out larger coordinates from that triangle and have them be accurate triangles. And at some point, like I said, if the Earth is a sphere, those are going to start to deviate. And if you're able to do that accurately, have those coordinates keep going outward and measure those as precisely as possible, then I think that would be the best way I could think of to validate spherical excess that would be definitive.
Right. And as long as you're using your laser line on any two of those sections at a time to make sure that they're all, those two are lined up with the previous two, and then those two are lined up with the previous two. That way you're not, just using optics to measure the whole thing all at once. You're using what you would, use as a confident, you have a confident level of understanding that over a short distance the laser is fairly straight, so you can just do short distance measurements over the couplings.
Mhm. All right. Well, good luck, guys. Again, what's the timetable to completion for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a
Well,
margin
when
of
is your
error.
first donation coming in?
I'm sorry, what?
When is your first donation coming in?
No, I'm not. I'm not donating to your frivolous cause. I'm sorry.
Oh, then we don't actually have to, reveal a time frame to you.
Okay, so it sounds like never, which is about what I thought. So
this is all wonderfully passive aggressive.
I know. Well, it's like a spoonful of your own medicine. You know what I mean? Because you're obviously in a bucket.
I mean,
He's
this
looking at
wasn't
you
even
and
this
wondering
wasn't
why
even
he's
your hill to
standing
die
in
on,
that
dude. This is
bucket.
what Geo said he was gonna do. Why are you speaking for him? Like you don't need to know our funding. It's like the dude
I kind of
led
like
with the
Geo.
penis
Grim's
and
riffing. Grim's
Yeah, I just
riffing.
kind of like
Let him
Geo.
riff.
But also, I kind of, you know, I just kind of like bullying bullies.
not being a bully. I'm just asking what a time frame was to complete this project
Yeah,
because I'm
okay,
not
that's
going to
all
keep
you're
tabs
doing,
on
right?
it unless I know
You're
an
not trying to.
approximate end date.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gonna take some
with a
time.
hint and a little
He's
hint
not.
of, yeah, a little hint of, what is it? Arrogance and,
It's not being bullying.
yeah, you're just gonna be a little bit weird to him about it.
Yeah.
Again,
And
I'm
Almost like
the
you're trying to
survival of
pump
the
yourself
survival
up
of
and
the
make
human
yourself feel
race.
good or something.
Yeah, there's nothing at stake. It's just the survival of the entire human race. Because if the globe goes on, then the people in power go on. And as long as the globe is here, the people in power who created the globe, and they will continue genetically modifying us and jabbing us and all the rest of it until I don't think humanity will actually continue to survive. So this truth, along with many other truths, will have to come out for the actual
It's
future.
weird. It's
My
weird
view.
that you're like on board with that they're jabbing us and this shit going on, but then let's just keep focusing on flat Earth. That jabbing shit's already happening, man. You gotta start wiggling around that a little bit, And
Right, but it's going to keep
they're
happening
trying to
while the
tie your
globe is
hands
the
by
main
having you
paradigm.
talk about flat Earth.
In
Nobody's
my opinion, that's going to keep happening because, like I said, the people in power that are pushing the globe are the ones in power also controlling the medical industry and all these other things. So their whole system would have to be sort of dissolved or disassembled for their genetically modified kind of agenda to be alleviated.
I just
Better
don't
get
think it's
building
so.
those
I think
triangles
the globe
then,
is very
savior of mankind.
Like, look at how many more people have autism, autoimmune diseases, and cancer now than in the past. It's accelerating a massive rate. What do you think is going to happen in another 1 decade, 2 decades, 3, 4, even 50 years at this pace? It's going to be fucking zombie land.
Yeah, no matter what the shape the globe is and how many days we argue about the shape of the globe instead of getting together and building momentum.
Right, but Grim, I think that the fact that the Earth isn't a globe is the only thing big enough to bring all of humanity actually together to uproot the people in power. And I don't mean violently. I just mean
I
to.
know, and that's why I think people like that are actually, no offense, man, but you're not helping the actual cause of humanity at all. It's spinning your wheels arguing with people who don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth. Because that's spinning your wheels. You got other people that are really motivated to work with you right now on the vaccine issue.
I could see the same thing happening. Something so obvious could become clear across the world at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. Most kids understand what real physical objects are and that they have shapes. You guys are the ones that seem to deny that.
Did someone deny that something has a shape? What are you talking about?
Yes, you guys deny that planet Earth has a shape. You say it's flat. Flat isn't a shape. Describes the surface of a shape.
I never said it was flat. Who said? Who are you talking about?
That's cool, Gio. I'm talking to Grim.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, dude.
Oh, right. I forgot. I misspoke. I forgot that you guys don't take stances on.
Grim is not a flat
I'm
earther.
a goddamn globe earther, bro. I
sure
take a
you
full.
I told you he's riffing. I just told him, let him riff. It's what Grim does. He says.
Yeah, nobody claimed that flat is a
I'm
shape.
like devil's advocate in the conversation when I find a little weak point.
What's the shape of the Earth then, Gio?
Oblate spheroid.
Perfect. We're on the same page then.
Well, that's not Gio who said that.
I mean,
all right. What's the shape of the Earth? If it's something other than a shape, an actual shape, then I'm going to be very disappointed. So, what's the shape of the Earth, Gio?
Well, when you ask for Earth, are you talking about the soil? Are you talking about the sky, the whole system? What are you referring to?
Talking about the thing that every human lives on, that we have mapped the surface of extensively. That thing that we live on. What's its shape?
Okay, so you're talking about the soil, the ground.
No, I'm talking about the
This is a
thing.
little off.
If I was talking about the soil, I would say, what's the shape of the soil? But that's retarded. What is the shape of the earth?
Okay. I'll try to summarize it as quickly, but also give a little bit of detail on what I think it
Give
is.
a shape.
If you have a basin of land, and then you have water. Water is level, finds its level, horizontal. Then you're going to have level water, and then there's going to be land coming up out of the level water. The land is going to have its elevation changes, of course, that's coming up out of the water. So that the shape of that, it would just be defined by whatever the shape of that land is coming up out of the level water. And the thing is, when we talk about the actual shape of the whole earth, so we have water, we have land coming up out of water, and then the water, of course, is not perfectly still. It's moving with the tides. So now you have the different elevations of the water because of tides. So that is a whole nother factor. And then get into the idea of like a median point of the tides and what the coordinates of that median point is, etc. But yeah, I mean, as an overall, it would be a planar surface, but you're going to have all of those undulations in it.
You're painting a picture of like an oblate spheroid with a chopped off flat top or something, right?
I heard start with a basin. A basin to me is a concave surface, like a bowl. And then you said fill it with water, and then you said put objects in it, like land masses. And then you said, so I guess what I'm trying to say is it's a planar surface. You started this whole thing off with it's a basin. So which is it? Is it a basin or is it
because the entire Earth we'd have to talk about, let's say, the floor of the oceans, whatever that is, would be the base, the bottom of it. Then you'd have water, and then land coming up out of the water.
So like a geode, but broken in half and full of water.
Is that what you're trying to say? The Earth is a geode?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna nix that.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to picture what he's saying, and I'm trying to put it in simpler terms.
I appreciate it. So I'm sorry. What is the shape?
If you have if you have like a lake, and you're looking at the lake, and there's mud piles coming up, or whatever, little islands on the lake. I don't know what's confusing for you about that. Like the floor of the ocean is the baseline, the foundation, and then the water level is the water level, and then land's coming up out of that.
Geo, man,
you're an outline of it.
I understand what you're talking about right now. You're talking about
Grim's trying to add like a hemispherical bottom to it. Now that's a separate topic. I'm just talking about the layers.
So you're talking about the dimples on a golf ball. I don't care about the dimples on a golf ball. I care about the golf ball. I'm talking about the shape of the Earth, not the topography of the Earth. What is the shape? The thing itself.
That's why I'm telling you, the Earth isn't one thing. It's land coming up out of water. There's different sections of land. The Earth is not necessarily one thing. If you want to call, that's what I was asking originally. What are you talking about? Like the land that we're on, the sky.
The thing is, these guys we were shown the ball.
It's in an XYZ horizontal vertical axis with
Hey,
level
Gio,
water
can you hear me?
around the land coming up out of the water.
Okay.
Yeah, Gio, can you hear me? I think the problem is these guys, and all of us actually, think that there's this shape because we were shown the blue marble. So we think that there's a definitive shape to the whole thing just because of that illusion that they gave us. And that's why we assume there has to be a shape for the whole thing, right?
All real world objects.
If I was going to go first, if I was going to say a shape of the whole thing, ironically, an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, exactly, because of the toroidal fields above us. Exactly. It doesn't have nothing to do with the land.
Or the word planisphere, which essentially is a plane within a sphere.
Right, exactly. If you had to guess, right, which you can't even confirm, but they have to like.
Like an ocean that doesn't have a bottom.
All of this posturing about reciprocal zenith angles and all this other nonsense, you arrive at the conclusion that every other normal person does, which is wrong.
I think you were posturing about the zenith angles, buddy.
No, yeah, that's just real world measurements. You postured that they didn't prove anything.
All right, let me give you an intellectual integrity test before you leave. I don't know. I got the idea you were leaving. Maybe I was hoping that. But if just to ask, I'm just going to ask you: if you were never told about zenith angles, you're never told about space or the theories that go along with heliocentrism or any of that, you're just man born on this earth. You just lived your life. You're now an adult, and you had no idea about the whole idea about going around the Earth. Would you not assume that you're on a stationary plane?
Hell
No,
no.
I would not. No, I would
You
not.
wouldn't.
I'm kidding.
I could look over. I
How
could
would
look
you
over
know?
the water. I could look over the water and see that things in the distance disappear from it. Being on a flat plane
So
is
therefore, you would assume that you're upside down relative to right side up without any notice of that, without any of the theories that go along with that. You're taught nothing. That's
so
the
grim.
intellectual integrity test.
Do you want my answer, or did you just want to talk over me?
Go ahead.
Being on a plane is so mind-numbingly easy to notice that it would be without a doubt if I was on a planar surface.
So then why has the entire history of humanity since the dawn of time had a planar surface that's stationary as the absolute understanding of what the Earth is until this modern day globe cult came along and started pushing the globe?
Because it's called progress, dude. And there hasn't been
Okay, but that goes against what you were saying.
Why
The Earth
how
hasn't
can there be a cult of 8 billion people?
years, dude.
Yeah, his question for you is not that there was some Copernican revolution that you were born into that told you things. His question was if you were just born on the Earth. That was
without any of that. And you're saying the progress is what proved it, but you're saying that progress, you would automatically assume that progress just on your own.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that if I was a flat earther and knew nothing, and I looked out over the ocean and I noticed that things disappear bottom up, I would know without a shadow of a doubt that I wasn't on a flat plane.
Even though it goes against your full experience.
I'd say that if you were in a show like David Icke's size show with 20,000 people, and there was one hypnotist on stage, and he was able to hypnotize 20,000 people, I'd say that's where the 8 billion people that believe in the heliocentric model are.
Well, regardless, I think you're failing the intellectual integrity test. That's all I wanted. I guess I didn't hope that you passed it. I kind of knew you wouldn't pass it, but you basically contradicted yourself with your answer.
That was
you
a false
said
test.
It wasn't a false test because I said if you were born and you were never told about any of these theories that you believe in about heliocentrism, then would you? It's a thought experiment, and he failed.
So it's not. You can't fail a thought experiment. Number one.
Well, yeah, actually you can, because there's an intellectual integrity test, and anybody I've talked to ballers for years. We all have, and at least some of them can admit that we would only assume it's a stationary plane, which is 100% of our experience, unless we're told about the theories about the going over the ship's going over mean that I'm upside down and spinning. You would not jump to that conclusion. That's where your intellectual integrity failed.
So again, Grim, you didn't give me a thought experiment.
That's not Grim's new perspective.
Dude. Okay, well, whoever it was, thought experiments have premises.
Okay, I thought you were Lewis earlier.
And then you agree upon scenarios that can be true. You gave me a quiz. Your quiz had a correct answer, which was you should believe the Earth is flat. And I did not give you that answer.
That's not it. I said, would you not assume that you live on a stationary plane, which is what 100% of our experience would tell us,
lived on a
except
plane.
for your interpretations of observations.
Do not observe that we are on a plane.
He did say that the boat's going over the horizon, which I would say if the Earth was a sphere, that effect would occur. So there are some overlaps. It also happens over a planar surface, and actually there's ways in which it happens that don't fit a sphere. So it's sort of like the sphere overlaps with part of that, to where that's how they've been able to pull it off to actually trick people.
But I'm saying that when you're honest about the whole thing, you wouldn't take that one example and say, oh, well, that means my whole reality must be the opposite of what it seems all the time.
You only gave me one example. You said I'm a newborn idiot, and what would I notice about the Earth? It's not like I just sat out and did tests continuously.
I'm saying that the ballers that are intellectually that keep their intellectual integrity at least admit that our experience is a stationary level plane, except for your interpretation of the observations, which you want to then jump. You would never think, okay, because I see the ships go over the horizon a certain way, that must mean I'm stuck to a ball and upside down from right side up and not able to tell the difference. You would never think that.
If I
The
may jump in.
intellectual- Hang on, one last thing. The intellectual honest answer from me is that if I was on here and I had an initial observation, I would conclude that we are geocentric. I would say the Earth doesn't look like it's moving, but we're definitely on a sphere. That is an honest, truthful answer, and that's honestly what a lot of people thought until they delved a little bit deeper into it.
But wouldn't you have to have the whole idea of gravity being able to stick you upside down from right side up and having that make no difference? Wouldn't you have to have that knowledge to go along with it?
No, things falling down is
No?
something that I would observe easily. Like things
But you
fall
would
down.
then think that you could be on a ball, on the side of a
So
ball, and it would make no
Grim,
difference?
Listen,
Where
Grim,
would that
things
come
fall down no matter where I am on the surface of the Earth, and I know I'm on the surface.
That's because of what you've been taught about the way gravity should work on a ball, not because of what you would just come up with on your own.
I'm glad that I don't sound like anybody else.
So, Hugh, what is your answer to this? What would you assume you're on a plane, a stationary level surface?
Was that question for me?
Yeah, it seems like Nidhogg was going into solipsism, but I don't know if I want to.
Yeah,
you know
what he was. Hugh James, will you be intellectually honest with us at least?
Well,
Let's hear.
hold on.
I was interested if you had a more interesting, intriguing.
Okay, so new perspective. I'll just address you for a second. Okay, the question that you pose is designed to give you the answer that you want to hear, which is that we are intellectually dishonest. That's not what I want to hear. Okay, that is
no.
itself.
It's designed to force you to at least admit that our experience would tell us that without.
Can you let Hugh at least get a few words out in his response?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Hugh. Go ahead.
I appreciate it.
But you were making an accusation. I felt I had to defend myself.
I was.
I wasn't hoping for you to be something other than what you are.
I was, and you do. So, yeah, that act alone, just that you probably don't want to say that because that doesn't produce a desired result. So, from my perspective, when I heard that question first, I went outside, not at the same time, but I just happened to be outside, and I looked up, and it looks like there's a dome over my head. If I didn't know any better, if I was some caveman, and I just looked out, and then someone asked, "So, what do you draw? What you think you're standing on?" I draw a snow globe because that's kind of what it looks from that perspective. I can understand when someone.
Fair enough.
Right, but
flat Earth inside a snow globe. That's kind of what it is almost.
Exactly. No problem. There's no problem with that. But it's not a matter of intellectual honesty or dishonesty. When you look at it at the very, very basic rudimentary level, that's what it looks like. The issue is,
which is interesting.
Is that we aren't in 3000 BC. We're in the 21st century, and so we don't have to just walk outside and make guesses about where we live. That's the thing.
But that's the point. That's just kind of it's designed to maybe make you think twice about the indoctrination, making you think you live on something rather than anything about your direct experience.
What it does is
except for your observations that you interpret a certain way due to the indoctrination, in my opinion.
Well, what it does for me is it does give me an insight into why people believe the Earth is flat. So it does give me something to see from your perspective of why someone could be brought to the place where they believe that the Earth is.
They experience.
Yeah, but real quick, I have to say one more thing. When you said why people believe the Earth is flat,
right.
Another reason that I make that example is that once you lose the belief that you're on this spinning ball that comes with that indoctrination, you don't have to believe about anything about the Earth being flat. You would just assume your experience is what it is, that your reality is what it seems, which has nothing to do with belief. We only experience a level stationary Earth. It has nothing to do with belief.
It is. Well, that's the thing. It is everything to do with belief. It really does. Because if you just ask me,
loss of a belief.
If I don't know anything about anything, you'd say, "What do you think? Where do you think you are?" I would just look. Okay, the sky looks kind of like it's a dome overhead, and
I just want to say one thing. Can I just say one thing, please?
Wait, don't cut him off, Electric. Continue, Hugh, please.
Hold on. Let's see if I can keep that thought. Hang on.
If you didn't know anything, you would just about your reality. You would assume that it's like it seems, or you would assume there's a snow globe. Now, the snow globe part of it might be more of a belief, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the things that you tack on is you tack on the idea of indoctrination and then brainwashing, which sort of implies that it's when you're trying to debate these things, you're asking me, what do you think you're standing on? But then what you're saying to me is, you're indoctrinated. So you're asking me to be honest, but then you're imposing that condition on me that you believe that I'm indoctrinated. So what you have is a belief that you're imposing upon me, whereas you're asking me to be honest about what I see.
Fair enough. And fair enough. It could be that, yeah, I understand that the accusation could be that we believe in a conspiracy theory more so than what we believe in the Earth being flat. I'll take that criticism more so than the accusation that I believe I'm on a flat Earth, because I don't know anything about the whole thing. I'm honest enough to say that, and you're honest enough at least to say it seems like we're in a snow globe with a stationary Earth, and that's all I was hoping for. And it wasn't about saying you're indoctrinated. I'm just posing that as a way of saying, well, then we have to really examine if it's indoctrination that makes us believe it, or is there anything about our direct experience that might lend us to that belief or that idea?
It's not to be too critical here, because I think I am being a bit too critical, but it's kind of an antagonistic approach to someone to put them in that position, impose this. Well, you only believe because you're indoctrinated, and that's this. You just indoctrinated. You don't see that. So rather than just looking at it from an honest perspective, I'm not saying you're dishonest. I'm saying you're asking for someone to look at it from an honest position, and then imposing the idea of indoctrination on that person at the same time, in the same breath, in the same conversation.
Okay.
So choose one.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I guess we got into that. Well, I guess the reason I brought it up, the only reason I brought up that line of questioning is because of the arrogance that Nidhug was displaying about everybody knows, and it's just a matter without a shadow of a doubt. And it's just so funny to hear that arrogance when nothing about his experience would tell him that he's on a spinning ball, except for his interpretation of observations that could be the direct result of indoctrination on a completely false model.
I get you. So what happens is what is interpreted as arrogance, and possibly is arrogance, is when you're having a discussion like that, some people have that air of arrogance. In time, I try to rid myself of that type of approach, and some people aren't where I am now, and so I have to sort of understand having.
Can I say one thing, and then I gotta kind of go.
Real quick.
Okay, sure.
Wait,
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Geo's the best at that, right? Geo was gonna just a minute, Electric. Geo's the best at that, by the way, and I am almost frustrated sometimes because he is so non-judging in that way, and I'm not trying to white knight for him, but I felt like I needed to just come in and get Nidhug a little bit humbled a little bit if possible.
Okay. Yeah, Geo brought up something interesting. So when you asked him the shape of the Earth, and he immediately just started describing water and land instead of anything else, I thought that was interesting. Like, imagine if you never introduced a child to the concept of a globe that's too big to perceive, and you just brought them around on boats and planes and just let them look out at the water and the land, and then you ask them what's the shape. What would they say? If you never gave them a textbook about the globe, Yeah,
exactly. That's the thing is that is not an unusable position. That's the whole point of the flat Earth discussion, is that isn't an unusable
like, imagine
position.
you took like a little kid who never heard about the globe.
Exactly.
And you brought him on a plane and you let him look out the window for hours. Then you brought him on a boat, let him sail for hundreds of miles on the surface of water. What would he tell you the shape of the Earth is, man? You wouldn't bring up a globe ever.
It's
and it would never think that that's a question that would even that be asked. Like why would I know what the whole thing is? The only reason that we think we know what the whole shape is because they showed us this ball from space that everyone thinks, oh, well, it must be a shape of some sort. Look, that's a ball. When that's just a ridiculous question to anyone that isn't shown that or never knew about this idea of a spinning ball in space. It would be ridiculous.
Deductive reasoning to figure it out without any scientific anything. Deductive reasoning will tell you the shape. I mean, I can do. I
don't feel any movement, and it looks like I'm on a plane. So deductive reasoning tells me I'm on a stationary plane. That's my deductive reasoning.
That's fine. What are the dimensions of the plane?
One more little point I wanted to
How
make.
the hell would I know that? That's the whole reason. I don't have that to deduce. I don't have anything to go by deductive reasoning to figure out what the whole thing is.
Okay, so
my deductive reasoning says that all my senses are saying one thing, so I'm not going to rule those out. But you want to rule out all of your sensory experience as if that's just nothing because we can't rely on our senses. Then they're just all out the window. You have to go to that.
Instead of monologuing, okay?
But that's my point. When you suggest a shape of something, and you give a child like a page of shapes, squares, triangles, circles, whatever. If you were to try to describe Earth as one of those without ever being told that that's what it was, I don't think you would ever try to assign any of those shapes. If you were just like sailing boats and looking at mountains and stuff, right? You would assume it was like what you're seeing.
I think that's exactly what you should do, and I think if you did that, you would arrive at the conclusion everyone else does. Electric. If you fly out for an indefinite amount of time over the Earth, and then I asked you, okay, have we crossed any edge on the Earth? Where like a square has edges and a square has vertices. Have we encountered any of those on our flight on the Earth? What would you say?
I don't know if you're conceptualizing this.
What does an edge have anything? Why is an edge?
I think the water continues. I think the water might go on for a lot longer.
So
I don't think it connects around the phone. Like when you try to tell me that you can like sail across the Pacific Ocean and get from China to America, then cross America and get from the Atlantic to Africa, and then go across Africa to Asia and then wrap around the Pacific Ocean again, I don't think you could do that. I think eventually maybe there's something that maybe the water extends farther. That's what I would tell you.
Cool story.
And to your point, you said, you would just like everybody else comes to that conclusion, as if everyone came to the conclusion they're on a spinning ball under their own observations. It's only because we were shown the ball and told that we're in space that we think that. It's not about anything to do with your direct experience or observation.
You can deduce yourself if you're just honest. If you're standing on a cube, what do you notice about the cube you're standing on? Is there an edge?
I deduce things honestly, and that's
Does anybody claim there's an edge?
I believe what I believe now.
I'm asking new perspective. If you're standing on a cube, do you notice that there's an edge on the cube you're standing on?
How big is the cube?
It doesn't matter. It's a cube.
It does matter. If I can't see that, if I can't see to the end of the cube, how would I know what I'm standing on?
Definitionally, if it's a cube, it has an edge. Isn't that right?
Of course.
Okay. So, have we ever noticed an edge on the Earth, on the surface of the Earth?
Who said we're on a cube?
That's what we're determining. We're determining it based off of observations. Have we ever observed an edge?
Oh, you're saying if it's flat, there has to be an edge? Are you really like that in 2015 still? Are you saying that flat Earth has to have an edge? Does a pond have an edge?
I'm saying we live on an object. I don't think that's...
How do you know that? How do you know you live on an object?
All real-world objects have shapes.
Well, yeah, but maybe the real world doesn't have a shape.
Okay, well then you're waxing philosophical. We're not talking about reality then. When you'd like to talk about reality,
how can you talk about reality when you have no idea what the shape really is? You really don't.
do know.
You were shown a fake picture and you think that's what it is.
I'm trying to lead you to the shape as well, but you're refusing because you say nonsense things like, "How do we know we live on an object?"
That's nonsense. You can't wax the philosophical enough to realize that that's not nonsense.
Okay, what are we on if not an object?
Dude, how am I supposed to know exactly what the whole thing is?
Jesus Christ! I just asked.
Okay,
wait.
Okay, at what point? Here's the question: at what point will you know?
Probably never. I'm humble enough to realize that I can never know. I could be told what it is, but how do I know that that's what it is?
Well, then there's no point in having this particular thought experiment with you. If you're not willing to, even at the most basic premise, believe that you live on an object. I mean,
but you're proving my point. The only reason you believe you live on an object is because you were shown the ball from space to make you think there's some kind of actual spatial relationship where we're this gas and this vacuum and we're a ball. That's what we're on. We're on a ball. That's the only reason you think that.
You don't need any of that. You're a newborn baby. You just like the other guys. The other guys.
That was me, actually.
Yeah, why do you have to wrap the oceans?
That was my thought.
And the valleys. Why do you have to wrap everything around the?
Okay, you're a newborn baby without any concept of what you're on. Okay, There's no presuppositions as to what the object is you're standing on. But you are on an object, yes?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great.
You literally have to add more things to what you observe to make a
The
sphere.
object that I'm on is called a floor, but doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the whole thing.
Fine.
You're saying the object, the whole thing has to be an object. I have no idea if the whole thing's an object.
Okay. What in reality is not an object?
An infinite plane?
Okay. Do infinite planes exist in reality?
Who knows? How am I supposed to know that?
Has anyone observed an infinite plane in reality?
Well, it seems like the plane goes on as far as we can see. So how am I supposed to know it's not infinite? How am I supposed to know if it's finite or infinite? How do I know?
So we've mapped the entire surface of the Earth. So
that's
the
what you think.
The answer to the question is
that's what you think.
Yeah. It's what
I think there's more land that we're not shown. I think there's lots more land we're not shown.
Where? Where is it?
Oh man, there's got to be, right? That's the first thing I thought when I realized I'm not spinning.
Where is this land then?
Even if there was a dome, let's say, like the snow globe idea that Hugh was talking about, right? Let's say there is a firmament, right? And it actually goes to the ground and it circles us 360. On the other side of that dome, what is there? I would imagine more reality, right? Like more land, more sky,
maybe
more water.
Observed?
How am I supposed to know how far that goes? I mean, you're asking impossible questions as if I would be able to know that or assume it.
The question isn't impossible. It just requires you to actually take a stance on things that everyone has observed, and you refuse to.
It requires me to trust what you're saying or trust what you believe other people have affirmed.
If I can jump in with one little statement for 1 second. If there's a lyric in a song, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. So forcing someone to make a choice isn't necessary, because if they choose not to decide, that is a choice in and of itself. Thank you.
You mean kind of like atheists, like choosing to believe there is no God as a belief of its own?
So anyways,
Yes.
when you say you believe in an infinite plane, and I say that's never been
believe in that. I didn't say I believe in that.
Do
I
infinite
have no idea.
Exist? Okay, so do magical unicorns exist?
I have no idea.
Okay, have they been observed?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so it stands to reason that they probably don't. We'll put it down in the very unlikely pile. We'll put it in the very
unlikely. Sure.
How's that? So infinite planes. Infinite planes we're going to put down in the very, very unlikely pile. How's that?
I would say it's in the more likely pile, because I can't imagine what a finite plane would be. Like on the other side of that dome or whatever we're talking about, I can't imagine what a non-reality would be, right? So I would imagine that reality goes on forever as far as I know. Why would I assume there's an end to it? Because I can't even think what an end would be like. But if there's a non-reality on the other side of this wall or this edge, there's a void. I mean, it's not space. We know it's not space anymore. That whole idea that we're surrounded by this darkenment is gone for me. So I can't imagine what an end to reality would be. Why would I assume there is one?
A lot of your personal beliefs into this. This isn't.
I'm saying I don't know what you believe as far as like what the whole thing is. I mean, if you want to believe something, I'm not going to take on that belief.
I don't find the idea of the concept that there isn't any space. Isn't logical, to be honest. Because if you look up,
I'm not saying there is no space. That's not. Don't mix my words. I'm saying that the idea that we're surrounded 360 degrees by space doesn't make any sense to you.
Because you don't. Okay. So if there's no globe, I get you. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, but you're inserting a lot of personal opinions in here. When I said, do you believe in infinite planes? Infinite plane is a mathematical concept. There is no evidence whatsoever that infinite anything exists in reality.
I agree.
It is purely a mathematical concept. Okay,
we're on the same page there.
So we're going to put
but because we can't observe infinite, like there's no way to observe infinite, so it's kind of like there's no way to say that that doesn't exist, because you can't observe anything infinitely.
No,
right?
No.
Because we have no examples of it. How would there be an example of something infinite? Come on.
Yeah, wait, back up. Don't the globe is an infinite universe? Isn't that what they're taught in school?
No.
Exactly. That's true too.
There's no end to it.
Stop. This isn't the argument. Infinite as a concept is fine. Physical infinite objects do not exist.
How do you know that?
Infinite is because it's never been observed, and if it was
That we
observed,
know of.
But
there
it's
are
impossible to observe, so you can't say that
no.
they don't exist.
Stop interrupting me, dude. If something is infinite, there are ramifications to physical objects having infinite properties, namely mass being one of them, the big one, actually. If something is infinite, then it has infinite mass, and it also has infinite energy. Just stop. Infinite as a concept is fine. Infinite in physical reality doesn't exist. So when
Not
you
that
say
You
you know
made
of,
a
at least. Yeah.
fallacy. You just
when you
said
say
infinite has never been observed. You can't observe infinite things. So right there,
Yeah, you
that
really can't. That's the
infinite
point I was making. Yeah.
in physicality does not exist.
Okay, but
Okay.
let's not get stuck on the infinite part. You're trying to get me
Okay.
on an object.
Perfect.
Like, just go with
Yeah.
your whole idea
I'm
about
still
me being a
wondering, like,
baby and having to have like some kind of definition about the object I'm on, without the idea that I'm on a ball or any of the knowledge that goes with that.
Exactly. Well, you have knowledge of basic shapes, right? Like you understand what a
Can I make a
triangle
couple
is.
arguments against this real quick?
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to put this out there. So, like, if things are infinitesimally small, like fractally, like if you look at the atom and say, oh, well, the atom's made of something, and then you're like, okay, well, those things are also made of something, and every time you look closer, it gets smaller and smaller, and you can always find something else. Okay, that's one example. But then also you have energy. Now, energy doesn't get lost; it just turns into something else. So it is infinitely existent. Correct?
That's true.
No, it is
So
not.
According to the first law of thermodynamics, yeah.
Go ahead and talk about it. Whatever.
Infinitely existent isn't true. If there is a finite amount of energy and you can't create or destroy it, then it is necessarily not infinite. There is
Well, if
a
you can't
finite.
destroy it, then it goes on infinitely, right?
Yeah, then it
No,
lives on forever in some form, right?
no. It
Oh,
can
then how
transform.
do you destroy it then?
It can transform. Energy can
Okay,
transform.
sure. But it's just still energy and it's infinite,
But
according to the
it's not
first law, right?
infinite. There's a finite amount of energy.
Doesn't matter. We're not talking about the amount. We're talking about energy itself.
What about energy itself?
Yeah, you're saying that because there's a finite amount, then it's finite. No, you're saying that because we're saying that, okay, even if there was this finite amount of energy, the whole idea is that you can't destroy it. So in some form or another, that infinitely continues according to the first law, right?
So let's be clear. First off, I said physical objects do not exist in an infinite quantity. If you're talking about energy, that's fine. Energy is still there's a finite amount of it in the universe. There's no more, there's no less.
As far as we know, I mean, that's what we're told. Maybe.
There you go. As far as we know, there isn't more, there isn't less.
Right. And then, as far as we know, there couldn't be infinite land. You can say, as far as we know, but saying that something being infinite doesn't exist, you can't claim that. You could say, as far as we know, infinite things don't exist. I'll accept that. But go on with your analogy.
Definitively, physical objects do not exist in infinite quantities.
Because you haven't observed an infinite thing. Is that what you're saying? That's the reasoning behind it?
It is not debatable. It's never been observed. It does not exist.
Because it hasn't been observed, then it doesn't exist. That's what you're saying.
First off, no, two parts. Number one, it hasn't been observed. And then number two, if it wasn't observed and it did exist, there are ramifications that we would observe based off that, and we do not.
Okay. Regardless of that, go on with your analogy. I mean, you're getting stuck on the infinite part, and you're trying to make a definitive statement about something you can't really know, but that's fine.
It's important because you flat earthers or globe skeptics or whatever you want to call yourselves get stuck on a few concepts other than we just don't know. And I'm trying to show
it's the same. It's true for you guys too, though.
I'm trying to show you that you can know if you use a little deductive reasoning. And you have to have a few things that you have to establish as truth, or else the whole thing goes out the window because you make silly arguments like, well, I might live on something infinite.
Well, those ramifications might be because the closed system that we live in won't allow those ramifications of an infinite plane. It doesn't mean that there's not an infinite plane.
That's an assertion.
Terry wanted to jump in with something. Terry?
I know, we're trying to, we're obfuscating it to do with energy stuff, but then I thought, well, we'll get back to the original conversation to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're back on the
Yes.
shape. So
Go for it.
real world objects have physicality. Things with physicality have dimensionality. This is observed everywhere and in everything. You can have volume, you can have surface area. These things are known facts of the 3D space we live in. So when we're talking about the Earth, we're living on a thing. You might not know what the thing is, but you can figure it out based off of observations. Some key observations that you would note is that as you traverse the surface of the Earth in any amount of time, and I say this because we have traversed the Earth with a lot of different observation points, and we have mapped the entirety of the Earth. I know you think that's in contention, but it's not. And we have mapped the entire surface of the Earth, and even if we hadn't, in our travels, we have never noticed an edge or a vertice or some kind of angle to the Earth that we are on. It has always been a smooth surface that we have been on. This discounts 95% of all objects that it could possibly be that we are on.
So your reasoning is because we haven't found an edge that it must be a ball?
It's not a fallacy. It's reality. You cannot name an
Because-
object other than a toroid, a sphere, or something with a curved surface and not a cylinder, because even a cylinder
You
has a
basically said we haven't seen an edge, so that means there's no edge. That's what you said.
We have not observed an edge, so it is not rational to believe there is one.
But we don't know who said anything about an edge. Who believes there's an edge? Do you think flat earthers think there's an edge?
I think flat earthers have to believe there's an edge, because
Let's
otherwise you are
go.
on a sphere. There's no other object it could be.
There are two camps.
I think
there are
you're
two camps
totally
of
wrong
flat Earth.
about that.
One is infinite plane, and there's a guy named IBS. No one knows his real name, who goes with the idea that there's an infinite plane goes on forever, and then there's the disc with a dome over it idea.
That's not
We'll make.
But even if we had a
assume we don't
dome, it
know
could be a dome amongst other domes on an infinite
Do
plane.
you know his name? I don't
Yeah,
care.
yeah. His name. He's been around the block. We know his name.
Yeah. But
You
anyway,
think you do.
the conclusion
No,
you
we
draw is
actually
that
know
you
his
have to be on the
first name.
curve.
Oh, really?
Thanks.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't want to know. It's okay. It's okay.
And if you think if you think that there is an edge or a vertice or something that denotes the shape other than what I claimed, then feel free to point to where it is. I'm waiting.
What do you mean the shape? Like I would have to know what's underneath us and how far it goes down to know the shape, right?
No, you don't have to do any of that. You can just use the observations you have here on the surface.
Oh, you're just talking about the perimeter, because that's different than the shape of the whole thing.
Well, I've been
Like
talking about
how big the perimeter is totally different. Like the perimeter
again,
could be 360 degrees, and that could be like as far as we can go, but that doesn't give me an idea of how far down it goes, or if there's any kind of like objective shape from the outside. I wouldn't know any of that, even if I were to find this perimeter that you talk about.
Yeah, because it's not there.
There's no,
again, you're talking about the dimples on a golf ball. I'm talking about the golf ball.
Right, exactly. How can you talk about the golf
other
ball when you have
puddles,
no
too. I
idea
mean,
what the golf? You're just assuming with the
other
golf
ponds
that
outside of
we're on a
ours.
golf ball. Go ahead.
Because, what did the other guy say?
No, there could be other puddles, other ponds outside of ours. There's no knowing right now.
Yeah,
there is knowing. We've mapped the surface of the Earth. It's not.
Oh
impossible.
yeah, that's you're again trusting people and just assuming that we should trust them
When you
too.
say we, like, are you talking about you?
Humanity. Humanity is the we I'm referring to. Humanity
that's
is
a genetic,
because that's really not a good source of. Humanity has been fooled, bro.
Yeah,
If humanity,
fallacy.
you know that there's been lies in history big enough. I mean, do you think 9/11 was what they told us? Come on.
Is that a genetic fallacy when you try to invoke that?
Stop. The fact that I can tell you exactly based off of where you say you live, whether it's night or day, means that we know for a fact that everywhere on the surface of the Earth that you all live on, doesn't matter if you're in Australia or Africa or North America or Europe.
All it means is that they map the path of the sun. That's all.
Just because they told you that these are the areas we've mapped does not necessarily mean that those are the only areas that we know about.
Place on this Earth.
There's only areas in existence.
Holy
shit! To say that it's a fact just because
why do you always want to talk
humanity has
over
mapped
each
out
other?
the world,
You're so impatient.
you're assuming that they're telling you the truth about how much
talking.
land has been found. That's just an assumption.
I know it goes both ways.
Yeah, it's very closed-minded. The assumptions that you're asserting right now.
So, again, there's no place on the surface of the Earth that we haven't mapped. And in fact, you guys invoke one of the maps.
Assumption.
flat Earth map. It's not an assumption, dude. If you think it's an
Yes,
assumption,
it is.
then feel free to show me where we haven't been.
Prove it's not a ball.
You haven't been to the bottom of the ocean.
That is exactly
for
correct.
like over 90% of the ocean underneath has not been mapped. For example,
James Cameron's gone to the deepest part of the ocean.
I'm talking about the surface of the I'm not talking about the Marianas Trench. I'm talking about the surface of the Earth. We have mapped the surface. When I say I've mapped the surface of a basketball, and you guys say, "Oh, you don't know about the divot that's in the crevice that's 3 miles down," that's not what I'm talking about. We've mapped
Totally
the
non
surface.
sequitur, because we can see you hold the basketball. We can actually confirm that you mapped the basketball. We're talking about the entirety of our existence being mapped that you're claiming.
Yeah. If you think we're that ignorant, then why are you talking to us? We're not little kids, dude.
I feel like
very
maybe you
disrespectful.
are if you don't think we haven't mapped the surface of the Earth.
The whole Amazon hasn't been mapped yet.
You didn't answer my question. Why are you here if you think we're that ignorant? We're not here to be your little children.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's like, oh, here's what the authority says, and if you don't believe the authority, you're stupid. That's what it sounds like.
Great, dude. I know how to Google too, brother. I know how to Google too. Good job.
Valid reasoning? You haven't presented any valid reasoning that opposes it. You just say, "Oh, there could be other places." Well, we haven't mapped it, so why do you believe that?
It's an opinion, isn't it? Then.
Yeah,
it's I mean, look at the globe to begin with. One side of the globe is pretty much all water. Not to even get into the idea that doesn't make any sense. That there's proportions that just don't make sense the way they show us the globe. Look at how much water is on that one side of the globe. And you can go into Google Maps and you can try to get to some of those areas, and they're whited out. You can't even go to them.
We have 29% landmass. It's to be expected.
That's your opinion. You just believe what you're told. You think you're coming in here to talk to people that are just going to go, "Oh, that's what they said." I had no idea that they said that, and if they said that, they must be right. Why are you here to discuss it if there's not deeper issues to find? If you're just believing everything you're told, then why would you be here discussing it?
71% of the Earth is water. I've heard that so much.
71% of the surface.
Who knows how much water there is?
Yeah, like you guys are just arguing with like grade school knowledge now. Like 29% landmass is the Earth. Yeah, so when you say, "Oh, but the Pacific Ocean is so big," yeah, dude, that's because there's only 29% landmass. Like that's not even an argument. That's
grade school knowledge that you're arguing. That's we were all told that in grade school. All of those things we were told. We can just get beyond that now. And if you want to speculate, there's good reason to. And if you think there's no good reason to speculate, then why are you here?
It's because we know it because we mapped it. Like, what part don't you get? You need to go map the Earth yourself in order to
tell you why I'm
believe
here.
it.
My me and Daddy loved them each other very much.
I know. I just picked up on a point then that seemed to a bit pot calling cattle black.
I think everyone's calling each other.
I'm just wondering, what about water and mountain
it's
and
fair
valley?
game.
Like,
It's
what
all fair
makes
game.
that a sphere?
Look, man, if you want to discuss the Earth, just come back when you're open-minded. This is just kind of boring.
Well, we're trying to talk it like in an open-minded way, but it's not happening that
What's
way.
open-minded about saying this is what we were taught and we must believe what we were taught? Why is that open-minded?
What part of an open mind do I need? Like, I'm open. My mind is open. Tell me where this landmass is that we have.
Give me an example of you being open right now.
Yeah, so
listening
fully. I'm believing fully right now that we haven't charted the entire surface of the Earth. Tell me where we need to go.
I would say go to the North Pole, go to the South supposed pole. Take video of the stars rotating at 90 degrees. At the zenith at both poles. I think that would be really interesting. Don't you think? Actually, there should be dozens of videos. It should be like a sight to see. Oh, look, this is the pole. That's the pole. But
by the way, that wasn't an example. That was not an example of you being open-minded. You said, "I'm believing right now. We haven't mapped it all," even though that's totally what you believe. An example of you actually being open-minded beyond what you're just told by the authority.
Feel free to correct me.
Well, let's test this, dude. So, like, do you believe that there are narratives that aren't necessarily mainstream that are true? I mean, is this Do you pretty much just believe everything at the top of Google? Or, like, give me an example.
I'm going to give you a nugget of wisdom. I believe that by nature, humans like to be right. I also believe by nature that humans like accolades. So when you combine the thing that people like to be right with the other thing that people like accolades, you get competition. And I believe competition is the primary driver in our understanding of the earth.
I don't give a
believe,
fuck about that. I give a fuck about the truth, bro.
So
I believe.
then where's the multiple videos at the star trails rotating above at Zenith at both poles? Where's that? Should be tons of them. Where are they?
Have you looked for them?
Yeah.
Back to your point, though, about the competition. Well, if you were to realize that at an early enough stage and you had enough wealth and power at some point to connect with the other people on this plane that also have enough wealth and power to make everyone think that they know the truth about something that's not really the truth, then you kind of wipe out the competition, don't you?
How in the world can I possibly get 7 billion people to believe something by me just saying, "Oh, please believe it"?
Okay,
it's not about that. It's a reverse engineered model, bro. It's brilliant.
Hang on,
A heliocentric model. I mean, it took a lot of work to get people to believe the opposite of our reality is reality.
The heliocentric model existed before I was born. So how is anyone generationally supposed to uphold this farce when you guys can't hang on, when you guys can't even last 1 century without devolving into the fact that vaccines don't help people? How in the world are you
had to say? Here we go.
That's all you had to say. Obviously not open-minded, obviously not informed, obviously not even observing our reality that we live in right now with people with vax injuries all over the place.
Let's we can berate each other calmly. So let's do that.
Yeah. So how in the world is this generational conspiracy theory that's supposed to have lasted for literally thousands of years supposed to be plausible when not even in 100 years can humanity, with all of its advances in science and technology, seem to progress past vaccines being useful in 1920 and vaccines being
This is fallacious reasoning. Fallacious reasoning, my friend.
That's so crazy. Wait, no, you're going to get laughed out of the room with that kind of talk. But first of all, thousands of years. Are you really sure about that with the heliocentrism?
Yes, I am.
And on top of that, with like, oh, in the last 100 years, we can't even get people to believe that vaccines are good for them. Have you looked at like the alternative news at all, considering this matter at all? You don't consider anything outside the mainstream, it sounds like.
Look, you're just making assumptions at this point. I am very pointed. You're actually making my point for me.
We're the ones making assumptions.
There should have been alternative news sources hundreds of years ago that blew this conspiracy theory wide open, and if it were true. But it's not, because it's not a conspiracy theory.
Oh man, your reasoning is just not even worth talking to, honestly.
Even proof that it could have happened, and it hasn't.
Nikag, I think they missed the analogy of the vaccines. It's like to say, are we using 2 tin cans and a piece of string or smoke signals to communicate at the moment?
There are people crying. There are people screaming from the rooftops about the vax injuries as we speak.
We're not talking about vaccines.
So your theory's blown out of the water. The fact that there are people making video after video about people being injured from these things, and you're saying
that's not the point. That's not the point.
There should be alternative sources.
You're going off the rails about it.
The alternative sources are
you're going off the rail about it.
You can look them up. I can send you 100 videos right now.
Stop going down.
Does that really mean anything?
You don't understand what the conversation was.
The basics of the argument is there are people in authority that the trust in whom is waning. How about that? That's understandable, because people have been lying about things. It's understandable that people would be distrustful of people in authority. Bill Gates is very, very, very shady dude. That's understandable that you would have conspiracies and conspiracy ideas. We're talking about the shape of the earth, though, something that can be measured.
Yeah, and you know what? Hugh James believes in the ball earth, but Hugh James, you'd have to kill him before he'll take a vax, because he's looked into this, and you guys have.
That's literally true. You'd have to shoot me in the head. I would take a bullet to my head before you'd get me to take a vax.
Isn't this a percentage of the northern
At least we have
hemispherian
one
bias
open-minded
that's in?
globe-earther in here.
Am I speaking, or is it my
Go ahead,
deafened?
Go ahead, Terry.
Isn't this a basics of the northern hemispherian bias, especially from American side of things, where a lot of this stuff comes from, whether it be all this disregard to what's going on around them is in the whole Earth, not just America.
Yeah, I don't know, but the whole point of my little analogy there was that there's no way that a generational conspiracy, not and I'm talking about 1,000+ years, so not even, it's multiple generational conspiracy, is somehow held aloft and intact to control the masses, when you guys very clearly, by the pure fact that you exist, means that it would not have held up to any amount of scrutiny if it were in fact a conspiracy theory. It's just,
and that goes back to the open-minded. It's global,
That
not
point
just
made no sense.
one continent.
I mean, we're not even talking the globe right now. We're just talking the fact that a conspiracy theory can last beyond 100 years.
You're talking about a conspiracy or a conspiracy theory?
Well, a conspiracy is something. Maybe we're confusing terminology. In my head, a conspiracy is something that has been
About
a
this,
theory in the past.
they call oil a fossil fuel, right? That's a
theory
conspiracy.
It's a theory in the past that has been shown to have validity. A conspiracy theory is just people postulating about something that they might not agree with.
Okay, now not to get into the subject, but Nidhug, you just have to at least say, do you think that the story we were given about 9/11 with the terrorists and the planes and all that, do you think that's true?
It doesn't.
So look, conspiracy theorists bug me. Conspiracies happen. People are shitty, okay? Human nature is not lending itself towards people being nice and helping themselves. Well, helping fellows. They help themselves plenty. So
you
people
think 9/11 was a conspiracy?
9/11 was not. I don't think there's enough evidence to say it was a conspiracy. If it was one of the most well-enacted conspiracies ever. But I don't
Except
think
for the globe Earth, you're right, yeah.
I don't think that happened, because by and large, people fuck up all the time. There has not been anything that I can think of right now that has potentially been a conspiracy that was proven not.
Now, let's just say that just a thought exercise real quick. So if you did look into 9/11 and you found out there's no way it could possibly be what they said, would your attitude about conspiracies in general might change a little bit? Maybe.
Well, that'd start off as a conspiracy theory then, and then you'd have to prove it.
Yeah, I looked into the 9/11 thing. A lot of that stuff is a bunch of amateurs thinking that they knew it all, much like you guys are with the Earth. So no, I
So
don't
you believe
think
9/11? You believe the moon landing?
Yes, we landed on the moon, dude. It's
Wow,
not up
a lot of things that
Okay, hold on, wait.
So this goes back to the technological genetic fallacy.
Okay, here's the issue. Here's the issue with the litany of conspiracy theories. If you have, for example, the flat Earth, it's a conspiracy to hide the true shape of the Earth. That's one. Then you add in JFK, you add in 9/11, you add in vaccines. Once you get to about 20 or 30, what happens is people's eyes glaze over. Me personally, it's conceivable someone did something for 9/11. I don't know. The Kennedy thing, that's just too shady I don't even know, right? There are some things that are plausible and some things are not. With the shape of the Earth, the problem with the shape of the Earth is that it's so massive as a conspiracy.
Do you trust that they're telling you the correct size of Africa?
It's because people have ridden.
Wow. Even though they change it all the time on the globe?
How do they change it?
Wow.
How do they change it? Explain. They change the distances
I
to
could point
places.
to like 100 different sizes of Africa that's been misrepresented on globes.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the photos of the globe when the Africa appears larger or smaller.
I'm talking about any time you want to look at a globe, Africa might be a different size.
Yes, so you are talking about that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So they're misrepresenting the size of Africa. So why should
That's
I
not
trust
true.
they're not misrepresenting other
No,
things?
it's not a representation.
No, that's not true. If you
All
photograph,
right, so yeah, we don't even need to talk about it if that's how you're going to feel about it. Like,
no,
damn, bro.
okay. Let me explain. I don't want to be dismissive. So let me make sure that you're not thinking I'm just dismissing you as like, oh yeah, it's raw, fake. When you're photographing something like a sphere, right? It's specifically if you get a globe and then you photograph it. If you've got your phone, you've got 3 lenses on it, right? I've got an iPhone right here. I've got 3 lenses. If you were to put the zoom lens and fill the frame, fill the screen with the globe, and take a photograph, Africa would appear a certain size. But then you take the wide angle, you come right up close on it, and then take another photograph. It's the same amount of space inside the picture. Inside the screen
I
is taken up
think
by
he
the
might be
globe.
referring to like them admitting to like misrepresenting the size of the continents in different maps. I
What
think that's kind
as
of
a
like
physical measurement or an optical
Yeah,
measurement?
dude, they changed the
like
size of
they're
Greenland.
saying
They
that
changed the size of every
You're
single
talking about
continent.
there's
optically,
changes
or
that they've made,
I'm
and
still
they've
maybe I'm
admitted to
wrong.
that.
yeah, I
They
don't know.
even got rid of land that was around the North
Yeah,
Pole.
we
Like,
need
look at their
we
maps.
need to
They've
we
been
need
around
to
for hundreds of years. They've been removing land.
They've been
I don't
removing
even got to
land.
get into that, though.
we
That's
need
just
to
supposed to be
clarify. Are you
weird.
talking about it optically or a physical measurement of the size?
Yeah, you guys need to nail down a point and stick to it. The size
Yeah, I
of
know.
Africa
I think
changed.
what you're talking about is you've seen the things where it shows you about 20 different photographs of the Earth,
So
and they're very
optically,
No,
you're talking
no.
about optics.
Okay. So we're not
Not
talking
talking
about
about
that.
optics.
no. The point is that you are being lied to about the
No,
shapes
no.
and sizes.
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
jeez, we're trying to get back to that specific
I'm
point.
asking what I feel is what I feel. I don't want to be disrespectful. What I feel is going on here is you've seen the different shots of the globe from different locations. All right, and you're thinking that because the Africa, for example, looks bigger and looks smaller, that they're changing the size of things. I think that's what's going on. And what I'm saying is, if you photograph something with a wide angle lens and then also with a zoom lens, the sizes of the things, the objects on that sphere, i.e. the Earth, i.e. the continents, will change. And I can do it. Actually, I've got a globe
I'm doing it
right
right
here.
now for you. I'm doing it
Yeah,
right now.
I've got my phone right here, and I've got a globe right here. I could do it right now.
I'm
I
doing
don't
it
think
for
that's what
you.
he was talking about. I mean,
Thanks,
we
Tony.
understand that this continent size can look different depending on how far away
So
you
that's
are
not what you.
and what lens you're using. I
That's
think
what I
he's
was
talking
trying to
about
figure
that they've
out. What he's
actually
talking
changed.
about.
They've actually said this is not the real representation of this continent because of the way that we've drawn this map. There's been some admittance to that. I don't think
Are
that's what
you
he's
talking
talking
about a
about.
map or are you talking
We're
about the
talking
globe? If
about
you're talking about a
conspiracy.
map, then it's a projection. So there's some interpolation going on there.
Okay,
If you're talking about
I
a
got the wrong
globe,
end of the stick then.
You're talking about being lied to over thousands of years, right?
No, we're
And I'm
talking about
showing you
is
that
an
molecular
optic.
maps over hundreds
I
of
wish
years
people could be
has been
more
changing the
clarified.
size of land masses.
stop posturing, dude. The whole "you're being lied to" thing is just tired. It's
Let's
not you
just go
being
with.
lied to.
They
You
have
don't
been
understand the
changing the
basic
More
size of the
principles.
tangible.
land
More
masses
tangible, please.
on your map for hundreds of years, dude.
Say
So
again.
I know we still can't even clarify what the point was.
yeah, he's saying that Africa and honestly Australia, I think, and
Yeah,
Greenland
that's
are
what I was showing, the representation of Australia. Is that
If
what
you're
he's
going
saying
to change the
optically?
size of a continent or a landmass on a map, then
So which
you're going to
which
need to
side?
tell me why. You're going to need to tell me what happened to the land.
So which one on these images that I just posted is the size of Australia?
I understand
All right.
why this isn't an issue for you, but it is for me, and I think you should respect that.
Oh,
It's
dude,
it's very simple, dude. It's because a projection is what you're when you're talking about a map, you're talking about a projection, which is a curved surface projected onto a flat surface. And when you do that, the extremities get elongated. And that's why Africa looks distorted, that's why Australia looks distorted. Because the extremities get distorted because you're taking a curved surface and projecting it onto a flat surface.
That's not the same as removing land masses.
No one's removing land
Okay,
mass.
I'll show you two maps. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Africa looks the exact same as it always has.
Why would they remove land masses?
Like that, it just doesn't even make sense.
I really want to know, why would they do that? Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? I don't get it. I'm sorry, I've been looking at this for half a decade. I still don't understand. I still had
They
no
need to
understanding
bury your
why
head
they
in
were
the
doing it.
sand and avoid all the information that could
The
be
huge conspiracy
what you could be looking at.
spanning
But you just
thousands
want to
of
pretend it's not happening and go get jabbed again or something like that.
I'm not jabbed, dude. Don't pull the jab, get jabbed thing on me. I'm not getting jabbed. Don't, be careful with that tar brush, dude. Careful.
Yeah, anti-vaxxing doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it's just the silliest argument, though. Like, why do you guys stick to this against all evidence?
Here's the thing. I'm not anti-vax. Okay, I'm not. My family all got vaxxed. I'm not anti-vax. I said I don't want to take it. I'm not going to take it. But I couldn't not tell my wife what to do. I'm not anti-vax, but I won't take it. So, the problem is when
Why
you
don't
get
you
into
tell
these
us about
discussions,
your friend
when
that
you,
seemed to have some kind of like a little bit of a know-how about these things, and the look he gave you, that he couldn't tell you, but the look in his eyes you could read? Tell us about that.
what was that? Sorry?
You said you had a friend that was giving you the hush hush eyes about you're bringing up the topic, and he knew something that he couldn't say, but you knew just from
Well,
look in his eyes that
yeah,
he
what was
wasn't
that?
telling you something that you should know.
Well, what was that? What was
Right?
that? What were we
You
talking
said
about?
this.
Yeah, I know, but
And then Shines stepped in with her grandfather, who worked for NASA, and was giving her the same look about things he couldn't talk about. It was that connection. That was an interesting one.
it was. I have a friend at the CDC.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. Yeah,
Right.
I have a friend at the CDC.
Right. And you can see
He
how
gave me that
how
look.
nervous he was, right? Just for
Very,
even
very much.
talking in personal about you,
Very,
with
very,
you.
very much.
That's how conspiracies continue,
Yeah, I know
because
that.
there's that kind of indoctrination and
Your
fear
whole
put
point
into
is
people that
was
even mention it to their friend in a closed room.
You have
All
to
right.
what you have to do is I think what you mean by open-minded is what you have to do is accept that can happen, and that does happen. The problem is that you have to then prove, in the case of the shape of the Earth, that is what is happening. You see the
You
link?
don't have to prove
It
anything.
can
You just
happen.
have to give up the belief and realize that your reality is more like it seems than the opposite.
Right, but that's the point. The point is, yes, those things happened. I've experienced them directly myself. The next step is then to prove that is what's happening in this case, i.e., shape of the Earth.
Yeah, so Riggs, your whole contention is that a 500-year-old map doesn't look like a current map.
I don't think it was Riggs.
Are you surprised that there aren't dragons in the ocean too, like old Chinese? I mean, it's about as valid.
That is an ad
I
hom and
don't
a
think
non
you
sequitur.
understand everything you should about maps from back in the day for you to say something
Yeah,
like
that
that is true.
Mercator map is 500 years old. It shows 4 landmasses at the North Pole. It even depicts the North Pole in the bottom left corner. It does not show a South Pole, by the way.
Right. So yeah, old inaccurate maps are old and inaccurate.
Yeah, they also have Terra Incognita up over Canada, and little dragons and water
Yeah, well,
monsters.
we
and stuff.
still use the Mercator map, and then the new map doesn't have it. So
Same
Again,
company, guys.
I
a
personally
500
believe that there are dragons.
When you're comparing a 500-year-old map to a current map, what are you expecting?
Well, the 500-year-old map is obviously more accurate because 500 years ago they thought the Earth was flat or some shit like that. I don't know.
And how do you navigate? And how do you
it's about
navigate?
them negating the land altogether.
And how do
Why?
how do you navigate on that map that was 500 years ago compared to the one I posted?
So you think these people were
It's
just
an
getting
actual map.
lost at sea, just sailing along these coastlines, just not knowing where they were, just writing crap all over pages?
Well, they
saying
weren't
this is what it
sailing all
looks
over
like.
the ocean.
You
They
think
weren't
people are
sail-
just like closing their eyes and drawing
No.
squiggly lines and saying this
question
is what
I-
the waters are, and getting really, really close, but not quite as
They were
close as they should?
when they sailed back in those days. They
Like
were
I just
sailing
wonder, like, why do you think
close.
they kind of got it, but they weren't good enough to get it at all?
I think
Back in
500-year-old maps are not as accurate as maps of today.
All right, so how did they kind of get it?
Well, back in the day, when that map was the 500-year-old one, they sailed a lot closer to the land. The map that I showed is the representation of what they actually mapped.
What?
To actually sail out in the ocean.
How did
using,
they know these land masses?
well, that would have been surface navigation as well.
Oh, celestial navigation. Wow.
No, surface.
Oh, sorry, misheard you.
And they did mapping of the coastlines. They might not have been as good drawers back then.
Got pretty close, though. It looks like.
It does stand to reason.
They got it somewhat correct.
It does
Well,
stand
they
to
were getting
reason.
better, weren't they? That's how technology works. We get better and better with each thing, don't we?
That does stand to reason that more modern maps are more accurate than older maps.
Well, I don't believe
and the other question,
people getting lost at sea, just incorrectly drawing shit. I don't think that's what was going on.
But why would they change maps? That's what I want to know. Why? What would be the motivation behind that?
Well, me personally, when I see like land masses disappearing over time, that makes me think, and it doesn't make you think. So whatever.
Because of technology and better understanding.
Wait, why do you think they changed maps? Because they got better maps.
Yeah,
they sailed further. They sailed further.
Yeah.
Are you an idiot? Or are you seriously?
Come on, it's been good so far.
Yeah, we've been cordial, NASA.
Are you serious? No, come on. I mean, here they are. Here they are having. They're getting better.
I'm not saying
if you look on the maps, I mean the ones in Europe and the Mediterranean were actually quite accurate because they sailed there a lot. When you got further away, got from further away from England, the less accurate they got.
Well, it's to do with the generic part of technology and knowledge is advancing. Doesn't matter what it is.
Y'all just full blown trust people that you can use your own.
Well, who do you
should just use your own brain. Stop letting people tell you what to do and what to think.
You're learning things. You're learning things from
too negative. Like for real, y'all just eat it all up. Like that's garbage.
Can I make a point about something to do with general knowledge and that? From the time you were born to the time you go through toddler stage and become a child, you are learning. And that learning knowledge is inherent to our physiology of a human.
You just blindly accept this stuff. That's what I think.
Electric. Who do you trust?
No, you're not blind because you jump off a tree. You jump out of a tree and you hurt yourself. Well, I'm not going to jump out of that tree again. So you learn, don't you?
Like, dude literally was like, "We did this," and I was like, "Oh, you?" He was like, "No, I mean they." All right, so you're blindly trusting this.
So electric.
Well, then you pass that knowledge on to the next person and say, "Don't jump out of that tree. You'll hurt yourself."
Again, electric. Who do you trust? If not, do you trust anyone? Is there a limit?
What?
You have this standard of trust where you don't trust consensus.
It's just I bring up such simple stuff. It's really simple stuff I bring up.
But it's black and white thinking, dude. It's black and white thinking.
Right, but what do you trust then? Like, do you go to the doctor if you're feeling ill? Do you trust them?
Because dude was talking about how if we have been being lied to for thousands of years, that eventually we should all wake the fuck up, right? Or something like this along these lines.
You just ignored the whole thing about knowledge.
Yeah, because you guys are spiraling. You guys are spiraling off into other shit I don't really care about.
Maps are inaccurate, right?
Say we're spiraling.
We've got an interconnected globe. There are like a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand, maybe 1,000 airplanes airborne right now, and they don't know where they're going or where they came from because the maps are inaccurate.
You don't know where you're going and where you came from. Got it. Cool.
But again,
so what we're saying is we've got to rub two sticks together nowadays to light a fire. So is that what we do?
Did I hear you right that there's all these airplanes that are airborne as we speak that don't know where they're going because the maps are inaccurate?
Here's the thing: everyone blindly.
I can address what you said, but it's just like
everyone.
I know you're not going to accept my answer. It's all.
Well, what's your answer?
Everyone blindly trusts someone. And if you've ever been on vacation, walked into a grocery store, or
everyone
got
blindly
fast food,
trusts someone.
or a
Okay,
restaurant,
I don't blindly trust anyone. Sorry.
That's not true.
Really?
Yes.
Yes. You get in your car and drive to work every day because you trust the manufacturer built it to specs.
I don't even trust people that if I go to a restaurant and I order food, I check my food before I fucking eat it, bro. Like I don't trust people.
How do you trust it? How?
He watches the chef cook it and gets the raw ingredients.
I guess I don't trust everything.
it's not reasonable to say you trust no one because you have to.
All right, if that's what you want to make this about, bro, I don't think that's important.
Yeah, but that's the whole crux of it, isn't it?
That's all right.
Yeah,
I think electrics are not.
Yeah, you want me to
your
just
whole
bow down
point
to
of
some
view.
idiots that are
No, I
just
don't want you
figuring
bowing
land
to
masses
anyone.
off
So
their map?
you've never
He said,
you
the
sound like
land masses are
you
just
sound like an
disappearing,
American.
bro. Just
Have you
accept
ever
it, bro.
gotten in a car and driven somewhere you've never been before?
Oh, shut up.
Have you gotten in a car and driven, I
Don't-
don't know,
don't-
California? And did you use maps to do it? But those maps are inaccurate according to you.
Fucking ignore me, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I'm ignoring you because you're saying something extremely, I can't say the word. You're saying something
You
that
don't
is
believe you're being
extremely
lied to.
intellectually
You've never been
dishonest.
there. Never been there.
I
That's
think
what
I
it is.
think that I'm not being
I
told the
think you're
truth
being
by people, and
extremely
you think you
intellectually
are.
dishonest.
Yeah, that's
It's
been
fine.
biased. Yeah, you can't
If
be
I
biased to say you're being lied to. That's just being
if
biased.
No, I
I've
can't
been
say that here. I'm saying he's extremely intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, that
yeah,
too. Yeah.
Electric. If I've been lied to, it's interesting that I have been because they have managed to lie to me, and yet I can still get to work using Google Maps every day. And they have lied to me, and yet when I am
It's a
sick and
pretty
I get
flat
medicine, I
display
feel
you use
better.
for Google Maps. It's
And
a flat display.
when
When
I
you
am
zoom in, I
lied
can
to,
pull up Google Maps right
when
now.
I am
Zooming in and
lied,
out. It's a
holy
flat
shit,
display.
Electric, dude. Look, man, I get it. I understand it. You're a skeptic of everything, but being skeptical of everything doesn't make you intelligent. It just makes you skeptical of everything. And then people look at you like you're crazy because you say, I check my food when I go to restaurants before I eat it. Bitch, no, you don't. You don't check your food every single time you go to McDonald's and buy a burger. Or when you go out and you eat something or get a soda from the fountain, you don't do that. You're just posturing.
I
Stop
don't
it.
even go to restaurants, actually.
Yeah,
Well,
you
how do
don't
you
go
know
to
what?
restaurants, you don't
You
go to
really don't know
doctors, you
anything
don't go
about
to
me to
work.
even be
You
saying
get
this
it.
stupid shit
Yeah,
right
how
now.
do you know you're putting fuel in your car? It could be just water.
Right. Like,
And you guys are so concerned about me. You're not sticking to the topic.
well, that's
Let's stick
it's
to
Well,
the
it
be-
is.
topic. I think we're
This is
getting
the
into
topic.
personal.
the
This is
Yeah,
topic
the
is
that's
topic.
your
what Globers have to
belief.
do. You have to make things personal because you want to avoid
No,
No,
the
it's
fact that
not
it's
things
being
are.
personal. It's the topic. It's to do with
Yeah, that's what you
technology and
always do. You
knowledge.
guys always have to resort to insults and make
That's
things
not.
personal
No, it's
because you're
not.
not wanting to
Technology,
address
If
technology, and
you
simple
knowledge
feel,
points that I'm
is
making.
personal. So
Simple
you
points
if
can't
that
you
I'm
feel
making.
insulted because
disagree
we're
with that.
talking about knowledge, then that's a you problem. But when
Yeah.
we talk about knowledge and how we pass knowledge down generationally or through academics or through trade skills, and you go, oh, but that's all wrong and it's
What are you
indoctrination.
talking about?
That's
it's
shining
not
a
this.
harsh light on you, dude. And
You're
if you
not
feel
talking about
crunchy about
anything,
it,
dude.
that's a you problem. But the rest of us know that trade skills, apprenticeships, academia, and knowledge transfers from one person to another are completely valid ways of learning.
The thing is, everyone is skeptical of some things. Some people are skeptical of the medical profession. That's me. Some people are skeptical of NASA. That's electric chappy here. Right? There's levels of skepticism. So we all have thresholds where we believe. I don't generally trust that the food supply is necessarily all safe all the time, but I still have to eat. I
Why
can't
are you
test
hung up on the
all the
fact
food.
that I don't like restaurants and I don't like people that work behind counters and I don't like ordering food from places? Why are y'all hung up on this? Who the fuck
No,
cares?
I'm not hung
It's
up.
not being
No, I'm
hung
not hung
up.
up.
It was just an example.
Just an example. Yeah, I'm just using
Can
that.
you,
But
can you make a better point?
yeah, I can make a point. Okay, with the skepticism. Here's the thing: skepticism can go too far. It can really go too far.
Skepticism can
So
go too far. Wow.
healthy skepticism is healthy. It's why it's called healthy skepticism, right? It's what do they call it? It's like trust
I think
but
you live in a bubble. That's what I think.
I don't. How do I live in a bubble? You got
Well,
this.
being a skeptic's living in a bubble because you're skeptical of everything around you.
Really, that doesn't make sense.
You can trust too much, and you can be skeptical too much. What you need is balance.
To say you're not being lied to, or that there's not any levels of deception, or like a power
Oh my
struggle,
goodness!
or any levels of suffering, or any like attack, hunger, survival.
And we're supposed to have an open
You
mind,
live in
but
a
yet
bubble,
it
man.
seems to be only one way.
Yeah,
You're not listening. You're not
overly,
listening. It's
I'm
overly
listening.
skeptical.
Let's hold on. Let Electric. Like, do me a favor, bud. Just get your thought out. Let us know when you complete. I'm not being sarcastic or
all right, so
arrogant
stop
or.
talking.
All right, I'll shut up now.
I think you live in a bubble because if you're going to pretend that people aren't being lied to, or isn't there or there aren't layers of deception in this world, in this realm, that there isn't, bad things happening, suffering caused for bad reasons, then you live in a bubble.
Yeah, so people are shitty. I think everyone understands that, but
about-
there's a spectrum.
No,
Electric.
you
There's
can't
the
just
overly.
hand wave people are
Hang
shitty.
on.
That's it, bro. No,
How
you
about
live in a
this?
fucking bubble. That's what it
No,
is.
that's
It's
Electric.
not that
That
people are
isn't.
shitty, it's that you're ignoring the fact that you're being lied to.
Dude, do this for me.
Man.
Electric, do this for me.
I don't
And
give a fuck, dude.
you're not
You're
going to,
talking
but
to the
that's okay.
wrong person about this, maybe.
No, maybe, but hold on. Just hang on a second. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm not. Go to 100 people. Ask 100 different people, do you trust the government? And do you trust everything and
That doesn't
everyone?
matter. It doesn't matter who trusts the government, dude.
You will find, what I'm saying is, that's all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say, if you were to ask 100 people, do you trust the government? I don't think you'd find one person that says, oh, yeah, I think
I don't gotta trust 100 other people's opinions.
What I'm saying,
again,
nobody blindly trusts everyone all the time. There are
That's
degrees.
what you want me to do. You literally want me to blindly trust. That's what this is about.
When did I
What do
say
we
that?
want you to blindly trust?
Somebody was saying that. I don't know if
Give
you're
us
left.
2 things that we want you to just blindly trust. Come on, I'm waiting.
Well, for one, you want me to believe the Earth is a sphere.
Blindly trust without any evidence. We've given you plenty of evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Keep trying.
But what do I need to blindly trust? That Mercator Maps isn't intentionally removing land masses, and that it's the result of improper, coastline mapping.
Bring it back to something a bit more day to day, not so much.
Yeah, because you don't like what I brought up.
So,
Yeah, because that's a good
that's
point,
okay.
but you don't want to talk about that.
Okay, but what is the
okay?
what
What
is
else
the
is being
reason?
lied about? You think you're being lied? You think you're being told the truth about the jibby jab? You think you're being told the truth about incarceration rates, or the kind of music that your kids are forced to listen to nowadays on the radio and mainstream, and who's really circulating in media? And you think that it's all just natural, organic processes of people rising to stardom? You think that these people aren't planted and told what to say when they're in front of a television? Like, you don't believe you're being lied to? That's stupid.
All right, so that's a lot to unpack, and that's not
Yeah,
at all.
probably because you're slow, dude.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, I think we're off
maybe it's not that I'm slow. Maybe
Not
it's
a lot
just that
to
you
unpack. Honestly,
you just
if
like
that's
to
a lot to unpack
scattershot
for
a
you,
bunch
then you're
of
slow.
random ideas out there and hope they stick. That's probably a little bit more accurate than just I'm
I don't gotta
slow.
hope these things
No
stick.
one even
People
no one talked
experience
about
this stuff.
no one talked
It's not
about
about hoping
you
it sticks.
being
This is
put up
real
on a
life. Stop
podium.
pretending this isn't
No one
happening.
talked about
That's what I
any of
mean when
this
you live
stuff.
in a fucking
I
bubble,
asked
bro.
you
You guys just want to pretend shit isn't
dudes,
happening.
one at a time. I
I
can't
don't give a fuck
understand
about one
anything.
at a time. Stop pretending shit isn't happening. You live in a
All right.
bubble.
I
So
don't live in a
again,
bubble.
why are you engaging with us if you don't want to hear what we have to say?
You're talking to the wrong person. If you don't want to hear that you're
Then
being
go
lied
on
to,
mute,
then maybe we
idiot,
should have a different
and
conversation.
stop talking to us. If we're
We can talk
talking to
about
the
anything
wrong
else.
person,
We
if
can
we're
talk about
talking to
something
the
else.
wrong
Let's talk about
person,
something
then the
else.
wrong person can stop talking, and
It's
that would be fine.
If there's someone else here to talk to, I'll talk to them, but that's fine.
We're
I don't
not
know who I'll
holding your
talk to.
fucking head to
Run
the
away.
fire.
Where's
Run away.
Godric? I'm not running anywhere. Where's Godric? Let's talk with Godric. Anyone else? I talk to I'm just here to chat. I'm not
Believe
here
in
to.
dinosaurs? You
Yeah, I
believe
thought we were
everything you've
getting
heard about
somewhere with
Egypt?
the
You know how
conversation.
many alternate versions of
There's too
history there
many
are about
things. There's too
dinosaurs
many
etching
Yeah.
this together? What the hell do you think is actually being
Yeah,
told to you?
we're trying to narrow things down to specifics and not just generalities. If you're a conspiracy theorist with all the things that you're rattling off, Electric,
Pick one, dude. I just literally named like 10 things. You could pick one.
well, that means that you're a conspiracy theorist then, because
lost
you've got
track
so
of them.
many different things that you seem to be into.
We're picking one for you. The shape of the Earth. We're not trying to make you blindly believe that. We've given you tons of evidence for it.
No, you haven't.
And you still reject it out of hand. So what
No, you
say
haven't.
you?
Is Geo still in here? I think he left.
Zenith angles definitively prove the Earth. If you think otherwise, then show evidence for it. Yeah, fucking crickets.
What did you even say?
No, I'm sorry. Were you slow?
Come on,
For you then.
dudes.
Reciprocal zenith angles prove noob.
Yeah, how?
Alpha males. Ugh.
Because 180 degrees would be flat. Greater than 180 degrees means it's curved. And guess what? Every measurement ever is greater than 180 degrees.
That's good evidence. It's something we could be refuted with other better evidence.
Yep, waiting for it.
We'll see what we have.
And if you don't know what reciprocal zenith angles are, Electric, just be honest and say, I don't know because my math is not that good.
I just think it's funny. This same dude thinks 9/11 was the result of Osama bin Laden.
Oh, geez, how do you get 9/11 out of that?
Dudes from a cave.
With generality, conspiracies.
Maybe we are talking to the wrong person.
We are. Good digression, Electric. Way to show us that you knew exactly what reciprocal zenith angles were and the counter argument for it.
Well, the counter argument is 9/11.
Has nothing
obviously.
to do. Literally, you wanted me to bring up like a bunch of things that we're being lied to about, and now you want to talk about zenith angles again.
How about
I didn't care when you
it
brought it up
just
last
shows you.
time either.
I asked you for two things that we want you to blindly believe, and you shotgun 10 conspiracy
Hey,
theories
you want
at
me
me.
to believe some stupid thing about zenith angles right now? I'm not going to
lost
go.
track.
I'm not
Do it
going to go
yourself.
to the fucking North Pole.
Do
or
it
whatever
yourself.
you need to do.
Electric. Fucking do it yourself. Don't believe anyone. Don't believe anyone. Don't believe anyone. Actually do some of the shit yourself. Do it yourself.
Yeah. Is it because you don't understand the rest of these conspiracies? It's like the
It's not
zenith
even
angles.
you who
If you
did the
don't understand
experiment.
what they are, then you say that's a lie. So everything else that you don't understand is a conspiracy theory.
I've entertained you guys with this kind of silly stuff enough.
No, you don't, actually. You show what a fool you are because you can't do some simple observations yourself.
NASA show, you always jumping at the perfect time.
Unnecessary.
What do you mean it's unnecessary?
There's no
NASA, you
reason
never
to
say
say that
nothing,
stuff.
bro. You always just
Well,
jump
it
into
is necessary.
If I
He's
wanted
got
to
some
hear
very
that,
simple. He's got some very simple.
Dude, if I wanted to hear that, I'd go to Gems. Thank you.
He's got some very simple stuff that he could do. If he chooses not to do it,
No, we know this.
Well,
we know this. I'm just.
I've stated around like 20 things that
Yes,
you didn't want to address
dude,
any of the things that I brought
I
up.
lost
And
track.
then you went
Could you
right
name a
back to
few
zenith
again?
angles. You laid out everything you wanted to about zenith angles like 30 minutes ago. What was the problem?
So hold on a second. Because conspiracy theories, therefore the Earth is flat.
There's too many. That's the thing. Is you can get too far down.
Do you
the
believe
rabbit
you're being
trails.
lied to in any capacity?
Because 9/11, because you think 9/11 was a conspiracy. What else was probably Pearl Harbor,
Lizzo. She's a conspiracy.
So Electric, man. This
moon
isn't
landings.
like
this isn't. You guys don't understand why I'm asking you these
it's
questions.
not a game show, Electric. It's not like I give you reciprocal zenith angles and you go, oh, well, I guess I lost that one. But hang on, let me throw a conspiracy theory at you. That's not
It's because
how
I'm
this
not
works.
reading no shit right now, bro. Sorry.
That's not how this works, man. I give you reciprocal zenith angles. If you're stumped, then
I
that's
gave
a
you a
you
bunch of stuff
problem
too, and
because
you're
that is
stumped. You didn't answer
definitive
anything I
evidence
said.
of the globe.
You didn't answer anything I said, dude.
But you're not giving us the basis of your bias
And
to
you
do
broke
with
down zenith
conspiracies,
angles just
Electric.
fine, like a while
That's
ago.
what we're trying to get at.
What's your evidence for the globe then? I mean, the evidence for the flat Earth.
Sorry, my point must have just gone straight over their head.
Sorry, what'd you say?
What's the evidence for the flat Earth?
Not you, NASA.
You have no. What's your evidence for the flat Earth? Come on.
Dude, you never contribute anything. What did other dude want to say?
Hello, did you?
And
So
now
you
I've
have
lost
no
my point.
evidence for the. You have no evidence for the flat Earth. I mean, I'll leave here shortly, but so the Electric. Do you have no evidence for the flat Earth today? I mean, it's September 1st now. I've only been asking since January 1st for any evidence of the flat Earth.
Yeah, if you want to assume that the surface of the Pacific Ocean is curved, have fun.
Oh no, we don't assume that. We demonstrate it and see it. But okay.
Oh yeah, where?
Reciprocal zenith angles. Jesus Christ, how slow are you, dude?
Oh my god!
Like you say, where is the
Relax.
measurement? We give you the measurements, and you go, but where are the measurements?
Oh, there's if he doesn't have two theodolites, you can do the Eratosthenes experiment with a stick, or you could do the Al-Biruni method with your cell phone.
Sticks in the sand.
Yeah, sticks in the sand works really well.
Yes, sticks in
That's
the
how we need
sand. It is that simple.
technology,
Yes.
satellites, and
I know it's that fucking simple. You can have satellites. Yeah, sure.
Here's the problem.
Sticks.
Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that attitude is when it's complicated, you roll your eyes. When it's simple, you roll your eyes.
Right.
Honestly, you guys' arguments are just funny to me.
Sticks in the sand. It's that fucking simple. It really is.
What argument will work for you then? We give you complex. We give you fucking brain dead
Like
simple.
I said, I wasn't even talking about all this stuff. I was talking about you guys don't think you're being lied to.
We realize that you want to talk about conspiracy theories. We realize that you think that we blindly believe everything we're told like spoon-fed idiots. I understand completely your point of view. It's a very simple point of view. It's not new. It's not something that's amazing or exciting or
Well, I'm
something.
glad you understand my point of view. Thank you.
Here's the amazing part. I've just told you how to verify for yourself with some very simple equipment
I
that
say
the
you don't
Earth
ever
is.
say anything, bro.
Listen to me one more time.
I
I have
don't want
told
to.
you. Of course not, because I'm blowing your little flat Earth fantasy out of the water.
No,
Very
you're
simple
not.
equipment. Very simple equipment. Very simple measurements. Relatively simple calculations. You could show yourself to yourself with data you gather yourself that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I asked for a picture of maybe like Lake Michigan curving or some
I've got one
section
of
of the
those.
Pacific Ocean curving. You guys couldn't do
I've
that.
got pictures here. Yeah, I got pictures of the Pacific Ocean curving.
You couldn't do anything. No, you never showed me anything before when
Yeah,
I
I'm
asked.
going to show you.
What are you going to show it now? Finally.
Someone posted pictures from the International Space Station.
Actually, here you go.
I'm being funny.
How about this?
Yeah, there's the Pacific Ocean.
Really
curve.
simple stuff.
There
like,
you go.
Why are we even
There's the
talking?
Earth.
There's so like if you guys could just get past this barrier, there's way better things to be addressed.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that Pacific Ocean right there.
There you go. Now, someone wants to prove that is demonstrably fake. I'm all ears. If you want to prove that is not a real photograph of the planet Earth.
What, you think they've given us a picture of a photo of the Earth? No, they haven't.
Yes,
on real film, taken by real people, real film, real negatives, real camera.
That's my
it doesn't even sound good. Like you try to make it sound good, it's stupid.
No, it's real people.
Just because you think you have a tone to it, that you think you sound like you're being honest, it doesn't make
this one isn't even turned. Most of the time you see this picture, it's flipped over. That's because when they saw it out the window, it was actually in this orientation. Most of the time you see it so that the Antarctica is to the.
Where's the stars behind it? Why are there no stars?
Because when you know how film works at all. You know, when you like get something nice and bright like the Earth.
Yeah, we have to explain photography now.
Yeah, the Earth is nice and bright. Look at that; it's interesting.
Yeah, it's nice and bright. So the dim stars in the background won't show up very well.
Yeah.
That's how.
Hey, why can't you see stars during the day, Electric?
So
I've seen stars in the day.
Except for the one star. You know, how come you can't?
I've seen a few stars.
What's the other star you've seen in the day?
I've seen a lot of stars in the daytime.
You see a lot of stars in the daytime.
Exactly.
How?
When? Where?
Well, before the sun goes down, it's still classed as daytime, and you see stars.
You're talking about twilight. No.
Well, yeah, you said daytime. That's still daytime.
Oh, shoot.
Funny man.
I totally
These
forgot.
Aussies, yeah.
Flat Earth chemistry. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
It's renowned the globe over.
Anyways, yeah. It turns out that tiny magnitude stars don't do so well when big magnitude objects are in the sky with them.
You can get really nice, deep blue skies if you.
I don't think you're being lied to in any capacity at all.
Yeah, we think you're lying.
If you photograph someone, with a bright enough light, you can make the sky really, really dark. It's nice.
Oh, yuck!
Y'all are gonna never get over this ever, are you?
Get over
I'm just trying to think what a day would be in the life If you're being lied to from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, what would that entail for the whole day?
Like, you must just have like this terrible outlook on life. Like everyone's lying.
My toothpaste, my toothbrush, turn the tap on, open the fridge. Like, what things are you being lied to? Oh, does the fridge light come on or not? Or does it turn off?
On the toothpaste are wrong.
Your toothpaste is one.
I mean, if y'all are just gonna mock the idea and not actually let me say
No,
anything,
well, you're the one that
you'll
said
never.
we're being
I
lied
just
to.
did it.
So
It's all fun. It's all fun
Look
and
how much
games.
interrupting and just incoherence y'all want to have.
Mocking you. You can choose to
Y'all like
engage if you want.
incoherence.
We
Why
are
don't you bring your
openly mocking.
incoherence somewhere more where you fit in with it, like a Glober server or something.
To engage with us in any kind of intellectual debate, so we are openly mocking you at this point.
Now, why are you putting
I am
labels
not.
on things?
Let's not openly mock.
This is
That is
another
just
Glober tactic. You
stupid.
guys always have to resort to insults and making things incoherent because
It
you don't
doesn't.
like the subject matter because you
And
know it
flat
defeats the
earthers like
globe.
to
It's too
label
bad.
things.
We
So
would
you want
You
to
don't
go
argue.
like
back and
addressing
forth
things
with that
that
one?
make your
We
globe
would
look
argue.
stupid.
We would argue on the facts, but you never bring us any facts.
The globe looks stupid to a lot of people. I'm sorry,
Ah,
guys.
go look stupid. Thank you. So what?
Roderick in
Yeah,
the
I was
house.
wondering, why don't you think you're being lied to in any capacity right
Because
I
now?
we
do.
have to have reason for it.
I
I
do
just
think I'm being
told
lied
you.
to. I do
I'm being
think I'm
lied
being
to by
lied
flat
to.
earthers, right? Yeah.
You guys can
No.
have a little bit of order, or are you just going to be emotionally triggered everything?
Electric, I've
Ah.
told you how to do some simple experiments to show that the Earth is not flat. Why won't you
Yet
do them?
another nothing statement from NASA. All right.
Why won't you do them?
Why don't you look into the things about you saying you're being lied to? Then we can go somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about the things that.
Self-defeating argument.
You say you're being lied to about the shape of the Earth. I have told you how to gather this information for yourself.
Stuff like, yeah, let's address stuff that we're being lied to about. Let's do that for real.
Okay, do it.
Such as name 5 things again and slowly.
Sure.
Pick the most interesting one.
Most interesting. Let's do a really easy one: the moon landing.
Okay, the moon landing. So we're going to cover the moon landing. Let's just say this: there isn't anything that I'm aware of about the moon landing.
Do you think Nixon was on the phone?
Hold on, dude. Let me get my sentence out. I have trouble enough keeping track of my thoughts as it is.
I just thought a really easy question could just squash this all quick.
Okay, so there's nothing about the moon landing that I'm aware of that violates any known laws of physics. So, in other words, there's nothing that NASA claims to have done that is basically, that I'm aware of, is impossible to do. So if you want to say the moon landing is fake, you can, but what you can't say is that it is impossible to get to the moon. Because first of all,
do you think they faked the moon landing though?
If the problem flat earthers with that is they can't even define what the moon is. They can't define where it is, right? So you can't even raise objections to the physical ability to get to the moon. When I first started talking to flat earthers, they said the moon was 3,000 miles away. At the speed the Apollo rocket
You're assuming a lot of things. Like, I don't know what flat
moon in
earthers you're
30
talking to,
minutes.
but I don't know why you want me to defend all their points right now. That's kind of annoying.
No, you want to switch it?
So moon landing I'm good with because there's nothing physical to stop them from getting there.
Do you want to find something better?
No. Godric.
Yeah,
Just-
Mike is shit,
I'm multitasking.
He doesn't realise he's
Godric.
not on push to talk. There's no one in here to mute him either, so he's going to have to turn him
Yeah,
down
I haven't got.
individually.
I used to have the powers, but Geo took them back off me.
Ah, the swine.
Bloody swine.
So you don't believe they faked the moon landing?
No, because there's no physical.
All right, then.
There's no physical. What I mean by that is
Yikes.
like there's no way they could have not got there. This is totally reasonable. So
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, bro. Like, we just don't know
but
the
thing
same
is,
things. Like,
that's
because you don't know shit.
Okay, the problem is you can't define what the moon is.
You never say anything, bro.
Yeah, I do. I tell you, you're full of shit.
That doesn't do anything to anything.
Yes, it does actually, because you don't know shit.
Please.
More time wasted. All right. What were you saying, Janice?
I was just saying, if you could define what the moon is, where the moon is, and give us some measurements, give us some physical physical evidence that the moon is something that we can't land on, or is too far away, or there's a dome in between us and the moon, or something.
So I wasn't ready to accept that we never went to the moon. And what brought me to understand, it was years ago, but they were reporting that they couldn't get to the moon because of the Van Allen belt before the mission. So that was something that I thought was interesting. I looked into it more things about the Van Allen belt, more things about how they realized they couldn't actually land on the moon, and then they started squashing all that information and changing the narrative. And if you never heard that side of the story, I can't help you, man. I would have to literally give you a whole bunch of information in the form of links and sources and videos and documents, and that would take a lot of time. And I researched this a whole lot to come to this conclusion, and you didn't. I actually looked into this. I wanted to know answers,
you don't know
bro.
what
I wanted to know what happened with the moon landing, and I just so happened believed at the time that we really did land on the moon, and I came across all this information. I wasn't being biased. I wasn't trying to. Yeah, dude, this is an honest opinion. Like, you don't want to believe what I'm telling you. That's fine. That's fine. You don't got to believe.
So you were around when they first landed on the moon in '69, Electric?
Nobody. I never said that.
He's not old enough to have been around during the moon landing.
Okay,
but I don't think anybody is really that old here right now, are they?
Yes, I was around.
You're around?
Peg him around. I'll peg Electric at about 30, 34 years
Good
old.
guess. I'm about to be 34. Very good guess.
Really?
That was a good guess.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. We know your docs. We know your docs, Electric. We can, yeah.
See, I like
you
how you're willing to accept that maybe they faked it. I heard you say that before.
There's no conceivable way that they faked it.
Here's the thing: is of all the conspiracies, let's analyze them in probability and possibility. The 9/11 one, that is possible to have been faked. Okay, there's other things about to and fro. You can argue to and fro. Moon landing is another one. Absolutely, it is possible they could have.
Boom! You got lied to about it.
Yeah, that is possible. That is
from who? Who lied to you?
Of all the conspiracies, that is one of the reasonable ones. I like it.
Or media or networking, like who lied about the moon landing?
Is that a rhetorical statement?
I gotta disagree with you. I don't.
I'm trying to get over this hurdle with you guys. Like, do you guys not see how I'm like beating you with like breadcrumbs? Jump over this hurdle with me. You're being lied to about the moon landing. Who lied to you about it?
No one lied. I don't agree with you.
Right. So if you're just go ahead and put your blinders on again. We don't got to talk about the moon. It's all right.
Well, I mean, we can, but you haven't presented anything other than they lied. You haven't given us evidence for it.
So when I'm looking at this,
I'll do one thing for you. One sec. I'll do one thing for you.
Like, you're gonna link the video, and we're gonna say that we're gonna repeat every point of it.
So
for ham radio operators, there were ham radio operators who are hearing the astronauts live on the moon directly.
Oh, so you know this? Oh, wow. What did you say? What was that?
There were ham radio operators pointing antennas at the moon who heard the Apollo 11 astronauts directly.
So you're gonna act like you don't know about this stuff.
What?
Hello, listen to me one more
He's
time.
literally saying what I might know.
Listen to me one more time. One more time. One more time. There were ham radio operators who took antennas, tuned to the correct frequencies, pointed them at the moon, and heard the Apollo 11 astronauts directly.
The other thing about the Van Allen belts is interesting. And then the issue I have with the Van Allen belts, the idea that they came up with the Van Allen belts and then told everyone that you can't get to them because of the Van Allen belts. First of all, I don't understand that at all. If you have control of all the information, why would you tell anyone about the Van Allen belts? That's the first problem. The second problem is
because it was a space race. Everybody was lying about getting to the moon. You should see the weird stuff that Russia, all the propaganda they had about their space race. Man, they're promoting videos of like weird metal objects and just saying that it was landing on the moon.
What
like
kind
the
of
weird
radiation?
propaganda that was getting released around that time, they were lying their freaking butts off, dude.
What kind of radiation is from the Van Allen radiation belts? Do you know? Do you know there's three different? Do you know there are three different kinds of radiation?
Why do I not want to address NASA? That's weird.
Because NASA shoots you in the every time I talk, I just like destroy you.
No, I feel like Janice is just a more genuine, honest, more willing to have a decent
No,
conversation.
I destroy you every time I ask a question and you dance around it.
You want to destroy stuff, I want to build. That's great.
Hugh likes to converse with you and speak to you like you have something to say, whereas NASA already knows what you're going to say and is just directly repeating it before you say it.
Yeah.
It's two different avenues to the same conclusion, though, which is you're wrong, and here's why.
Anyway, no one knows what you're talking about.
So what kind of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts? Do you know? There's 3 different kinds of radiation. Did you know that fact or not? Is it just radiation bad?
Well, no, it was in his moon landing research. He knows it.
Yeah. So what's the radiation in the Van Allen radiation belts?
Yeah, I'll look it up right now.
Well,
you should know it.
I'd like to jump in with something. For several years now, I did this in Jose's and Sean G's, talking to flat earthers. There's only a few people in the room like there is here.
The Van Allen
One of the
radiation
things,
belt is a zone of energy charged particles, most of which originate from solar wind.
But okay.
You want me to know the level of radiation?
I don't care about what kind of particles are they? What kind of radiation?
Why would you tell us about them?
I should never do what NASA says ever again. That was a bad idea.
See, there's two types. I'll tell you what. There's alpha and beta particles. Alpha and beta radiation. Do you know how you can shield yourself from these particles?
Holding your breath.
No, actually.
Covering yourself in
a piece of
butter.
paper. A piece of paper will protect you from alpha radiation.
I think butter will work just as well.
Well, butter's a little bit. A piece of aluminum, about a 1/4 inch thick piece of aluminum, will protect you from beta.
This is interesting. Okay, hold on.
Go on, Lexi.
So what?
No, my bad. I was reading something. I just realized somebody was messaging me. This person is giving me a whole bunch of examples that I should bring up that are things we've been lied to about. That's interesting. I'll look this up on my own. This is great. I'm not even going to bother. I'm going to look all this
list. I'm interested. I'm interested. Do the list.
You guys do your own research. I got people messaging me all this awesome information.
Yeah, you got
wanting me to look more into all this cool stuff. And
once you're a flat earther, I mean, nothing is too crazy to believe. Once you're a flat earther, any conspiracy theory is believable.
Dude, he's wrapping himself up in conspiracies like a warm blanket. You can hear it in his voice.
Yo, why do you want to always resort to insults? That's what it always turns into.
Flat Earth is the bottom of the barrel when it comes to conspiracy theories. So once you believe that, any conspiracy theory is like, yeah.
Check this out. Okay, I'll name the things you brought up. The magic bullet, theory. Rich people don't go to prison.
Rich people
Operation Northwoods.
The Kennedy Northwoods. Oh, by the way, Northwoods was never implemented, but okay.
Let him do his list. Go on.
I just wanted to name the 4 things.
Oh, that's just 4.
You don't gotta get triggered, NASA. Goddamn.
What was about the bullet? The golden bullet
theory. You want to talk about the JFK assassination? That's another thing I think we don't lie about.
The grassy knoll.
I think that's a load of hokum. Yeah, I think that was very shady.
So now I feel like we're getting somewhere. That dude just helped me out. That was nice.
I already said that, for flip's sake.
Yeah, shout out to this dude. He's cool. I appreciate him. He wanted me to bring up the magic bullet to you guys.
What was the magic bullet? What is that about? Tell us about that.
The third show.
Oh gosh, you want me to break down the JFK assassination?
Oh no, it's a JFK. Okay, yeah. The one that they shot from one angle.
Kennedy shot from one, and it's supposed to zigzag in midair because these guys don't understand the bullet trajectories.
Because he doesn't believe that.
And then Oswald had Oswald had a rifle that was horribly inaccurate. He wasn't trained, and he was shooting it like half a mile away.
Well, he was trained. It wasn't half a mile.
And then he got shot right before the trial. I mean, come on.
Right. He got taken out. Yeah, I know. It's
just so shady. So I'm going to give you that one. I mean, yes. Here's the thing: yes, there are conspiracies. Of course, there are conspiracies. Holy smokes! Like I said, ask 100 people. You won't find one that doesn't believe in this one conspiracy.
It's more than just a conspiracy. It's something that happens that gets covered up.
No, hang on. We're talking about magic bullet, right? Magic bullet is utter horseshit.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The conspiracy around who killed JFK and why, you can propose all sorts of things to that, but magic bullet is rubbish.
Or is it? Okay. I haven't
What's your theory on it?
I've never heard that term.
Oh, it's a Kennedy thing. It's like the second shot. It went through Kennedy, went through
Oh yeah,
the governor, hit him in the wrist, then flopped out, and then it's
yeah.
I believe it went through 17 different angles. One bullet went through 17 places.
No, it didn't, Godric.
In the
Isn't that
meantime,
the
we
If you
got
look
a
at
good
the
look.
actual seating
hit
positions,
this guy
the
with one
actual
bullet?
seating positions,
Godric,
the actual seating positions show that it went straight.
in any case, I
I
don't
think we
think
all
you'll
agree
find
that
anyone in this.
that story has a lot of layers of deception to it.
Yes, we
I
can agree on
understand.
that.
We have to agree that there's
There's
one.
alternate versions of that history as recent
Yes.
as 70 years
Right.
ago.
But Magic Bullet is rubbish.
Okay.
Yeah, great. One thing we've been lied about.
How about the guys on the bridge? Did those guys really all go missing that were on the bridge? The picture, the photo.
What bridge?
When I looked into it, there was a photo taken of the at the same time, and they had like some stuff in the background that was important.
The grassy
And
knoll?
there's like 6 people on the bridge. They took a photo. All these people in the photo have disappeared or were magically just vanished.
I actually went when I lived near Dallas. I actually went there. This whole area is like the grassy knoll and all that. It's all like I actually parked behind the grassy knoll.
How about how old the pyramids are? Do you think you've been lied to about that?
Oh dear me, are you serious? Okay, go on. I want to hear this one.
Tell me a conspiracy you don't believe.
No, wait. I want to hear about the pyramids.
Yeah, I would like to hear. Is there any conspiracy that's too crazy for you? How about the reptilians that rule the earth?
Let's hear the pyramids one.
NASA always has to try to dilute everything.
Let's hear about the pyramids. Don't pay attention.
How old have they how many different ages have they suggested for the pyramids?
Well,
just alternate versions of history. It's just inaccuracy.
The aliens built it because they land the giant spaceships.
And
there.
now
I
you
saw
got
that.
ancient aliens, and all these kids are learning even more versions of history now in the same
I
television
saw that.
show. One
I saw
television
that.
show providing like 10
Isn't
versions
that
of
like the
history.
distance to the sun is changed like 10 times?
Well, I saw the documentary for that. It was
Yes,
Stargate.
you know what? That's it right there. Ancient aliens is all I need to talk about.
That's not a documentary, dude.
It's a documentary.
That's not a documentary.
It's a documentary. I mean, they landed the giant spaceship.
documentary.
It's a documentary. Come on.
The guys they're all actors.
No, it's a
This is
documentary.
mainstream media. This is what's getting peddled to the world. This is what they consider expert research. And they're telling you this is the experts. This is what your kids need to believe in. And it's 10 different versions of history all within one episode.
Can I tell you something funny? My son, we asked him about the people lived in Rome are called Romans. So what are the people that lived in history called? And he said historians.
If I want to tell you about real, accurate truth,
I thought that was funny.
I don't need fucking 4 versions of it.
You didn't get the joke? Did anyone hear my joke?
My bad.
I did.
People that live in history are called historians.
So my son asked why English was so messed up. He said, "Oh yeah, I know that because of the Mormons." I'm going, "The Mormons? What the hell they got to do with shit?" I said, the people that came over from France and invaded England. I said, "Oh, the Normans. That's a little bit different than the Mormons."
Yeah, that was fun.
That's good.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's levity. We're just making jokes. I just reminded my son. I have a list of all the hilarious things my son comes up with. My son and I were walking one day, right, and we came across a dead squirrel on the road, and he was only about 6 or 7 or 8, and at that point I was still telling him that the when we saw something dead in the road, I just say, "Oh, that's just asleep." I would tell him that. Anyway, and so he figured out, "Oh, look at that, that's a dead squirrel." And then we saw another squirrel. A few steps later, we saw another squirrel, and he said, "I wonder if that one had anything to do with it."
Okay, so my wife had a big Italian. My wife's friend has a big Italian family, and Uncle Joe died, so she took her son to the funeral. Said, "Now Uncle Joe's going to be up front. He's just sleeping, okay?" So he goes up, sees Uncle Joe, goes to his grandparent, the woman's father. He goes, "Mom thinks that Uncle Joe's just sleeping. I know he's really dead, so don't tell her because she thinks she's just sleeping."
That's hilarious. So if people who only eat vegetables are called vegetarians, then what are humanitarians?
Ooh, good one.
I like that one. Sorry, Electric. We're
No,
just
no
trying to
problem.
lighten
I wonder if that's
Thanks for your time, but you should work on your jokes, bro.
So,
All right.
okay,
So,
I'm still interested in the pyramids. Are you just saying
moon
that there are
landing. Is he
multiple
still here?
versions?
Is the guy that was around for the moon landing? Is he still in here?
Yeah. We all still know the moon landing happened.
Okay,
No. Somebody said he was alive for it.
Terry.
Let me just try. Let me just try, guys. Okay, let me just try. The moon landing, right? Just common sense, right? They tell you that the moon has 1/6 Earth's gravity. So if that was the case, right, you'd be able to jump, for example, much higher and move much faster. Not slower like they show you in those films, which look a lot like the moon. The moon gravity looks a lot like underwater gravity.
you know how much that suit weighs?
Why would you
Yeah,
go?
Yeah, the
Wow.
suit was
No, that's
really
a great
heavy.
point. The
The suit
videos
was
of them
heavy,
bouncing around
and it
on
was
the moon,
and it was
it does look
cumbersome.
like they're underwater, man. Think about it. That's kind of true.
Yeah, I saw all the bubbles coming up. I saw all those too.
I wonder if that's.
Oh, NASA, you
So
know
let's
about
do
this
this.
evidence
Let's use my
disproving the
intelligence for a
moon
second.
landing?
Godric,
If
say
I'm
again.
200 pounds, right, and if you want to do 6 times the weight, I have to be 1,200 pounds, and I can move the same speed and jump the same height. Are you saying the moon? Are you saying that the moon suits are 1,000 pounds?
Well, when you talk about common sense, okay, you're talking about they're trying to fool people, okay? They're talking about trying to fool people, smart people and not so smart people. What they have to do is they have to fool the really smart people who could run the math in their heads. I doubt it very, very much if they would do that and get something like that so wrong.
You're missing one thing.
Go ahead.
They haven't fooled all the people. A lot of people know that landing's fake. So they have to just fool the majority of the people. Like I said, you can fool some people sometime. You can't fool all the people all the time.
Okay, so let's just do this. Let's do a thought experiment, and let's say the moon landing was faked. Okay.
Well, hang on. Can you really respond to like my
Yeah.
1/6
No, that's
gravity like
reasonable.
that? Obviously, they're moving slower and they're jumping less
Godric?
than they do on Earth. So does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's not. That's
There's
not.
more gravity than Earth, right?
I've not specifically looked at that exact thing. I watched moon landing documentaries pro, and I watched the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I watched a bunch of different documentaries on the moon landings.
Oh, nice.
But it's been a while, so that I remember that one. There was a few. There's a bunch of other.
I just want you to consider it. It's just something that doesn't make
Do you
sense.
remember
to
seeing the
me,
propaganda that Russia put out before they claimed they put a robot on the moon? Have you seen that?
Robot.
Russia had a series of videos they were putting out, I guess, just saying that they landed a robot on the moon. The videos are hilarious. It's so fake. I'll find it if you really want me to, but I was wondering if you've seen it.
No, actually, I've not seen that one. No.
It's like the Russian propaganda for the space race, bro. It's like how they were trying to get people hyped up that they were going to the moon. They're putting videos in their like little networks or flyers or newspapers, and it was basically like metal like remote controlled. You could RC cars. Like they were literally just filming toys.
Because they thought it would be only shown internally. They didn't think it would get.
I mean, maybe they were just trying to commercialize. Oh, we're a space race. Let's just show you a spaceship, and it's all just a big joke, and we're gonna eventually do a big rocket, right? Yeah. No, I think it was more like they really tried to make these people think that they landed a robot on the moon at one point.
That's funny. Did it convince? Was it convincing to you, Electric?
So the thing I'm referencing right now, I do want to find it.
No, that's
but
if that.
I
I mean,
it
that
takes
is.
me a while. I'm sorry. I wish I wasn't referencing something I can't just pull up.
And we all should have encyclopedias of all the things we have to reference and have them right.
I know. I am talking about something I've seen years ago. But
exactly.
I should be able to find it. I don't know why.
As far as I know, the Russians, as far as I know, there's only ever been like Americans on the moon. That's for one thing. The Russians put like two missions they had. They landed retroreflectors on the moon. I think it was 2.
You know what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Okay, good.
But aside from that, and the Americans have put one retroflector. I can't remember which one, how many it is. I do know that the retroflector that the NASA left was during a manned mission, and then they used the Apache Point Observatory in New Mexico to bounce lasers off it. That's a thing, on the conspiracy thing. And one other thing I remember talking about with Jose and other people is go to the Apache Point Observatory and ask them and
Let's
see
go
it for
to another.
yourself.
Can we go to another thing besides the moon? I feel like we did well just now, and we all got to beat
Okay.
up the moon too much.
All right.
I want to ask you something not really like, shape of the Earth related. What do you think about the Hillary Clinton emails and just the whole election in 2016?
It's pretty.
Any deception going on there in your opinion?
Massive. That was just
massive
a joke.
amount of deception. Yeah.
Just
clarify which way the deception goes.
She's lying through her teeth the whole time. I don't remember much.
I'm just shining
honestly.
a light on the powers that are and the powers that be. They manipulate how we see things.
That's the thing. Is just if you really dig, and if you don't go nutso on it, you can find a lot of dirt. You can find a lot of stuff. The key is, and I was going to say this earlier, the key is to find one topic that you can really, really attack. Like, for example, Van Allen belts, moon, something, and have
water always finding level. That's like my favorite
encyclopedic. You could get encyclopedic on stuff like this, and then once you do that, for example, my expertise level is I'm a photographer. So when people talk about photography, I can speak intelligently about it. And when I talk to people, I'd find that no one is doing any research in photography. So
you do photography? You ever do really, really distant photography?
Yeah, I've done landscapes, but nothing really, really, really distant. I've done no astrophotography.
Nice. I'd like to see your photography.
Thank you. Send me a DM.
Nice.
But yeah, I haven't done any astrophoto. I would like
but
to.
I would ask you, looking at your own photographs. I don't even want to jump into that. I'm really wondering, so they blatantly lied about the election. So we're breaking down things that, some powers don't want you to know the truth, right?
Who lied about what election? What are you talking about?
JFK. So we're talking about, big powers that be controlling narratives. We're talking about the JFK assassination, the moon landing, and the Hillary Clinton emails. These are entities that exist on like a
what election
global,
are you talking about? I mean, Hillary Clinton was a scumbag. We all know that. But what election are you talking about?
Okay,
the one
the significance of these
we can
people.
agree on something.
Okay.
We can agree. Sorry. Wow. Something we agree on. Nobody wanted her president.
So then what's wrong with me saying something like, they're lying about the shape of Africa? What if I wanted to say that, like, if somebody distributes a map right now in 2022 and Africa is still the wrong size, that's not because of a inaccurate globe projection, in my opinion. That's because they're intentionally changing the size of Africa. And you could represent it correctly if you wanted to.
So sure, but the question is, why
you
would they do that?
Correctly, you would distort.
One second on that. 1 second. Also, doesn't the globe say it's not to actual size? Doesn't it actually say that on the globe?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it says it's not the real
Which
size.
is like, wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say? Sorry, say again. Oh, God, I didn't quite catch what you.
Like, he mentioned that the size of Africa is wrong on the globe. It shows Greenland the same size of Africa. And I think when we looked into it, Greenland was much smaller than Africa. Africa was much bigger. They're trying to reduce the size of the continent to reduce the
That's locator projection,
so, then I said, doesn't the globe itself say these continents are not to the correct size? On the globe, it says that.
On the globe, no. What you'll see is, and this is something flat earthers bring up a lot, they'll say, it says on the bottom of the globe, it will say, not for educational purposes. And so the reason it says that is there's several reasons. One of them is typically by the time a globe is in a classroom for about 3 years, the borders to the countries have changed. Like East and West Germany, for example. That's back in the 80s. That type of thing. And the other thing is it's not accurate. Like you
No,
can
that's not
use it
right.
as a map.
No, that you're just defending it because look, If
tell
they
me, correct me.
changed at the time of the globe, they would have that change, and then the new globe would have the new one. So no, that doesn't actually make sense.
Why not?
You just said because if Germany changed, it's not going to, because the new globe, you have to look at when the globe was made, right? So if there's a country here in 1970 and it's not in 1980, the new one would reflect. So no, that is a bad example. That's not even an argument.
I don't understand why that's not an argument.
Yeah, but since it seems like just a question and answer show that we're running here, and you're interested in photography, you seem to know a little bit about it. Besides the planets, at what point do we need to stop using photography and start using spectroscopy?
Well, you use them for totally different things. Spectroscopy takes in light, and then you look at black body lines, and you can determine elements that are composed of that light.
Right. It's
just
using
photography to take pictures.
Yeah, you just with spectroscopy, it's like trying to find out what the thing's made of by what light is emanating from that thing, and you can do that pretty reliably.
So let me understand.
Allegedly.
So we actually spectroscopy on the planets as well, not just the stars behind the planets in the solar system.
Can use it on literally anything.
Yeah, and certain elements reflect the light certain ways. So that's what they use it for. But photography is just taking photographs of things. It's very simple.
Would you say that it's necessary to use spectroscopy on the planets in our solar system to find out more about them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say so, right? I mean, you got to know the
Can
composition
you
if you
give me an
plan on landing
example?
anything on it.
Sorry. Give me an example of what spectroscopy is telling you about, like, I don't know, Saturn or Uranus or something like that. What does it really do for
The
you?
most famous example is us discovering helium, because we looked at the sun and we found something that we'd never seen before, and it turns out that it was helium. Thus called so because we found it at Helios, the sun.
Yep. That's
When did this happen?
example.
When did this happen? I mean, I can look it up.
Encyclopedia to the rescue.
Well, you're saying spectroscopy, right? So they didn't have that before?
We didn't know what helium was prior to that. No.
Yeah, well, that should coincide with a date, right? Obviously, it had to happen.
I tell you what, though, just as an aside, have you ever seen anyone's amateur photos of the sun? You know, with a solar filter right up close, it's absolutely astonishing. That thing is just a monster, an atom-smashing machine.
Happened in 1816. If you want the history lesson, in 1868, two scientists, one in England, one in France, discovered it. Gustav Kirchhoff realized it was possible to deduce chemical compositions of the sun and other stars by analyzing the spectra of light they emit. He also discovered cesium and rubidium the same way. And so they used this, and they noticed that the spectra had a spot that they weren't sure what was, and so they named it helium.
Is that Bandy in the chat?
I've got a desperate question. I'm wondering if you could help me, because
disparate or desperate?
Desperate. I'm a flat earther, and I've been so since the end of 2014 in my thoughts. And I really don't want to be a flat earther anymore. I really, it's just bugging my every inch of my existence. And I want to go back to be a baller, and I want to be normal again. Is there any way that you could help convince me that because I've been in it since like 2014.
Are you ready?
I need some.
I have.
Oh, I'm ready for this. Let me hear this.
I'm going to give you the answer. I'm going to give you the answer. Are you ready? Here it is. If you're a flat earther, then you believe that you're on a plane, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, Bob Marley. Yeah, okay. So if you're on a plane, and you set up two theodolites a mile apart, and you're on a plane, and you find that the theodolites are set up appropriately, so that they are 90 degrees from the horizontal. That's what a theodolite has, and it measures. The 90 degrees at either end, if you add those two angles together, you'll get 180 degrees, right?
Okay, so this is the damning evidence. Like, I mean, can you answer all of
Just
the other
ask you a yes or no question about math, dude. Don't go into the weeds. Is 90 degrees equal 180?
You are
come
correct.
come on. This is such an
Mm.
old rubbish
It-
argument.
Are you saying
that
Plum is
Jesse Kozlowski said that is clearly disprovable.
are you
It's
saying Plum is up and down? Is that what you're saying?
So to Bob Marley, 90 degrees on both ends. Both of those angles added up should be 180, right? On a flat Earth.
Absolutely, yeah. You're correct in your math. But
Well, hang on. What would happen? Hang on. What would happen if
Believe
you had a
the book, then
sinkhole
you should ask
underneath
him.
the surface of the Earth? Wouldn't that throw off the Plum?
Peanut Gallery, you can get in on this when we're done with our tiny conversation. So you agree that 180 degrees makes sense if you're on a flat Earth because, well, no duh, 90 degrees and 90 degrees is 180 degrees. Unfortunately, every measurement ever taken in this scenario is greater than 180 degrees. And that means that the
Lord.
surface is curved. There you go. Welcome back to the globe.
I've heard the story.
That's my personally
I
favorite
heard
dumbest thing I've
you
ever heard.
explain- I heard you explain it. No, it's about an hour ago or so. Is there anything else besides the odd light and the plumb bobs?
But let me
That
respond. If you had a sinkhole or an underwater lake or something that happens beneath the Earth, wouldn't that throw off the Plum? Yes or no?
No, it wouldn't, because you're not an idiot, and you also realize that you're taking them at the same elevation.
Use my anti-gravitometer.
So the mass under the Earth would not affect Plum. Is that right?
What you're saying is that is the 90-degree angle measurement you're taking not 90 degrees. Is that what you're saying?
What happens if you've got like
I'm
a big
saying
mountain next to
the
you?
Plum going particularly going up and down. I think just common sense would be off if the mass wasn't consistent beneath you. That just is that you don't even have to like look anywhere for that. That's just common sense.
Why is the mass under your feet a concern when you're measuring an angle from your feet?
It have to be. it should be next to you. Need like you can have a big mountain next to you, and it'll throw you plumb.
Are you doing this next to a big mountain?
Possibly.
According to you,
do you want to do this next to a big mountain? Because if you do this, if you do this next to a big mountain, then suddenly your plumb bob doesn't look like it's 90 degrees, which means mass attracts mass, which still can.
So the consistency of the mass.
If there's a mountain maybe 50 mile away, it'd still affect you.
50 miles away, then you're not worried about it now.
Of course you would be. Of course you would be. It's all
Just
the
use my
mass.
Why would you be worried about a mountain 50 miles away from you when you're taking a 1 mile observation?
Oh, you'd have to worry about it because it would throw your plumb off.
Why would it throw your plumb off? Plum's always 90 degrees from the local vertical.
Hang a second. Don't the Globers have an experiment that they look at a mountain and then the ball swings towards the mountain? Isn't that like one of your proofs of the Earth?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
now it doesn't matter now.
One of the
That's
strongest.
literally what I just said.
100% there is.
Literally what I just said. But you have to be next to the mountain, not 50 miles away.
No.
You know what? It really seems that these objections are quite arbitrary. It really does. When someone brings up something as devastating as that, and then all you can do is just say, well, "There's a mountain here" or something. Come on, guys. If you're really interested in truth, then do those experiments. Get two those whatever they're called.
You're pointing two theodolites a mile away towards each other,
and disproving.
And you're expecting two optical devices a mile away to line up with each other. That's what you're expecting.
Possible. You act like it's not possible on the Earth anyway to set this experiment up so that you can eliminate variables. You act like it's totally impossible. Mountains are just springing up left and right, trying to knock off your measurements of this. It's just
a wide variety of globers.
What you're doing, Ned, is pointing two theodolites towards each other
I don't hate it. I
mile
love
apart
it. It's just dumb
and
shit.
expecting them to line up. It's ridiculous.
If you want a flat Earth,
That's
it
so
should be
ridiculous.
Okay, let me try, guys.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Triangles. Dude.
Of course,
I'm so laughing. I can't help
Thank
it.
you.
That was a
flat
decent answer.
What's up,
Let me
you?
try now.
What's up? I'm sorry. What's up? What's up, Andy?
Yeah, good. All good in the hood.
Good to
All
see you.
good in the.
Good
Yep.
to hear you.
Okay, so
Whose
let me
else is
try. That was a
talking?
decent answer. So
is
if
that
you're gonna go
Sean?
from
Yeah, I was
from a flat earther to a glober or vice versa, right? Here's a question for the globers, right? What observation measurement can you take that would debunk the globe? And it's because it has to be falsifiable, does it not?
Yeah,
And
easy. Take
and what happens
every
is
measurement.
we end up having no answer
Oh,
because
Shane.
whatever
Hi, Shane.
measurement we
easy
can come
answer.
across that won't actually debunk a globe because
Well,
because of this
it's
that.
an easy answer, Godric. Take reciprocal zenith angle measurements that equal 180 degrees.
And don't forget to curve the result. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, take reciprocal zenith angles that equal 180 degrees, and you'll have your measurement that you're talking about. We'll wait with bated breath for it.
You mean how every measurement fails to prove curvature? Are those the kind of measurements you guys mean?
Well,
Every measure
unfortunately,
that proves curvature.
every time.
That
So
fails to prove curvature.
You mean the total lack of evidence for lack of curvature?
Touche. Well worded.
What measurement would debunk a globe? Did you get that right?
yes, I just told you 180 degree reciprocal zenith angle would debunk the globe. We'll wait for you to make it.
Or send up a
Parallel.
rocket. Send up a rocket 200 miles up and photograph the Earth.
200 miles. That's funny too.
Well, every
Or
time they
300
try to
miles.
send a rocket up,
No amateur rockets has crested 385,000 feet. Still a world record, man.
Yep. Yes, it is. So break the record. Be the first. You can.
That rocket had brakes, though.
It had us. Oh, the go fast. Yes, the brakes.
Yeah.
Right. Still like that one.
Can I ask Janice a question?
Who's talking?
Electric.
Oh, hey. Please go ahead.
I think you got lied to about the jibby jab.
The jibby jab.
Ooh.
The pokerino.
Hugh is actually
Poison stick.
Yes, I do.
jab woke.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the first step to being a flat earther. Man.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. We talked about it before. Yeah, we talked about it before. No, I mean, my wife decided she was going to get the jab, and I was like, okay, I don't think you should. But she's a strong-willed woman. She did what she wanted to do, but I'm not going to take it. So I've had COVID.
Honestly, bro, we're not that different.
I've had it twice.
Can I ask you, have you had any side
Possibly 3
effects?
times.
Well, we don't do fake tests, bro.
Side effects?
Have you had any side effects from it? You said your wife took it.
He said he didn't.
No. I mean, I know most of my family has, and no side effects to report.
Lucky man.
It wasn't a very deadly thing unless you were had an autoimmune disorder or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
But still, here's the thing.
What do you think about?
Well, Hugh,
that's a healthy
here's
choice.
the thing. I don't think they tested it anywhere near enough.
Yeah, so
work.
That isn't tested and all of that. But then what do you think of the ones that give to children, all that? Are you in support of all that stuff?
Absolutely not.
Oh, so you're not in support of any at all?
Dude, 100%.
It's totally irresponsible.
We could definitely be friends.
Nice, dude. That's on point.
That's totally no. But what can I do about it? I have my opinion.
Dude, that's awful, man. Kids died of rickets, measles, all these other preventable diseases, man.
Now, do you think that it's
you don't wish it on your worst enemy, man.
They were giving people those diseases with those injections.
Honestly, I think the vax debate is really, really, honestly, sorry guys, it's really kind of tedious because none of us are immunologists. Let's be honest.
Hey, you guys are on YouTube, right? Do you have YouTube rules in here or no?
Right. So why you question?
Yeah, we're live streaming and all that. So yeah, just
thank you.
If we use sort of code words in general, it's generally okay unless anyone thinks differently. But I mean, I don't know. It seems like they've lessened up a little bit these lately.
It used to be you sneeze wrong and they get you. So I don't know. I don't want to be the reason you guys get it.
Well, then just use different words, like just make up fun words, and we'll know what you mean.
100%.
The can we say monkeypox?
Replace immunologists with scientists. Right?
Can I say something to that? Really, I feel like that's what they want people to do. They just want people to call the jibby jab now, or not the jibby. They call Valdidia, whatever you want to call that shit.
The plunging poke, the poison stick.
Yeah, they gotta switch the name to monkeypox, but it might as well be the same shit.
Can we say hokey pokey?
There we go. I like that one.
The snake sauce.
Snake sauce.
That sounds vulgar. I like it. Let's use it.
At the same time, I know what you meant, right? Nice.
Like, do I gotta throw more things into the mix of things you've been lied to about, or
go on, throw them in?
I don't know. Does anybody want to help me out? I'm trying to think of something else.
Yeah, the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Oh, come on.
What about it?
How old are you?
I actually don't know what we've been lied to about that. You want to help me out?
Yeah, that was a big psyop.
I think that's a flat Earth proof, guys. Actually, that flight path, I gotta say, that flight path in the time proves the flight.
I don't know.
Knew you were going to do that.
Tourists think that the United States was an isolationist nation, and we pretty much were, which means we didn't want to get involved with the World War. We thought it was their problem, not our problem.
Every war started on a fake false flag, dude. Look back, almost every single one.
I got to tell you, Shane, you sound exactly like Sean G.
I don't know how to take that. I'll be neutral.
No, you don't, Shane.
Do you think that
I thought
we
he was
gave?
Sean G.
No. Shane sounds taller.
Is Sean G a prick? Come on, straighten it out for me. Or is he cool?
Shane sounds less black.
Oh yeah, I'm very white.
50. Damn.
Oh.
Wait. Flat. 50 kids in the past 2 years? If you could answer me real quick. Doodle's listening messaged me. I just had to. He's not answering me.
You got backup here. You got people helping you out. This is not fair.
No. This is what he's saying.
I'm watching badminton. You're getting help. I'm watching girls play badminton. Do you know they have mixed badminton when they have doubles in badminton? It's mixed. It's girl boy, girl boy.
Honestly, I just remembered Spherical Triangle again. I had to giggle. I'm sorry.
I accidentally left the call. No, bro's just messaging me stuff because he hears the topics I'm bringing up. He's trying to get me to bring up stuff.
You got the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
False flag, right?
He wants me to bring up how only 50 kids have died in the past 2 years with all this pandemic.
Who said that nonsense? Who told you that stupid shit, dude?
50.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll look it up. I mean, I don't like looking this stuff up.
He's seeing how much you'll accept on blind faith just being touted as a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not trying to say that
I got
number.
a powdered turd we can tell you too.
I think it's a surprisingly low number. Maybe
it is a very, very. That's a very, very low number. I had a friend of mine who was a pediatric nurse. Oh my goodness! I couldn't even.
If a conspiracy is something that's carrying out a crime or something that's usually negatively impacting other people, to not be a conspiracy theorist would mean that you are not on top of the process of actually understanding what's going on and potentially helping those that are in suffering.
Helping humanity, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're just shutting it down, closing all discussion of what could be going on, and literally enabling the people that are doing that to just continue doing it. It's like you're
I think there's a difference between being a conspiracy theorist and just like being able to tell what's going on in the political arena. Like, do you think the people in Hong Kong aren't being oppressed right now just because you haven't heard anything about it and China had squelched it? No, it doesn't make you a conspiracy.
What does that have to do with anything?
It doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist, does it? No. You know the truth. You know that they're hiding it. That's a definition of a conspiracy theory, but it's because the political arena is the way it is. It's just knowledge that we know they're suppressing. It doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist.
Who came in with the child stat again?
Oh, I think that was electric.
Oh yeah, here, bud. I pulled the analysis and did the data way back when I started. Here's my median age of what I found.
I think what Gio said is really important. You cannot turn a blind eye to everything you think you're being lied to about.
Willful ignorance is great until it's death.
You can, because the majority of us really can't impact the events that you deem a conspiracy
And acting
theory.
like you are hopeless in the situation is even worse. You got to pretend you could do
You're
something,
not hopeless.
even
You
if it's
just can't
pretending.
impact it. Like
Okay.
what
Okay. Let me
let's take
give you.
your hang on. Let's take your views that the moon landing didn't happen. What possible result do you think is going to come from you yourself not believing?
I don't think you're willing to entertain what we're talking about. It's not going to really get anywhere.
I think we can get
He
to
asked
him.
a question though.
Avoiding the question, then. Okay.
Yeah, I try to answer questions. So,
Right. So
I mean,
personally, individually, nothing, right? But collectively, as a team, with your family, with your school, it builds. It's like a wave, man.
Right,
I'm
but then
going to
here's
bring
the
back
thing.
the same point because this is where I'm sorry, guys, but I have been talking about the same thing for like 2 hours now. But
Yes, you have.
yeah, I think we all are being misled in different ways by powers that be. I just wanted to say that again.
Here's the thing. Let me
Thank you
go
for
back
that.
to. Let me go back to the hokey pokey. So, I can't do almost anything about it. I talked to my family about it. They were unconvinced, so they all got it. The only thing I can do is I can make the change for myself, and that's about all I can do. And I can just be happy that I made that choice
You could
and live with it.
You could also change other people. Do your neighbors, help a friend, a random
Well,
internet stranger, maybe.
Like I said, I tried. I did.
Or how about the fact that it costs so much money to become a doctor? Like, what about that?
How about we trust our health to the people who profit from sickness? Isn't that a nice general
Or
broad term?
even that it costs so much money to get certain types of medication if you are sick.
Like Hugh,
There
you were saying you
should-
tried. Hugh, you were saying you tried to help your family and friends and all that. That's understandable because they're already in the system. But here's the thing: yes, that's great that you did the best you can, and many of us have in multiple ways, and that's only the best we can do. But I mean, you can't get excessively, forceful or pushing or manipulative or anything like that. Yeah, you have to let them obviously be who they are as well. So then, wouldn't the problem then be with I'll just say entities that have whatever assumed control, power, etc., in the news and the big pharma and all that stuff? Wouldn't that then be the angle to go at it with? Meaning that the actual entities and the structure that are kind of creating humans that would just so willingly take an injection that was so brand new from all the hype, when really, anyways, everything that was been going on. So wouldn't the system have to then be, or like the way that people, the indoctrination process, brainwash, whatever got them to that point that that your own family members are so willing to do that?
I mean, you talk about it that way, but it went through trials and passed trials, and they did limited initial testing, and then they verified that it was safe, and then they distributed it. And so it's not like people were just like, "Oh, hey, look, the fast-tracked vaccine is ready," and
It's
everyone
almost like
I think the
almost
whole
exactly
point
like
is
that,
that
man.
you don't. The whole point is you don't have to be a mindless drone. That's the whole point. I think that's a big thing.
I think you'll
People
find
are
that
going to be the way they want to be. You
you
don't have to trust in these
belittle
leaders that are supposed to help you.
the professions of the people that spent countless nights getting this shit done for you guys, for everyone. You belittle everything they did by just saying, "Oh yeah, they were just in it for the money," or "Oh yeah, they're big conspiracy government people trying to take over and inject you so that you can what?" It's just so ludicrous.
So yeah, you're right. It was a business profit. You're right.
If I was an expert in flat Earth gravity,
zero profits made from
Dude,
the
if you have to take a test, just to see if you have a disease, then you should recheck your thinking.
Yeah, but if they want to control your body remotely, now they have a more direct access to your body.
Oh, dude, what direct access do they have?
It's sort of the new medicine that they're trying to roll out, which is going to be more of these and
of what? Of what? What access do they have to my body right now?
Well, they're trying to change the base software of the human genetics.
Oh, are they?
You can't tell people who are taking up that, man. You can't stop with a third level bomb.
Can you point exactly how they did that? Because as far as I'm aware, if you change my base sequencing, I'm no longer a human.
You guys are talking about two different things.
They're not really changing. It's not about changing the human. They can't change the real human genetics. It's really more of a process of adding their toxic genetics, which end up compromising us, compromising your genetics. So it's really more of a toxification process rather than being able to actually, because they've realized long ago they can't actually change the actual human genome itself. They can't do. So the second best to that is doing what they've done, which is all of the sort of hybridization and all the modifications to other things like plants and meats and things that we end up eating.
Can you give one direct example? Or
lower the fertility rate.
Nigeria,
Lower
1989.
Lower the fertility rate.
That's
how.
What
What
method?
method?
Attention, a
What
lot of women
method
lost their
lowers the
babies
fertility?
after they took it.
That's what do they call that?
They were pregnant.
Ergo propt propter hoc. What is it called? Post hoc ergo propter hoc. That's not very sound reasoning.
No, that's terrible reasoning.
You gotta be a bit more.
So wait, so the company who put it out was been criminal charged with all the big fines, paid more money in criminal fines for negligence than any other company, and all of a sudden they're straight. 6 years ago, and then
You just said one company got charged and they had to pay people. You didn't
The
specify
highest-
what you're talking about.
I didn't want to say the company, Pfizer, right?
What
We all
about
know that their criminal history for malfeasance and fraud and faking studies and tests
For what?
for all their products, man. Especially the ones we're talking about.
Like, I mean, you're just saying these things. You have the cases
Why do you
that
think I
were
would just say
litigated that
things?
you
Of course.
They have
It was on-
lost.
it was
so
on
many
CNN,
lawsuits.
man.
Yeah, they've lost numerous lawsuits and have paid out millions and millions of dollars, if not billions at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, it probably is a billion at this point.
They paid the highest paid
for
criminal fine.
for all kinds of damages and,
Mhm.
and
Malfeasance.
validation. Hold on, let me finish. Validation of fraud that they lost for and had to pay for.
To whom and for what, though? I mean, like,
Is that-
you're saying company is bad. Sure. Okay, I can go with you on that. But you haven't shown that they were bad about X, and they're not the only company that distributes. So you have
There's
to make
no gain of function researches.
Well, hold
you
on.
have to make a causal link to not only that company but every company that distributes. And I don't think you've done that either.
They were nailed too big to fail. Right here it is, too big to nail. Way back here. Here's the clip. I can't share it. Crap. You guys don't
There's
have
a
a text.
financial incentive.
Do you guys have a text
There's
version?
always a financial incentive.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
There
act
is.
like you don't live in a capitalist society. Of course, there's financial incentives. It's just dumb
I'm
to
not
say.
saying they're bad. I'm saying they're the highest paid worst.
What I'm
Like,
saying is don't
setting.
rush to trust them.
Yeah,
okay?
so you're saying we live in a
Don't
capitalist
rush to
society, and of course that's true, but then you're like, oh, well, they went through countless nights for you. They did it for you, like that was the only incentive.
The individual workers, the immunologists, and the people that studied and created the mRNA vaccines that you used, well, not you, but we as a collective society used in order to distribute this. They spent countless nights on a rush schedule to get this done. And you belittle everything in their field that they study and learned and used to
Okay,
utilize.
you're completely misinformed. First of all, the trial, the reason that they were allowed to do it was emergency use. That means the people that got it were the trial.
100%.
Yeah, they were told what to do. They didn't have a choice.
And then they lied about that
They
use
were
too.
told by their leaders that told them, "We're going to do this. We're
The
going to
whole
wrap it
thing is
through.
the
We're
whole
going to
thing
push
is
it through."
so
You're
so
right.
freaking
It's
sketchy. It isn't even true. Just so sketchy. Everything
What
about
it-
it. The whole thing from the beginning.
Yeah,
The
completely.
whole
And
thing.
to act like this is some like gift that we've gotten just
From the
shows
lab-
that you have done. I sent you
lab
links.
funding.
I sent you links about all this stuff. You won't watch them. You'll just think
but
you were right.
That is their perspective, though. The people that are into it, they basically think
This is the reality.
in the
You
highest
guys-
level.
and
Hold
you-
on, man, you're
you
interrupting
guys
me.
think
At the high, let me just
conspiracy
finish my
theories
thought.
all over
Hold on,
you.
man. Let me just say what I'm saying, just real quick. The people that are into it, it's like they feel as though this is like they're like saving humanity or something, to the point to where like this amazing medical thing whipped up this incredible thing in order to combat this horrible thing coming from nature that's making everyone sick or whatever. So yeah, they prop it up as being some kind of like this great thing that came to liberate humanity, so that we don't have to be stuck in our houses all day. Even though they're probably going to roll that out again.
That's right.
And
too.
even if they're
Also, there were plenty of
not just
doctors
total
who-
like mainstream people like that always tote the line, they people that are like sometimes questioning things, if they took the jab, then they have to go full force and totally like support it because they're in, you know, the psychology of it is crazy.
Also, guys, there were many doctors that disagreed. They stood up and they disagreed with the narrative. And guess what? That you think they have a right to disagree. No, they were fired or blacklisted. So
that
was true.
Super sus.
The truth of the matter is that back in the 30s, when people died of diphtheria until we made a vaccine against it, we were happy about it. And polio in the 50s, and measles in the 60s, rubella in the 70s.
Yeah, and a lot of these things were caused by the injections. You're totally buying the mainstream, and it's actually been admitted to. You're wrong about that. There's research that people have done that have exposed these things.
Stop interrupting me, you autard. These things existed, and then we made a vaccine against them, not the other way around. That's just idiotic.
Do you know the dates? Do you know the trends? Do you know where they introduced it?
In the 1930s, we eliminated diphtheria. Polio was in the...
I meant, you know, when the trend for the sickness was before they hit claimed to
I
cure.
just say jibby jab or pokerino or something.
All of these diseases were virtually eliminated because of vaccines, and you have no evidence to show otherwise. And when you say dumb stuff like vaccines cause autism, and
actually, there's tons of evidence, bro. There's tons of evidence that totally, actually, literally has been admitted to, and you're totally you're unaware of that.
Yeah, all those things you just referenced are wrong, in a nice way, without yelling at you. Yes, sir.
Nice way without yelling. You're an idiot without yelling.
I mean,
we're all doing the same thing to each other. It's funny.
So Hugh, so you were saying, okay, with the jabs and all that. So you're saying that you're also not in support of giving any of them, even to newborn children, all of that. So what's your view on that? Like, I mean, because I know that you do go with the mainstream story on certain things, even pretty strongly, like with the Globe and all that. So how does it work in your mind that even those, all as children, like, you know, you just see the corruption in it? And I mean, how are you able to, or what's your view on that, on those?
Well, first of all, I did notice that in the course of the hokey pokey being rolled out, there was plenty of doctors saying, "Wait a minute, this is not right. There are irregularities. It's not properly tested. I won't take it." Loads of doctors and nurses were saying that. They had one just walked out. She made a video a couple of weeks ago. She got walked out of the hospital. Saying, "You guys, I'm just letting you know, count the cost." She said, "Count the cost, because I'm not willing to do this, and they're walking me out because it's mandatory now." That was in New York or somewhere, and that was a nurse. So, and that was going on from the very beginning. And then the information, the lab, about the lab, the sketchy stuff that all going on there, it was just all so freaking sketchy. I just went, you know, that picture of that meme with, you know, Fry closing his eyes. And I just go, that's sketchy AF. That was it. And then I had other friends of mine who were like, we were all going, if you get the jibby, if you get the hokey pokey, you won't catch it. And then what does Fauci get? The hokey pokey, and he catches COVID.
Yeah, they changed their story quickly.
They
changed
the story mid-flow.
Yeah.
So if you catch it, if you get the hokey pokey, you won't catch it. But then they did catch it. Oh, so now the story is then you won't be able to pass it on. Oh, but you can pass it on. Oh, now the story is it just went from one thing to, dudes, this is the top brass people, Fauci and all those people.
Right, and it ended up being at the end where it's like, well, it's only going to make it so that it's more mild for you, but you also might get it. So it's like,
the last one was you won't be affected that much by it if you get it.
The story kept changing.
This after 4 of them,
and the number of boosters kept changing. First it was 1, then it was 2, then it was 3. It just kept the story kept changing.
Surprise! It goes forever. He'll never end.
It's just,
we said that
once again, financial incentive.
Of course, and the number of the companies made billions. Have you noticed? There was something report of how much money the world's billionaires gained during the lockdowns.
$200 trillion.
Have you seen? It's
biggest wealth transfer in history. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, every one of them just like gained like 50% more wealth.
But also the people we're trusting are the people who are most guilty, most need to lie, and who have historically lied and defrauded the most. Just saying.
So to answer Gio's question, when I see stuff like that, for me, that's that's the tip off. I'm not, and I think you'll find, generally speaking, when people see that stuff and they sort of get suspicious, even if someone's not into conspiracies, and I'm not, you'll still go, that's really sketchy, and they'll make decisions on that based on their intuition. So that's the best you can hope for most.
Yeah, a mess. It seemed like they really they got caught in a bunch of things, and it seemed like they kind of improv'd on the fly, and it just didn't go too well. Like it really they didn't pull it off. I got to give them some props for some of the shit they've done. Like, I mean, 9/11 was pretty insane, but they actually pulled it off pretty well for what it was.
But here's the other thing: is the balance.
They pulled off, but this last one they were just slipping all over the place.
Here's the thing, though: the balance. Okay, so they did eliminate rubella, they did eliminate mumps, whooping cough. The list goes on. So those were successes. So the link to autism, that's definitely something that doctors have been investigating. Not conspiracy theory people. Doctors have been investigating that. So if it's that type of level of people that are investigating things like that, that's when I take notice. That's generally my rule.
That seems
if nurses won't take the hokey pokey, then I've got to ask questions.
Oh wait, you're the same person who just shouted that every vaccine has cured us all, right? You believe both of those things? Aren't they contradictory in your head?
No.
Oh.
No. I think you'll find that most of the people who refuse to take the hokey pokey, like I have several friends that all their kids are vaccinated of mumps and rubella and all the rest of it.
Right.
So because I believe that those things have been thoroughly tested. I don't believe the latest stuff. I think it's totally sketchy from a lab in another country, funded by some sketchy people, and then
I don't think it's right. I think you're pretty close. Just apply what you know to this one to all the history, because it's kind of the same story all across the board, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to ask you, Hugh. Like, if you're able to see
I know
this,
it's crazy, dude. I know. I get you.
It must be annoying for you.
Like, Hugh, if they could pull that off the way that they did, I mean, basically got the whole world putting a covering over their mouth, within a week.
Oh, that was just
face diaper, whatever you want to call it, the mask.
That was stupid.
They got everybody doing that. So, but my point is that, like, if you can see that level of the deception, how could it not also fall into place that they're lying about the Earth and so many other things?
That's why I'm not antagonistic most of the time, because I get the reasoning about the mask thing. I tell you how many times I wore a mask when someone pointed their finger at me and say, "Put that mask on or leave." That's when I wore a mask. That was literally it. If they would demanded, then I'd put it on. Other than that, I walked in everywhere, grocery stores, everyone wearing a mask except me.
Human, I respect building to you, even though we disagree.
I think I can answer your question that you asked to Hugh in a satisfying way. When you talk about the V word, right? The jibby jab or whatever.
Hokey pokey.
Historically versus now, right? It's like you're talking about your favorite pizza restaurant, and it takes them 20 minutes to make a super delicious pizza. But, the last few days when you've been ordering from them, it's been ready in 5 minutes. Now, you're not necessarily like they're not making good pizzas anymore, but you are a little confused as to why the 20-minute pizza is now suddenly a 5-minute pizza.
Did you mass produce my 20-minute pizzas?
You're skeptical of the quality of the pizza when only 5 minutes of effort have been put into it versus 20. But you're not skeptical that they're not still making pizzas and they're not still good pizzas,
Yeah, and I imagine if it's the head of the owner of the pizza shop won't eat the pizza.
Right.
And he stops eating the pizza.
Right, and he's previously been sued for, gross pizzas before.
Exactly.
It's
all of that.
Can I just? I want to ask Janice one thing. You know about reefer madness, or basically like turning weed into a Schedule I drug in the 30s and 40s, or what was that, the 50s or 60s? I don't know. Reefer madness. You ever hear of this?
Your age is showing, dude.
Yeah, I think one of those decades. Go to sleep.
One of the eras.
I think it was 1930 something.
The 30s or maybe the 60s.
One of them
Because
decades.
they're
You know
so
what I mean?
similar.
Either way, have you ever heard about reefer madness?
I've heard
Yeah,
that term.
there's a film about it. It's about drugs. It was in the 30s.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going.
And now it turns out that they can use cannabis to treat all kinds of.
Hemp, yeah. Hemp,
yeah.
it's good
Okay.
for all
Thanks.
sorts of things.
Yeah, we don't got to get into that, but yeah.
That's right. We did earlier.
No, I think cannabis is a great example where, I mean, I know for myself growing up in the 80s and 90s, the general milieu in the culture was that cannabis, you know, there was so much negative propaganda about it. All the, you know, people, you know, calling it a drug and you get hooked on drugs. It's like, what?
Right.
It's just crazy. Like all the propaganda and just the police shit, you know, arresting people for tiny amounts and throwing them in jail. All of it is insane. And they basically had like the mainstream convinced, just like, convinced that they landed on the moon and that Earth's a globe, all that thing. They had virtually everyone convinced that, when I say virtually everyone, you know what I mean. I mean, the great majority that, you know, marijuana was some brain damaging, horrible drug that was going to get you, you know, it's a gateway to heroin and crack cocaine, and you're going to go off the beaten trail. There was all kinds of shit that, you know, that you were going to end up, you know, all kinds of shit. Like, anyways, there was so much propaganda that they pushed towards it. I was just thinking in my mind, like all of the different categories that they like impacted people of how bad it was. And obviously the police force and everything. And like in the like 70s, 80s, like in general, like if a kid, you know, going to high school or whatever, like got caught with like weed or whatever, like some of those, you know, their parents were like punishing them and like police getting involved, like just insane level shit. Like they try to treat it as if like, if you do this plant, you're going to go off the rails and end up homeless or heroin addicts. It was just crazy the amount of propaganda. And they just said it damaged your brain. I mean, those like, you know, commercials like, oh, this is your brain on marijuana, whatever, you know, all the terminology and stuff that they tried pushing and all the propaganda. The reality of it is that that's all false. Every single bit of that's false. And cannabis is actually a medicine and actually is helpful to the brains, like actually neurogenic, helps regrow brain cells and has all these different benefits. And then now, of course, the legality has shifted. So that's just an example of something that for decades, people were convinced of that, you know, scolding their children, like, you know, all this stuff. And it was absolutely false the whole time.
Yes, that's a very good example.
And then for 4 to 5 doctors
Gio.
recommend
Thank you so
cigarettes
much,
back in the
Gio.
day.
That was what was that thing they did? What they said was, though, I think the reasoning that I got was that it's what they call a gateway. Mm-hmm. So you get used to feeling happy when you take this, whatever, smoke this, whatever, and then you want more, and then so you'd go to harder drugs. I think that was the logic, most of it.
But that's also a lie, right?
I know.
No, I think the thing with the gateway drug was that if you seek it out, the person that's going to be supplying you had also supplied other drugs too, so it was easy access to the heaviest stuff.
Yeah, which is better profit for them and stuff like that.
Yeah. Which in theory it's kind of pretty solid if you think about it, because if someone's going to be selling dope, the chances are they'll be selling, anything from from crack to heroin or coke or whatever. So you can actually see that logic, and I think it's fairly sound.
Yeah, there is some truth to that. I would agree. There is some truth to the fact that, especially in those times when kids were much more like just controlled, like especially in the 50s. Of course, the 60s, there was a lot more rebellion and people breaking out of that. But especially like in the 50s and so on, there was, and so they were trying to keep everyone, right on the straight and narrow, going through all and not, so at that time it was like, oh, if you try marijuana, you might also try other things, And and I don't doubt that, like, in some people's cases, there's definitely people's stories where, like, oh yeah, man, I started. Usually, people start with alcohol and cigarettes, but those are the real gateways, if anything.
That's a great, well detailed example. And now just say that that's every product they've ever sold all the way back, 100%.
I mean, those are the gateways, the ones that are like legal that you kind of, the first thing of getting high or getting kind of inebriated, if you want to call it that. And then from there, there's obviously many, but it seems like that's kind of the
1984 style, right? The war doesn't need to be won or against something tangible. It just needs to be continuous. War on terror, war on drugs, just all.
Yeah, so there's partly some truth to that gateway thing, but I also think they completely they also like categorized cannabis right in there with those other ones and made commercials like in the war on drugs thing, like they linked those together.
Right.
They were just
And now we're like,
drugs, I think, was
and pushed alcohol at the same time.
Do we think that's the only thing they lied about, right? Do we think that?
Say again.
Do we think that that's the only thing that they lied about to that degree, to that level of success? That's the isolated incident? Cannabis?
Of course not.
No. Right.
No, but I mean, it's one of those ones we can identify and say, oh, yeah.
The cool thing about this example is that just in our lifetime, we've seen the propaganda turn into the truth. And we're still waiting for the truth about, the shape of the earth, right? I mean, that's still in your guys' mind.
A lot of people have figured out we're not on a spinning ball. We're totally 100% sure of it. We're totally over it. It's just you guys that keep coming in here trying to convince us we're on a spinning ball still, and we're laughing at you. That's what's happening.
I mean, that's fine. You can believe whatever you want, man. It doesn't change things at the end of the day, now does it?
Well, what I would say with that is that, I mean,
not for me.
The Earth is what it is, and we've been told it's a globe. So, is that what you were saying? That we're waiting? Yeah, I would say that I'm not waiting for myself to figure out what the base geometry is in that sense, but I am looking forward to the point to where we can actually get all the projects done to get the actual physical measurements, which will be the finale to the whole thing. So yeah,
they could never convince me that I wouldn't feel the spin, no matter how many times you say it's because of this continuous vector that you do vector maths with. There's no way that you'll ever
don't understand
me, no matter what measurements of curvature are shown to be. You'll never convince me I'm spinning without feeling it. Sorry.
You'll never teach.
It tells me you don't understand the physics.
You'll never teach a caveman calculus.
I mean, you don't understand the feeling. You don't understand the theory of the force.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying is true because we measure motion through the liquid in our ears, and the liquid is the level or non-level.
Vector maths can only do so much for you guys. Sorry.
Well, again, teaching a caveman calculus isn't going to happen. We hear you loud and clear. Doesn't mean calculus.
You can claim I don't understand the vector maths. It doesn't make any difference.
You clearly don't.
You don't.
That's all you have.
That's all you have. See how vector math makes me feel the spin better. Right?
You're claiming you will never make me understand this. Okay. Point taken. Yeah. You will never understand it. Got it.
If the vector maths are all you need to convince you, that's fine with me.
We've given you a litany of things that can show that you are, without a shadow of a doubt, living on a planet. You have rejected it all. So whatever.
Yeah.
This is kind of sounded like a cartoon there for a minute. It's just such like a worn out archetype of just like trying to tell people.
Yeah, exactly. It's worn out.
Yeah.
I mean, it has evolved. Like I'm speaking personally though, but I mean, like I can give you experiments that you can do yourself because I feel like you doing things yourself is the only evidence you will accept. But you guys refuse to do that too. So I don't know where else you want to go.
We keep talking.
Well, I don't know who you're referring to. It sounds like you're making generalizations.
I took offense at you guys.
What experiments do you have for us that we could do ourselves?
So the whole lot. the whole lot of you combined can do this one. It's the
Please don't say
Eratosthenes.
theodolite. Please don't say theodolite.
Sticks in the ground.
Like I
Or
believe
Please
in the
don't say
table.
sticks and shadows.
which one?
That don't make
So
the
here you
table a
go.
sphere.
Here's what you can do, because I'm assuming you all live geographically in different areas. I'm guessing here, but you all have a shared common theme, which is that you don't believe you live on an Earth. So you
We
can
all
all.
experience a stationary level Earth. That's what we all have in common.
There you go. You guys believe that, so you can dispel that belief by
No,
simply.
that's the truth. We can all agree on every one of us in here experiences a stationary level.
Dispel that
Dude,
by
our entire hold on, man. Our entire reality is built upon like what being level is. Like when you stand up, your eyeballs, your ears, the midpoint of your brain, your shoulders. There's a component of just the basic geometry of just being a human, of the level, horizontal, and the vertical. And so to then look at water that extends out level, etc., to then come to the conclusion that indeed the Earth is an extended plane is just a default extrapolation from the actual physics and the actual entire
your base
experience
axiom.
we have of this entire dimension we're in, this realm.
Even those that think that they are on a globe, even those that think that they are on a globe, actually teach that you've got to imagine that you're on a plane. They actually teach that. Yeah, they do.
No,
They
they
do.
don't.
Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. When it comes to flying, when it comes to celestial navigation, right, you can consider it a flat plane. But in actual fact, they'll have the caveat in there. You know, we are actually on a globe, but you've got to imagine that you're on a plane.
You're 100% right about that. You're 100% right, Bensaw. Any practical use, they have to refer to a stationary plane.
That's
So,
right.
first off, all you're talking about is simplified mathematics and computational schema for things like aircraft pilots and being able to simplify the Earth so that they can make simple calculations. Because back in the day when those documents you're referencing were printed, we didn't have the computing power we do right now. So assuming a flat plane, for the most part, didn't really change too much about the actual computations that they made.
Actually, it does change a lot. If you were flying over a globe that was spinning, it'd be completely different. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just saying things doesn't make them true, bro. Sorry.
No, well, what he said was true.
People who do those calculations.
When you say it alters it radically, then they would have included that, and they say
No, they can't include it because it would alter it radically. And all of the flight simulators still use a stationary plane.
Dude, I know a guy who works on the simulators for Lockheed Martin. He absolutely takes into account the curve of the Earth when he simulates landing patterns for their airplanes, because if he doesn't, the fucking plane crashes into the ground.
What? That's
right.
100%
Yeah, right.
nonsense,
That's
man. You don't know
ridiculous,
anything
dude.
with that level of specificity, bro.
100.
I don't even know. I'm not even that sure I have two nuts. Okay, man, that's a lot of certainty you got there.
It is 100% certain, because if they design these, then there's a little klaxon that goes off when your altitude gets too low before you initiate a landing gear. And if that isn't spot on for pilots when they're simulating landing, then they fucking crash. So yeah,
Well, at least you got that part right. If it was a globe and they were actually treating it as a level stationary Earth, they would crash, and they would need to be trained. If it was a globe, they would need to have a simulator that totally simulates a spinning globe, and none of them do.
What I just said they did, moron.
So show us the simulator that simulates a spinning globe for a pilot to train on. Show us that. Don't just say you have a friend who says he takes into account. You have to show the flight simulators admittedly use a stationary plane to this day.
Pilots don't assume the ground is moving when they're landing a plane.
So, bravado idiot, come down to Orlando, Florida, and I'll show it to you.
God, dude.
Okay. Yeah, go. You should be able to post it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an internal simulation that Lockheed Martin uses right here, right now in Discord.
Just the one that the pilots use for regular training. The one that totally gives them the same experience that they're on a spinning globe and flying. Right there. They should be training them to do that, because it wouldn't be the same experience.
If you're flying a drone, you wouldn't need to account for anything. It's basically the speed that an
You're
airliner
wrong.
is going.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, well,
It would be a totally different.
I don't know any pilots either. You know, so
anyway,
I do.
this is a
I know
huge
I know two
Do you
pilots.
know any pilots that are trained with a simulator that gives them the experience of flying over a spinning globe?
All I know is I have asked two pilots. Okay, that's all I know. I've asked two pilots and got their opinion. That's all I know.
That's fair
I'm
enough.
not a pilot.
And when I heard
What was their opinion?
to the NASA document,
Well, before or after they laughed at me, they said no. It's definitely
about what? Like what? They said that their simulators use a spinning globe simulator instead of a stationary plane simulator.
because it's not.
Is that what you say?
No, no.
Okay, yeah. The pilots are trained with a stationary plane simulator. Prove me wrong.
Okay, they'd be quite simple to prove you wrong, but
this
I don't
is
have
an
access to it.
awful. This is an awful argument for both sides.
Niche Hug. What is your name? What is that name? Niche Hug?
It's Nid Hog, but the fucking name is always taken, so I went with a different vowel.
Can you make something easier, like Frank or something?
Well, it's supposed to evoke the imagery of being hugged. So just take the embrace.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be Nid Hog.
It is supposed to be Nid Hog, but that name was taken.
Well, then how does that? Well, then why would you say it's supposed to be about a hug if it was supposed to be hog?
Because I replaced the O with the U, so it's Nid Hug. A hug.
So why was Nid Hog so important that you had to use it with another letter?
Why do you care?
This could let you make
I
your name
don't
whatever
actually.
you
You're
want.
right.
Okay, then stop.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyways,
So
this was a huge. Or go ahead.
Of the people who are experts in their field, they all seem to believe that the Earth is a sphere, and that includes airline pilots and general people of that. And then once you get people who experience,
that's not true either. They don't all think that.
It's 100% not true.
How many flat earthers are there? There airline pilots?
You've never seen the guy who goes on a plane and asks every pilot the Earth's flat, and they all tell him it's flat.
They never actually asks them if the Earth's flat. Yeah, I've seen those.
Right.
I would actually.
Granted.
I would agree that you're right that most do probably believe the globe.
But
in general, but there are many, many more these days for sure. Like within the last, especially in the airline industry, I think there's a lot more because I think a lot of those pilots they've heard about it more than other professions. You know what I mean? Like a doctor, for example, has probably heard much less about the discussion about the Earth than pilots. You know, because there's people getting on and off of planes all the time, asking, saying the term, asking them. Because when you're a pilot like that, if you're like a commercial airline pilot, especially now, like ever since 2015, especially, recently, probably all of them have heard about it at least once, twice, three, if not multiple times in their profession, and then have had to kind of think about it, more than others. And they're up there flying as well. And I mean, it's just a visceral experience of flying across a plane. So there's that too.
What I take a little bit of I take umbrage to is I've seen the videos where people ask pilots. They don't ask pilots. They ask them very, very cleverly designed questions, leading questions that take them down a path, but they never say, "Oh, the Earth is flat. What do you think?" I think the Earth is flat. They never say flat Earth.
Which video did you see? Because I saw the opposite.
Do you take into account this, and do you? They couch it in ways that just I wish. This is not to be super critical. I'm just saying. So what I'd like to see is someone get on a plane, take their phone out, talk to a pilot, and say, "I think the Earth is flat. What do you think?" And have the pilot actually ask a direct question, rather than
That's exactly what the video is. But even then, dude, someone else asking a third party doesn't show anything to anyone, right?
No, it doesn't. That's just half the point.
Yeah.
I mean, airline pilots, half of the airline pilot's job is customer service. So if they encounter someone who goes something about flat Earth or something, anything, it doesn't matter what it is, generally what they're going to do is they're going to agree with them to get them off the plane. That's as simple as that. They're going to smile and nod.
Can't disagree with that.
That's their job. Their job is not to make judgments on anyone or to answer specific questions. Their job is customer service.
Right.
So
not
if their programming is such that when they're taught to fly, that they consider that they're flying over a plane, but they're told that it's not, but you can consider it is. So they're reinforcing to their programming of that they are on a globe, but your training and these practical applications, we're going to consider it a horizontal plane. And then you go up to this pilot and say, "Hey, buddy, I'm a flat earther. What about you? Do you think it's flat?" They're gonna laugh and mock you, right?
Yeah.
So it's clearly a obsolete, kind of ridiculous question to even pose to them in the first place.
You have a very skewed view of what you think they teach pilots. They teach them how to operate the plane. They teach them how to do landing, takeoffs, and approaches. They don't mention the curve or the shape of the Earth. Like that's.
Oh wait,
that's
they don't teach them to
that's
curve
not
down so they don't shoot off the side of the ball. That's weird, right?
Yeah.
They
I'm happy. I'm
I'm on
happy that
change.
they teach them to fly the plane so they can get it up in the air and they can get it down on the ground again safely. I'm very happy that they do these things, and how they have to do these things is consider that you're flying over a plane. I'm extremely happy that I'm not crashing into the sides of mountains or into lakes or whatever the case may be.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but your problem comes in not with the pilots, but with the mechanics that fuel the plane, because they give them enough fuel to fly a great circle route, not a straight line path.
That's like we had enough fuel to go to the moon, so we must have gone there.
The mechanics are told. The mechanics there aren't sitting down working out whether they're not that they are on a globe or a plane. The mechanics and the refuels are told you need to put 55 liters of fuel in that wing. All right, go and do it, and they do it.
Right.
If I may bring up a little bit of a thing. It wasn't so very long ago that the people making videos saying that jet fuel is fake. So there is that.
Yeah, there's actually, that's a straw man of that whole concept. It's about the amount of jet fuel that they say that are in planes, and saying that jet fuel is fake is not a very accurate portrayal of the argument there at all.
Oh, okay.
There's three in-ground
planes
swimming pools worth.
don't use fuel, and/or planes use a lot less fuel than we're told.
There's good reason for that, because there's the amount. Yeah, I did the math for this. It would take 3 in-ground swimming pools worth a volume of the fuel that they say is on those planes. It's unbelievable the amount that they say, and the weight that inside the wings and all that is just ridiculous when you really look at it. And that's one of the ones they wouldn't allow people to talk about. That's one of the ones that even flat earthers were like, "Oh, we were told not to talk about the jet fuel thing."
Wait, what? Flat earthers were told what?
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. On Globebusters, they're like, the Globebusters said that's one of the things we were kind of warned not to say anything about.
Oh, I don't remember that. They talked about it, and
they talked about it a lot. It was
it's been
after
analyzed.
a while they did. Bob said it after a later show. He's like, that's one of the things we kind of got a little message not to say any more about.
I think what they did is they found that it wasn't true.
Right. It's kind of like the thing where you're making an argument.
No, actually, I'll put the math in the.
They're like, yeah, you should probably not use that talking point anymore because it's been totally and thoroughly crushed and disproven. That's probably
just because you think I obviously wouldn't trust your opinion about anything. Come on,
dude, isn't it funny that you think all arguments have been debunked and we think you have no arguments and we're still in the same argument? Like,
I think, dude, I don't. You think that there's this dichotomy that doesn't exist. You have no model. You have no idea of what you live on. That's not a state of being that is.
You have no idea either. But you just hold on.
You live on the planet Earth. It's a sphere, dude. I know for a fact. I am also willing to say that I don't know everything, but I trust people who are experts in their field that say they know.
There you go.
I'm an expert in unicorn flight spectroscopy. How's that?
Everyone trusts.
How much are you gonna trust me?
Well,
I don't trust someone.
Again, this comes back to the argument with electric, where it's like you guys have this threshold of trust that is not any normal rational person's
I don't think
threshold.
it's normal to
And you
trust
claim
people
that,
you
and you
don't know.
claim that you don't trust anyone or anything because anyone or anything could be related to the government or Big Brother or any of these other shadow agencies that you put in your head that are machinating and puppeteering in the background. So you trust no one or nothing. And it's silly, man. There's absolute naivety, which is bad, and there's absolute skepticism, which is also bad.
Can I say this? I think Biden is literally a puppet.
I think we can all say he's a cunt, right? All good together. No disagreement.
Sorry. I think most people could agree that Biden basically looks like a plastic puppet. And he can't do anything except reading off a
Yeah,
teleprompter.
Disney has automatrons. They're remaking celebrities.
Extrapolate it back,
think
they're all
the
puppets.
that secret societies don't exist is beyond naive.
If they make Biden into a plastic puppet, whatever, for a Disney World, I don't think anyone will be able to tell the difference.
Not only Biden, his opponent, and every predecessor there before him. And now we're getting somewhere.
It's funny you say that because I swear if you look at the puppet of Trump, it looks like they hastily redid Hillary when they it's so hilarious.
Statism, dude, the world's most dangerous religion.
Oh, does he have boobs?
No, he doesn't have boobs. So it looks like the face. They had to like redo the face for it. It's stark. It stands out.
I don't know if I would do a wax puppet of Trump. I don't know.
Well,
That
that's
would be
where
Nidhogg.
Tricky to pull off. Let's be honest.
He's already a caricature.
Yeah.
Yo, Nidhogg.
Yo.
You believe everything they told you about the jibby jab?
Oh gosh, back again.
Oh god.
Do I believe everything that you told me? Jibby jab.
But hold on. You said we have no model. You have no idea. Like, dude, we have a model. I have a good model. I use it all the time. I use it for all my examinations and arguments and ideas and conceptions before I bring them into arguments and debates.
Cool. Okay, so I was referring specifically to a model of the Earth. So you have that, you said?
Well, yeah, I used the one that the Globers showed us that they made to show us how dumb they are. I used it to use the celestial navigation on the southern hemisphere. It was very helpful.
Oh, cool. Okay, I guess.
But I mean,
there's many different forms of models and layers and levels to models of the Earth.
Right. So here's a simple test. Can you have night and day work with the seasons on your model? If you can, then perfect. Then it sounds like you're using ours.
No, man, I built it myself. I used the Gleason map. I overlaid the winter solstice, and I animated it with a transparency in my editor to show exactly what I wanted. That's what I mean. Like, I built my side to show what I want.
Cool. But does it work in reality? Does it comport to reality?
It matches all observations so far.
It
Except
does.
for the sun doesn't change size.
Yeah,
Neither does the moon.
The map that shows the sunlight on the doesn't do the sun size.
On your
sunlight, the sunlight is gonna be a massive issue for you. You actually plot that out on the disk.
I did.
Try
Man.
it. That's all I can say. Try it.
It's on a map, then you have problems because of the sunlight, and you also have a problem because you should be able to see different sides of the moon, not just one face.
We see the parabolic reflections. You put a sticker of the moon in your room. Go to the other side, right? You can both see the moon upside down. Is a room a sphere?
Right.
That's an easy one.
Wait. That's true. Okay, that's true. So wait, if the moon is close, as it passes overhead, it should change orientation.
Yeah, like
but you're assuming it's a sphere. Why would we think it's a sphere?
I'm not assuming anything. I'm assuming it's a physical object.
Right. On your map, you can literally plot the moon traversing or encircling over your map, and the people directly under the moon will see something different than the people across from the moon.
Right. Everyone on the Earth
about that.
If you take like an AE map type of general layout, North Pole in the middle, and you have your Tropic of Cancer, your equator, Tropic of Capricorn. So the moon travels only between the tropics. So it's not just willy-nilly anywhere. It's either between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn, and vice versa. So it's either in one of those sections of the sky. Now, in the viewpoint of a huge extended planar Earth, with it being a human looking up, like you kind of have your hemispherical field of view. You're looking up, around, left, right, etc. At any point on the Earth, you will have a declination angle to the moon, and it'll be at a particular position. So if you're at the equator, it'll be directly above you. If you're in New York City, it's going to be, you know, et cetera, all the different areas. So the fact that we see that one moon sort of face of the moon actually does correlate with that, just even in and of itself, without even getting to whether it's like physical or not, or whether, you know, all the other ideas. We see, once again, just in our little hemispherical range, and the moon in one of those declination positions. So from that level, it makes sense that we're all seeing the same thing, because we're all only seeing it from our own local little bubble, as it were, and then it will change slightly in the declination depending on your position, but that is still relatively you know, sort of unanimous in terms of the way everyone sees the moon.
All you're doing is saying we should see the moon the way we see it now, because obviously it's an orbit around the Earth. But the reason we see it the way we see it is because something you just made up.
Well, it's like if you were in a massive Costco warehouse, let's say, just a huge warehouse, and there was like a paper cutout of something above you, and if you could only see a certain section of the ceiling of that, every time it comes in, it's just going to look like the moon, because it's generally about the same distance from you. It does have a slightly different declination angle. So whether you're in New York looking at the moon when it's on the Tropic of Cancer, whether you're in Ecuador and you're looking at the moon when it's right at the equator, whether you're in Ecuador and the moon is up at the Tropic of Cancer, etc., it's going to have a slightly different angle, but you're always just seeing it in a local section of the sky above your surface, and so of course it's going to always look more or less similar.
Your problem with that is that if you go into a Costco and you put a track around the Costco in a circular pattern on the ceiling, and you put a glowing bulb there, and you draw features on that glowing bulb, and you say this is the moon, and then you have just people in Costco, it doesn't matter where they are, and you ask them to draw what they observe of the moon, the people that are directly under it will see something totally different from the people on the opposite side of Costco who can still see the moon. And that'll be true for every individual person that's there in Costco. They will see something completely different, slightly different, but completely different, because that's not what we see, and that's not how it works.
So my response to that is that the way you just described it is actually not the correct ratio of my understanding of it. You're conflating ratios, assuming that you'd be able to see the entire Costco warehouse from your local position. Another way to describe it would be this, like this idea. You take like a basketball court and you take like a cup, like just one of those like red, you know, flip cups, whatever, a little 16-ounce plastic cup, and you put them all over the basketball court. Maybe spaced, like let's say every 3 feet away or so, something like that. And then you fill them with water, let's say about 8/10 worth of water, you know, 4/5 full of water. So it's like almost full, but it's, you know, so you maybe have a little bit of, you know, an inch or whatever at the top that the water. And then the idea here is, let's say the basketball court is the entire huge Earth. And then each cup is like someone's observer point. And so if you're down in the water, first of all, you're going to have the rim of the cup. So you're not going to be able to see. And that's kind of equivalent to the fact that we can only see so far on the horizon just because of the, you know, the clouds and weather and thickness of the environment. So in that way, it's sort of like you can only see, and then you can see a section of the sky. Now, if you had that scenario and you took like a little moon, like a 12-inch moon or something, you just cut it out of a piece of paper, and then you were to run it above the cups, like, I don't know, maybe 4 feet above the cups or whatever. Now imagine there's little ants on the water in the cups or whatever. Every time the moon passes above you, it's going to look like the moon. It's in your local area. It's going to look like the moon, but you're only going to be able to see it in that local region. So you're not going to be able to look all the way across the basketball court and see the moon all the way over there. It's way too far away. It's never going to happen. You're only seeing in that local bubble, as it were, in that local hemisphere of your sky. So in that ratio, not in a ratio that you can just see the whole thing, in the ratio of the actual sizes of everything and how far you can actually see in the environment, considering that you're a human mammal, you have limited sight, and the fact that there's so much in the environment that, you know, obscures our ability to see further, then that would be the type of ratio to where every time the moon passes, you're going to have a pretty consistent viewpoint, because it's just seeing the moon at that same local distance that you've pretty much always seen it your whole life.
So here's the problem with that. You can take this example and you can say, okay, someone in New York, someone in North Carolina, or North Carolina, or and Florida, like 3 different locations, 3 different vantage points. They can all see the same face of the moon. So when you say that you cut out a piece of paper and you just run it up, that's not what the moon is. The moon is not a piece of paper. The moon is not a 2D.
Well,
the moon is a 3-dimensional object that we can see 3-dimensional features on. So when moon passes directly above you, you should see the bottom of the moon. And at the same point in time, if the moon is directly under you, then the cup next to you should not see the bottom of the moon. The cup next to you
ever
should
seen the
see
bottom of the moon, man.
I know that.
Okay,
but if
that's the
you're
point.
next to the moon, you should see the very bottom of the moon, and the person to the left of you should see slightly less and a little bit more of the side, and so on and so forth. That's not the case. Why Geo, I think, insinuated that it was a 2D cutout, because a 2D cutout only has one face you can see.
No,
but
regardless of whether the moon, if the moon is imagined to be a disk, or the moon is imagined to be a sphere, there's a couple of issues. If it's a disk, that's a bigger problem than it's a sphere. But if it's a sphere, then 2 people after, one person's looking at it from one side, the other person looking at the other side, will see different sides of the sphere. And if it's a disk, it will look oval. And then the third problem, obviously, is the lack of an explanation for what causes the moon or the sun to orbit overhead. There's no mechanism.
We started by saying I don't have a model that shows the moon pass and the sun doing the solstice, the migration of the seasons, right? So I have that. And then we said, well, you can see the moon from the opposite side. And then I threw up the picture on the thing to show, well, no, that's an easy one, right? So I have models for all that, man. And
but
pretty
you haven't
good.
really modeled it, though. By modeling it,
why would you
you've got
think
to
that?
account for all observations and measurements.
But
you've not done 2 things. You've not measured it, and you've not observed it and modeled that. Observe it being
I said the model matches observations. 100%, dude. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, right? That's how you know.
It doesn't work.
That's why you said that you see the bottom of the moon. I'm like, no one's ever fucking seen that. Why would you assume that the model would show the underside of the moon in the super flat Earth map? Why would you assume an impossibility? Like what? No one's made that observation.
Overhead.
That matches.
It's It's necessitated by the fact that the moon is an object. And when you look at an object from underneath, you see the underside of that object. And at the same time, a person across from that object sees a different part of the object.
Keep in mind also that what we're doing is if we say something like it's got to be physical, or it's physical, then as soon as we get into that realm, generally what we've encountered is you say, well, we don't know what the moon is.
No, it's physicality bias, according to Arwen.
There you go. So as soon as the question comes, why is there inconsistencies with what we see of the moon? If the moon is a disk, then it should be oval when it goes away from us, and it should get smaller. And if it's a ball, it should get smaller. It doesn't, and so you've got to account for those inconsistencies.
Right.
So when we have this type of conversation, we get to this point where we are pointing out these inconsistencies, and there is never an explanation. It usually devolves into it's not a physical object, and
I have an explanation and the model, right? But we can't screen share and show, dude. I'm 100% with you, but you guys have been through the ringer a lot. Maybe I should back up, dude. I didn't start here, right? Like I started on my own, by myself, on my own channel, doing my own thing, and then retroactively came back here after I built it back up. My models aren't built for this debate stuff. It's built to show someone, right? It's a.
Tell us clearly.
You want to share your screen? Hold on, just real quick. I gave you the screen share role if you want to share anything.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I'm just going to say that you're showing an animated Gleason map, or an animated map of the quote-unquote flat Earth, which shows a moon and a sun encircling above it with a bunch of data numbers scrolling over it, with light and day not matching up with other observations. That's cool, but you're not actually explaining how it works. You're not actually telling us why, when the moon is directly above Australia, can people not see the underside of it when people over in Africa can also see it? Like
I said it matches all observations. I didn't say it matches impossible observations you think we ought to have, right?
People in Africa and Australia can see the moon at the same time. If you look at the Gleason map, you look at the disk, that's not even possible. And even if they could, they'll be seeing different sides of it. it would be inverted, and they'd be seeing it from different perspectives. You try and model it out. I mean, I really, really hope you do try and model it out.
Dude, the scenario you're painting is a ridiculous impossibility presupposition built upon like hold on,
dude. You're
it's
just
not
saying
really. It's not. It's impossible because if you could model it, it wouldn't be impossible. If you could model the moon and the sun as we observe it over a flat disk, if you could do that, you would have done it. It would have been done first. In fact, that would have been the very first thing that flat earthers did, was model that out, and they have yet to. That's the point.
And then they would.
It's already been done, dude. Like, I'm not trying to plug his app or whatever, but on David Weiss's app, I mean, he's got the position of the sun and the moon, the daylight. The daylight's all matched with sunanddate.com, and the moon is on there as well in terms of the position. It can all be mapped over Gleason's map. So
map out the patterns of
not
light.
in the southern hemisphere when you're taking account into longitudinal lines based on the globe, and then taking into account the increasing eccentric circles, and the distance between the first latitude after the equator is greater than the first, right, all the way in. On the globe, it has to go smaller, and the Gleason's map shows the globular longitudinal line. So that's already a warp projection when we're in the southern hemisphere. Weiss's app included, and Weiss's app doesn't show daylight accurately. It shows it about half. No, that's wrong.
The main thing for me is it doesn't show no one ever shows the light patterns that the sun would produce over the disk. I've seen an animation of it, and it's crazy. So I would invite you to try to plot out the what on a globe is actually very, very simple. It's just a straight line of illumination as the sun passes overhead. Try and model that out on the flat Earth on that disk. I invite you to try it.
You guys know Gleason, right? He wrote a book as well as the map.
Yeah, so the light acts like it doesn't in these animations. Like, you have light going towards the center of the north, near the North Pole, and then you have light also illuminating down near the near
morphs all crazy lines just to make it work.
And at the same point in time, you have no way of showing any eclipses, like, whatsoever, like ever at all. And you also have you also have a pretty big problem, I would say, with the traversal between the equinoxes, because the amount of time that the sun spins or encircles in your little animation thing never changes. It's a 24-hour day no matter what. And yet when it's on the inner track from the equator, it has to go faster. It's a shorter distance than the one on the exterior track. Yeah, sorry, slower. It has to go faster on the exterior track.
100 to 1100 miles per hour. There you go.
24-hour day. So
that's
you have
a
huge problem with that, and it's not a problem that you really can solve, because mathematically that's how it has to be.
Sure.
I will give props, Shane. Total props for you attempting to doing a model. I will give absolute props to you, and I hope you
But you wouldn't even look at it. I appreciate it, man. But like, again, I have the model, I have the station, I built it all, I put it up there, I tested it, I did the observation, and then I sent it to my Australian friend. Does this match what you observed? Is that Sigma Octantis? Is that okay? All right, all right? Connecting most of the stuff together. But like, we're talking about models, but we're assuming that you already know what I built, right? And then you already tore it down. We didn't even get to an argument yet.
Yeah, well, that's true. You know what? That is absolutely true. Are you planning on going to the Flat Earth Conference thingy in October?
Fuck no.
Flatoberfest?
No.
No? Why not?
Dude, I'm antisocial.
Oh, okay.
My question to you is, what about our description of your model is inaccurate? Like, what did we get?
Projection, all of it.
All of it. So how does the sun move in between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn?
What do you mean how?
How do you have it modeled?
Dude, that one's easy on Weiss's app, right? That one he does right. The seasons on his thing works perfectly fine if you just prove him the seasons. It goes migrates from the inner tropic to the equator to the outer tropic. Right?
The tropics don't make the seasons, so no.
Well, 100% they do. What do you mean?
No, the angle of sunlight is what makes the seasons.
To you, your 23 tilt on your ball
the-
model, sure. But not to
the
us.
traversal from an inner track to an outer track doesn't magically make the seasons happen. That's just silly.
Well, if a local sun travels over you and it's closer to you and it gets warmer and it's local illuminated light, then yeah, wouldn't it be warmer when it's closer and colder when it's further away?
How does an encircling sun ever get closer to you?
Tropic of Capricorn would be the winter, right? Further away, goes over Australia.
It's an inner track around the North Pole. It doesn't get closer to you. It's still, according to you guys, 3,000 miles up in the sky. It never gets closer.
What the fuck? Who the hell said that?
So when you say the seasons change because it gets closer, what do you mean by closer? Closer to the ground?
Closer to my observation on my point, right? Because that's the perspective of it. If I'm in Boston on the United States and it's our little sun's over our flat disk circulating, let's say, nearer to Polaris, and then as it spins around, it gets closer to the equator, and then at the equator, it's mid-year, and then as it goes further out to the furthest reaches of the tropic, it passes right over Hawaii, right? And then that's when the outer southern places have their summer and our winter in the north, and then it migrates the path back. You've never seen that one? That one's an easy one, dude.
No, that's not right at all, dude. That's not right at all. And first off, the sun, especially for 6 months out of the year, the sun's visible over by the North Pole. And that's one of the coldest. It's one of the coldest times. That's not accurate at all. If they have 24-hour sun, that should be the hottest time.
You're assuming a 93 million mile space ball equidistant with non-crepuscular rays affecting the half of the Earth at once, right?
We're not talking about our model. We're scrutinizing yours right now. Yours does not make sense based off of observations.
But you're already presupposing many of the globe attributes, right? Like the far-reaching sun, the heat that you think it generates, the energy that you think it generates.
You said it gets closer, which I still don't know what that means. It's still 3,000 miles up from you. It's no closer to you than it is